So-called moonwalk. Year 1506 of the Hyuan calendar. Marine Headquarters Elite Training Camp. Listening to Instructor Zifa's vivid explanation at the front, Lin Qi appeared somewhat absent-minded. Relying on rapid steps upon the very air to soar upward, was that truly something a human could do? It had already been 10 years since he, reborn in a younger body, arrived in this world. As one of the outstanding members among this batch of new recruits, Lin Qi had naturally entered the elite training camp. Yet techniques like moonwalk and life return were so bizarre that no matter how many times he heard about them, he still found them utterly inconceivable. Most importantly, after 10 whole years, his system still had not come online. And in this world of One Piece, he knew there were terrifyingly powerful monsters everywhere. There was Whitebeard, whose single punch could unleash earthquakes, the Golden Lion, who kept dozens of islands suspended 10,000 meters in the sky, and Kaido, hailed as the strongest creature in history. In this world, death came in endless succession, layer upon layer. If one could not obtain overwhelming strength, then the best choice would be to shrink back into the safety of Marine Headquarters and spend one's life quietly as a mere clerk. But Lin Qi was not willing. Having finally crossed into this era of great pirates and vast surging seas, how could he resign himself to obscurity if he could not carve out a name for himself upon the oceans? Yet he possessed neither a powerful devil fruit ability, nor a talent for physical combat that far surpassed ordinary people. To become stronger was exceedingly difficult. Was he destined to remain just an ordinary man whose only merit was his good looks? Just as Lin Qi was wondering whether he should compromise himself and resort to some improper beauty-selling method to grow stronger, a series of synthetic electronic tones suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! Loading complete. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Life Choices system. Please within 3 years successfully become the king of a nation. At that time, the Emperor's faith system will be activated. Life Choices system successfully activated. Ding! The first life choice has been opened. Mission Choice 1. Earnestly memorize Instructor Zifa's teachings on the moonwalk technique. Reward insight into moonwalk beginner. Mission Choice 2. Establish authority within the elite camp and defeat Smoker. Reward Zoan type, bird fruit dove form. Mission Choice 3. As a transmigrator, fear nothing. Charge straight at Tina. Reward moonwalk peak. The system has awakened. And it's actually a double system. After his initial stupefaction, Lin Qi was overcome with ecstasy. The system he had waited 10 years for had finally arrived. However, this system of his did not seem particularly proper. Seeing the third mission choice, an image of Tina's peerless face involuntarily surfaced in Lin Qi's mind. Her willow-thin waist fit perfectly in one's hand, her graceful posture, like a painting brimming with charm. Her figure was so flawless, it almost seemed unreal. Unlike the men of this world, whose looks were often rather mediocre, the women here were on the whole strikingly. Even one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom, had been an astonishing beauty in her youth, though after bearing 85 children over 42 years, her figure had utterly gone out of shape. He still remembered the figures once published in the One Piece newspapers. Nami and Robin's generous chests were both rated as FGUP, disastrously enticing figures that had left a profound shock upon the adolescent Lin Qi's heart. Tina, however, was different from an ordinary person like him. She and Smoker had crushed all others with overwhelming superiority during the elite selection. They were jointly hailed as the future hope of the Marines and leaders of the elite camp, rising stars within the Navy. It could be said that he and Tina did not belong to the same world at all. Glancing at Tina beside him, her subtle fragrance coiling around his nose, Lin Qi's heart pounded wildly. Sensing the burning gaze upon her, Tina's beautiful brows knit ever so slightly. This fellow had been sneaking looks at her again and again since just now. He was surely entertaining some filthy thoughts. As the goddess of the Marines, Tina was all too familiar with the kind of gaze Lin Qi was giving her. Yet usually those men would only dare steal glances at her in secret, and the moment her eyes swept over, they would immediately pretend to be upright gentlemen. But this guy? Did he not even know how to avert his eyes anymore? Lin Qi's gaze gradually settled upon Tina's enticing red lips, his throat working as he swallowed. If I die, then so be it. I'll risk it. Choice 1 was far too pathetic, and at present he could not defeat Smoker for Choice 2. Only Choice 3 was truly suitable. While Instructor Zifa was lecturing at the front, and everyone's attention was drawn there, Tina stood right beside him. If he missed this chance, it might be a very long time before he could get this close to her again. Lin Qi hesitated no longer. He strode forward, and under Tina's astonished gaze, he suddenly pulled her into his arms, and with lightning speed lowered his head to press his lips against hers. MMPH. Tina's beautiful eyes flew wide open as though she had encountered something utterly unimaginable. Her pupils trembled violently, and for a brief moment, she even forgot to resist. Lin Qi likewise did not loosen his hold, who knew whether this mission had a time requirement. Better to be cautious. The extreme softness transmitted from her lips, and looking at that peerless face so close at hand, his heart could not help but ripple wildly. The flower of the Marines, the goddess countless men fantasized about, was actually in his arms at this moment, allowing him to savor that touch of crimson at will. Up ahead, Zifa's explanation abruptly came to a halt. Numerous trainees immersed in the intricacies of moonwalk snapped back to their senses, puzzled as to why Instructor Zifa had suddenly stopped mid-lecture. Hiss! Following Instructor Zifa's line of sight, everyone could not help but inhale a sharp breath of cold air, and in an instant the scene became so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. Tina was kissed. The young Marine's face was full of shock, and the other Marines were likewise utterly dumbfounded. Damn it! That brat actually dared kiss Miss Tina. There were few women in the army to begin with, let alone a beauty like Tina. Usually everyone was already satisfied just to steal a distant glance at her during training. Yet Lin Qi now dared to kiss their goddess right before their eyes. This was nothing short of cuckolding them in public, an act utterly beyond what they could tolerate. Rage burned through the crowd, and the eyes of several of Tina's fervent admirers were already flushed red. If not for the fact that Instructor Zifa was present, they might have swarmed forward and torn Lin Qi to pieces on the spot. To hell with it, I can't hold back. I'm going to beat him to a pulp. Fortunately, there were still some who kept their heads, clinging tightly to the few who had already stripped off their jackets in preparation for a fight. Calm down. Look, even Miss Tina isn't resisting. Perhaps they already pledged themselves to each other in private. What's it got to do with you? Yeah. Reminded thus, everyone froze, finally realizing that Tina indeed had not resisted. When had their goddess become someone else's beloved, and that someone was a guy with only average combat strength? So what if he was a bit handsome? Could looks alone fill one's stomach? Suddenly it felt as though their entire lives— what they did not know was that Tina's mind was already a complete blank. She had not heard a single word they said, and even her sense of time had grown hazy. You pervert. Only after a full 7 or 8 seconds did Tina's pupils finally regain focus, and with a fury-laden punch, she drove her fist squarely into Lin Qi's lower abdomen. Lin Qi felt as if he had been struck by a cannon shell, his whole body blasted into midair. A mouthful of old blood almost surged up his throat, yet his face was lit with unrestrained joy, for the system's voice resounded once again. Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. Reward Moonwalk Peak is being issued. A torrent of techniques and insights regarding moonwalk flooded into his mind in an instant, as though he had truly spent more than 10 years practicing it. The muscles in his legs swelled and tightened at a speed visible to the naked eye. On the ground, Tina's delicate face flushed scarlet. She kept wiping her alluring lips with her slender fingers while glaring up at Lin Qi in the sky through gritted teeth. That had been her first kiss, one she had meant to save for her future husband. She had never imagined it would be stolen by a complete stranger. Flames seemed to burn in Tina's beautiful eyes. In that moment, she even had the urge to kill Lin Qi. Driven by that searing rage, the guidance teacher Zafa had just given her suddenly connected in her mind. With a sharp whoosh, and under countless watching eyes, Tina stepped on the air with moonwalk and shot into the sky, rapidly closing in on Lin Qi. Seeing this scene, a rare hint of delight surfaced in Zafa's stern eyes. He had not expected that among this year's students such a genius would emerge. To master moonwalk after hearing its principles only once, such a feat had occurred fewer than 10 times in his 16 years of teaching. Among those rare few were the current 3 admirals Huang Yuan, Qi Quan, and Qing Ji. This Tina is even more gifted than the rumors claimed, he mused. As Tina drew ever closer, cold sweat trickled down Lin Qi's back. Judging from her expression, if she caught him, there would be no good end to it. Being beaten into the emergency room might well be the lightest punishment. I absolutely cannot let her catch me. Lin Qi had already fused moonwalk into instinct. He stomped rapidly on the air, darting away to open distance between himself and Tina. That brat has learned moonwalk as well. The delight in Zafa's eyes deepened even further. He had originally thought Lin Qi's talent mediocre. Clearly he had misjudged. Wait, something is off about that kid's moonwalk. The admiration on Zafa's face gradually faded into solemnity, his tiger-like eyes turning razor-sharp like an eagle's. In Lin Qi's moonwalk, whether it was the way he generated force, the angles at which he stepped on the air, or the other subtle nuances, every aspect surpassed Tina's by far. As an instructor and a former Admiral Zafa's, I was exceptionally discerning. From a glimpse, he could infer the whole. He even suspected that many of headquarters vice admirals were at best on par with this boy in moonwalk attainment rather than surpassing him. That thought was truly terrifying. Which vice admiral had not clawed their way up through more than a decade of brutal combat, honing their mastery of the 6 styles to perfection? How could they possibly be compared to a mere new recruit? Even Boru Sereno's performance with moonwalk back when he was in the elite camp had been far inferior to this. Could it be that Lin Qi had already practiced moonwalk for over a decade before joining the Navy? The notion had barely arisen before Zafa decisively dismissed it. Impossible. Leaving aside that one's body would not be strong enough to cultivate moonwalk beforehand, Lin Qi would have had no way to even obtain the method. The Navy's 6 styles were top-secret techniques. To prevent spies from infiltrating the future pillars of the Navy, ZFA knew every detail of these new recruits' backgrounds. If he remembered correctly before joining the Navy, that boy had been nothing more than an orphan working on a ranch. Thus, there was only one conclusion: the boy was a born genius, a buried prodigy whose talent for the 6 styles was unparalleled. ZFA's expression grew fervent. He had a premonition that among his students another monster on par with the 3 admirals was about to emerge. "Hey, stop chasing him. You won't be able to catch me anyway," Lin Qi called out. Up in midair, Tina and Lin Qi, one chasing, one fleeing, looked for all the world like a dramatic lover's chase scene if one ignored the way Tina's silver teeth were clenched in furious silence. "If you have any guts, stand still. What kind of man keeps running away?" Tina shouted in exasperation. "Stand still? Are you stupid, or am I? Stand still so you can beat me to death," Lin Qi retorted. He glanced back and shot Tina a look of kingly contempt. "You." Tina's chest rose and fell violently with anger. On the ground, the assembled soldiers were already staring, utterly dumbfounded. They could still barely accept that Tina had learned moonwalk, but Lin Qi, wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary man with no talent for either physical combat or swordsmanship? Yet the reality before their eyes was that this supposedly average man had already mastered moonwalk. What did that make them? Useless trash. "Enough. Both of you stop." ZFA's voice echoed in everyone's ears. "Teacher ZFA." Hearing his words, Lin Qi obediently descended from the sky and bowed with respect. Tina landed right after him, still fuming as she pointed at Lin Qi and complained, "Teacher ZFA, it was this guy who..." ZFA raised his right hand slightly, signaling her to calm down for the moment. "Whatever is between the two of you can be settled after class. I won't interfere. For now, don't delay everyone else's lesson." At his words, though Tina was deeply unwilling, she could only temporarily let this rogue off the hook. She shot Lin Qi one last furious glare before returning to the ranks, answering the concerned looks around her with stony silence. Lin Qi meanwhile cast ZFA a grateful look. No matter what, he had at least dodged this round of savage beating for now. Lin Qi was confident that as long as he was given enough time to complete more choices, he would eventually fear no threat at all. Next, we will continue exploring the finer points of moonwalk. The remaining time passed with ZFA's lecture echoing over the training ground. As the sun dipped westward, evening quietly approached. That will be all for today's lesson. Lin Qi smog Tina. "You 3 stay behind." "Yes, Teacher ZFA." "Goodbye, Teacher ZFA." "See you tomorrow, Teacher ZFA." After the others had left, ZFA addressed the 3 of them. "Alone tonight, at 6, meet me in the forest behind training ground No. 3. "Yes, Teacher ZFA." Obeying their instructor's orders was a Navy soldier's duty. None of the 3 asked why, they simply agreed without hesitation. "You're all quite good. Don't let me down." Leaving them with that, ZFA turned to depart. Sensing the sharp gaze aimed at him from the side and fearing a beating, Lin Qi had no choice but to follow along after ZFA. "What is it, brat? Planning to follow me all the way home for dinner?" After they had walked some distance, ZFA turned back, his broad hand clapping down heavily on Lin Qi's shoulder. Teacher ZFA, thank you," Lin Qi said with an embarrassed, sheepish grin. "So you do know how to feel embarrassed," ZFA replied, speechless. "Kissing a girl in public like that. You really leave me at a loss for words." Young people's ways of pursuing a partner these days were becoming more and more unfathomable to him. First, there was Rear Admiral Cha Tun, delivering a love letter every single day and constantly professing to Rear Admiral Tao Tu, diligently fawning over her despite being beaten, scolded, and rejected time and again, yet never giving up. Now another even more outrageous fellow had appeared, making ZFA seriously suspect that he was already out of touch with the times. Lin Qi, for his part, felt helpless. What could he do when the system's rewards were so irresistible? Forget asking him to kiss Tina. Even if it told him to kiss Smog, he would. Well, perhaps not go that far after all. No matter what, your pursuit is a bit extreme. Even if you end up in the hospital, the other party will face no punishment. Do you understand? "I understand, Teacher Zifa. Even if she beats me, steps on my face with her shoes, or forces me to lick her feet, I will have no regrets." What reassured Lin Qi was that the relationship between men and women in this world was quite open. If this were in his past life, he would have long been in jail for such behavior. At first, Zifa listened calmly, but the more he heard, the more something fell off, and he looked at Lin Qi with a strange expression. "I hope you truly understand. Teacher Zifa, see you tonight." After sending Zifa off, Lin Qi found a secluded corner to begin practicing moonstep. At 5:30, just after the dinner rush, Lin Qi quickly resolved his dinner. As for the dormitory, he was reluctant to return, knowing there would be a group of flower guardians waiting at the door. At 6 o'clock, the 4 of them arrived punctually in the forest behind training ground No. 3. "The reason I called you 3 here at night is that you are all talented." Zifa said earnestly. Geniuses should not be treated the same as ordinary people, as that would only bury your talents. You must gather here every night at 6. I will personally train you. Upon hearing this, the three were overjoyed. A former naval admiral willing to give them special training was a tremendous opportunity. For the others in the elite camp, learning new naval techniques before mastering the moon step would only hinder them. You three are different. Tina and Lin Qi have already mastered the moon step, and Smoker is improving rapidly, so you can fully embark on learning the next naval technique. Since ancient times, the moon step has been inseparable from shave. Both paths lead to the same destination. Next, I will explain the techniques of shave. The three stood upright, afraid of missing a single word. At this moment, Zifa glanced at Smoker and said, "You listen in, but do not learn. First, go with me to the forest to master the moon step before learning this." Understood. Smoker nodded. Zifa continued, "Both rely on the power of the legs to accelerate. The only difference is that for the moon step, the speed of stepping on the air must exceed a certain threshold to generate a shockwave to propel one into the air. As for shave, it involves rapidly stepping on the ground dozens of times within a second to generate reactive force to increase speed." Lin Qi, having mastered the pinnacle-level moon step, found it easy to absorb this knowledge. Even if the system hadn't appeared this time, Lin Qi quickly grasped shave. Meanwhile, Smoker and Tina had yet to. Seeing this, Zifa was quite satisfied. This kid truly was a genius. But soon Lin Qi discovered a critical issue: this entry-level shave cannot turn. If he misjudged the timing in battle, wouldn't he be charging straight into the enemy's blade? Just as the three were practicing, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps approached, and fragmented conversations reached Lin Qi's ears. "Hurry, go faster. If we arrive earlier, we might still be able to save some people. Those vile beasts actually dare to do this." Zifa frowned and reached out to stop one of them. "Zay, Admiral Zifa." The middle-aged Navy man was taken aback and quickly saluted. "What happened?" "And I am no longer an admiral," Zifa said. "We received news that a formidable pirate crew is slaughtering villages, and we are ordered to pursue and eliminate them. Prior to this, they had already massacred 10 towns. Indeed, it's pirates again." Zifa did not conceal the hatred on his face. "As long as that bunch of scum exists, I can't imagine how many lives will be ruined because of them. Pirates should not." "Teacher Zifa." Tina looked at Zifa with concern. The current Zifa was a far cry from his usual kind elder image. In the moonlight, he even appeared somewhat sinister. "You three should go back." Zifa turned to Lin Qi and the others, and then turned to the middle-aged Navy man. "I will go with you." "Oh." The middle-aged Navy man was stunned, then suddenly filled with joy. "Please follow me." Although that pirate crew was exceptionally ruthless, with the legendary Black Arm Zifa on their side, capturing them would be a piece of cake. We can definitely save more villagers. Watching the two converse, Lin Qi was lost in thought. At that moment, the system's voice rang out. A new life choice has been opened. Task Choice 1, follow Zifa's orders and return to the dormitory. Reward superhuman-type corrosion fruit. Task Choice 2, for pleasure or combat, stay and defeat Smoker or ask Tina for original flavor stockings. Reward, randomly upgrade one of your existing abilities to the limit. Task Choice 3, actively request to follow Teacher Zifa to exterminate the pirates. Reward, unlock the system store. After a slight hesitation, Lin Qi called out to Zifa, "Teacher Zifa, I won't consider the first choice. If I'm going to eat, I want the top-tier devil fruit, otherwise it's better not to eat at all. Although the reward for the second choice is also very generous, it seems I can't defeat Smoker yet. Asking Tina for original flavor stockings would be a complete disaster." He could almost envision being chased. Compared to choices 1 and 2, choice 3 was clearly much more tempting, and he was eager to see what items would appear in the system store. "What is it?" Zifa asked in a deep voice. "May I go with you, Teacher Zifa?" Lin Qi pleaded. "Why, oi?" Zifa's expression turned serious. "Give me a reason. That level of battle is too dangerous for you." "Because I want to fight alongside you, Teacher Zifa." Lin Qi replied decisively. "Besides, you said that geniuses should not be treated like ordinary people. I believe this will be a great experience." "You little brat." Zifa felt both gratified and complicated at this moment. Eliminating pirates was not something Lin Qi should be involved in. In his view, the only motivation for Lin Qi to want to go to battle was his concern for him. Underestimating him. It seemed he had been out of the admiral's position for so long that many naval officers had forgotten he still bore the title of Black Arm. At the age of 58, his battle prowess remained unaffected. "Since you want to come, then come. This will indeed be a good experience." Stepping onto the warship, a middle-aged man clad in a righteous cloak, dressed in a suit with a long sword at his waist and a mohawk hairstyle, approached with a nonchalant stride despite his unimpressive appearance. "I heard from my subordinates that it is truly an honor to act alongside Teacher Zfa." Upon seeing the newcomer, Zfa also smiled. "Squirrel, I haven't congratulated you on your promotion to Rear Admiral yet. Where I owe my accomplishments today to your teachings, teacher." After some light pleasantries, Squirrel turned to the three individuals behind ZFA and inquired, "Who are these people, teacher?" "Oh, I plan to take them along for some training." ZFA maintained his composure, and Squirrel nodded, choosing not to ask further. Not long after, the warship raised its sails and officially set sail. Although this was not Lin Qi's first time on a ship, it was still an awe-inspiring sight, no matter how many times he saw it. Gazing at the boundless sea, a feeling known as ambition brewed within his chest. The time on the sea was very calm. After all, no fool would dare to attack a naval warship. Unconsciously, 3 hours passed. As they neared their destination, ZFA and Squirrel ceased their conversation, and the atmosphere on the warship gradually grew tense. "Rear Admiral, we are expected to arrive in 15 minutes. A soldier came to report. Squirrel raised his hand and placed it on the long sword at his waist, saying, "Prepare everyone for battle." "Yes." In an instant, the sea breeze carried a strong smell of gunpowder as numerous soldiers loaded ammunition into their flintlock guns. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Qi found the soldier who had just reported to Squirrel, and by the time he returned, he had acquired a flintlock pistol at his waist. Fire, such a fierce fire. The blazing flames illuminated the night sky, turning the darkness into a bloody red. As the warship approached the shore, various screams and wails filled the air, some belonging to women and others to children. From receiving the report to their arrival, it had been less than 4 hours, and this place had already been reduced to a hellish scene. These beasts. Squirrel drew his long sword and coldly commanded, "Enter the village for rescue. Kill any pirates encountered without mercy." Lin Qi and Tina followed closely behind, swiftly approaching the village with moonstep. Blood was everywhere, along with corpses lying in disarray, and the fear. Lin Qi and Tina followed closely behind, swiftly approaching the village with moonstep. Blood was everywhere, along with corpses lying in disarray, and the fierce flames illuminated the hideous faces of the pirates. "Damn it, why are there still some old geezers hiding here?" A drunken pirate dragged 2 trembling old men out from a wine cellar and decapitated them with a single stroke. The 2 heads rolled onto the ground, their faces still holding expressions of fear. "Get lost, Brett, you've ruined my..." On the street, a child was crying out loud while lying on the body of his deceased father. The passing pirate, annoyed, took a hammer and smashed the child into a pulp. "Hey, ha ha, look what I found, a rather good-looking woman." The pirate leered as he pinned the woman down onto a straw mat while she struggled desperately. "No, please let me go. You rotten woman, just behave, and maybe we will spare your life after we've had our fun." Another pirate approached and violently tore the woman's skirt. Bang! After a gunshot, this pirate's head exploded on the spot, leaving his body to fall straight to the ground. In midair, Lin Qi methodically loaded a lead bullet into his flintlock gun. Hit! Lin Qi seemed to have anticipated this, showing no surprise. His 3 months spent mastering firearms when he first joined the Navy were not in vain. Without a talent for physical combat, he could only rely on shooting from a distance for safety. It turned out he had quite a talent for shooting. Swish! Tina swiftly appeared behind another pirate and pierced him through the heart with her long sword, saving the woman. "Don't be afraid, you are safe now, because we are here," Tina comforted softly. "Navy." The woman peeled back her long hair that was covering her tear-filled eyes. "Yes, it is us. Quickly head towards the village outskirts. Our main force is behind us." Bang bang. After killing 2 more pirates with his flintlock, Lin Qi landed on the ground, drawing his long sword as the stamina from using Moon Step was wearing him down. With the arrival of 200 Navy soldiers, the pirates finally sensed something was amiss. "It's the Navy has arrived. Kill them all." These pirates are indeed ruthless. Their first reaction upon seeing the Navy was not to flee, but to eliminate the enemy. As 4 sword-wielding pirates surrounded him, Lin Qi whispered, "Sir." He transformed into a flash of lightning, instantly breaking through the encirclement and arriving in front of one of the pirates, stabbing him through the heart. Bang! "Watch out." With a gunshot, Tina suddenly stood behind Lin Qi, her long sword seemingly blocking something, which caused her to stumble. "Thank you," Lin Qi sincerely expressed his gratitude. There were indeed skilled fighters among the pirate crew who could shoot him the moment he became momentarily stiff after using Soro. At the instant the gun fired, Lin Qi felt a prickling sensation at the back of his head, realizing it was a precursor to awakening his observation Haki. But without Tina, he wasn't sure if he could have evaded it. Tina can help you once, but not every time. You need to be cautious." Tina's melodious voice, "It's Captain Yuer, Captain Yuer." The surrounding pirates cheered excitedly. The man on the roof in the distance had a grim expression as he retracted his sniper rifle, having used observation Haki, but still failing to kill that kid. "It's Captain Yuer, Captain Yuer." The surrounding pirates cheered excitedly. The man on the roof in the distance had a grim expression as he retracted his sniper. Yuer did not take Smoker seriously. A kid who hadn't even awakened his Haki would be unable to hit him even with it. Sure enough, after a few exchanges, Smoker was forced to retreat. If the man had been holding a sword instead of a gun, Smoker would have already been dead. Fortunately, Squirrel arrived to block Uer for Smoker. Go to another place, he'll handle this here. Smoker looked reluctantly at Uer, silently tightening his grip on the 10 hands as he departed. Having learned from the earlier experience, Lin Qi refrained from recklessly using Soru, opting instead to fly a kite in the sky using Moonstep. Bang! Another pirate fell to Lin Qi's gun. The pirates below could only watch as Lin Qi unleashed his attacks, feeling frustrated that they couldn't fly, their anger boiling over. The 6 forms of the Navy were skills only elites possessed, let alone these pirates who weren't even part of the Navy. Which of you can shoot him down for me? The pirate shouted furiously. Shoot, quick shoot. Bang, bang, bang. A barrage of gunfire erupted, countless bullets soaring into the sky. Such a dense hail of bullets would have brought down an ordinary person long ago. Lin Qi, however, was able to twist and turn in midair with his peak-level moon step, perfectly evading each attack. In stark contrast, every bullet he fired could accurately inflict serious damage on a pirate. Lin Qi hung above everyone like a sharp sword, causing the pirates below to constantly guard against surprise shots, afraid to unleash their full power in battle. As a result, although Tina appeared to be surrounded, she managed to hold her ground with her fierce swordsmanship. With a small number of Navy reinforcements arriving, the pressure on both of them significantly decreased. Junior, what exceptional marksmanship! Major Shizo, upon seeing just 2 individuals holding back a large number of pirates, couldn't help but express his admiration. Bang! A lead bullet struck a pirate's head like an antelope's horn, and Lin Qi noticed his shooting skills rapidly improving in life-and-death situations. Unfortunately, my stamina is still too weak. Lin Qi, panting, landed on a rooftop, feeling as though he had run 10 laps around the Navy headquarters due to the exhaustion from using Moonstep. But the pirates, already driven mad with bloodlust, saw that Lin Qi had finally landed and surged toward him with ferocious roars. Roar! Kill that brat! Damn Navy! Lin Qi defended against the climbing pirates with his long sword. As the pillars of the house were severed by the pirates below, the structure collapsed with a loud crash, raising a cloud of dust. Lin Qi. Tina hurriedly charged toward the direction of the ruins. Despite her disdain for this frivolous man, she couldn't just stand by and watch her companion die before her eyes. I'm fine, just take care of yourself. At that moment, Lin Qi rolled out from the smoke of the ruins, his right arm bearing a deep wound, bleeding profusely. Seeing that almost half of the pirates present surged toward Lin Qi's eyes, his mouth twitched. This kid really knows how to provoke, doesn't he? Quick, everyone around, go help him. Soon a large number of Navy arrived and swiftly eliminated the pirates in the area. Boom. Just as Lin Qi finished off the pirate with a severed arm in front of him, he was drawn in by the sound of a massive explosion in the distance. Is it Teacher Zfa? Tina and Lin Qi exchanged glances, disregarding their fatigue, and rushed toward the explosion's direction. When they arrived at the scene, they beheld a shocking sight. In Blood Axe, honored a pirate with a bounty of 230 million. I'm a man destined to become the pirate king. How can I fall here, not to some old man? A 5-meter blood-soaked behemoth roared. Just as he raised his giant axe, he was punched into the ground by Zfa, his fate unknown. Boom. Just when Tina thought everything was over, a massive explosion suddenly occurred at Jonard's location, engulfing Zfa. Teacher Zfa. No one expected things to turn out like this. The explosive winds caused Tina's delicate face to sting as she anxiously stared toward the explosion. In the moment of Tina's distraction, a long sword suddenly pierced up from the ground beneath her. The speed was too fast, the angle of the ambush too cunning. Tina didn't even notice until Lin Qi pushed her away. Blood splattered everywhere. Although Lin Qi saved Tina, unfortunately his other arm was also cut. Only then did Tina realize she had narrowly escaped death. Tina is very angry. She swiftly stabbed her long sword into the ground, but it seemed to have struck nothing. Stop stabbing, the enemy has already left. Lin Qi, pale-faced, sat down on the ground. If nothing goes wrong, that must be an ability user of a devil fruit. How can you be so sure the enemy has left? Idiot, because Teacher Zfa has already arrived. At the center of the explosion, Zfa emerged from the flames, his entire body enveloped in armament Haki, even his clothes tinged with it. Seeing this, Tina's tightly knit brows finally relaxed. Thank you. Tina feels guilty. Looking at Lin Qi's bleeding arm, Tina tore off a piece of her clothing, squatted down, and made a simple bandage for him, her expression tinged with guilt. I can help you this once, but I can't help you every time, so be careful. Lin Qi said with a smile. What a grudge-holding man. Tina's cheeks flushed slightly. These words were exactly what she had said to Lin Qi not long ago, and she didn't expect to be slapped in the face so quickly. However, thanks to Lin Qi's teasing, Tina's guilt diminished significantly. Are you all okay? Zfa's tall figure blocked the flames, bringing a cool breeze. I'm fine, it's just that Lin Qi got injured while saving Tina. Tina shook her head. What about that explosion? That pirate had implanted a bomb in his own body which would explode when his heart stopped beating. You must be careful when facing such pirates in the future. They are ruthless to their enemies, and even more so to themselves, Zfa said. We understand, teacher Zfa. Tina nodded, recalling how Lin Qi had saved her just now, a thoughtful expression crossing her face. Before long, all the pirates in the village were wiped out. Major Squirrel brought over a man who was tied up and looked shifty-eyed. Teacher, thanks to you, many of the surviving villagers are safe. Squirrel threw the man down on the ground. This guy is a devil fruit user. We need to send him to the deep sea prison. If a devil fruit user is killed, their fruit will be reborn elsewhere in the world. To slow down the rebirth of devil fruits, the world government requires that any enemy encountering a devil fruit user be sent to the deep sea prison. What kind of devil fruit user is he? Upon hearing Lin Qi's inquiry, Squirrel replied, Zoan type mouse fruit field mouse form. Hearing this, Lin Qi walked over to the man with a kind expression. You were the one who ambushed us underground before, right? No. The man swallowed hard. But your eyes have already betrayed you. Lin Qi patted the man's shoulder gently. Before you are sent to prison, I will tell the others not to feed you. Hopefully you won't starve to death. The man lay on the ground in despair, his beard trembling, seemingly able to foresee his tragic. Leaving a small number of Navy to handle the aftermath, the rest boarded the return ship. The scene shifted to Lin Qi lying in the naval hospital. Tina's rough bandaging had been removed, and both of Lin Qi's arms were now wrapped in exquisite bandages by the medic. Done. Do not exert force or touch water on the wounds until they heal. Thank you, doctor. After the doctor left, Lin Qi turned over and got out of bed. Looking at his arms, which seemed to bear a white armband each, Lin Qi smiled helplessly. He didn't know what the doctor had applied inside, but it was itchy. Recalling the battle, he secretly became alert, realizing he needed to train his stamina. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to maintain the moon step for long, and he also needed to expedite his close combat techniques. In the face of those powerful pirates, he felt too weak. Listening to the thunderous snores of his hospital roommates, Lin Qi became increasingly restless and decided to take a walk. Under the cover of night, he arrived on the deck and unexpectedly found someone there. Zfa no longer exhibited the fierce aura he had when dealing with pirates. He appeared much older. A person leaned against the railing, staring blankly at the moon in the sky. In that moment, he seemed like a weak. Lin Qi deliberately made some noise, prompting Zfa to put away his sadness and look over, saying, It's you, Lin Qi. Teacher Zfa, why aren't you asleep at this late hour? I'm old sleep, less just out to enjoy the night view. After this statement, a long silence fell between the two. After a while, Zfa suddenly took out a number tag from his pocket and handed it to Lin Qi, saying, You can't sleep in the ward, right? I used to be the same way. Go to this room and rest well. Lin Qi took the number tag, opened his mouth to say something, but hesitated, and ultimately said nothing as he turned to leave. Following the number on the tag, he found the room. Just as he inserted the key, the door next to him creaked open. Tina's charming little head poked out. Seeing Lin Qi, she nodded and then withdrew. Why is this girl still awake at this late hour? Pushing open the door, he found a standard room with only a bed, a table, and a chair. Lin Qi lay on the soft bed, letting out a long sigh. He closed his eyes and began to recall every detail of the battle, pondering them carefully. Making mistakes is not terrifying, but falling in the same place twice means one has not learned their lesson. Knock, knock. Just as Lin Qi was dozing off, a sudden knock on the door interrupted him, accompanied by Tina's gentle voice, Are you asleep? If not, open the door. Tina, what is she doing here in the middle of the night? Lin Qi drowsily opened the door and saw Tina standing there with a tray full of food. Tina raised the tray and smiled. Does your arm still hurt? I saw you didn't eat dinner, so I thought you might be hungry. Gurgle. At that moment, Lin Qi's stomach audibly growled. Calculating the time, he realized he hadn't eaten for 9 hours, not to mention the fierce battle in between. Lin Qi felt no embarrassment and said, Now that you mention it, I am really hungry. Thank you. He stepped aside, allowing Tina to place the food on the table. Seeing Tina still lingering after placing the food down, Lin Qi was puzzled. Why aren't you leaving? They'll wait for you to finish eating before I leave, Tina stammered, standing by the table with her curvy figure. All right, suit yourself. The food is brought by Tina, so I can't refuse such a small request. They say beauty is appetizing, and indeed the sight of her improved his appetite. The meal was simple yet plentiful, consisting of 7 white buns and a large bowl of steaming vegetable soup. People in this world have huge appetites. Those powerful beings can often consume food weighing several hundred times their own body weight in one go. Lin Qi picked up a large white bun and began to eat. It was big, soft, and sweetly fragrant. However, because it had been heated, it was a bit cool in the center and not completely hot. Yet in his extreme hunger, anything tasted like delicacies. He was very satisfied with just a bun. Tina watched with a smile on her lips. Ugh. As he ate, Lin Qi suddenly widened his eyes and started to pound his chest. Quick, have some soup. Lin Qi was choking at that moment, oblivious to the hint of anticipation in Tina's words as he grabbed the bowl and drank it down in quick gulps. "Ha, I'm finally alive again." Lin Qi sighed in relief, but suddenly frowned uncertainly, smacked his lips, and lowered his head to take another sip. "I guess the chef who made this soup must be related to Major Mole." "Why? Is it because this soup is so delicious?" Tina smiled. "No, if the soup were that bad, they wouldn't be able to keep their job. That's definitely a connection-based opportunity." The smile on Tina's face froze. "Oh no, there's killing intent." Lin Qi suddenly stood up from his chair, searching for the source of the killing intent, ultimately locking onto Tina. "Did you make this soup?" Lin Qi asked uncertainly, and Tina nodded. "Is it your first time cooking?" Lin Qi asked again, and Tina nodded once more. Lin Qi understood and sat back down, picking up the vegetable soup and drinking it all in one go. Seeing this, Tina couldn't help but laugh, bending down to clean the dishes while softly saying, "If it's not good, just don't drink it. Look at you." Though Tina said this, the smile on her lips indicated she was in a good mood. Tina's figure was already exceptionally good, and as she leaned down to clean up, her ample bosom looked even more spectacular. Having already eaten enough, Lin Qi felt as if he was hungry again. Women are truly a lovely species, he thought, while looking at the elusive figure before him. "All right, you should rest early. I'm leaving now." Tina carried the tray and left the room with light steps. The soldiers on the lookout of the warship struggled to stay awake, while Lin Qi had already entered dreamland. The returning warship was not as hurried as when it was traveling. It was not until the next day, when daylight broke, that the group returned to the naval headquarters. Upon waking up, Lin Qi was pleasantly surprised to find that his arm no longer hurt. He unwrapped the bandage, and the originally bloody wound had healed, leaving no scar behind. "Wonderful, it seems my body has already adapted to this world." The pirate world, matched with its strong appetite, boasted a powerful recovery ability. As long as you don't have severed limbs, you can recover quickly from even the most serious injuries as long as you're well fed. Some exceptional individuals can even regrow lost teeth by drinking a bottle of milk within 5 seconds. After casually moving his arms around a bit, Lin Qi followed the crowd down the ship. The moment his feet touched the land, the system's voice rang out on time. "Congratulations, host, for completing the mission. The system mall is now open. Oh, please check it yourself." Given that the host has just awakened the mall, the system grants the host 1,000 points. "System, how do I earn points?" Lin Qi paused and squinted his eyes. "Killing evildoers can earn points. The more sin value a person has, the more points earned. For example, killing an enemy who has killed one person will earn 1 point. Killing an enemy with less than 1 sin value will not earn points." Is it a value of sin? In this world, pirates, navy revolutionaries, and bounty hunters, who hasn't killed? Teacher Zephyrtina, and even the sin value on him must be considerable. It's incredibly easy to rack up sin points. Lin Qi suddenly wondered how many sin points would be awarded for killing a celestial dragon. Arriving at the Navy canteen, Lin Qi filled his plate and opened the shop interface while eating. There were only high-precision sniper rifle. Price, 350 points. Fourfold body refinement scroll 1 week. Price, 500 points. Empty bay 4-piece set. Price, 10 points. Entry-level ability advancement book. Price, 500 points. Delicious. Price, 10 points. Natural system gas fruit. Price, 18888 points. There was also a countdown in the upper right corner: 16 hours, 24 minutes, and 17 seconds. It seems this shop refreshes every day. Calculating the time, the refresh occurs precisely at midnight. After thinking for a moment, Lin Qi purchased the fourfold body refinement scroll 1 week and the entry-level ability advancement book, totaling exactly 1,000 points. The former can increase the effect of body refinement fourfold, meaning a week's training equals a month's worth. The latter can elevate an entry-level ability to the beginner level. He immediately used it on Shave, upgrading it from entry-level to beginner. Abilities are divided into 6 levels: entry, beginner, intermediate, advanced, peak, and ultimate. "Hey Lin Qi, where were you last night? We waited in front of your dorm for the entire night and didn't see you." A few burly men from the elite camp surrounded Lin Qi while his plate of food remained unfinished. One of the crew-cut men teased, "You can't even return to your dorm, can you?" Lin Qi coldly set down his spoon and replied, "Is there something you want? We challenge you. If you lose, you must keep your distance from Miss Tina and never disturb her again," shouted a man with green hair named Mozairi, leaning on the table. The commotion attracted the attention of others in the canteen. Lin Qi sighed, thinking about what kind of muscle-headed, delusional guys these were. "So you are Tina's sycophants. What is a sycophant?" Mozairi glared at Lin Qi, sensing that it wasn't a good term. A sycophant means someone who loves someone so much they throw caution to the wind. Lin Qi explained. "So that's what a sycophant means." The others nodded vigorously, yes. "We are Miss Tina." Lin Qi pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth and said, "It seems unnecessary for you to concern yourselves with my relationship with Tina." "You bastard, what do you mean by that?" "We are Miss Tina's sycophants," Mozairi yelled. Joseph grabbed Lin Qi by the collar and angrily said, "Kid, the rules of the world dictate that only the strong deserve to have the goddess. Unless you beat us, stay away from Tina. Do you understand? The goddess Tina is off limits." They weren't foolish. The Navy forbids private fights unless both parties agree. They were just looking for a reason to beat Lin Qi up to relieve their pent-up frustration. They normally wouldn't dare to even glance at the goddess Tina, yet this kid had the audacity to kiss her in public. Let go. Lin Qi brushed off the hand gripping his collar and coldly stated time and place. Regardless of the reason, the opponent was practically on his neck. If he remained unresponsive, he would leave a weak and easily bullied image within the Navy. Using this opportunity to establish his authority in the elite camp was also a good choice. Alright, you said it. Whoever doesn't show up is a coward. Mozairi was overjoyed. See you at training camp now. 9.5 an hour. He planned to gather more spectators in that half hour, hoping to get the news to Tina's ears. Perhaps her favor for him would skyrocket. Half an hour later, Lin Qi arrived at training camp no. 9, frowning at the throngs of people inside and outside. What were they planning? Quickly let him through. The main character has arrived. Someone spotted Lin Qi and made way for him. Lin Qi silently walked towards the center. Not bad, Lin Qi. I didn't expect you to accept. You have guts, a real man. Don't overestimate yourself. Don't forget your score in the last assessment. You won't be able to use your moonwalk in this scenario. Just wait to be beaten. The noisy voices continued, and clearly no one thought Lin Qi would win. They all looked forward to the show. The main characters gathered in the center of the arena. One side was Lin Qi, who had dual pistols at his waist, while the other side consisted of 4 men armed with navy swords. You didn't run. Oh, I'll give you credit for that. Joseph said lightly. Quickly choose one of us 4 as your opponent. 1. You are overestimating yourselves. Lin Qi beckoned to the 4. Don't waste time. The 4 of you can come at me together. Lin Qi's words instantly infuriated them. You're asking for it, Lin Qi. Don't forget you can't use your moonwalk in training camp no. 9. Training camp no. 9 is an indoor training facility with a roof indicating that they had put in effort choosing this location. One of them looked like he wanted to rush up and beat Lin Qi, but Joseph stopped him with a sneer. All right, since you want to die. Joseph exchanged glances with Mozairi, who also shouted to everyone around. Everyone heard it. This isn't us bullying him. He asked for it himself. If it were unknown, they might accidentally lose. If all 4 teamed up and still couldn't defeat Lin Qi, they might as well go dig in the dirt. We got it. Let's get started. The crowd urged. TCH. 4 against 1, that's really shameless. But Lin Qi brought this upon himself. At this moment, most of the people in training camp no. 9 were drawn to the spectacle, and no one noticed 2 rare guests appearing at the entrance. One of the figures looked rather lewd, almost surpassing Kazuru, but his demeanor suggested he was a very gent. The other figure was a beautiful female Navy officer with fair skin and long legs. Her long hair was casually draped behind her, revealing a smooth forehead. The light purple eyeshadow made the woman look slightly seductive. Her shirt was widely split at the chest, revealing a hint of her snowy white skin, leading one to wonder if it would burst open at any moment. What attracted the most attention were her long, slender legs. The fitted military uniform only added to her. Ji Yuan, it seems there's some excitement over there. Shall we go take a look? Cha Tun followed closely in the footsteps of Tao Tu, speaking in a pleasing manner. Tao Tu sighed helplessly. Cha Tun, are you free today? Cha Tun grinned, revealing a row of uneven teeth. Nothing is more important than Ji Yuan. Let's go take a look then. Tao Tu felt quite helpless towards her fervent pursuer. She had already made her feelings clear numerous times, yet Cha Tun remained as enthusiastic as ever, and she had rejected him 42 times. Sometimes she was so angry that she wanted to punch him, but during their sparring, Cha Tun would intentionally let her win, making it difficult for her to go all out. If it weren't for his decent character and their relationship as fellow majors, Tao Tu would have considered asking Sister He for help. Through the conversations of the crowd, Cha Tun quickly understood what was happening here. It turns out a few kids are fighting. There's nothing worth watching. Ji Yuan, how about we go to the back street? I heard a nice dessert shop just opened there. No, I actually want to see how the Navy in this elite camp is doing, Tao Tu said lightly. All right, I'll clear the way for you. Cha Tun straightened his back, putting away his playful smile, and cleared his throat emphatically. Ahem. Cha Tun's voice was quite loud, drawing many curious glances. Who coughed so loudly? Is it a case of lead poisoning? Cha Tun's face darkened. Cha Tun Major. And Tao Tu Major. The previously noisy scene fell silent in an instant. The brave young man from earlier silently lowered his head. The crowd naturally parted, creating a path. This was the benefit of reputation. All right, Ji Yuan. When Cha Tun looked at Tao Tu, a flattering smile returned to his face. The Navy had long been accustomed to this, given Cha Tun Major's notorious reputation as a sycophant. In the center of the arena, 4 Navy members drew their swords in unison, exchanging glances and simultaneously attacking Lin Qi. Bang! The gunshots rang out. A bullet flew straight towards Mausolei. Just a minor technique, based on the trajectory the target is. The thigh. Mausolei revealed a smug smile and precisely deflected the bullet with a sound of ding. How is there another bullet? However, the next moment Mausolei was horrified to discover another bullet following the one he had deflected. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, he could not retract his sword in time to block the other bullet, which accurately struck his nose. Ding-dang, the long sword fell to the ground as Mausolai clutched his reddened nose, hopping in pain. It turned out Lin Qi had drawn two guns and shot at the same time. The two gunshots almost merged into one, so it sounded like a single shot. What a cunning little brat, his shooting skills are quite impressive, Tao Tu joked with a smile. Seeing Tao Tu smile, Cha Tun also developed a bit more fondness for Lin Qi. The others were even more shocked when they saw Mausolai defeated. Is this for real? Was he down right from the start? Is Lin Qi really that strong? I have a bad feeling, but seems Mausolai and the others are in for it. In the center of the arena, Mausolai with red eyes unwillingly walked to the side. If that bullet had been real, he would have been dead by now. After firing, Lin Qi deftly tossed away the gun. There was no choice in this world. Guns needed to be reloaded after firing a shot. Now that the enemy was right before him, there was no time to reload. Fall down. Zinniich. 3 navy swords came down from different directions, and Lin Qi's eyes narrowed. Shaved. His figure vanished as if teleported, leaving only traces behind. The 3 attackers were startled. What incredible speed. Shave. Lin Qi appeared like a ghost beside the crew-cut man, delivering a heavy punch to his side. If he were a beginner at shave, he wouldn't be able to use it consecutively, but Lin Qi had upgraded his shave using items from the shop. Ugh, the crew-cut man was sent flying, rolling on the ground a couple of times. As he propped himself up, he sputtered and seemed to be on the verge of vomiting bile. Shave. Tao Tu looked at Cha Tun as if asking. If I remember correctly, the teaching of the Navy's 6 forms begins in the 2nd week after joining the elite camp, right? Today. Cha Tun picked up Tao Tu's words. According to the selection time for the elite camp each year, this is their 9th day of joining. Only 1 day. Cha Tun was also surprised it took him half a week to learn shave. Does this kid have even greater talent than him? Tao Tu smiled. It seems Teacher ZFA has found us a good little junior. Never underestimate the influence of a retired admiral, especially one who has been a teacher for 16 years. Currently, nearly 60% of the Navy's top brass were trained by ZFA. Impressive, he's already taken down half. Lin Qi is fierce. It seems I shouldn't provoke him in the future. I don't want to be beaten into a pig's head. Lin Qi's consecutive victories over 2 opponents caused a stir in the crowd. Yosef looked in horror at the knocked-down companion, his eyes filled with fear as he gazed at Lin Qi. Hey, you just used shave, right? It must be true. Lin Qi nodded indifferently. Damn, we haven't even learned moonwalk yet, and you've already mastered shave? Yosef was utterly terrified. What kind of monster is this? They had intended to find trouble with such a freak. It seemed they had purposely chosen an environment where moonwalk couldn't be used. In Lin Qi's eyes, they must look like clowns. Yosef exchanged glances with the remaining companion, as if to say, are we still fighting? Fight. Screw that. The 2 threw their navy swords aside and shouted, we concede. Lin Qi smiled as he looked at the discarded navy swords. Did I agree to your surrender? But we already conceded. Is that not enough? Yosef was on the verge of tears, feeling that today was destined to be a beating. Of course not. You 2 are the ones who need to fight, and you are the ones who need to concede. It's not that easy. As Lin Qi's hand moved closer, Yosef and the other person fearfully shut their eyes. The imagined beating did not come. Instead, Lin Qi patted them lightly on the head. Your life is your own. Next time, don't act impulsively, and don't let others provoke you into being the one to stand out. That's a very dangerous behavior, especially on the battlefield. I'm sorry, brother Lin Qi. The 2 were filled with tears, deeply moved, and completely won over by his. They were truly emotional, their tears flowing like a fountain, making Lin Qi once again marvel at the wonders of the human body in this world. After witnessing this battle, everyone was left with just one thought: this child is terrifying. He defeated 2 opponents with overwhelming strength, and then subdued another 2, making everyone see not only his martial prowess, but also his broader vision. After a brief silence, the crowd erupted into an unparalleled cheer to celebrate Lin Qi's victory. Tao Tu and Cha Tun had already left, though no one knew when. The victorious Lin Qi did not leave. Instead, he activated a quadruple body refinement scroll for 1 week to begin honing and training his body. The morning was spent training his body. He had lunch at noon, attended elite camp classes in the afternoon, and participated in special training with Teacher ZFA in the evening. It is worth mentioning that after the recent incident of eliminating Pirate Smoker, had become less rebellious and more diligent. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. In front of the naval dormitory, a voluptuous beauty approached. Lin Qi, big brother Tina, is here to see you. Ever since you defeated the 4 who came to provoke you, the attitude of those around you has changed. You can tell from how your roommates refer to you. Tina, having heard about yesterday's events early in the morning, came to apologize. I'm sorry, I already warned them not to trouble you again. It's not your fault they came, it's not your business. Lin Qi, just out of the shower with wet hair, casually wiped his head with a towel, looking even more handsome than usual, which made Tina's eyes shine. Besides, if anyone should apologize, it should be me to you. After all, I did something so excessive to you. Meeting Lin Qi's gaze and recalling that day's events, Tina felt her lips tingle and shyly turned her head away. Let's not mention that anymore. I didn't take it to heart. Did you not take it to heart? Lin Qi raised an eyebrow. That's not what I meant. Tina's face turned beet red, clearly feeling out of her depth regarding matters. After organizing her thoughts for a while, Tina earnestly said, you saved Tina's life. Oh, please don't say such distant things. Seeing the poised naval officer in front of him looking so flustered was utterly adorable. Lin Qi decided not to tease her anymore, as it could go too far. Haha, I'm not teasing you anymore. Oh, I understand what you mean. You're so annoying. Tina shot Lin Qi a hate-pouty, half-playful glare. Since you're not angry, can Tina ask you a question? Go ahead. What does licking dog mean? Tina's lips parted slightly. Today, someone from our elite camp told me they would no longer be my licking dog. There was something else Tina didn't say. Miss Tina was the woman that big brother Lin Qi had his eyes on. Lin Qi immediately guessed it was those guys from Joseph's crew. Suppressing a laugh, he asked, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? What's the truth and what's the lie? The truth is. Explaining the meaning of licking dog earned him a big roll of Tina's eyes, which was quite endearing. You're so bad. Oh, I thought it was a good word. Huh. Lin Qi laughed heartily. The roommates outside the dormitory listened to the laughter, feeling envious. Big brother Lin Qi was not only powerful, but also skilled in wooing girls. After having breakfast with Tina, Lin Qi encountered an unexpected person while returning to the dormitory to grab his things. It was Admiral Sengoku. Sengoku the Buddha, a good friend of Carp, who upheld the justice of ruling the world, was also the one who personally devised the plan that led to the demise of the Whitebeard pirates. Admiral Sengoku. Lin Qi hurriedly saluted. When greeted by the unfamiliar naval officer, Sengoku merely smiled. Everyone knew that although Sengoku was not yet an admiral, the current Admiral Kong had already designated him as his successor. Furthermore, Kong had entrusted all naval affairs to Sengoku, spending his days basking in the sun. Once the orders were given and Kong left, Sengoku would become the real admiral. At first, Sengoku would shyly insist he was not yet an admiral, but after being called that multiple times, he grew lazy about correcting them. You are Lin Qi. The more Sengoku looked at the navy in front of him, the more familiar he felt, suddenly recalling. On the night Lin Qi followed ZFA to eliminate pirates, the profiles of Lin Qi, Tina, and Smoker had already been placed on Sengoku's desk. The next day, while chatting over tea with his old friend ZFA, he had discussed this navy, recalling that ZFA had given him a very high evaluation. Thus, Sengoku remembered Lin Qi. This little guy looks much more handsome than in the photo. Sir Sengoku, you know me. Lin Qi appeared quite surprised. Of course I know you. You are a genius of our navy, and you must work hard to protect the country and its people. This little guy looks much more handsome than in the photo. Sir Sengoku, you know me. Lin Qi appeared quite surprised. Of course I know you. You are a genius of our navy, and you must work hard to, such as hawks, doves, neutrals, and fence sitters. If I remember correctly, you worked on a farm before joining the navy, right? You must have sheared sheep, right? Yes, Admiral. Lin Qi did not understand why Sengoku suddenly brought this up. If possible, I would like to ask you to help shear my pet sheep, but its wool is too long. Just to clarify that sheep is involved in confidential matters, so it's best to let someone trustworthy do the sheep. Involving confidential matters means that every time you finish reading a document, you feed it to the goat, right? That goat must be quite full of knowledge in a literal sense. Lin Qi thought to himself, but respectfully replied, it is an honor that the Admiral trusts me. Ooh, I am willing to help. Sengoku looked at Lin Qi with satisfaction. This child truly had a sense of justice, remaining humble and steady, a good seedling. At that moment, the system's voice suddenly rang out. A new life choice has been opened. Choose Task 1, Normal Sheep Shearing. Reward, 500 points. Choose Task 2, Give the sheep a cool and flashy style. Reward, Swordsmanship Experience Book. Choose Task 3, Give the sheep a Mediterranean cut. Reward, Partner Tomcat. Lin Qi was completely dumbfounded upon seeing the tasks and rewards. This system can even create living beings. Seeing Lin Qi staring in shock without saying a word, Sengoku thought he was having second thoughts. This was normal. After all, young people often have high aspirations, and sheep shearing is considered a menial task. If you don't want it, it's fine. I can ask someone else for help. Seeing the opportunity slipping away, Lin Qi excitedly grabbed Sengoku's hand. No, Admiral, since this involves confidentiality, let me take on this sacred task. Sengoku, why is this kid suddenly so excited? Sengoku led Lin Qi to the Admiral's office, pointing at the goat beside the desk. This is the goat. The tools are in the box. Please do not touch the documents on the desk. I will step out for a moment. I promise to complete the task, Marshal Zhanghua. Watching the figure of Zhanghua fade away, Lin Qi stretched his arms and took out the sheep shear and razor from the box, slowly approaching the goat. The goat seemed to sense something amiss and began to move restlessly back and forth. Buzzing, Lin Qi pushed the razor aside and tightly embraced the goat. With a tearing sound, a groove was shaved into the hair on the goat's head down to the skin. The goat felt a chill on its head, bleeding continuously and struggling violently. Be quiet, it will be done soon, and I promise you will attract a swarm of little female goats. As he spoke, Lin Qi's movements quickened. The shaved area was completely bare. One could say it was as bald as a Mediterranean. Animals in this world were highly intelligent, not only able to understand speech, but some could even talk. The goat turned around and gave Lin Qi a look that said, "I don't believe you," and began to bleat even louder. "Huh. Zhangwei, you old rascal, you wouldn't be doing anything unspeakable to your goat, would you?" It sounds. The door burst open and Carp, with a disregard for kinship, walked in, stuffing a bag of sunbae into his mouth. Meanwhile, Lin Qi finished his last cut. The goat, wrapped in fluffy hair, looked like a balding middle-aged man, which was quite comical. With tears in its eyes, the goat looked at Carp. "Puff, ha ha ha, this is too funny for an old man." Carp couldn't hold it back, leaning against the door, laughing heartily, sunbae falling to the ground, tears streaming from his eyes. Lin Qi awkwardly smiled and explained, "It was Marshal Zhanghua who asked me to help him shear the sheep." "Ha ha, this hairstyle, you're quite talented, kid." Whenever Carp saw the hairstyle of his old friend's pet, he couldn't help but laugh, causing him stomach pain. "Carp, you came at the right time. Help me check for any flaws, and I'll make some adjustments." "All right, let me guide you." Carp eagerly walked over like an old child. At first, Carp directed Lin Qi on the cuts, but later, feeling unsatisfied, he snatched the tools and took over himself. Lin Qi couldn't help but marvel. Carp's personality was really similar to Luffy's, truly deserving of being family. It was a miracle that such a comedic family could produce a dragon. In the end, with their collaboration, a unique sheep was born. "Ha, perfect. I really want to see the look on Zhangguo's face when he sees the goat." Just then, Zhangguo returned after finishing his. As he opened the door, Zhangguo's first reaction was, "What kind of bizarre creature is that on the ground?" His second reaction was, "Where is my goat?" His third reaction was, "That's my goat." Zhangguo's gaze slowly shifted to the scissors in Carp's hand, veins bulging on his forehead, and he gritted his teeth, uttering each word clearly, "Carp." The donut in his hand slipped and hit Carp. Carp laughed heartily. "Oh, Zhanghua is really angry this time. We'd better run." He pulled Lin Qi and jumped out of the window, not forgetting to sneak away with a few donuts to stuff into his mouth. Just as they turned a corner, Carp stopped and patted Lin Qi's head, saying, "Don't be afraid. Zhangguo's anger will only last half an hour at most." For Carp, who often stole Zhangguo's snacks, knew Zhangguo's temperament all too well. "I'm not afraid after all, Senior Carp. You are the real culprit. I'm just an accomplice at most." Carp's eyes widened. "My responsibility is my responsibility. Do you want to come aboard my ship?" "No, Senior Carp. I still need to lay a foundation in the elite camp." Lin Qi thought to himself, "With your personality, being with you would probably scare away all the pirates with a single punch, leaving me no chance to earn points. TCH. It's just the Navy's 6 styles. I can teach you just the same." Saying this, Carp didn't persist further upon seeing Lin Qi refuse. After Carp left, Lin Qi hid in a deserted corner and murmured, "Extract reward." At this moment in the world of Tom and Jerry, Tom Cat, carrying a small bag of luggage with a stick, walked down the street dejectedly. He was always unable to catch the mouse, and his owner bought a robotic cat to replace him, kicking Tom out. Just as Tom was at a loss, a system voice echoed in his mind. "Would you like to go to another world?" 1. "Yes." 2. "Very yes." Tom's fur suddenly bristled, and with a whoosh he jumped 5 meters high, falling to the ground in a puddle of liquid cat before slowly transforming back into cat form. What was that sound? Did he hear it wrong? As a trade, you can make your request. A piece of parchment appeared out of thin air in Tom's hand. Tom's eyes nearly popped out, then quickly retracted like a spring. It wasn't an illusion. Seeming to have thought of something, Tom fell into silence. After a long while, a line of text slowly appeared on the parchment. "Please give Tom a master who will not abandon Tom." In Tom's heart, only a cat with an owner is a house cat. A cat without an owner is merely a stray. Tom wanted to be a house cat, not a stray. The parchment turned to ashes and dissipated in the air, and a black hole suddenly appeared, sucking Tom Cat in. Meanwhile, Lin Qi looked at the British short hair that appeared before him, lost in thought. The blue and white color was exactly like the Tom Cat he had seen as a child. "Are you Tom?" Lin Qi asked. He wasn't worried about Tom not understanding him. After all, this was a cat with extensive experience. Having worked as a sailor in America, a royal guard in England, a samurai in Japan, traveled to space, landed on the moon, and even assisted scientists. Police, prison guards, swordsmen. Tom learned countless skills in his rich life experiences, mastering 16 languages. Upon seeing Lin Qi's clothes, Tom immediately saluted and nodded rapidly. Impressive it really is that. Lin Qi was overjoyed. He squatted down just as he was about to take a closer look. A stool was handed over from the side. He subconsciously took it. "Thank you." However, the next moment Lin Qi reacted and looked at Tom. "Where did you get that stool?" Tom scratched his head and pulled out another stool from the fur on his tail. Lin Qi's throat rolled. These 2 stools were both larger than Tom. How did he hide them in his fur? Oh, that's right, in the cartoons Tom often pulls out things as if they appeared out of nowhere. You can hide things in your fur. Tomcat nodded. How many things can you hide? Tomcat thought for a moment, seeming unsure of how many things he had hidden, and began to pull them out one by one. Shovels, firecrackers, canned food, hammers, small fish, snacks, telescopes. Countless items were pulled out by Tom, piling up into a 2-meter-high small mountain. That's enough, put it away. Upon hearing Lin Qi's words, Tom began to stuff everything back one by one. Lin Qi stroked Tom's head, and Tom squinted his eyes in enjoyment, nuzzling his head into Lin Qi's palm. For now, Tom was quite satisfied with his new master. His old master wouldn't have done such a thing. This time Tom was as quick as lightning, and with a stick he somehow found, he wrote on the ground in a crooked line, "Go." Before it was fine, but now with Tom, Lin Qi felt he could no longer live with his roommates to avoid exposing anything. Lin Qi took Tom and rented a 2-story house in the naval family area for 60,000 berries a month. It had 5 rooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms, 2 kitchens, and 1 dining room. The military dormitories are free, and the family housing ranges from free to paid. Since he decided to rent, it would be better to get something decent to avoid moving again later. You stay here and be good. I'll go buy you some cat food and a cat bed, Lin Qi said, while stroking Tom's fur. Suddenly Tom hugged Lin Qi's thigh, puffed out his chest, and flexed his biceps. What's wrong? Do you want to protect me? Tom nodded quickly, leaving a blur as he moved. Then let's go together. Lin Qi gently pulled Tom by the scruff of his neck and placed him on his shoulder. As soon as they exited the family building, they were in a commercial street opened by the families, making shopping very easy. After buying daily necessities, Lin Qi carried several bags home, with Tom helping to carry one. Walking down the street, he suddenly heard 2 familiar voices that seemed to echo from somewhere. Following the sound, he saw a tall beauty and a lewd-looking uncle in front of a cat cafe. Just gazing at the woman's curvaceous silhouette made it easy to imagine her beauty. When did I hear their voice? With the uncle revealing a half-lewd face that was second only to Kazuru, it was not hard to guess that he was the infamous Rear Admiral T. Pig. The identity of the woman beside him was self-evident: Rear Admiral Peach Rabbit. Ji Yuan, do you like cats? How about I buy all of these for you? No need. Peach Rabbit walked away from the cat store with a hint of helplessness, feeling like she was being watched. Her eyes like lightning locked onto Lin Qi. Lin Qi quickly averted his gaze. Being caught peeking was quite embarrassing, but more than that, he was captivated. What a beautiful woman. He nearly became entranced, unable to look away from her alluring figure. So beautiful. Ah, no, so voluptuous. No, so youthful. Why are there so many charming, mature women in the Navy? First there was Tina. Although she was only 18, her well-developed figure exuded a mature aura at all. In contrast, while Tina was still transitioning from youth to maturity, Peach Rabbit seemed like a fully ripe peach, as if squeezing it would release juice. Speaking of which, looking at the 3 factions of the Navy, Pirates and Revolutionary Army, the Navy has many mature women, while the Pirates have many lowless. The Revolutionary Army is different. They have a lot of gender benders. A new life choice has been opened. Task Option 1, gain Peach Rabbit's favor. Reward 1 million berries. Task Option 2, get Peach Rabbit to button up, don't let the rabbit out. Reward Peach Rabbit's swordsmanship at age 20. Task Option 3, charge at Peach Rabbit. Reward Conqueror's Haki. Gulula system: if you want me dead, just say so. Do you think my little body can withstand a kick from Peach Rabbit? She's a Rear Admiral. I just graduated from the elite camp and don't even have a rank. You want me to overstep? Lin Qi was certain that if he treated Peach Rabbit like he did Tina back, then it would be a miracle if he weren't beaten to death. He was starting to suspect if this system had some ulterior motives. Otherwise, why does it prompt him to charge at beautiful women? Although the rewards are enticing this. He was afraid that the system would issue a task to charge at the 4 Emperor's Big Mom. Unfortunately, the system was unresponsive to Lin Qi's complaints. After much thought, Lin Qi decided to abandon this task. Not to mention whether he could even reach her skill level, he didn't want to die young. The golden jabira at her waist was not something to be trifled with. Anyway, this task won't disappear. He could revisit it later. Were you just peeking at me? Peach Rabbit appeared in front of Lin Qi, startling him. So fast. Sorry. Lin Qi clasped his fist. Rear Admiral, you are too beautiful. It's only natural for someone to admire such beauty, and I couldn't help myself. What a charming excuse. I didn't expect you to be such a smooth talker. Peach Rabbit leaned down, looking at Lin Qi with a half smile. Lin Qi disliked being looked down upon, but what could he do? Peach Rabbit was towering at a height of 2. His height was only 1.99 meters, struggling at the 2-meter mark like red-haired Shanks. Standing facing her, Lin Qi barely reached her chest and could even smell her scent. From his angle, it was quite a spectacle. In a world where the average height was 2.3 meters and the 3 admirals were generally 3 meters tall, even someone over 3 meters was common. A Luffy's height was undeniably a serious disadvantage. Regarding Peach Rabbit's words, Lin Qi didn't know how to respond, but he saw Peach Rabbit take the initiative and say, let me borrow your cat to play, how about we call it even? Tom was dumbfounded. He was enjoying the show when it suddenly turned to him. Lin Qi chuckled helplessly. Rear Admiral, if you want to play with a cat, just say so. Then I take that as your agreement. Peach Rabbit lifted Tom from Lin Qi's shoulder, took a deep breath, and looked sad. True cat addiction. As a seasoned cat lover, seeing Tom a cat he had never seen before with such a good quality, he couldn't resist. Lin Qi noticed from the corner of his eye that Tom was giving him a quirky look. What does this cat want to do? Ha, such a well-behaved little cat. How about you sell him to me for 500,000 berries? Peach Rabbit had enough of petting the cat, holding it in her hands while stroking its soft fur. Sorry, Rear Admiral, Tom is my family. Ooh, I can't sell him. All right then. Peach Rabbit didn't seem too disappointed. Since you are at the Navy headquarters, can I come to find you whenever I want to play with Tom? The pursuing T-Pig's eyes lit up with envy. This isn't just a cat, it's a treasure. Of course, Peach Rabbit gave Lin Qi a knowing look. Don't keep calling me Rear Admiral. You are also Zephyr's disciple, right? You can call me Sister or Ji Yuan. Okay, Sister Ji Yuan. My name is Lin Qi. Lin Qi smiled. Next to them, T-Pig's eyes were not just green, it seemed his head was turning green as well. Tao Tu has always been resistant to being called by her real name by Cha Tun. In her words, since they are colleagues, they should refer to each other by their code names. Now, however, she took the initiative to inform Lin Qi of her name, which made Cha Tun feel a twinge of jealousy. For this junior, Cha Tun harbored no ill will, but could not help feeling envious. Oh, look, this cat actually smokes. Tao Tu exclaimed in surprise at the little cat in her arms. Tom had somehow appeared with a burning cigar in his mouth. Tom took a deep breath, and then exhaled smoke from his mouth, forming a line of text in the air. Hello, beautiful Mitt. Wow, you're amazing, kitty. Is your name Tom? Would you like to stay at my sister's house for a few days? There are fun things. Tao Tu was overjoyed, rubbing against Tom. Tom, with a proud expression, extended his paw to push against her face. To help his owner flirt, Tom was even using his skills as a guard cat. When he was a cowboy in Mexico, he used this trick to charm countless little female cats. Cha Tun widened her eyes, wondering if this cat had actually become sentient. This trick was so cool he wanted to learn it. Upon seeing Tom, Tao Tu felt her annoyance at Cha Tun dissipate in an instant. As if performing magic, Tom brought out all sorts of items in quick succession and soon mixed up a drink that emitted a fruity aroma, handing it to Tao Tu. Giggling, is this for me? Thank you. Tao Tu took the cup and drank it down without a second thought, for who would suspect a little cat in the Navy headquarters? What ill intentions could a cat possibly have? It's delicious. Tao Tu licked the last drop of liquid stuck to the corner of her mouth with her tiny, fragrant tongue. Wait, what? What did you just make me drink? Tao Tu burped, her exposed skin turning visibly red at an alarming rate, and she felt the world spinning around her, her steps becoming unsteady. Taking advantage of the moment, Tom jumped out of Tao Tu's arms, stuffed a bottle of alcohol into her hands, and sprayed something unknown onto Lin Qi. Are you okay, Sister Ji Yuan? Lin Qi supported Tao Tu while Cha Tun tried to help, but was glared at in return. This thing, is it really alcohol? Holding the bottle, Tao Tu's gaze gradually became dazed, as if she could draw strings from it. Sister Tao Tu, where do you live? How about I help you back to rest? Lin Qi lamented, as due to his height, he ended up receiving a face full of snowballs. It was fragrant and soft, but this was in the middle of the street. He had tried his best to think of unpleasant things, otherwise being discovered would mean losing face. Tom, oh Tom, what on earth did you make Tao Tu drink? Why do I feel like her eyes are looking at me as if she wants to eat me? Tom seemed to sense his owner's thoughts and extended 5 fingers as if to show off. 5 little dried fish, at least 5. Tom had invented various potions, and the one he just used was one of them. What a pleasant scent. Tao Tu leaned on Lin Qi, inhaling the fragrant aroma wafting from him, becoming more intoxicated as she burrowed deeper into his embrace. I'm not going home, take me to your place. As soon as the words left her mouth, Tao Tu wished she could slap herself. It seemed she was truly drunk and didn't know what she was saying. Huh? Sister Tao Tu, what did you say? Lin Qi was astonished. I meant to say take me to sit at a cafe, just for a moment. Cha Tun, don't touch me, let Lin Qi support me. Lin Qi helped the swaying Tao Tu into the cafe and sat her down. Cha Tun silently followed, sitting across from them. Tao Tu's condition seemed to worsen as she clung tightly to Lin Qi, wanting to melt into his body. Damn it, I can't take it anymore. Feeling a voluptuous body against him, Lin Qi quietly grabbed a cushion and placed it on his lap. Looking at Cha Tun across from him, Lin Qi felt increasingly awkward, as if he was facing the bull-headed Cha Tun directly. Tao Tu's watery eyes also caught sight of Cha Tun, and memories of the past surged in her heart, making her feel extremely wronged. Cha Tun's obsessive pursuit of her had reached the point of affecting her daily life. Because of Cha Tun's advances, she had no male friends, and her female friends had significantly decreased. She could not escape the other's entanglement no matter where she went. Cha Tun might not have any ill intentions, but Tao Tu had had enough of this life. This drunkenness had solidified her resolve. She would use any means necessary to rid herself of Cha Tun, even if it meant troubling Sister He. Wait, perhaps there's an even better method than Sister He. Tao lowered her head and saw Lin Qi, whom she was hugging, her eyes sparkling with peach blossoms, and her face seemed to redden even more. Since their first meeting, she had thought this junior brother was so handsome. Perhaps Lin Qi brother Tao spoke sweetly, her fragrant scent making Lin Qi's mouth dry. Sister Ji Yuan, is there something you need? Lin Qi looked up at this extraordinarily beautiful woman. Suddenly Tao cupped Lin Qi's face and leaned down to kiss him, her soft, sweet lips making contact. Ugh! Lin Qi's pupils jolted. This was quite outrageous. He never thought he would experience being forcefully kissed. Is this what the heavens call karma? Please let such karma happen more often. Under the influence of the drug, things gradually took a strange turn. Seeing this scene, Cha Tun could no longer restrain himself and angrily left, waving his sleeve. The moment he stepped out of the tea house, he felt as if something in his chest had shattered and a tear rolled down from it. Ji Yuan, oh Ji Yuan, how could it come to this? From the very first day he joined the Navy, he fell deeply in love with Ji Yuan at first sight among the crowd. His efforts, his struggles, everything was for Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan was everything in his life. He would even give his life for her. Cha Tun knew Ji Yuan did not like him, but he had never been discouraged even after being rejected time and again. Because Cha Tun believed that one day he would surely move Ji Yuan's heart. But today his heart was shattered. It seemed he had lost the goal worth living and fighting for. At this moment, an unparalleled presence of Conqueror's Haki erupted in the cafe, spreading across half of Marineford. The walls of the entire Navy base trembled. Conqueror's Haki is the only ability that cannot be honed through training, but only grows stronger with the increase of one's spirit. If the spirit is strong enough, even a newly awakened Conqueror's Haki can move mountains and fill seas. Centered around Lin Qi, people within the vicinity fell over, as if they were cut down like wheat. Tao, already dazed from the potion, fainted from the overwhelming wave. On the street, people who had just been shopping were knocked out by the Conqueror's Haki, rolling their eyes and collapsing. In the Navy conference room, Sengoku stood up, supporting the trembling table, and with a snap, crushed his glasses, revealing his inner turmoil. This is enough to influence the Conqueror's Haki in reality. Has that bastard Roger resurrected? Or has Whitebeard come for us? Ha 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 ha, it has been many years since I encountered such an outstanding Conqueror's Haki. Kapu laughed heartily with his legs crossed. Vice Admiral Crane glanced at the two and said impatiently, aren't you going to see what happened? Above the Red Earth continent, at the Holy Land, Mariawa. In the city of Pangu, atop the void throne, sat a woman, dressed in light gauze, her figure graceful. Lowered her sun-kissed leg, her three eyes narrowing slightly as she intentionally or unintentionally gazed toward the direction of Marineford. Her lips parted, murmuring the qualifications of a king. What I desire is everything. Since the incident occurred at the naval base, within moments, two generals arrived on the scene. Wow, what a terrifying young man. What I desire is everything. Since the incident occurred at the naval base, within moments, two generals arrived on the scene. Wow, what a terrifying young man. Is this little brat the one emitting the Conqueror's Haki? About half an hour later, those who had fainted gradually regained consciousness, while Lin Qi was invited to the highest naval conference room. Besides him, there were three other generals: Kapu, Sengoku, Vice Admiral Crane, and Zephyr. The invited Peach Rabbit felt a little anxious seeing the situation. Why was she called to such a meeting? Weak, pitiful, and helpless. Cough. Shiwan, please explain to everyone how this brat awakened his Conqueror's Haki. Vice Admiral Crane, being of an advanced age, also found this matter utterly absurd. Okay, Sister Crane. Peach Rabbit stood up, her charming face flushed, succinctly stating, I drunkenly kissed Lin Qi. And then he awakened the Conqueror's Haki. After finishing her sentence, Peach Rabbit felt so embarrassed that she wished to find a crevice to hide in. Only a group of people stared at her with strange expressions. A kiss that awakened the Conqueror's Haki truly could be called a supernatural event. Why didn't they have this treatment? The Conqueror's Haki belonged to a naturally born kingly qualification, with only 1 in 100,000 possessing it. Currently, none of the three generals possessed the Conqueror's Haki, demonstrating its rarity. Ha 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 ha, little Shiwan, a kiss that awakened the Conqueror's Haki. You're going to be famous. Only Kapu still had the presence of mind to joke at this moment. However, within 3 seconds, he received a punch from Crane on the back of his head. Be serious. Crane observed her younger sister with a sidelong glance and could see that Peach Rabbit wanted to flee. Sengoku hammered the table twice to draw everyone's attention, stating earnestly, as you all know, the Conqueror's Haki can only awaken at life and death moments or after experiencing significant stimulation. So does this mean that Shiwan's kiss caused Lin Qi to experience intense mental stimulation, thereby awakening his Conqueror's Haki? Everyone still found it hard to believe. What kind of stimulation could compare to a life and death moment? But it was the only explanation. One could only say little Shiwan is impressive. Shiwan, you have caused Lin Qi severe mental stimulation. Remember to comfort him more in the future. Zephyr suddenly interjected. Crane frowned but then relaxed. The girl Shiwan obviously had feelings for Lin Qi, so let it be. After this incident, Lin Qi should be listed as a key training target and was indeed worthy of Peach Rabbit. Sengoku turned to Lin Qi, the protagonist of this incident, and asked Lin Qi, is what Shiwan said true? Pretty much. Lin Qi rubbed his nose, realizing the impact of this incident was quite significant. Sengoku's gaze swept across everyone's faces, stating Lin Qi's conqueror's haki is unparalleled. I suggest we inject resources for strong training. Does anyone have any objections? Since entering the world of pirates, the pirates had become increasingly rampant. It was time to cultivate a general adept in conqueror's haki to intimidate the pirates. Agreed. I have no objections. Whatever. The opinions were quickly gathered and Sengoku made a decisive statement. Alright, Lin Qi will exit the elite camp from now on and be taught solely by Zephyr and Kapu. These two are the most skilled at teaching in the Navy. The former has trained the 3 generals while the latter has trained Dragon. Understood, Admiral Sengoku. Lin Qi replied. Until he returned home, Lin Qi still felt as if today was a dream. Moreover, Lin Qi sternly warned Tom not to drug his own people without his permission in the future. Fortunately, nothing serious happened today, otherwise it would have been a disaster. As time rushed by like a fleeting horse. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Many things happened during this half year. Firstly, Peach Rabbit seemed to genuinely believe that day was her fault, as if she held guilt toward Lin Qi. Basically, every couple of days Peach Rabbit would come to see Lin Qi, once helping clean up and cook. There were even days when she visited multiple times, as it seemed Peach Rabbit enjoyed staying with Lin Qi. She claimed she was there to see Tom, unrelated to Lin Qi. Lin Qi did not point this out, happily eating the meals made by Peach Rabbit. Neither of them brought up that day's incident, tacitly avoiding it. With frequent intimate interactions, the relationship between the two rapidly escalated. This led Lin Qi to often feel that Peach Rabbit looked at him in a strange way. Compared to how women look at men, he felt it was more like an older sister looking at a younger brother, yet there was something else mixed in. It was quite strange. Tina visited even more frequently, as Peach Rabbit, being a major, was usually busy. Tina was adept at cleaning, cooking, and doing laundry, making it hard to believe she was a noble lady from the East Sea. Sometimes Lin Qi thought that marrying Tina would also be nice. He wondered if she would agree. With the feeding from the 2 naval ladies, he rarely went out to eat. Smoker often came to challenge Lin Qi. But since 3 months ago, Smoker was no longer Lin Qi's opponent. Among his peers, Lin Qi was only familiar with these 3. During this half-year, Lin Qi focused solely on training, needing only to follow Zephyr and Kapu. Even the 2 useless characters from the original story experienced tremendous changes after following Kapu. For half a year, how much more Lin Qi could achieve. His strength changed almost daily, undergoing earth-shattering transformations. Notably, Chibuta actually stopped harassing Peach Rabbit. Moreover, he was rarely seen at the naval base, spending most of his time at sea hunting pirates. Half a year passed, and all the Navy members of the elite camp graduated and were assigned to various units of the Navy. Smoker and Tina were taken by him as his own team. Lin Qi had reported the matter of preparing to set sail separately a long time ago. Sengoku's initial response was that Lin Qi was not yet qualified to be the highest commander of a warship. Yesterday was the day he graduated from under teacher Zephyr and Kapu. The 2 stated that they had taught everything that needed to be taught, and the rest depended on his own comprehension. During this half year, he had endured many of Kapu's loving iron fists to learn observation haki. At this moment, a large number of naval personnel gathered by the coast. They occasionally glanced out at the sea, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, a large bulge appeared on the calm surface of the sea, sending a torrent of water surging outward, forming towering waves that crashed toward the shore. Quick, it's Brother Lin Qi coming out. Go help Brother Lin Qi. Hiss. Today's Sea King is even. Brother Lin Qi is amazing. Lin Qi, bare-chested, dragged a 1,000-meter-long corpse of a Sea King slowly approaching the shore. He casually tossed the Sea King onto the shore and took a towel from a younger brother to dry his hair. Send it to the mess hall. We have extra rations tonight. Yes, boss. Lin Qi. A group of prepared men used forklifts and other tools to drag the massive corpse of the Sea King away. It seems we are in for a treat tonight. Someone licked their lips and said, the larger the Sea King, the more energy it contains, and the more delicious the meat. Sea Kings over 1,000 meters are rarely seen, even at the naval headquarters. Thanks to Brother Lin Qi often going into the sea to battle with Sea Kings, we can enjoy such delicacies. Yeah, I really don't know how to thank the boss. We are all brothers, no need to be polite. Lin Qi flashed a hearty smile. Brother Lin Qi. Brother Lin Qi has good news. From a distance, one could see Joseph's prominent buck teeth. Ever since the defeat of Joseph and his group 6 months ago, he has shown an inexplicable fervor towards Lin Qi. What's got you so excited? Joseph gasped for breath, pulling out 2 envelopes embroidered with doves of peace, and handed them to Lin Qi. This is from Vice Admiral Carp for you. Oh, from Vice Admiral Carp. Lin Qi opened one of the letters and discovered an appointment letter for a colonel with an additional note tucked inside. Although you possess the strength of a major, the rank of colonel is the highest I can grant you. Beyond that, if you lack military achievements, it will be hard to command respect, Sengoku. Military ranks in the Navy can be divided into ordinary soldier, private, third class, private, second class, private, first class, corporal, sergeant, staff, sergeant, warrant officer, ensign, lieutenant, junior grade, lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant, colonel, colonel, brigadier, general, major, general, lieutenant, general, general, and admiral. This is not the era of later exceptional appointments. Military achievements and qualifications are still vital. Colonel is quite a rank. Doesn't Sengoku fear being seen as having connections? The other letter granted him the highest command over a warship. With a crew of only 200, this was just right for Lin Qi. Too many personnel would slow down the speed in chasing pirates. Closing the 2 letters, he laughed heartily. Not bad, this is a good thing, thank you for your hard work. What's this good thing? Tell Tina about it. Tina appeared behind him holding a food box. Everyone was momentarily stunned and shouted together, Sister Tina. Stop shouting, Tina said, blushing as she spat. She was also excited to hear that Lin Qi was finally going to see, grabbing his hand and saying, You must take me with you. Of course. Lin Qi patted her head and smiled. I can't do without the food you make, so what did you bring? Tina opened the food box and took out 3 bento boxes. This is the Sea King meat you hunted yesterday. I season it with pepper and salt, and the rest are all your favorite dishes. The meat from the Sea King contains immense energy. Often a piece of high-grade Sea King meat can equate to the energy of an entire truckload of beef. Brother the table. The group was already accustomed to this and skillfully brought over tables and chairs. To squeeze out more time for training, he basically no longer went to the mess hall. Lin Qi broke apart the chopsticks, suddenly remembering something, and looked at Tina. Want to eat together? Ah. Tina tucked her hair behind her ear, leaned down, and opened her red lips like a little bird waiting to be fed. Lin Qi skillfully picked up a piece of Sea King meat and fed it to Tina. The taste is just right. Tina only took a small bite, hesitated, and looked at Lin Qi, saying, Come home early tonight, I have something to discuss with you. All right. After Tina left, Lin Qi devoured his bento, but his thoughts drifted far away. That smoker guy had been missing for half a month, supposedly on a confidential mission. How strange. System check, personal interface. Host Lin Qi, combat ability, moonwalk, peak, shave, advanced gale, foot, advanced gun, finger, advanced iron block, intermediate life, return, intermediate paper, drawing, beginner. Note, any technique with limits is indicated by proficiency. Life, ability, navigation, beginner, culinary. Basic attributes, physique level 4, physique, master, swordsmanship level 4, sword, master, marksmanship level 3, experienced, sniper, observation, Haki level 3, armament, Haki level 4, conquerors, Haki level 5, conquerors, king. Note, attributes with no limits can continue to improve, represented by basic attributes. This is Lin Qi's result over the past 6 months. If one were to ask how strong his limits are now, even Lin Qi himself does not know. These past 6 months, with Carp and Zephyr being close combat specialists, he was forced onto the path of close combat. However, thanks to his talent, his marksmanship had barely reached level 3. As for points, he had not even had the opportunity to go to sea in the past 6 months. He had been quietly developing, and his points remained at 0. Suddenly, a military ship approached from afar, and Lin Qi saw a graceful figure at the bow. Sister Peach Rabbit is back from capturing pirates. Thump. Lin Qi seemed to see a pirate bound in iron chains crashing through the guarding navy and jumping into the sea. Not good, the criminal is escaping. The navy shouted anxiously, with several jumping into the water. Want to escape? This is the naval headquarters. Lin Qi's expression suddenly changed. No, they want to commit suicide. The prisoner bound in chains was descending rapidly. Seeing Sister Peach Rabbit about to jump down, Lin Qi panicked. Sister Peach Rabbit's curvaceous figure, her clothes would get soaked in the sea water. Wouldn't that be bad? Sister Peach Rabbit, I'll help. Lin Qi stepped on the moonwalk and dove into the sea like a torpedo. When Lin Qi grabbed the man, he was still gulping down seawater, trying to drown himself. Blood oozed from the man's mouth, and Lin Qi knew he must have bitten his own tongue off. After throwing the man back onto the deck, a group of doctors rushed up to rescue him. Peach Rabbit breathed a sigh of relief and patted her ample chest. Thanks to you, I didn't expect that criminal to have the strength to struggle. Even while bound by sea stone, he almost died. Lin Qi asked, puzzled, why would he want to commit suicide? That is the captain of the starry pirate crew. Perhaps he didn't want to burden his subordinates. Tao-Tu looked around and whispered in Lin Qi's ear, actually, it is Marshall who wants to use him as bait to capture the remaining members of the pirate crew in one fell swoop. The fragrance tickled his nose. Lin Qi nodded, realizing that this was something that would later be used on Whitebeard. It seems that Sengoku had done this more than once. No wonder he was so skilled. It seems there are individuals among the pirates who value loyalty. However, in comparison, there are still more vicious pirates. By the way, what did the Star Pirates do to get Sengoku's attention so harshly? It is said that they massacred most of a kingdom's nobility. Lin Qi was taken aback and retracted his with a tingling sensation in his palm. Lin Qi came back to his senses, realizing that Tao Tu was teasing him by drawing circles in his palm with her delicate hand. Tonight, just wait at home for me. Sister has found something good for you this time. Okay, sure. Lin Qi couldn't find a reason to refuse, hoping that the two girls wouldn't come together tonight. He couldn't imagine that hellish scene. Nighttime. After a day of training, when Lin Qi returned home, Tina was like a little wife preparing a large feast waiting for him. You're back, you must be exhausted, Tina said, jumping off the sofa, running over in her slippers to help Lin Qi take off his coat and hang it up, then bringing him a pair of slippers. Lin Qi was captivated until Tina pointed at him to bring him back to reality. Silly, what are you thinking? Lin Qi smiled and said, I was thinking how nice it would be if you were my wife. You silly. What are you saying? Tina's face instantly flushed red. Hurry up and wash your hands for dinner. Haha, I'm going right now. As Lin Qi was about to pick up his chopsticks in front of the sumptuous dishes, he suddenly kicked something with his foot. Looking under the table, he exclaimed, Whoa, where did this pig come from? Tom looked at Lin Qi with a pitiful expression. Ahaha, so it's you, Tom. As he enjoyed the delicious food, he recalled what Tina had said earlier. Didn't you say you had something to discuss with me? Tina pulled out a devil fruit from behind her. This was sent to me this morning by my father through someone. I checked the devil fruit encyclopedia. It's a paramecia-type kankank fruit. I hesitated about whether to eat it and wanted to ask you. Hearing this, Lin Qi fell into deep thought. When a woman asks you, it shows she is indecisive. At such a time, you need to give her a definitive answer rather than being ambiguous. He held Tina's hand and said, Don't eat it, I will be able to find something better for you later. No, I want to eat it. Tina seemed to have made a decision, gripping Lin Qi's hand in return. Why, oi? Lin Qi didn't understand the sudden change of heart. Because only by doing this can I help you. You don't need to do this. Don't say more, my mind is made up. The two gazed at each other affectionately, their faces gradually leaning closer, and they kissed. Meow. Tom jumped onto the table and captured the scene before him with his camera. After a long while, their lips parted. Tina's face was flushed. She looked adorable. I think I want leave tonight, okay? Tina said breathlessly, her chest rising and falling enticingly. Lin Qi felt parched. Could it be? Tina could tell what Lin Qi was thinking and couldn't help but roll her eye. Pervert, are you thinking of something bad? Which of your rooms is empty? I want to move in. So what if I'm being a pervert? Sooner or later, you're mine. Seeing Lin Qi being so straightforward, Tina pouted. Tom is still watching on the side. Besides, who said him yours? Tom, seeing the two looking over, displayed an expression of I understand and quickly vanished. Oh, didn't the one who just kissed me say I'm not yours? No way I'm kissing you back. Whoa. Tina didn't expect Lin Qi to be so shameless and was silenced by the kiss. In the end, Tina's lips were swollen from the kisses, and she was unsteadily sent back to her room. Lin Qi smirked, savoring the sweet taste left on his lips as he leaned back on the sofa. There would be another guest tonight. As the clock struck 11, Lin Qi heard the sound of a key turning in the lock, signaling that someone had arrived. Even with fatigue, Tao Tu's outstanding aura was undeniable. Unlike usual today, Tao Tu not only had her blade at her waist, but also held another knife in her hand. Sister Ji Yuan, over here. Lin Qi waved to Tao Tu from the shadows. Why didn't you turn on the light? Tao Tu asked in confusion. Tom is asleep, I'm worried about waking him up. All right. Tao Tu plopped down on the sofa, sprawling out in a star shape. You must be exhausted, Sister Ji Yuan. Let me give you a massage. Lin Qi started to knead Tao Tu's shoulders, and she comfortably squinted her eyes. Let me tell you that old guy Sengoku. Tao Tu suddenly deflated. Forget it, let's not talk about Sengoku. This knife is a gift I brought for you. Take a look, do you like it? I originally wanted to find you a big knife, but unfortunately, I only found a decent one. Lin Qi unsheathed the knife, which appeared extremely sharp under the moonlight with the words Long Yuan engraved on it. Sister Ji Yuan, thank you. Sister Ji Yuan. Lin Qi turned around only to find that Ji Yuan was too exhausted and had already fallen deeply asleep on the sofa. Worried she might catch a chill, he picked up her enchanting figure and carried her to another guest room. After covering her with a blanket, just as Lin Qi was about to leave, a delicate hand suddenly grabbed him. In her sleep, Tao Tu mumbled, Don't go. Suddenly a great force came upon him. Lin Qi, fearing of waking Tao Tu, dared not resist and was directly pulled onto the bed. Woo, I can't breathe. Lin Qi had just managed to pull his head free from an indescribable situation when a soft, long leg pinned him down tightly. He couldn't help but feel both amused and helpless. Forget it, to avoid waking Tao Tu, I guess I have to compromise. With that thought, Lin Qi leaned his head back against that soft spot, inhaling the rich fragrance, and slowly drifted to sleep. In the dark of the night, Tao Tu's body temperature rose higher and higher, eventually settling into peace. At 1 o'clock in the morning, a series of urgent system alerts woke Lin Qi up. Detected that the Sun Pirates intended to rescue the slaves in Mary Joa. A new life choice has been activated. Character Choice 1. Ignore the outside world. Sleep soundly with Tao 2. Reward, Great Knife 2nd Generation Ghost Slash. Life Choice 2. Go stop the Sun Pirates. Reward, Paramecia type Sweet Fruit. Life Choice 3. Help the Sun Pirates liberate the slaves. Reward, depending on the degree of liberation, different rewards will be given. This is the first time such cumulative rewards have appeared. Also, what is up with the second option? Wasn't the sweet fruit eaten by the Empress? Could it be that the Empress will die tonight? Lin Qi no longer pondered. Whether the Empress was dead or alive was of no concern to him. However, he was quite interested in the rewards that could be accumulated. Sister Tao 2, you're pressing down a bit too tightly. Carefully moving aside the beautiful leg that was resting on him, he shifted the softness that lay across his chest. Lin Qi quietly lifted the quilt, put on his shoes, and stepped out. Just as he closed the door, Tao 2 opened her eyes in the darkness. Lin Qi took off the navy uniform, found a set of black clothes to wear masked the lower half of his face, and used the life return technique to increase his height to 2 meters 1. This should be foolproof. If he dared to use his formal identity for this clandestine matter, at least 3 generals would come knocking by the next day. With a light tread, Lin Qi walked away under the moonlight. Now crossing a red earth continent was merely a small issue. Having read the original work, Lin Qi knew that the group of fishmen had crawled up from behind the red earth continent. Thus, activating his observation Haki made the search not difficult. Found it. After an unknown amount of time, he located the sunship slowly docking at the red earth continent. Brother Tiger, are we really going to risk our lives to save those humans? Don't forget you used to harbor hatred towards them. On the deck, Alone angrily grabbed Tiger's shoulder and shook him repeatedly. Alone, you are being too unreasonable. Oh, let go of Captain Tiger. The fishman Tiger waved his hand toward the approaching Jinbei, staring directly into Alone's eyes. Alone, I know your hatred for humans, but not all humans are bad. You need to learn to forgive them. Lady Wangfei hopes to achieve reconciliation between fishmen and humans in our generation. We represent the fishmen, but the fishmen do not represent us. You should understand that. Moreover, there are many of our fishmen compatriots among the slaves. I initially came here for them. Yes, Alone, you should listen to Captain Tiger. Little 8 said foolishly. Humph. Alone snorted coldly, moved aside, and fell silent. Perhaps due to the butterfly effect, Tiger did not harbor an irreconcilable hatred towards humans as he once did. Instead, he was moved by Princess Yihim and chose to abandon his hatred. It seems the famed Sun Pirates are not as impressive as rumored, unable to even manage their own subordinates. The sudden voice startled the Sun Pirates. They knew that what they were about to do could not leak even a whisper. The group of fishmen looked towards the source of the voice and saw a figure standing proudly at the top of the ship's sail, arms crossed, gazing down at them. Bastard, how did you find us? What do you want? The crew members questioned nervously. Alone coldly picked up his shark-toothed dagger, pointing it at Lin Qi. Why ask so much? They'll capture him first and then interrogate him slowly. The other fishmen said nothing, tacitly agreeing with Alone's choice. Young fishman, I advise you to think carefully about the consequences of attacking me. Can you bear it? Lin Qi lowered his voice and slowly raised a finger. In an instant, an overwhelming pressure surged towards Alone, causing Alone's fishy eyes to shrink, instantly beads of sweat pouring down. For a brief moment, he seemed to see the future. If he dared to strike at that man, his hand would definitely be severed. Seeing that Alone looked as though he had just been pulled from the water, Tiger stepped forward. Respected strong one, please forgive Alone's rudeness. May I ask if you are friend or foe? Jinbei and the other fishmen gripped their weapons tightly, ready to act if the man's response was not satisfactory. Whether I am friend or foe depends on your choices, Lin Qi said indifferently. You are planning to go to Mary Geo's tonight. How about taking me along? You? This time Tiger was genuinely panicked. His plans for tonight were known only to members of the Sun Pirates. How did this man know? Could it be that there was a traitor in the crew? Impossible. So what do you say? Taking me along is not a bad thing. If I were a member of the world government, do you think you would still be alive now? On the contrary, you would be the ones feeling anxious for not bringing me along. Upon hearing this, Tiger fell into deep thought. Indeed, the man could not be a member of the world government, especially not one of those overly righteous Navy personnel. If that were the case, perhaps cooperation was not out of the question. If the man were to report them, that would be the most terrifying scenario. Having thought it through, Tiger said in a deep voice, I can agree to your request, but please do not drag us down. Rest assured, I am also going to liberate the slaves. Our goals align. This guy truly knows our plan, Tiger. Captain Tiger, do we really have to trust that human? Jinbei glanced worriedly at Alone. I have a feeling he is not our enemy. Tiger looked up at Lin Qi. What should I call you? Nighthawk. 5 minutes later, watching the man who had just scared him half to death surrounding his captain to discuss the rescue plan, Alone's mouth twitched. Must you be so familiar? You just scared me to death. Recalling the terror from earlier, Alone shivered, not daring to act rashly. If that's the case, I entrust this to you, Nighthawk. Tiger put away the distribution map of the prison. The night was particularly dark with not a single star visible in the sky. Dark clouds obscured the moon, and a group of fishmen climbed up the Red Earth continent, unarmed. To avoid revealing his identity as a Navy man, Lin Qi climbed along with them. The celestial dragons would never have imagined that someone would climb up from behind the Red Earth continent. Thus they encountered not a single guard along the way and successfully infiltrated Mary Geos. Nighthawk proceeded according to plan. After Tiger finished speaking, he led a group of fishmen into the night. Lin Qi, following the map in his mind, stealthily approached a prison where slaves were held. All they could do was save as many people as possible before being discovered. Once discovered, they had to flee immediately. According to Tiger, Mary Geos was home to countless CP organizations. If they were entangled by them until higher-level forces arrived, they would be doomed. Lin Qi knew that Tiger was referring to the 3 admirals. The Navy headquarters was right in front of Mary Geos and could arrive in less than half an hour. But he knew even more. The terrifying and unknown CP0 are the elder stars capable of becoming monsters, the never-before-seen Knights of God, and the most powerful I'm. Just one of these forces appearing could mean death for everyone. It could be said that Mary Geos was the most dangerous place in the world. If tonight's rewards were not substantial, it would truly be an insult to the risks he took. The guards in the prison were not strong after all, they were merely overseeing slaves. These individuals had no sense of vigilance at all. It seemed they had been too complacent for too long. Lin Qi knew that after tonight these guys would be executed by the furious celestial dragons. Thus, adhering to the principle of being a good person to the end, Lin Qi crushed their throats. Everyone, please do not make loud noises. You are free now. Lin Qi opened the prison door with a key, and the group wept tears of joy. After you go out, head east. There will be people waiting to help you escape from here. The crowd expressed their gratitude and bowed deeply to Lin Qi before leaving. Ding. Congratulations on completing the first phase of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Just after rescuing the slaves from this prison, an explosion sounded in the distance. Though the explosion was not loud, Lin Qi knew he had to hurry. He rushed towards the next prison. The guards here had become alert due to the earlier explosion. Seeing Lin Qi enter in black attire, a group of guards surrounded him, bowing and saying, "Is there something you need, sir? Is another noble in need of fresh slaves?" Lin Qi. One sword style night charm. Lin Qi drew his long blade like a ghost, slashing through the night sky. Before the guards could react, their heads had already fallen to the ground. There are enemies. Who are you to cause trouble here? The guards from the same prison drew their weapons in alarm, ready for a fight. It was terrifying. They didn't even see how their companions died. He understood the importance of a swift resolution and exhaled a breath of cold air, one sword style, heavenly timing. Lin Qi's figure moved so quickly that it was nearly imperceptible. He appeared in another position, as if teleporting, and sheathed his blade. As the blade returned to its sheath, countless streams of blood erupted from the remaining guards, turning them into a heap of flesh. Upon witnessing this, the prisoners in their cells could no longer remain seated, scrambling to the bars to catch a glimpse. "Sir, are you here to save us?" Lin Qi used the keys he took from the guards to unlock the cells. "Indeed, after you exit, head east. There will be someone to take you away." "Well, we shall never forget your great kindness, sir." Some were covered in blood with hardly a clean spot on them, while others had lost limbs and some had their eyes hanging out. Yet at that moment a light called hope reignited in their eyes. The cells opened one by one, and when he reached the last one, Lin Qi found that this cell was extravagantly made of seafloor stone. When he opened the heavy sealed door with the key, he discovered that the room was pitch black, exceptionally soundproof, isolating it from the outside world. Inside were 4 slaves. For girls, 2 were chubby, 1 was thin, and 1 was as skinny as a twig. 3 were around 14 or 15 years old, while the last appeared to be only 5 or 6. Without exception, they were all dressed in rags, filthy like beggars. They were so dirty that their appearances were unrecognizable, and it was impossible to tell if they were beautiful. The 3 older girls heard someone enter and buried their heads deep into their knees, not lifting their heads or making a sound. The 5 or 6-year-old girl stared at Lin Qi with a vacant expression, a silly smile on her face. Lin Qi could see their wariness and did not approach too closely. He stood at a distance and softly said, "You are free now." The 4 seemed not to hear him, remaining unresponsive. Boa Hancock sneered inwardly. They had seen the disgusting celestial dragons give false hope countless times only to crush it themselves. It seemed this was yet another trick of the celestial dragons. They feared that if they tried to escape, they would not survive until tomorrow. This room was completely sealed, so they had not seen Lin Qi kill the guards, and thus did not trust him. Lin Qi sighed. They were all pitiful souls. He initially wanted to call someone to come in as proof, only to find that everyone had already fled. He squatted down in front of the smallest girl, trying to be as gentle as possible. "How could you be locked up here at such a young age? Did you eat a devil fruit too?" The girl's unfocused pupils showed no change, simply responding, "Devil fruit. I can eat it as long as you don't hit me, you'll do anything." Hancock's ears perked up, and she raised her head mockingly, saying, "Are you trying to deceive even a child now? Are you willing to talk? What are your names?" Hancock wore a look that suggested she was curious how long he could keep up the act, coldly stating, "Hancock." "Boa Hancock." Upon hearing her sister speak, the other two also chimed in. Marigold. "Sonda Sonia. That little girl is Keela." Indeed, they were the Hancock sisters. And Keela was an unexpected. Lin Qi vaguely sensed that these girls were of no ordinary background, which was why he was willing to talk to them so much. Unexpectedly, he thought of the Empress, but did not expect to acquire Keela as well. In the future, the renowned female hero, one just 14 or 15, and the other only 5 or 6. These girls are all potential stocks. Perhaps I can nurture them into heroines. Lin Qi mused while stroking his chin. Nothing is more fulfilling than nurturing heroines. "Hey Dad, why are there so many people lying here? Are they sleeping?" "Fool, they are dead. Probably another game played by some faction. Don't mind them. Let's see if there are any more interest." A silly voice and a cruelly excited voice echoed in the corpse-filled prison. The holy land of Mariawa was too comfortable, and the celestial dragons were too indulgent, so they never considered that such a scene could be due to an enemy invasion. "Dad, come quick. There are still living people here." As the door to Lin Qi's room opened, 2 celestial dragons wearing glass domes and dressed in bulky clothing waddled in like fat pigs. "Son, what kind of waste have you found? Look at those on the ground. They look so weak that they'd probably die from a single blow. However, that standing one looks good. Ew, I want to hang him up as a target." "But Dad, he doesn't seem like a slave." "Foolish son, whether he is a slave or not is not up to us to decide." Seeing the 2 celestial dragons enter, the Hancock sisters trembled like leaves. Keela beside them was so frightened that she did not dare to move, trying her best to maintain a smile on her face. "You bastard, not kneeling upon seeing us. Do you want to die?" The middle-aged celestial dragon suddenly raised the gun in his hand. "You really annoy me." Lin Qi suddenly looked up, swinging the knife in his hand, and the man's arm holding the gun flew into the air. "Ah, I'm going to kill you." As a celestial dragon, when had he ever suffered such an injury? The man rolled on the ground in pain, tears and snot streaming down his face. Dad, are you okay?" The other chubby celestial dragon said foolishly. "Your dad is not hurt." Lin Qi stepped on the celestial dragon and beheaded him with a single stroke. "Because he is already dead." Ding. Hidden mission triggered. Kill the celestial dragon. Congratulations on completing the second phase of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Lin Qi was astonished. Previously, each guard he killed only added a few dozen points, but now taking down a celestial dragon easily netted him over 10,000 points. This must involve a lot of wicked deeds. If converted to a murder evil value, one would need to kill at least 12,000 people to accrue such a high score. This showcases just how many atrocities the celestial dragons have committed. With their downfall, Lin Qi found satisfaction. As he saw Lin Qi slay the celestial dragon, Kurla's vacant gaze suddenly regained focus. The Hancock sisters stopped trembling, staring at Lin Qi in disbelief. Pearls of tears flowed from Hancock's beautiful eyes as she blankly gazed at Lin Qi, seemingly wanting to imprint this moment deep into her heart. They have really been saved. Upon witnessing her father being slain, the rotund celestial dragon quickly knelt and begged for mercy, saying, "Please don't kill me. I can give you anything." "Oh." Lin Qi suddenly became interested, lifting the celestial dragon's chin with his foot. "Take me to your home." The difficulty of the task was increasing. At one stage, it only required freeing one prison, but by the second stage, he needed to free a prison and kill a celestial dragon. Lin Qi estimated that relying solely on saving slaves might not even allow him to reach the third stage tonight. Thus, he decided to take a gamble. Wealth is found in peril. "I can do it as long as you don't kill me." The celestial dragon nodded vigorously. Lin Qi turned around and suddenly spoke in his original voice. "Remember this voice. One day we shall meet again. I have matters to attend to now. You all head east. There are people who can take you away." "Thank you, benefactor." "Please be careful," Sandasonia said sincerely. Lin Qi was pressed for time, nodded, and dragged the celestial dragon away. While others dared not kill the celestial dragons, he did. After Lin Qi left, Hancock slowly stood up, wiping her dirty face clean with her sleeve, revealing her stunning beauty. "Benefactor, I will surely find you even if it costs me my life." Hancock gazed longingly in the direction Lin Qi had left, making a firm determination. In the original story, Hancock developed feelings for Luffy simply because she saw him fight a celestial dragon in the newspaper, leading to her ultimately falling for the monkey. This indicates that Hancock was not merely a superficial person, as she had no particular requirements for her target. She simply liked men who dared to oppose the celestial dragons. Compared to Luffy, who only threw a punch at a celestial dragon, Lin Qi's act of killing a celestial dragon was magnitudes more shocking in Hancock's eyes. At this time, Hancock was merely 16 years old. What girl does not have a crush? Moreover, Lin Qi was the one who saved her from this hell. With various factors at play, Hancock fell deeply in love with Lin Qi. Sister, what should we do about this girl? Let's take her with us. Under the cover of night, Lin Qi avoided the patrolling CP organization and arrived at the Celestial Dragon's home. Hey kid, did you bring back any fun toys? A sharp-tongued woman came down from upstairs. Lin Qi killed her with a single strike, taking out the CP bodyguard behind her as well. With his level of strength, killing such insignificant small fry was too easy. Points 10,012. Points 9. Take me to your treasure vault. Lin Qi wiped the blood off his sword on the Celestial Dragon. Please, follow me. He trembled as he spoke. Passing through several secret doors, Lin Qi was nearly blinded by the sight before him. A mountain of gold and silver treasures lay scattered, but unfortunately, he could not take them. After some thought, he chose a few light, valuable items to stash in his pocket. He did not need them, but some of the slaves would require fare. On a nearby shelf lay several long knives. Lin Qi checked them and found they were all common knives, as the Celestial Dragons did not favor such items, making them worthless to take. Knives are highly recognizable. Taking them could risk discovery, making it not worth the trouble. Finally, he found 5 boxes. Opening them, he found 2 were empty, while the remaining 3 held 3 devil fruits lying quietly inside. Good, he would take the devil fruits with him. He planned to identify the fruits with a fruit guide when he got back. You useless fool, come here. The Celestial Dragon trembled as he brought over a den mushy. Call your fox friends and let them know to come over. Just flatter them and don't let me see you pulling any tricks. Lin Qi pressed the knife against the Celestial Dragon's neck. Also tell them not to bring any bodyguards. Say you don't like lowly creatures watching you play games. I think that suits your Celestial Dragon nature perfectly. If you do well, I will spare your wretched life. Under Lin Qi's threat, the Celestial Dragon tremblingly dialed the den mushy. Most of the responses from the other end were friendly greetings. Lin Qi understood these foul-mouthed Celestial Dragons at this late hour. Ultimately, 6 bored Celestial Dragons were tricked into coming. Ha, it's rare for Saint Boral to invite me to enjoy beauties. Where are the beauties? Lin Qi set up a stool at the door. When he saw the door open, he pierced the newcomer with his sword. Points 8,549. Without the power, the physical attributes of Celestial Dragons are still inferior to ordinary people. The rotund Celestial Dragon trembled as he dragged his companion's corpse away and hid it behind another door. As long as he could survive, he did not care about companions or parents. After killing the second Celestial Dragon who arrived, ding. Congratulations on completing the 3rd stage of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. Counting the rotund Celestial Dragon's mother, after killing 3 Celestial Dragons, the rewards advanced again. To put it into perspective, killing 1 Celestial Dragon was equivalent to freeing 1 prison, which was quite valuable. When he killed the 5th Celestial Dragon, who came, a huge explosion suddenly occurred in the distance with flames illuminating the Holy Land Mariewa. He peered through the door and saw numerous CP members rushing towards the light. Hey Chubby, do you think you'll betray me after I leave? Lin Qi kindly pulled the rotund Celestial Dragon. The Celestial Dragon's intelligence suddenly kicked in. No. I won't. I lured them here, causing you to kill me. I am also an accomplice. If I leak this out, their family will never let me go, so I won't betray you. Lin Qi grinned. Unfortunately, I don't. Saying this, he thrust the sword into the Celestial Dragon's heart. Points 6,872. Stepping out, he coincidentally encountered the last Celestial Dragon arriving, killing him effortlessly. Points 18,845. Ding. Congratulations on completing the 4th stage of the mission. Would you like to claim your reward? No. After killing 5 Celestial Dragons, the rewards advanced again. Counting it up, he had actually killed 9 Celestial Dragons tonight. If this news got out, it would definitely trigger a worldwide earthquake. He just wondered if the world government had the guts to announce it. The Celestial Dragons have always looked down upon others from their lofty heights. Normally, a mere strike would provoke a general to come and protect them. When have they ever been killed? Lin Qi's act of killing a Celestial Dragon in public left the surrounding CP members terrified as dozens of them rushed towards him. Lin Qi exerted considerable effort and managed to slay these dozens of CP members. Now at the forefront were seasoned CP members, strong and formidable. Unfortunately, this was Mariewa, where CP members were inexhaustible. With hundreds more CP members surrounding him, Lin Qi couldn't afford to linger and relied on his speed to shake them off. Heading east, he could see fleeing slaves and fishmen setting fires everywhere. Some fishmen and slaves were engaged in combat with the arriving CP organization. These slaves were no ordinary individuals, otherwise they would not have become slaves to the Celestial Dragons, many of whom were once notorious pirates. He even saw Arlong fighting fiercely to protect the fishmen slaves against the CP organization, which left Lin Qi momentarily stunned. It seemed that if there were a leader who could suppress Arlong, he might not be so evil after all. Where's your leader? He casually asked a nearby fishman. It's Night Hawk, he's at the cliff's edge. Hurry over, we can't hold out much longer. As more CP organization members arrived, the Sun Pirates began to retreat steadily. At the cliff's edge of the red soil continent, one by one slaves jumped into inflatable boats that had been stolen from the Mariawa warehouse, with countless inflatable boats lining the cliff. Fishman karate air burst. Taiga shouted, launching a powerful punch into the air, creating a fierce wind that sent several inflatable boats tumbling over the cliff. The fallen inflatable boats floated down as lightly as leaves, landing safely on the sea. Impressive technique. As Lin Qi got closer, he noticed Taiga's face drenched in sweat, unaware of how many punches he had thrown. Nighthawk, Taiga gasped, "You've returned." Lin Qi looked at the fisherman soaked in sweat and suddenly felt a surge of respect. Such good people are rare. I've killed a few celestial dragons. The world government will likely hold you accountable. Lin Qi got straight to the point. After today, you must find a place to hide quickly and do not come out for at least 10 years or your lives will be in danger. He handed Taigu a devil fruit, a ring, and a pair of exquisite earrings. This devil fruit appears to be Zoan type. If you are gravely injured in the future, it could save your life. As for these earrings and the ring, please secretly deliver them to a slave named Hancock and Kira and help them return safely to their homeland. Consider it a favor owed to you. If he remembered correctly, Taigu would soon suffer a fatal injury, and if possible, he wanted to save him. Given today's bond, Taigu would play an important role in his plans for Fishman Island. Upon hearing that Nighthawk had dared to kill a celestial dragon, Taigu was shocked, but did not scold him. After all, there were plenty of lice. No matter what, they would be hunted by the world government after tonight. In fact, if he weren't the scapegoat, he might have laughed and praised Nighthawk a bit. For Taigu, who had once been a slave for 3 years, hatred for the celestial dragons ran deep. Brother Nighthawk, I will certainly help you with your request, but this devil fruit. Taiga hesitated. Take it. Oh, I hope you won't need it, but it's better to be prepared for any eventuality. Only Lin Qi would think of giving a devil fruit to a fishman, turning them into a landlubber. All right. Taiga forced a smile as he accepted it. Exhausted, he would have to jump off the cliff in the remaining inflatable boat, and how many could survive without their abilities depended entirely on fate. Captain Taiga, we can't hold out. A large group of fishmen rushed over in a panic, with Jinbei leading, his body battered and bloodied. Behind them, Arlong limped, a long spear piercing through his calf. Compared to when they had arrived, the number of the Sun Pirates had diminished by a third. Countless CP organization members were swarming, chasing after Jinbei and the others. Taiga glanced at the endless stream of approaching slaves and sighed deeply. He knew these slaves would not escape. But his fellow fishmen must survive and leave this place. This is my last order as Captain. The Sun Pirates follow my command. Return the way we came. Do not look back. I will cover your retreat. Taiga shouted, clenching his fists. Brother Taiga, Little Eight cried. Don't say such foolish things. How can we abandon you? Jinbei's fish-like eyes glowed a deep crimson. Someone must stay behind, otherwise we'll all die here. As captain, this is my duty. No need to say more. Taigu attempted to coat his fists with Haki, but exhaustion from earlier actions left him staggering and nearly falling. At that moment, a long, strong hand grasped Taiga's shoulder. It was Lin Qi. You're in no condition to cover the retreat. Let me handle it. Brother Nighthawk. Taigu exclaimed in surprise, as he had already prepared himself to die here today. Let's go. Don't forget what I asked you to do. Lin Qi patted Taiga's shoulder and, sword in hand, faced the oncoming army. Brother Nighthawk, your kindness today will be remembered by the Sun Pirates. Taiga knew this was not the time for hesitation and jumped into the inflatable boat with his companions, leaping off the cliff. If you want to chase, first ask about the sword in my hand. Lin Qi brandished his sword, blocking the advancing. The pursuing CP members were astonished to find that the one blocking their path was not a fishman, but a human. Who are you, and what is your relationship with those fishmen? Forget it. Capturing you and interrogating you slowly will suffice. Soru. A group of CP members used the Marine 6-style Soru to rapidly reach Lin Qi. Finger gun. Countless fingers shot towards Lin Qi from all directions like bullets. The power of the finger gun was enough to pierce through steel. A hit on a person would create a bloody hole. Damn it, they think they can bully me because I can't use Marine 6 styles, huh? Lin Qi drew another sword from his waist. 2-sword style, troubling wind. With Lin Qi at the center, a powerful tornado shredded the nearby enemies to pieces. The enemies screamed as they died. Headbutt impact. Great explosion. 2-sword style, horizontal river break. Lin Qi slashed through the crowd, yet was also caught in the chaos of overwhelming abilities. Endless killing. It seems impossible to stop. For every one killed, 10 more come. Lin Qi felt that after 10 more minutes, he should retreat. Corrupt blades and swords. Suddenly, a rascal appeared out of nowhere, grabbing Lin Qi's sword. Not only was his hand unharmed, but he also corroded Lin Qi's sword into scrap metal. Ha ha ha, surprised. I am the corrosion man who has consumed the corrosion fruit, the bane of all swordsmen in the world. Fool. Lin Qi turned sideways, blocking the view of his hands, and thrust his gun through the man's heart. Ha ha ha. Blood gushed from the man's throat as he looked at Lin Qi in disbelief. Lin Qi swiftly used another blade to behead the man. Sweet impact. Storm kick. Lin Qi saw a heart-shaped attack come towards him, unsure of which chaotic fruit ability it was. He dodged the incoming kick with a swift movement and sheathed his long knife. Draw sword slash. With a swish, he cut down dozens of enemies, gaining a brief moment to catch his breath. Suddenly, his observation Haki alerted him violently, and he turned his head sharply as a gust of air rushed past his ear. Flying gun finger. It seemed a formidable opponent had arrived. An enemy wearing a cat-faced mask appeared before Lin Qi, launching an attack without hesitation. The legendary CP-0. In response to Lin Qi's question, he received a gun finger attack. Six King's gun. 6 afterimages instantly targeted his head, heart, and limb arteries. Just from this first encounter, Lin Qi could tell that the man's strength was comparable to a rear admiral. This is troublesome. The Marine 6 styles cannot be used, nor can the Conqueror's Haki, and with only one sword left facing an opponent of rear admiral level, he was left with no choice but to take a beating. At this time, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Successfully protected 1-2. At this moment, Lin Qi had only brought 2 ordinary swords, which were common, and seemed incapable of withstanding the continuous attacks of another Haki master, even with Haki applied. At this time, the system's notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Successfully protected 1-2-0 slaves in retreat. Congratulations on completing the 5th final phase task. Do you wish to receive the reward? Lin Qi hesitated whether to claim it now, fearing that if they gave him an unparalleled great sword or a devil fruit, he wouldn't be able to take it with him. Unless it's a Zoan type, consuming a devil fruit requires adaptation time, and he would turn into a land duck, definitely drowning if he fell into the water. The man wearing the owl mask chased Lin Qi like lightning, delivering a whip kick to his head. Lin Qi stopped thinking about that and focused on dealing with the formidable opponent before him. His teachers were Karp and Zifa, so besides swordsmanship, Lin Qi's boxing skills were also decent. He could hold out under the man's attacks for 3 to 5 minutes without issue. The retreat route was surrounded tightly, yet he was not very panicked. At worst, he could expose his moonwalk technique, doubting that he couldn't escape. Oh, releasing so many slaves, was it all you? Truly an impressive young man. In the night, a bright light flickered like the sun as a lewd-looking old man floated in the air, watching the scene below mockingly. In fact, Kizaru had arrived 5 minutes ago, and if he weren't afraid of Sengoku deducting his pay, he would have hidden a bit longer. Admiral Kizaru. Lin Qi's expression changed. Wasn't it said that it took half an hour for a Marine Admiral to arrive? Alright, Kizaru had consumed the so-called fastest Pika Pika no Mi, and he didn't need half an hour at all. An admiral, it seems he would have to fight desperately. That terrifying gaze, are you intending to attack me? Kizaru slowly raised his tunter-long leg. Young man, have you ever been kicked at the speed of light? In less than the blink of an eye, Kizaru transformed into a beam of golden light and appeared beside Lin Qi, kicking him up to a height of 100 meters. The masked CP-0 paused, wondering why Kizaru kicked someone so far away. Speed equals power 8 Shakatachi. As Kizaru flew into the air, he spread his arms, and a mirror-like object appeared, unleashing thousands of yellow lasers in an instant. The speed of these lasers was so fast that they could not be perceived by the naked eye. Lin Qi. He realized that the kick Kizaru had just delivered to him was not heavy. Now the 8 Shakatachi was even more absurd, appearing to strike, yet failing to hit a single target. True, 8 Shakatachi. I, Kizaru, represent the Navy and must eliminate you, the evil disruptor of the world. After the lasers, Kizaru suddenly shouted something unusual and then kicked Lin Qi down the cliff forcefully. That kick was truly harsh, and Lin Qi spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. It wasn't until he fell into the sea that the coldness of the seawater awakened him, making him think about why Kizaru had acted theatrically and let him go. He was confident that the other party did not recognize him. It couldn't possibly be the legendary old man Kizaru. Is ambiguous justice still justice in the end? He seemed to have a new understanding of Kizaru. After a moment of silence, Lin Qi used Moonwalk to head towards the Marine base. At 4 in the morning, Lin Qi returned to Marineford from a secluded corner. The sudden appearance of things he could not explain made him wary. Oh, what if they gave him some bizarre items? So he planned to leave the Navy tomorrow before claiming his reward. The moment he got home, Lin Qi destroyed everything that could expose him. After taking a shower, he took out the Devil Fruit Guide and examined the 2 devil fruits in his possession. His luck was good. Both devil fruits were recorded. They were Paramecia-type prison fruit and Zoan-type horse fruit, Bigfoot horse form. After some contemplation, Lin Qi knocked on Tina's door late at night. What do you want? Tina is so sleepy. Tina, yawning and dressed in her underwear, appeared without realizing the spring light. Her curvaceous figure amazed Lin Qi, especially her chest, which could be called an endless abyss. Seemingly sensing the burning gaze, Tina rubbed her eyes and looked down. Oh, don't look. For a moment, she didn't know whether to cover her own body or Lin Qi's eyes, and finally, with a bang, she closed the door. Lin Qi swallowed hard. It was truly stimulating in the middle of the night along with the late-night benefits. After a while, a fully dressed Tina welcomed Lin Qi inside. Upon closer inspection, he noticed her small face was flushed adorably cute. "Give me your devil fruit." Oh, Tina didn't ask much, but obediently took out the devil fruit from her blanket and handed it to Lin Qi. "This is for you." Lin Qi handed over the prepared paramecia-type prison fruit to Tina. "What is this?" Tina turned the devil fruit in her hand over and over, feeling that it resembled her own barrier fruit. "This is the paramecia prison fruit, the superior fruit to your barrier fruit. Eating it should allow you to disguise yourself, well, as the barrier fruit. Hurry up and eat it," Lin Qi explained with a smile. Tina took a step back, her small mouth slightly agape in surprise, and exclaimed, "Where did you get this?" The price of the devil fruit in the black market reached 100 million berries, yet it remains a rarity. Tina could hardly imagine the risks that Lin Qi took just to obtain this devil fruit for her. Lin Qi merely smiled at her. "All right, I'll eat it." With a determined glance at Lin Qi, Tina lowered her head and bit into it. She secretly vowed to use the abilities she gained to help Lin Qi in the future. Then, ugh, Tina doubled over, retching uncontrollably and decisively threw the bitten devil fruit into the trash bin. This taste, Tina can't imagine anything more disgusting than this. "What kind of ability have you gained?" Lin Qi looked at Tina with anticipation. Tina closed her eyes to sense her abilities and exclaimed joyfully, "I can manifest any item related to prisons with special attributes attached." As she spoke, a long whip and a pair of handcuffs appeared in Tina's hands, and she eagerly looked at Lin Qi, saying, "Do you want to give it a try?" Lin Qi's gaze shifted between the handcuffs, the small whip, and Tina's beautiful face, suddenly shivering and waving his hands in refusal. Forget it, let's talk about it later." Puffed. Tina swung the small whip and said playfully, "Look at you, you're so scared I won't really hit you." After spending some tender moments with Tina, Lin Qi returned to his room to sleep. The next morning, Lin Qi got up very early. While eating cookies on the sofa, the doors of Tina and Peach Rabbit's rooms opened simultaneously. "Is the chaos going to happen again?" "Good morning, Sister Peach Rabbit." "Good morning." Tina and Peach Rabbit greeted each other like good sisters, "Is the chaos going to happen again?" "Good morning, Sister Peach Rabbit." "Good morning." Tina and Peach Rabbit greeted each other like good sisters, which surprised Lin Qi. Their reaction was a bit off. "What are you thinking? You dropped your cookie." Peach Rabbit bent down to pick up the fallen cookie and tossed it into the trash bin sitting beside Lin Qi. "What's wrong? You look quite surprised." Tina, sitting next to Lin Qi, didn't mind the cookie that Lin Qi had taken a bite of, picked it up, and tossed it into her mouth. "No, nothing." Lin Qi sat between the two girls, overwhelmed by the sense of their unique physiques, trying to maintain his composure. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks on the door saved Lin Qi. A voice shouted from outside, "Big brother Lin Qi, is Major Peach Rabbit in there? The marshal wants her to attend a meeting. By the way, the marshal wants you to go too." Lin Qi exchanged glances with Guillaume, wondering what could be so urgent so early in the morning. Yet he had a vague suspicion that it might be related to his actions from last night. "All right, we got it. You can go back now." The two dressed neatly, and when they arrived at the conference room, they found that almost all the mid to high-ranking members of the Navy were present. The seats for 100 people were nearly filled, and Peach Rabbit pulled Lin Qi to sit on one side. Once everyone was assembled, Sengoku stepped out from behind the scenes and fixed 3 photographs onto the tactics board for everyone to see. "Smoker." Lin Qi felt a sense of foreboding. The topmost photo on the tactics board was unmistakable. However, this smoker was somewhat different from before. Not only was he in a prison setting, but he also had a cigar. Sengoku slammed his pointer against Smoker's photo and said solemnly, "The first thing we need to discuss today is this young Navy officer. Our Navy has assisted the world government in transporting a Logia-type devil fruit. However, during the transport we encountered a robbery by the beast pirates of the 4 emperors. A battle broke out between both sides and our side was outmatched. To prevent the fruit from being stolen, this young Navy officer ate the devil fruit himself." Upon hearing this, Lin Qi felt something was off. Just the fact that it was a Logia type alone meant that Smoker's life was worth more than 10. It was evident from the current 3 admirals, all of whom were Logia types. Especially since the Navy was assisting the world government in this matter, it could lead to serious trouble. The implications of this matter were far from simple, it held deeper significance. That is, this precedent cannot be set, a severe punishment must be enacted to warn others. Imagine if Smoker came out of this unharmed. The next time a team was escorting a devil fruit, they might play the part of pirates and use that as an excuse to consume the devil fruit themselves. As expected, Sengoku continued, "The world government demands Smoker's execution. What do you think?" "The world government? Humph. I suggest we let Smoker serve under me and earn his redemption," said the burly Akino coldly. In his eyes, the Navy's mistakes should be handled by the Navy itself, not dictated by the world government. Alas, Smoker's actions were not wrong. If he had not consumed the devil fruit, the people on the ship would have died, and the devil fruit would have been stolen. To execute a hero would inevitably dampen the spirits of the Navy. It would be better to hand him over to me. Akiji, wanting to snatch Smoker for himself, was also eager to claim the Logia-type subordinate. There was a palpable tension between the two. Whatever, as long as it's the Marshal's decision, I fully agree, Kazuru said, leisurely raising both hands. Lin Qi couldn't help but twitch his lips. Kazuru truly lived up to the reputation of a worker, never taking sides, offending no one. After the three admirals finished speaking, the rear admiral finally spoke, leaving the last word to the major. As for Lin Qi, he couldn't interject as he held the lowest rank in the room. There were plenty advocating for Smoker's execution. Within the Navy, there were many sycophants serving the world government. Enough, stop. Sengoku rubbed his temples in frustration, his already troubled mood growing even more irritable. Lin Qi, share your thoughts. Mie. Lin Qi, feeling the eyes of the distinguished figures on him, stood up with a stiff expression to speak. I support Admiral Akiji's opinion. We cannot dampen the spirits of the Navy. A military's foundation is its morale. When morale is high, they are invincible, and when it falters, the enemy can win without a fight. I hope the Marshal will reconsider. As Smoker's friend, Lin Qi naturally had no obligation to speak on behalf of others. A good military must prioritize its morale, Sengoku said, his eyes lighting up. He addressed everyone. Please wait here. I'll be right back. About 15 minutes later, a furious roar came from the back screen. Enough. I am the Marine Marshal. After hanging up the transponder, snail Sengoku returned with a dark face. The decision has been made. The world government agrees not to execute Smoker, but as punishment, Smoker must guard Log Town in the East Blue for 20 years. 20 years. Akiji raised his voice. To throw a young and promising Navy officer into that remote corner of the East Blue for 20 years, by the end of those 20 years, Smoker might be rendered useless. In the East Blue, where there is no Haki and no strong warriors, if Smoker stays there without regressing, it would already be a good outcome, let alone making progress. This is the last bottom line of the world government, Sengoku's side. A seemingly trivial meeting determined Smoker's fate for the next 20 years. Sengoku's expression suddenly became serious. Compared to the next two matters, Smoker's issue is trivial. Kapu put down the donut in his hand, and Kizaru uncrossed his legs. The atmosphere in the conference room grew tense. I believe some of you are already aware that Holy Land Mariawa was attacked last night, resulting in the release of a large number of slaves. But what you don't know is that 9 celestial dragons were killed last night. Every time Sengoku thought about it, he felt it was astonishing. To suddenly have 9 celestial dragons dead, honestly, Sengoku was surprised that the world government didn't go mad. His 9 celestial dragons. Everyone present gasped in shock. Some felt elated while others found it terrifying. Even Akaina's expression froze. He had been dissatisfied with those celestial dragons for a long time, but even now seated in the position of admiral, he still had to endure their wrath. Sengoku presented 2 photographs behind Smoker's photo. Only then did everyone see that they were 2 bounty posters. Captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger. Original Bounty 1. 58 billion berries. Mysterious figure, Sword Fist Night Hawk. Bounty 1. 13 billion berries. The 2 bounty posters were displayed. The crowd erupted in chatter. Currently, the bounties weren't as exaggerated as they would be in the future. Only those surpassing 1 billion were considered notorious super pirates. Facing Tiger's bounty, everyone could understand, as he was an active figure. But what on earth was that Sword Fist? Dressed entirely in black was one thing, but even his hair and face were covered in black cloth, leaving only a pair of slender eyes visible. How overly cautious could one be? With just a pair of eyes, how could they find him? Was this bounty even meaningful? The Navy members felt powerless to comment. Ahem. Sengoku knew what they were thinking, but what the world government wanted was merely an attitude. If it weren't for the fact that the death of the celestial dragons was something that shouldn't be made public, Sengoku estimated these 2 bounties would have doubled. You are all familiar with Tiger, so I won't elaborate. I'm here to talk about this Night Hawk. In fact, it was this Night Hawk who covered the Sun Pirates' retreat, almost single-handedly stopping 1,000 CP members. This person's strength cannot be underestimated. You must be extremely careful if you encounter him in the future. Even after exhausting his combat distance in a fierce battle, he could briefly contend with a CP member of Rear Admiral strength. I estimate his strength is at least at the Commodore level, even touching the threshold of Rear Admiral. Listening to Sengoku's lengthy narration of his heroic deeds, Lin Qi felt a wave of anxiety. Hearing his own bounty mentioned at the Navy headquarters was truly stimulating. He stole a glance at Kizaru, confirming that the latter had indeed not recognized him. Are you all right? A delicate hand held Lin Qi's from the side, and Pudding smiled at him. I'm fine, Sister Pudding. Pudding looked around and whispered in Lin Qi's ear, Did you do something to me while I was asleep last night? I woke up this morning in bed and smelled your scent. Lin Qi. A certain hearing-sensitive Rear Admiral trembled. Pudding was done by Lin Qi last night. This. Breaking news. Shortly after Sengoku formed a team to pursue the Sun Pirates, including 3 rear admirals and 5 commodores, it was quite luxurious. Unfortunately, this included Sister Pudding, and it was likely he wouldn't see her for a long time. The banquet Lin Qi found Sengoku to express that he also wanted to go to sea. According to our agreement, I want to explore the 4 seas. The Navy can give me Smoker, and I will take him to Lowtown on the way. He wanted to explore the 4 seas not only to earn points, but also to see where might be suitable for usurpation. He hadn't forgotten about a system that hadn't been activated yet. He had to become a ruler within 2.5 years. As for why he chose the 4 seas instead of the Grand Line, there were 2 reasons. Both the first and second halves of the Grand Line required one to be cautious. The first half was too close to Holy Land Mariewa. If they wanted to deal with you, it would only take a moment. The second half was even more dangerous. Even the Navy found it difficult to move. The second reason was stability. The stronger the trials, the better, but the development of a nation was the opposite. In the New World, with this dreadful weather and the pirates who frequently commit massacres, it was better to avoid it. The 4 seas, huh? Sure, that is also the origin of pirates. As long as you can effectively suppress the pirates, I support all your actions. Sengoku said with a hint of excitement. To facilitate your operations, I've assigned you to the LCN department. LCN? What is that? The LCN department is one I wanted to establish for a long time. It can operate without reporting to the Navy and can freely attack any pirate except the 4 emperors. The goal is to reduce the number of pirates and bring stability to the world. Unfortunately, we have always been understaffed. The 3 admirals are stretched thin, and there are no talents who can cause large-scale damage to pirates until I encountered your extraordinary conquerors Haki. Yes, I will definitely dedicate myself to the cause of combating pirates and live up to the name of justice. Good, very good. The more Sengoku looked at the young man before him, the more satisfied he became. Take my orders and go commandeer a warship. Before leaving, Lin Qi visited 2 of his former teachers, Zifa and Kapu. Zifa looked at his seemingly taller disciple and seemed to see the child he had lost to pirates' flames igniting. Although I have entrusted everything to you, I want to teach you one last thing: always protect your family. A man who cannot protect his family is less than useless. Lin Qi moved his mouth slightly. I understand, Teacher Zifa. Let's go, you are the future of the Navy. Zifa patted Lin Qi's shoulder and walked away. He didn't want to let his negative emotions taint his disciples. Teacher Zifa. Are you going to the East Sea? Perfect, bring some gifts for my useless grandson. Kapu jumped up from his seat. Admiral Kapu, do you have a grandson now? Lin Qi feigned surprise. Yes, but I haven't seen him in a long time. Kapu reminisced rarely. Calculating the time, in a few days he will turn 4 years old, named Luffy. Luffy, huh? Having been in this world for many years, hearing this name again gave Lin Qi a sense of temporal dislocation. Wait, what about the gift I prepared for Luffy? Kapu rummaged through his belongings and pulled out a book from somewhere. I am the man who will become a Marine Admiral. Seeing the title, Lin Qi's heart stopped. He really wanted to ask, are you sure your grandson can read this? Okay, I got it. I will personally hand it over to Luffy. Haha, thanks. With Smoker and Tina on board, Lin Qi embarked on his first independent sea voyage. Sengoku provided him with a medium-sized fast ship equipped with dual sails, boasting top-notch speed among medium vessels. The ship was armed with 20 cannons and manned by 200 Navy soldiers from the headquarters, sufficient to deal devastating blows to any pirates they encountered. Set sail, hoist the anchor. With a loud shout from Joseph, the warship departed from the harbor, vanishing into the sea. 1 day later. Aside from 2 small pirates who were obliterated by Lin Qi's conquerors Haki, the journey was smooth sailing. Ha, Smoker, your Logia powers are useless. On the deck, Smoker, floating in midair, was knocked down by Lin Qi's sword landing on the deck. With a gloomy expression, Smoker got up, never expecting Lin Qi's observation Haki to surpass his own by so much. He accurately grasped the moment Smoker transitioned from a Logia form to a solid state. For those without Haki, Logia users are invincible because they can passively elementalize. The only attacks infused with armament Haki can hit them. However, as long as one's observation Haki is strong enough, they can choose to elementalize actively to evade attacks, even against armament Haki. From this perspective, the Logia type rightfully holds its title as the strongest. Unfortunately, with the 3 types of Haki, Smoker was completely suppressed by Lin Qi. Are we still fighting? At this moment, Lin Qi walked over and helped Smoker up from the ground. No more fighting. Let me get familiar with the smoke fruit first, and then I will definitely beat you. The proud Smoker would never admit defeat. He had only consumed the smoke fruit a few days ago. While speaking, Smoker pulled out a cigar tied to his shoulder and offered one to Lin Qi, saying, "Want a smoke?" Originally, Smoker didn't smoke, but ever since he ate the smoke fruit, he found that his stamina could recover rapidly in the presence of smoke. Tina's smile vanished, and her big eyes fixed on Lin Qi, as if warning, "You better not smoke." "No, I don't smoke." Faced with Tina's piercing gaze, Lin Qi withdrew his eager hand. After a moment of silence, Lin Qi spoke. The world government made a mistake this time. They shouldn't have left you in the East Blue. Smoker took a deep puff of smoke, gazing into the distance. Just staying alive is already fortunate. Wait for me, I will come to rescue you once I become an admiral. Tina quietly listened to the conversation between the two men, resting her cheek on the ship's railing as she looked toward the East Blue. The East Blue, her hometown. She wondered if her parents, whom she hadn't seen in a year, were doing well. Suddenly Tina felt something tugging at her pants. Looking down, she saw Tom. Buff. Tina watched the comical sight of Tom, rubbed its ear, and said, Tom, be careful not to get beaten for stealing your owner's clothes. Tom was wearing the justice cape Lin Qi had left in the room. However, while it fit Lin Qi just right, it looked like a blanket draped over Tom, with 3/4 of the long cape trailing on the ground. In addition, Tom had a flintlock gun hanging at his left hip and a Navy sword in his hand. Ding detected a change in Tom's mindset. Would you like to promote him to Navy Tomcat? Tom. Lin Qi, who was speaking to Smoker, shifted his gaze. This cat can be promoted? This incident seemed to have unlocked something incredible as various unclaimed professions appeared on Tom's Uchiha Tom Hawkeye Tom Uchiha Tom Madara Stark Tom Mage Tom. There are more than one impressive titles to describe. It was hard to imagine what Tomcat would look like as Uchiha Madara. Unfortunately, unlocking these was not easy. Promote. As Lin Qi clicked the promotion, a strong white light enveloped Tom. As the white light dissipated, Tom's weapons and cape transformed into suitable shapes, looking quite cool. Did you eat a devil fruit too? Smoker rubbed his eyes in disbelief, amazed. Tom opened his eyes, realizing his transformation, and excitedly jumped 2 meters high, landing and pointing his sword at Smoker. In Tom's mind, Lin Qi was the master he couldn't attack, and Tina often fed him snacks, so she was a flimits, but Smoker, he could attack. This silly cat has completely lost its mind. Lin Qi watched with amusement as Tom challenged Smoker. Having promoted to an ordinary Navy, Tom's combat power was merely upgraded from trash to slightly better trash. He could handle small pirates, but wanting to fight Smoker was simply delusional. Most importantly, Tom lacked Haki, and even if Smoker stood still, he might not even hit him. Why might? Because this is Tom we're talking about. It wouldn't be surprising if he accidentally hit Lin Qi. However, Smoker couldn't do anything about Tom. Theoretically, no one in the world could kill Tom. Smoker, since Tom wants to challenge you, why don't you play along? Smoker nodded. He also liked this little cat. With a playful mindset, Smoker swung down a 10-finger strike, not too fast, as it would be awkward if he accidentally killed Lin Qi's pet. Seeing Smoker move as slowly as a turtle, Tom displayed a mocking smile and lunged towards Smoker's thigh with his sword. Bang! As expected, Tom's sword was knocked away and shattered into 2 pieces. Smoker wielded a sea stone weapon which could not be matched in hardness by ordinary weapons. Bang, bang, bang. Tom quickly drew the flintlock from his waist and fired 7 shots in rapid succession. At this point, Lin Qi sensed something was off. A flintlock could only fire 1 shot at a time. How could it seem like Tom had an infinite supply of bullets? There was no need to reload at all. After firing dozens of shots, Tom's tongue hung out, panting heavily, as it seemed he could directly convert stamina into bullets. With Tomcat's recovery speed, he could be fully revived in less than 2 minutes, which was interesting. After dozens of shots, Tom panicked, especially since Smoker's 10-finger weapon was already above his head. Suddenly, Tom flattened himself, transforming from a rectangular cat into a square, thereby evading the attack. An interesting cat, but this is where it ends. Smoker spun his 10 fingers, sweeping toward Tom's legs. At this moment, Tom had just flattened himself and had not yet recovered, leaving no place to hide. Just when Smoker thought it was over, Tom grabbed his own tail with one hand. Then, Tom lifted himself off the ground by holding his tail suspended in midair. Even Newton would be able to jump out of his coffin upon seeing this. Cough, cough. Cough. Tina just took a sip of juice when she was startled by the scene before her, choking and coughing. Smoker was taken aback. What kind of devil fruit had this cat eaten to defy the laws of physics? For those with rich combat experience, even if their brains do not think, their bodies will instinctively adapt and engage in battle. By the time Smoker regained his senses, 10 hands had already smashed down on Tom's head. Bang! Tom was knocked to the ground, flattened into a pancake less than 1 centimeter thick. Smoker's expression changed. It was over. He had killed the cat. It's fine, just wait and see. Lin Qi calmly walked over to Smoker. The cat pancake on the ground suddenly started to squirm, and a moment later it transformed back into the form of Tom the cat. Smoker's eyes widened in shock, and the cigar fell from his mouth. This is just absurd. How is Tom? Are there always people beyond people, and do you dare to be so arrogant now? Lin Qi rubbed Tom's head. Smoker, this cat is eerie. Lin Qi left Tom to play with Smoker and returned to his room alone. It was time to claim the reward for Smoker, this cat is eerie. Lin Qi left Tom to play with Smoker and returned to his room alone. It was time to claim the reward for storming the holy land of Mary Joa. Completing all 5 stages of the task was a hellish level of difficulty. If it weren't for Kazar's leniency, he would even doubt whether he could survive the return. Given such high difficulty, the rewards would undoubtedly be incredibly tempting. The system's rewards had never disappointed him before. System claimed the rewards for today. Congratulations to the host for completing the 5-stage final task. Rewards are being issued. Zoan-type mythical beast solar candlelight. A strangely shaped devil fruit appeared in Lin Qi's hand. As for why it was described as strange, it was because this fruit even had special effects. The surface of the fruit was covered in frost surrounded by crackling lightning, and most astonishingly, it had a ring of flames encircling it. A mythical beast type that is said to be rarer than natural types. Lin Qi looked at the devil fruit in his hand, utterly astonished. This reward was far better than he had imagined. Currently, there have been very few mythical beast types that have appeared in this world. Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit, Orochi's Yamada no Orochi Fruit, Sengoku's Buddha Fruit, and Yamato's Divine Beast Fruit, as well as Marco's Phoenix Fruit. In the past few hundred years, only 11 mythical beast fruits have appeared in the world. Each one is formidable, rarer than natural types, and possesses world-destroying power. What is solar candlelight? I've never heard of it before. Lin Qi thought as a wealth of information about solar candlelight flooded into his mind. Mythical beasts, as the name suggests, do not exist in reality. They are creatures that exist only in legends. Solar candlelight is said to be a divine beast formed from the pure yang energy of the universe and the Eye of Pangu. It is the sovereign of the sun, and due to its exalted status, it is revered by the other divine beasts as the Holy Spirit. Moreover, this fruit of his is influenced by its sister, the Yin Phantom, and is in the transformation of the four symbol stage, representing not only the pure yang lightning and fire attributes, but also an added ice attribute. To explain the four symbols, transformation solar candlelight and its sister Yin Phantom together gave rise to the four symbols of the world: Azure Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Black Tortoise. Thus, theoretically, solar candlelight is the father of Kaido's Azure Dragon Fruit. After digesting the information in his mind, Lin Qi could only think of two words: awesome. A true man must swallow the devil fruit whole. Lin Qi hesitated no longer and swallowed the entire fruit in one bite. Boom. The moment he consumed the devil fruit, he felt a surge of heat rushing through his limbs. His height surged at a visibly rapid pace. Breaking 2 meters was just the beginning. 2 meters 1. 2 meters 4. 2 meters 7. 3 meters. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Qi had already reached a height of 3 meters, but his height continued to grow uncontrollably. Finally, 5 meters. He stood in the room, having transformed into a small giant, nearly hitting the ceiling. Feeling the terrifying power surging within him, Lin Qi felt invincible. With the ability of the fruit, even an admiral would not be impossible to battle. Keep in mind, he had only consumed the devil fruit for about 5 minutes, and this was clearly pushing him to the level of Whitebeard and Kaido. It wouldn't be long before he could also try the taste of swinging a bottle at the 4 emperors. Why have I become so? Opening his eyes, Lin Qi felt a headache coming on. Being this tall was not convenient in life. Before he could think of a solution, his expression suddenly changed, and he hurriedly ran towards the empty space outside. It felt as if some power within him was about to erupt. As soon as he reached the deck, Lin Qi could no longer control the power within him. Roar! Lin Qi vanished, and a massive creature resembling a qilin with a lion's head, deer antlers, tiger's eyes, dragon scales, and a dragon's tail stood 30 meters tall on the deck. The black rings were engulfed in flames, constantly floating behind the candlelight. As Lin Qi transformed into his beast form, the black rings were engulfed in flames, constantly floating behind the candlelight. As Lin Qi transformed into his beast form, his massive size caused the warship to sink suddenly. Fortunately, he flew up into the sky, freely releasing the surging power within him. No, rather than flying, it was more like he was floating up, because he had no wings. Roar! Candlelight roared, spewing forth several bolts of lightning dozens of meters wide that shot up into the sky, instantly clearing the previously overcast sky into a bright blue. Golden lightning danced in the air like serpents of electricity, moving wildly. With a swipe of his front paw, the sea surface within a 10-kilometer radius was firmly frozen, and the ships were immobilized. God, what kind of monster is that? The soldiers on the warship trembled in fear at the sight. The sky has been shattered. Help, the ship is frozen. Countless Navy soldiers stared in horror at the series of changes, lacking any thought of resistance. The feeling was like mortals facing divinity. Smoker and Tina looked solemnly at the monster in the sky, their minds taut. Why would such a terrifying monster appear here? They could only hope that the creature's target was not them otherwise. Just then, someone weakly said from the side, I think I just saw Colonel Lin Qi transform into that monster on the deck. Who said that? Who? Smoker searched around for the shadow of the person who spoke. I. Joseph timidly stepped forward, knowing well that the one in the sky was his boss Lin Qi, but he was, did you see it with your own eyes? Yes. Smoker fell silent, pondering what could have happened to Lin Qi to cause such a dramatic change. The terrifying pressure sent chills down his spine, even as he witnessed it. Lin Qi. Tina gazed anxiously at the monstrous creature in the distance. Lin Qi noticed the frozen battleship beneath him unleashing a torrent of flames that shattered the icy surface. Meanwhile, the red-haired pirates were merely 50 miles away from him. Shanks gazed gravely into the distance, his observation Haki, warning him of something horrifying lurking. At that moment, Shanks was only 24 years old, 6 years older than Lin Qi. Although not yet one of the 4 emperors, he had already made a name for himself in the New World. "Hey Captain, what are you up to? Are we having a party?" Lucky Roo rarely saw Shanks wear a serious expression, so he approached with a chicken leg in hand. "Past the word change course. The thing ahead is not to be trifled with." "Understood." Lucky Roo replied, seriously returning to inform the helmsman, having always trusted the captain's commands. Not long after Jesus Burgess and Lime Jones arrived, although there were few on the red-haired ship, each was an elite. "Hey boss, I'm here." As a sniper, Jesus Burgess possessed a unique form of observation Haki, allowing him to focus on a specific point for observation. This meant that while the observed range was not as comprehensive as usual, he could see distant areas clearly. In simple terms, he stretched the 360-degree view into a single line. Following Shanks' direction, Jesus instinctively raised his sniper rifle to utilize his observation Haki. "Damn, that Kirin has a halo behind it." In the next moment, Jesus exclaimed, as if witnessing something. Hey, Jesus, have you drunk too much? How could there be a Kirin, a creature of legend?" Lime Jones scoffed. "I believe what Jesus says. If it's a Kirin, then it wouldn't be surprising," Shanks reminded pointedly. "Have you all forgotten that there is also a Qing Long in the New World?" "You mean someone ate the Zoan-type mythical beast, the deer fruit Kirin form?" Lime Jones was astonished. "Exactly, that's precisely what I mean." Shanks hung his head, lost in thought. This is serious. Having one dragon in the New World is troublesome enough, and now there's a Kirin. Lime Jones lamented. Jesus lowered his gun. "Boss, your intuition is correct. You haven't seen how terrifying that Kirin is." Jesus recalled the scene he had just witnessed, breaking out in a cold sweat. "I have a feeling that it won't be long before legends about that Kirin circulate across the sea." Shanks chuckled, "But for now, it is not yet our time to meet it." After venting his frustrations, Lin Qi felt the uncontrollable power within him dissipate, returning to his human form on the deck. The Navy breathed a sigh of relief. "Lin Qi, what was that just now?" Smoker asked. "Wait, let me try my final beast human form," Lin Qi said. With a thought, his height surged to 7 meters, his hands and certain key areas covered in dragon scales, 2 twisting dragon horns protruding from his forehead. Sharp spikes jutted out at joints and other locations, giving him an imposing appearance. One constant remained the black and red halo behind him. After experimenting, he returned to his human form, looking down at the 2 small figures before him. "I saw an apple that looked like a devil fruit in the kitchen. Eating it did this to me." Facing Smoker, who looked skeptical, Lin Qi laughed and patted his shoulder. "That's how it is. If anyone asks, you just say this." Smoker winced as Lin Qi's pat nearly knocked him over. Sorry, I still can't control my strength." "Lin Qi, can you turn back?" Looking up at Lin Qi, who towered over her, Tina pouted, almost able to hang a soy sauce bottle from her tiptoes. The thought of not being able to kiss Lin Qi whenever she wanted made Tina very sad. 5 meters was just too tall. "I should be able to turn back, right?" Lin Qi replied uncertainly. "I can feel that this fruit has many hidden abilities. Give me some time to get familiar with them." About half an hour later, Lin Qi's height began to shrink from 5 meters, returning to his previous height of 1.99 meters. The sun candlelight had granted him the power of pure sunlight, and after some research, Lin Qi discovered 2 temporary effects of this power. Firstly, his recovery speed was astonishing. When he cut his arm with a knife, the wound healed before he had even put the knife down. This incredible recovery made Smoker exclaim it was abnormal. The second ability was that he could control his height in normal form up to 3 times. For instance, he could shrink to 1/3 or grow to 3 times. Now his normal height was 5 meters, meaning he could freely switch between 1.6 meters and 15 meters. 15 meters. Taller than Kaido. "That's great, you're back," Tina exclaimed, rushing over. "Good." In the following days, Lin Qi remained aboard the ship, studying the powers of the sun candlelight. It would take at least half a month to reach the East Blue from the Navy headquarters, even when using the official channels of the world government. If he were to cross Reverse Mountain like a pirate, even if the ship didn't suffer losses, it would take an additional 3 to 5 days. It was said that beneath Reverse Mountain a whale blocked the way. Almost half of the new pirates entering the New World from the 4 seas perished at these 2 hurdles. "Colonel, bad news. We are encountering severe weather ahead, and a waterspout has formed. We request a detour." The navigator rushed over in a hurry. The weather on the Grand Line could change in an instant. One moment, it was clear skies for miles, and the next you found yourself in the midst of a torrential downpour, never knowing what bizarre weather might appear. Lightning thicker than a barrel fell from the sky, while stones the size of small mountains rained down, and barriers formed from dozens of waterspouts. It could be said that the weather on the Grand Line was more complex than a woman's heart. Without an experienced navigator, surviving at sea would be nothing short of a miracle. Let me see how severe it is. Lin Qi set down the 10-layer weights he was stacking and took the telescope from the navigator. He could see heavy rain pouring down 10 miles ahead, with hail the size of fists crashing down and dozens of waterspouts swirling upwards with vast amounts of seawater. Huh. The navigator doubted his hearing. Did the master just say to bring the ship closer? I said to bring the ship closer. Do I need to repeat myself? Since witnessing Lin Qi's unparalleled strength that day, the Navy aboard the ship had developed an unwavering trust in this esteemed colonel. The warship resolutely steered towards the raging storm. As the crew gazed at the enormous sea vortex capable of destroying their ship, they swallowed hard, hoping not to be sucked in. The dark storm clouds loomed heavily, suffocating everyone. Thud, thud, thud. Ice hail the size of fists pounded the deck as Lin Qi strode to the bow of the ship. Colonel Lin. Colonel. The surrounding soldiers cast looks of reverence at Lin Qi. Do not worry, for I am here, Lin Qi reassured. In the next moment, he transformed into a 30-meter-tall form, charging skyward without hesitation. Roar. A roar like that of a dragon echoed through the sky. Thunder, flames, frost. Dozens of thick beams of elemental light surged towards the turbulent weather ahead. Explosions of lightning dispersed the dark clouds, flames evaporated the rain, and hail pierced through the clouds like swords, freezing water spouts on the ocean surface. Like a divine creation scene, it left the people on the ship trembling with awe. In their hearts, they all shared the same thought: thank goodness this master is on our side. Thud. Lin Qi transformed back into human form as he landed on the bow. The ominous clouds above had calmed, and the sun shone brightly. Only on the ocean's surface did the exquisite ice sculptures resembling waterspouts remain, reminding everyone that the earlier scene was not a dream. Human power annihilating natural disasters. Gulp. The navigator stared blankly at Lin Qi, realizing that this esteemed master was indeed the most formidable navigator. Which other navigators would not evade natural disasters like they were venomous snakes? Yet here he was boldly charging through the calamity. What word could adequately describe his prowess? The true first navigator. Wow, amazing. Long live Colonel Lin. After a moment of silence, the ship erupted with a thunderous cheer, elevating their reverence for Lin Qi even further. Having resolved the immediate crisis, Lin Qi did not dare to relax for a moment and returned to his cabin to continue training. Suddenly, he caught sight of Tom curled up in a corner, sound asleep, and he felt a surge of irritation. This foolish cat had been sleeping for days while he trained. He truly could not tell whether it was a cat or a pig. Tom, get up and train together. You are a Navy member, now no slacking off. Meow, meow, meow. Tom was awakened, his innocent big eyes glistening, as if to say he was just an ordinary little cat. Stop pretending, no slacking off. Hurry and train with me. Under Lin Qi's coercive persuasion, Tom let out a human-like sigh and then started doing sit-ups. Ha ha ha. After only a few, Tom's patience ran out, panting with his tongue out, his pace slowing down. Tom, if you dare to slack off, today's fish treats will be gone. Tom's body jolted, casting a resentful glance at Lin Qi before hastily resuming sit-ups, moving like a flash. 2 hours later, the once 90 centimeters tall adorable cat had vanished, and in its place stood a 2-meter-tall muscular cat with an 8-pack and a large gold chain. It even had a big gold tooth in its mouth. Lin Qi could not help but marvel once again at Tom's transformation. So impressive. Tom stood narcissistically in front of the mirror, striking poses. However, half an hour after stopping his training, Tom naturally returned to his original form, a 90 centimeters small cat. From then on, Lin Qi no longer forced Tom to train. The tail end of 1506 quietly passed on the ship, and the year 1507 arrived quietly. 12 days had passed since they set sail. Unfortunately, in these 12 days, they only encountered a few small pirate crews and managed to capture just one ability user. It was only after becoming an officer that Lin Qi learned that capturing an ability user and sending them to the deep-sea prison earned as much military merit as eliminating a small pirate crew. Coincidentally, there were 10 cells below deck, each capable of holding 10 people, thus accommodating up to 100. As they approached Reverse Mountain, the system's prompt suddenly rang out. New life choice triggered. Task Choice 1. Immediately reach the East Sea. Reward 500 points. Task Choice 2. Kill 1004 seas pirates beneath Reverse Mountain. Reward 20 off coupon for the shop. Task Choice 3. Block the entrance, guard the foot of Reverse Mountain for a month, and defeat all pirates. Reward 10 off coupon for the shop. I choose option 3. Men change course towards Reverse Mountain. Yes, Captain Lin. Having been out for a while, it was time to give the Navy an explanation. No one had ever attempted to block Reverse Mountain, not even the world government. One reason was that blocking here would mean facing all pirates from the 4 seas. While they could hold them off temporarily, they could not do so indefinitely, making the effort disproportionate to the resources used. At this time, pirates had just entered the New World. If left unchecked, half of them would perish in less than 3 months, proving to be a fruitless endeavor. Another reason was that a former crew member of the Pirate King lived beneath Reverse Mountain. Since these Oldemers had already retired, the world government did not want to provoke them, otherwise they would not have allowed Rayleigh to stay on Sabeti Archipelago for so many years. The Roger pirates still had nearly all their veteran combatants aside from Roger's top-tier strength, and if these Oldemers went wild, it could be disastrous. But if they could truly block Reverse Mountain, it would be a heavy blow to the pirates. Woo! The ship sailed across the ocean, and in the distance the lighthouse at the foot of Reverse Mountain could be vaguely seen. Suddenly a deafening wail echoed, causing everyone to cover their ears in pain. So loud, Tina's little face scrunched up. Boom, boom, boom. Each loud sound resonated like the drums of thunder in everyone's ears. You all stay on the ship, I'll go take a look. Lin Qi vanished into the mist with moonlit steps. Laboon. As he got closer, Lin Qi saw a whale the size of a mountain crashing into the Red Earth continent, which was Reverse Mountain. Blood flowed down from its head. Lin Qi recognized this whale from the original story. He shouted, Laboon, stop. I have something to tell you. Woo. Hearing Brook's name again, Labu became agitated, splashing waves as he collided with the Red Earth continent. His eyes reddened. Labu, don't you believe me? Brook is really alive. Let me describe his appearance to you. Tall and thin with a wild mane of hair, he plays the violin quite well, and his favorite song is Bink's Woo. Labu stopped crashing into the Red Earth continent, his big eyes fixed on Lin Qi. Stop your self-destructive behavior and quietly wait for him to return. Woo. Ghost knows how a whale cries. Labu sobbed heavily, rubbing against Lin Qi before finally sinking to the bottom of the sea. Young Navy, may I invite you for a drink? From the lighthouse at the foot of the inverted mountain emerged a man who looked to be in his 50s, extending an invitation to Lin Qi. Of course. Lin Qi landed on the small island with a moonwalk, welcomed warmly into the man's house. I apologize, my humble abode is simple and lacks hospitality, but if you don't mind, do try my homemade wine. Kalokas brought out a jar of wine, pouring a glass for Lin Qi and then filling one for himself. Lin Qi took a sip. Not bad. Thank you. Kalokas set down his glass. Young Navy, thank you. Labu's body can no longer withstand such self-harm. You're welcome, just a favor. Kalokas hesitated for a moment and then asked, perhaps due to age, I still hold a glimmer of hope for everything. Is Brook really still alive? Lin Qi nodded. He is alive, but after consuming the devil fruit, he has turned into a skeleton. He is still alive? A skeleton? That's not bad. Receiving the news that Brook was still alive, Kalokas kept pouring wine for Lin Qi. Ha ha, drink more. As for Labus matter, consider it a favor owed to you. No need to owe me. Come aboard my ship, uncle. Given the surgical instruments on your wall, you must possess excellent medical skills. This man could keep the terminally ill Roger alive for 5 or 6 more years. I have to invite him. Kalokas chuckled awkwardly. No, I'm too old to withstand the storms at sea. I have to stay and take care of Labu. I remember the last man who invited me was Roger. What a nostalgic memory. Boss Colonel, are you here? It seems my subordinates have arrived. Old man, let's drink another day. Lin Qi stood up to bid farewell to Kalokas. Young Navy, even though I don't know your name, there will always be a jar of wine in my cellar reserved for you. Haha, that's wonderful. I imagine the coming days won't be lonely. Lin Qi strode out while Kalokas sensed something amiss. Wait, you won't be staying here, will you? To protect Lin Qi, he rushed after him, advising, you'd better leave now, otherwise you'll be killed by the hordes of pirates from all seas. They won't fear you just because you're Navy. Kalokas thought Lin Qi was probably a naive young man, heedlessly inviting trouble. He's seen many hot-blooded, reckless young Navy men, and none of them ended well. Don't worry, uncle, I'm a colonel from the Navy headquarters. They'll be the ones to die. Sigh. Seeing he couldn't persuade him, Kalokas decided that when the time came he would step in to save this young. Lin Qi commanded that the soldiers on the ship could take turns to relax on the small island since they would be staying here for a month. As one of the largest pirate respawn points, it did not disappoint Lin Qi. Less than half an hour later, a pirate ship crashed down the waterfall from the inverted mountain, nearly falling apart. The pirates were still in shock and hadn't had time to celebrate when a man's voice rang out. Where are the sailors? Bring out the cannons and fire at will. What the hell? There's Navy here too. Bang, bang, bang. Soldiers on the deck loaded the cannonballs, lit the fuses, and more than 10 cannonballs were fired, 6 of which hit the pirate ship. Thus, this battered pirate ship was instantly sent to the depths of the sea, with strands of blood staining the ocean. 35 pirates killed. Points 26. What? Points. Originally just wanting to test the power of the cannons sent by Sengoku, he didn't expect this trial to yield such incredible results. It seems that as long as they are his direct subordinates, he can earn points for their kills. Although it doesn't seem as much as if he did it directly, it's still not bad. When his subordinates kill, it seems to reward Lin Qi with a certain percentage of points. Although he doesn't know what that percentage is, it's all free points. This is quite comfortable. When he becomes a general or a king in the future, won't that be delightful? Using cannons to bombard pirates is a good strategy, catching the opponents off guard. Thus, for the next encounters, pirate crews with fewer than 50 members were dealt with by cannon fire from a distance, while Lin Qi handled those with more than 50. By the afternoon, Lin Qi had no idea how many pirate crews he had wiped out. Kalokas sat on a small stool at the shore watching with great interest. This was much more entertaining than spending every day alone here. Although he had also been a pirate before, it was more accurate to say he was an adventurer, so he held no sympathy for these. Instead, he worried about Lin Qi, thinking that this kid would eventually kick a hardboard if he continued like this. You all retreat, something dangerous is coming down. At 3 in the afternoon, a massive shadow fell from the sky, looking quite terrifying. A pirate fleet consisting of over 20 pirate ships rushed down the waterfall. Kekaki Grand Line, my bloodhand hair has arrived. Boss, this hair is the largest pirate crew in the West Sea, known as the Overlord of the West Sea. At its peak, it had over 50 ships and more than 3,000 members. Joseph pulled out a picture from the bounty order and handed it to Lin Qi. Bloodhand hair. Bounty 66 million. Why is there also a warship? Hair paused, then his face twisted in a snarl. A small ship thinks it can stop me. Boys, charge. Slay them and raise our flag. Let the Navy announce my name, Bloodhand Hair, on the Grand Line. Kill. Kill. With a command from Hair, over 1,000 pirates steered their ships towards the warship. It was clear that this ruthless pirate crew did not take the Navy seriously. Bang, 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 20 pirate ships opened fire simultaneously, creating an extremely shocking scene, causing waves to rise on the sea. If Lin Qi hadn't ordered the warships to retreat in advance, they would have been hit by now. Kalokas stood up from his small stool in worry. You mere West Sea Overlord, don't be so arrogant. With me, Colonel Lin Qi here, don't think you can harm a single sailor of mine. Seeing the pirate fleet getting closer, Lin Qi suddenly leaped into the air with a moonwalk, drawing out the frost-ridden Long Yuan sword from his waist. One sword style, I shatter Fong. A majestic and overwhelming chill emanated from the dragon-slaying blade as the shells in the air entered the icy mist, freezing into solid blocks of ice and plummeting downwards. This young navy is quite impressive, Kalokas murmured as he sat back down. Boss, the shells are useless. The crew of the pirate armada looked at the cannons beside them, suddenly feeling disillusioned. What the hell is this? The kind of people on the Grand Line? Hal, who had never left the West Sea, had never witnessed such a scene. He knew of swordsmen who could cut through iron, but to unleash a chill spanning a kilometer was beyond his imagination. What's the panic? If the shells can't hit, just charge in and cut them down. Our numbers are 10 times theirs. Hal shouted. If you've lost your chance. In an instant, Lin Qi had arrived above the pirate armada. With a mighty shake, an overwhelming aura of Conqueror's Haki surged forth from his body, targeting the 200 pirates below. Boom. Ugh. As soon as they encountered the Conqueror's Haki, the pirates seemed to face a divine being, unseen and unheard, collapsing without any resistance. The 200 pirates fell one by one, leaving only Captain Hal alive. This was the terrifying cleansing power of Conqueror's Haki. Kalokas in the stands had his pupils constrict. Such powerful Conqueror's Haki. Who exactly is this kid? Everyone is dead. Hal had already been paralyzed with fear on the ground. Are all the monsters of the Grand Line like this? So terrifying. He hadn't even seen any actions. The opponent didn't even have to strike, and his entire 200-man fleet was wiped out. Just a moment ago, Hal had been filled with confidence to make his mark in the new world, but in the next moment his confidence shattered, leaving him unable to muster even a thought of resistance. If heaven could grant him a chance to start over, Hal vowed never to come to the Grand Line again. It was too frightening. Is he a devil fruit user? A man's voice pulled Hal back to reality. He came to his senses and found that the devil-like man was standing in front of him, trembling, and said, "Yes." Very good. Lin Qi tossed Hal into the naval prison as if he were a small chick. Military merit 1. As for Hal resisting. What a joke, having barely survived, he didn't want to face that devil again. As for the unconscious pirates, Lin Qi instructed the Navy soldiers to collect their heads and also move the treasures from the ship onto the warship. Tina counted and found treasures worth 20 million berries, quite impressive. As evening approached, there were almost no pirates left, for the death rate, while crossing Reverse Mountain at night, was much higher than during the day. Pirates may lack education, but they are not fools. By the end of the day, every Navy soldier on the ship was exhausted and had gained considerable growth. On Lighthouse Island, Kalokas smoker Lin Qi and Tina sat around a campfire. A Navy chef nearby prepared pieces of grilled meat and served them to everyone. While eating, Kalokas sighed, "I never expected to eat food cooked by the Navy in my lifetime." Tina smiled and said, "If you like it, eat more." Smoker glanced at Kalokas, feeling that this uncle was somewhat odd, though he couldn't pinpoint why. "If you had agreed to my invitation, you could eat Navy meals every day?" Lin Qi said, "Let's skip that. Just thinking about it gives me the creeps." He had a few pirate friends, but those who had eaten Navy and world government food their entire lives never came out again. They ended up locked in the underwater prison. Cheers. They took a sip of wine. Oh, perhaps it was because they had been alone for too long, or for other reasons. Coloccus particularly enjoyed talking to Lin Qi. Young Navy, what exactly is your identity? Someone like you shouldn't remain inconspicuous in the past. Lin Qi replied, what identity do I have? Just an ordinary little Navy. Coloccus chuckled, let's drink, let's drink. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this half-month, Lin Qi only wielded Conqueror's Haki against enemies, becoming... Coloccus chuckled, let's drink, let's drink. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. During this half-month, Lin Qi only wielded Conqueror's Haki against enemies, becoming increasingly adept at controlling it. After half a month of relentless battles, his 200 elite soldiers began to evolve towards a stronger trend. One day, his subordinates reported that nearly all the 2 large stores of shells given by Sengoku before his departure had been used up. Additionally, the food and fruits on the ship needed replenishing, so Lin Qi decided to have his men send a message to Sengoku via the transponder snail. Write request shells and fruits from Admiral Sengoku, and let him know about our achievements over the past half-month. How you convey the details is up to you. Lin Qi instructed the soldier responsible for communication on the ship. At sea, meat could be skipped, but fruits were essential, otherwise one would suffer from severe scurvy. Yes, Colonel. The communications soldier replied with unbounded admiration. After half a month of interaction, Lin Qi's imposing presence when annihilating enemies had deeply imprinted itself in everyone's hearts. Every soldier on the ship, without exception, admired and respected this commander. Their admiration for Colonel Lin Qi was like an unending torrent. Thus, upon receiving the summons from Colonel, they immediately abandoned all their work and rushed over. Ding, ding, ding. At the Navy headquarters, the transponder snail on the marshal's desk printed out a document and dropped it onto the table. While reviewing documents, Sengoku casually picked it up, and the more he read, the wider his eyes grew, with his eyelids twitching as if they were spasming. After a while, he shouted towards the door, someone call Zifa Karp and Vice Admiral Tsuru here. Soon, several old friends gathered around, fixated on the report lying on the table. Zifa and Sengoku sat on either side, both twitching at the corners of their eyes. Vice Admiral Tsuru was left speechless, having lived for so many years and now unsure of what to say. Smoker jolted awake, terrified, and threw away Slaying Dragon, filled with dread. Did I just... On the table lay a report of 2600 words stating Colonel Lin Qi's might was unparalleled, his wisdom and martial prowess akin to a divine war god, descending leading our forces to guard Reverse Mountain. In a short time, the enemy was overwhelmed by fear, all due to Lord Lin Qi's invincibility, with a magnificent aura that led us to defeat the pirates soundly. All thanks to the brilliant command of Colonel Lin Qi. The entire document of 2600 words was almost entirely filled with praise for Lin Qi. They had seen reports that concealed personal interests, but they had never seen personal interests that concealed a report. Whoever wrote this article was truly a genius. Fortunately, this article comes from an honest Navy officer. Had it been from a newspaper, they would surely suspect that the paper had been bribed. Setting aside this article, Lin Qi's actions are truly impressive. Guarding Reverse Mountain and exterminating all pirates, even if he can only hold on for half a month, it will severely undermine the pirate's reputation. I agree with Zhai Fa's statement. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Guo ordered, someone notify Morgans to assist in publishing a newspaper. Such a matter, which can enhance the Navy's prestige and deter the restless pirates, must be widely disseminated. Although the Navy has its own newspaper, due to the lack of newsbirds for transportation, it is unrealistic to deliver it to every corner of the world in real time. It is precisely because of Morgan's terrifying control over the news that he has been threatened multiple times by the world government. Meanwhile, on an island filled with ancient towering trees, through the gnarled exterior of one of the ancient trees, one could see the busy workers inside. They were racking their brains, reviewing the reports from their subordinates, while thinking about how to write better news. Ha ha ha, big news. Huge news. Suddenly, a birdman with white feathers rushed out of the room, running and shouting excitedly. What's gotten into the boss today? Is he excited? I don't know, I haven't seen him like this in a long time. The employees looked curiously at Morgans. Smack. A piece of intelligence printed with the Navy's insignia was slapped onto a subordinate's forehead. Quick, get the printing done. This issue's newspaper is sure to sell like hotcakes. What news could possibly make the boss so excited? The subordinate muttered as he took the intelligence off his head, his pupils suddenly contracting. Guarding Reverse Mountain. This action may seem insignificant, yet it eradicates the roots of the pirates of the Grand Line. Without the influx of pirates from the four seas, the number of pirates in the Grand Line will only dwindle. Over time, one can imagine the scene at that time. A month or two might be bearable, but if this blockade continues, even the four emperors may not be able to sit still, as they are all relying on these recruits. Currently, 3 of the 4 emperors in the New World have already established their positions with only one still contested. The layout of the seas is basically confirmed a fact that even the world government cannot change. Is the Navy determined to intimidate the pirates? Morgan's newspaper had an exceptionally high efficiency. In less than half an hour, freshly printed newspapers were sent across the world by hundreds of thousands of newsbirds. East Sea. A young boy stood at the shore with a sword in one hand and a newspaper in the other, staring at the small boat docked on the sea. Guys, I think being a pirate is too dangerous. Let's just go back to herding cattle. Agreed. I agree too. I didn't expect the end of piracy to be Reverse Mountain. Thus, this pirate crew, which had yet to set sail, was doomed before it even began. Compared to the North Sea, the West Sea seemed to have experienced a great tsunami. What a bloodhand! How was wiped out by the Navy in less than half a day on the Grand Line. The pirates trembled as they looked at the newspaper in their hands. Bloodhand, how the uncrowned king of the West Sea, his terrifying influence was etched in the bones of every West Sea pirate. Such a fearsome pirate was captured before he even got a chance to settle in the Grand Line. The Grand Line is truly a terrifying place. On this day, countless West Sea pirates vowed never to enter the Grand Line. At the same time, they deeply remembered the name Lin Qi. From that day forth, Lin Qi gained his first title in life, the pirate killer Lin Qi. East Sea. The illiterate little Luffy was drawn to the reading of the newspaper by Dayton nearby. What Lin Qi didn't know was that it was precisely his appearance that solidified Carp's determination to train Luffy. 2 years ahead of schedule, Luffy was sent to the Bandit Dodon's place. As the only literate person among the bandits, Dayton proudly read the contents to the nearby little brothers. Wow, this Navy brother is amazing, just like my grandpa. Little Luffy looked at the newspaper where Lin Qi was depicted slicing a pirate ship in half and thought, New World, Cake Island. A cake the size of a basin was swallowed in one bite by Big Mom, her expression instantly turning dangerous. The Navy's reach is becoming increasingly extensive. It seems they need a profound lesson. Reiju Galette, go kill this Navy officer and also gather some delicacies on the way back. Yes, mother. Charlotte Reiju, the 33rd child of the Charlotte family. Charlotte Galette, the 18th daughter of Big Mom. The two knelt on one knee and departed with reverence. Half a month has passed since the newspaper incident. Aside from making Lin Qi's fame soar, the number of pirates at Reverse Mountain has dwindled. This made Lin Qi complain about Zhang Guo as the newspaper was released too early, depriving him of more points. At this moment, his points had reached a terrifying total of 121,530 points. A whopping 120,000 points. To put this in perspective, the natural type gas fruit that appeared previously only offered 188,888 points. An ordinary flintlock gun could buy about 5,000 of them. Converted to fine wheat bread, it could be exchanged for over 1 million, enough to sustain a small country. If he received a 10 discount coupon, he could immediately purchase a natural type devil fruit. Ding! Congratulations on completing 1 month of guarding Reverse Mountain. Would you like to claim your reward? Claim. After working hard for a month, he naturally wouldn't be stingy when it came to spending money. Today, the newly refreshed items were quite impressive and could be considered luxurious. Double training scroll 1 week. Price 1,000 points. This is different from the previous body refinement scroll, as the former only works for body refinement, while the latter is comprehensive, effective for both body refinement and swordsmanship. Superhuman type gravity fruit. Price 155,555 points. Supreme Great Blade, Long Yuan. Price 160,000 points. Storage ring 2 meters in length, width, and height. Price 3,000 points. Oranges 10. Price 1 point. Heart Crossing, Demon Sword Power. Price 100,000 points. Damn, I hate to feel broke when it's time to spend money. The store was too luxurious. Lin Qi only hated his lack of funds. Needless to say, he first used a discount coupon to purchase the most cost-effective Supreme Great Blade. Originally priced at 16,000, it only cost him 16,000 after using the coupon. With a flash of light, a completely black sword appeared in Lin Qi's hand. The sword's surface seemed to be covered in a layer of dragon scales under the sunlight, appearing distinctly. A fierce black dragon coiled around the grip, seemingly roaring silently. At the very end, 3 gemstones of red, green, and blue were embedded. A fine sword. For someone like him, who has wielded a knife for many years, merely gripping it allows him to sense the energy contained within. He then purchased a storage ring. Although the space is limited, it can be used to store knives in special circumstances. Otherwise, he might find himself in situations where weapons cannot be used. He opened the introduction for Heart-Crossing Power of the Demon Knife. Heart-Crossing Power of the Demon Knife can be attached to any weapon, transforming it into a demon knife capable of advancing through killing or devouring other demon knives. Good stuff. His other knife, Long Yuan, was merely a decent blade and could no longer keep up with the current combat. He feared that the gift from Sister Tao Rabbit would break if he used too much force. Speaking of which, many decent blades are replicas of the Supreme Great Blade, and the Long Yuan gifted by Sister Yao Rabbit is one of the replicas of the Supreme Great Blade Long Yuan. In order to differentiate it easily, Lin Qi decided to rename the Long Yuan given by Sister Tao Rabbit to either Slaying Dragon or Heart-Crossing Demon Knife. Purchase, use, and fuse with Slaying Dragon. Point consumption 1000 usage successful. Isn't it said that demon knives are very sinister? Why is there no reaction? After the fusion, aside from a ghostly face appearing on the blade, Slaying Dragon showed no other changes. Beep, the host, is the creator of the demon knife. The demon knife will not attack its creator. Oh, I see. After some shopping, only 2530 points remained. Lin Qi looked at his empty wallet and sighed. He still needed to earn points. He bought 2 double cultivation scrolls for 1 week, one for Tina and one for himself. At this point, he had become completely broke with only 530 points left. Uncle, we're leaving. Well, come see you another day. Take care. With the task completed, Lin Qi prepared to leave the upside-down mountain. Before departing, Labu and Uncle Kalokas came out to bid him farewell. On the way to the East Sea, the Navy gathered together, whispering. After a month of killing, they suddenly found themselves idle and were a bit unaccustomed to it. It feels like Colonel Lin Qi has become even more terrifying. Yeah, especially those 2 knives at his waist. I don't know if it's just my imagination, but I feel like those knives are alive. Damn, I thought I was the only one who felt that way. Every time I get close, my legs go weak, as if some fierce beast is staring at me. What are you guys talking about? Suddenly, a large shadow obscured the sunlight. Smoker were discussing Colonel's knives. Knives? Smoker was puzzled. When did Lin Qi switch to? He walked straight over and asked, "Can I see your knife?" No way, Lin Qi coldly refused. A swordsman's knife is like his wife. How can you let just anyone touch it? Smoker was speechless. What if your knife is male? Fine, but you can only touch this one. Lin Qi was also curious about what would happen if an outsider held Slaying Dragon. He didn't mind using a willing test subject. After a moment's thought, Smoker reached out to grip the demon knife, Slaying Dragon. The moment Smoker grasped the handle, the ghostly face on the blade lit up with a purple glow. This purple light reflected in Smoker's pupils, turning his eyes purple. Swish! Smoker suddenly swung the long knife towards the nearby navy. Enough! Lin Qi shouted sternly, causing the ghostly face pattern on Slaying Dragon to dim. Smoker jolted awake, terrified, and threw away Slaying Dragon, filled with dread. Did I just get controlled by this knife? Don't throw it. Lin Qi picked up Slaying Dragon with a pained expression. Actually, this is a demon knife. If you had been on your guard, you probably wouldn't have been controlled. Demon knife. Smoker was greatly frightened. Don't you know that no swordsman who has ever used a demon knife has ended well? It's fine if it's very obedient. Saying this, Lin Qi patted Slaying Dragon at his waist. Obedient. Smoker recalled the scene of being controlled and looked at Slaying Dragon, quietly resting at Lin Qi's waist, his expression complex. He really wanted to say, "Look at your knife. How is it obedient? Lin Qi, come try my freshly baked waffles." Oh, Smoker, you're here too. Noticing Tina approaching with a plate of waffles and a glass of orange juice with 2 straws, Smoker knew this wasn't meant for him. He silently walked away. This dog food was more than enough. He basically had to eat a handful every day. Crunch, crunch. Afternoon tea time passed by in the company of Tina. In the blink of an eye, the next day arrived, and everyone passed over the Red Earth continent, arriving smoothly at the East Sea. East Sea. The sweet sea breeze caressed his face as Lin Qi embraced Tina, who stood at the bow of the ship, stretching her arms to welcome the sea breeze. Is this your hometown? No wonder, it's the place where my dear Tina grew up. Even the sea breeze is much sweeter than elsewhere. Smoker turned his head to the side. Ugh, this nauseating smell of love. Tina, back in the East Sea after a long time, wore a beaming smile. Boss, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the fragrant smell you smell seems to be coming from over there. Joseph cautiously pointed in the distance. That's a restaurant. No, it's a pirate crew. On the sea, a pirate crew with a chef's hat was fiercely battling another pirate crew. The various scents wafting over the sea came from the kitchen on the ship. Smoker, could you please just knock out the pirate? Lin Qi rubbed Tina's plump little belly and was reluctant to move. These small fry in the East Sea were no match for Smoker. TCH. Smoker, with a cigar in his mouth, reluctantly got moving, transforming into smoke and flying over. In just a few moves, he knocked out the 2 pirate crews. The captains of the 2 pirate crews were brought over by Smoker, looking utterly bewildered, as if to say, who am I, where am I, and how did I get captured? You 2 state your names, let me see your bounties. The 2 captains blankly lifted their heads, still recovering from their defeat, when suddenly they trembled. The pirate slayer Lin Qi. One of them exclaimed in terror, retreating several steps. The other pirate with golden hair sighed heavily. After all the calculations, I still couldn't avoid you. If I hadn't worried about encountering you, I should have already been in the Grand Line by now. Idiot, why did you 2 talk so much? Quickly answer Lin Qi's question. Joseph reprimanded. Burke, Redfoot Jipu. Hearing the two names, Lin Qi became interested. This Jipu was the pirate who later adopted Sanji. It turned out he was still a pirate in the East Sea at this time. So he had his subordinates drag the other captain away, leaving only Jipu. I've heard of you. Although you're a pirate, you're not too bad and haven't done anything too heinous. I don't understand why is this pirate slayer saying this to me. How about you cook a meal for me and my brothers? In exchange, I'll let you go. You're not lying to me, are you? Jipu blinked, stunned. In this day and age, is there still a navy that actively lets pirates go? I keep my word. Okay, but you have so many people, I'll need my crew to help me cook enough food for you all. Of course. Delicious. This soup looks as clear as water, yet its flavor is rich. Lin Qi took a sip of the soup meticulously prepared by Zepp, then had a bite of the seafood fried rice. It is well known that Sanji's culinary skills were taught by Zepp. Rounded off, this counts as him having eaten the meals that the shrimp wanted the most. Tina's cheeks were stuffed full, and her big eyes squinted into crescent moons of happiness. Hearing compliments about the soup she made Zepp quite happy. Of course, it would have been better if the one complimenting was not from the Navy. I really like these dishes. Could you please tell the chef on board how to make them? No problem. After satisfying his hunger, Lin Qi began to usher people away. Aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay for dinner? Thank you. Zepp swore he had gained some insight today. There really were Navy personnel who released pirates instead of capturing them. It was absurd, totally absurd. A refreshing breeze in the Navy. You really let them go. Smoker looked at the pirate ship drifting away as if he was meeting Lin Qi for the first time. What else would I do? I thought you would kill them. That would be too brutal. I'm a kind person, you know. You? Hee. Smoker looked at him disdainfully. Next, can you take me to Logue Town? No way. Tina hasn't been home for many years. Let's take her back to see her family first. Smoker. He did not want to stay on the ship eating dog food. By the way, Cocoa Village is not far from Tina's home. Let's go there first. Lin Qi's visit to Cocoa Village was not for Nami, but for her mother Belmere. By the timeline, Belmere should have just left the Navy for a year or two. Before leaving the Navy, Belmere was no longer a low-level soldier and had fought pirates in the East Sea for many years. Therefore, she had a clear understanding of the entire East Sea environment. Moreover, since she had already become a civilian, Lin Qi could confidently and boldly ask her some sensitive questions about the relationships between the kingdoms in the East Sea. Oh, by the way, keep an eye out for someone in the East Sea for me in the future. Who? CLO. Do you have business? What is the most precious thing in the new era, do you know? What? Talent. I have my eye on him, so remember to keep an eye out for me. CLO is said to be the second smartest among pirates. A month passed. Lin Qi was rushing to the destination while having the warship search for pirates. During this period, he defeated more than 60 pirate crews, and the number of abilities captured was considerable, including those caught in Reverse Mountain. The number of ability users locked on the ship was terrifyingly high at 50. 50 ability users. This wave of military achievements made Lin Qi a fortune. Cocoa Village, a remote little town in the East Sea where all the residents made a living selling oranges, struggling to survive just above the poverty line. When the townspeople saw the Navy's arrival, they were not excited. Instead, they cast wary glances as if they were looking at a plague. It turned out that this remote little town rarely saw Navy personnel. Every time the Navy showed up, it meant trouble. If they weren't capturing pirates, they were chasing down bounties, causing considerable losses to the village time and again. Navy, what are you here for this time? A man with a windmill in his hair stepped out to cautiously negotiate with Lin Qi. Sir, you seem to misunderstand. I look at me. Lin Qi pointed to his justice cloak and said, I am a colonel from the Navy headquarters here in the East Sea, merely to deliver a message. I heard your oranges are delicious and I want to buy them all to take back for my friends to taste. Not from the East Sea Navy. Kenjutsu's gaze quickly shifted between Lin Qi and the soldiers behind him. The spirit of these soldiers was different from any Navy he had seen before. Could it be that he really wasn't from the East Sea? Kenjutsu looked at the other party whose sword was inlaid with 3 gems, and he felt shocked. The others seemed to be quite wealthy. Some villagers had not opened their shops for months, especially Belmere's family, who had run out of food. The relief supplies were only enough for 2 small children, and Belmere could only survive on oranges daily. If she missed this big order because of herself, they would probably blame her. Are you really here to buy oranges? Otherwise. At this point, Kenjutsu fully believed in him. If he were really here to capture a bounty, the criminal would have already run away. 5 minutes later. Ha, you young man are truly impressive to be a colonel at such a young age from the Navy headquarters. Alas, if only I had a daughter, I would definitely marry her to a young genius like you. A group of respected elders from the village smiled and stood in front of Lin Qi. I want all the oranges in the village, remember all of them. Lin Qi had his men bring over a box of gold coins. Also, I want to see the person responsible for every orange tree in the village. Sure, no problem. Definitely no problem. The eyes of several people seemed to light up, staring intently at the box of treasure. After killing so many pirates, Lin Qi was now a wealthy man. This bit of money was just a drop in the bucket. Belmere did not live in the village, but in a hidden corner outside the village. Kenjutsu was famous for protecting Belmere and her family. Moreover, Belmere was a deserter. With these three factors combined, if he dared to wear this uniform and say he wanted to meet Belmere, it would probably take a lot of effort. It's much simpler this way. Soon after, Lin Qi saw Belmere among the crew delivering oranges. Her pink hair was easy to spot, and she had a cigarette in her mouth, looking to be only 26 or 7 years old. Her clothes were damp from moving oranges, yet her face still radiated a bright smile. Lin Qi strode over. "Madam, to ensure the quality of the oranges I am purchasing, may I take a look at your orange orchard?" "So handsome." Belmere stood up, and upon seeing the man in front of her, became slightly entranced. "I said you are a handsome guy." Belmere, feeling sticky, simply took off her jacket, revealing a better figure. She looked towards Kenjutsu, who nodded at her. "All right, just come with me. I don't bring too many people, so as not to Okay, I will go with you alone. The others will stay here to receive the oranges." Over here, just as they arrived at Belmere's orange orchard, her smile instantly vanished. "Speak, what do you want from me?" "Oh, how perceptive." Lin Qi realized he had underestimated this woman's intuition. "All right." Lin Qi shrugged, dropping the act, Belmere soldier. He had not finished speaking when suddenly a long leg kicked towards him. Bang, the scene shifted. Belmere was pinned to the ground by Lin Qi with one hand. "You should have let me finish, soldier. I mean you no harm. Revealing your identity was just to ensure you wouldn't hide anything from me." "Ugh, let go of me, you bastard." Belmere struggled fiercely with her long legs. In the distance, a small figure hid behind an orange tree. Her little face flushed as she gazed at the silhouettes of Lin Qi and Bayermeyer. Xiao Name couldn't hear what they were saying, but seeing her foster mother being pressed to the ground made her vaguely understand. "Found me a stepfather." "Hey Name, what are you looking at?" Suddenly, a small figure patted Name from behind, startling her. Name hurriedly grabbed the girl's mouth. "Shoo, Nokigao, don't make a sound. Remember the little comic book we read last time? Bayermeyer is doing something inappropriate with a man." "What?" "It's broad daylight." Nokigao's words abruptly halted as the actions of the two were too easily misunderstood. Bayermeyer was bent over with her, but in the air, and Lin Qi was pressing down on her legs with his calves, his hand gripping the back of her neck. "Ugh, Bayermeyer, actually. How thrilling. No, I can't let Name learn bad things." Nokigao grabbed Name's arm and forcibly pulled her away. "On the other side, madam, you don't want your daughters to go hungry, do you? Madam, you wouldn't want your daughters to live a life of hunger and cold, would you?" Bayermeyer's face turned pale at Lin Qi's words. "What exactly do you want?" "Very simple, just follow me into the grove and listen to me." Name and Nokigao's cute faces kept flashing in Bayermeyer's mind as she gritted her teeth. Bayermeyer was taken into the grove by Lin Qi, and only then did Name and Nokigao jump out from behind the orange tree. "Sigh, Bayermeyer is really something. It's broad daylight, and she's too thirsty, right?" "Hey, you can't say that about Bayermeyer. Maybe she just want to chat." Name retorted. "No." Despite their young age, thanks to the influence of Bayermeyer, who was exceptionally open-minded, Name and Nokigao had long become experienced little ones. "TCH, your idea of chatting involves going deep into the grove. Do you think it's a discussion of national secrets?" Nokigao was more worried about her foster mother suddenly finding a man. "What if the other party is a bad person?" Half an hour. An hour. 2 full hours passed, and Bayermeyer and Lin Qi still hadn't come out. Nokigao couldn't help but worry. It's been 2 hours. Can Bayermeyer's body handle it? Name was going crazy. Why is your little head filled with such nonsense? At that moment, Lin Qi's figure finally reappeared. He recalled the information he had received from Bayermeyer. Thanks to Bayermeyer's gossipy nature, he learned more than he had imagined. It turned out that the easiest way for him to become a king was in the West Sea. The West Sea, the most chaotic area among the 4 seas, happened to have no experts. In a nutshell, it's a group of inexperienced players pecking at each other. This has led to most kingdoms in the West Sea being in dire straits, whether for the kings or the common folk. Many pleasure-seeking kings were even willing to sell their thrones. They would sell it for money. Unfortunately, such kings were quite numerous in the West Sea. He could easily become a king through proper channels. All right, it seems becoming a king is easier than I thought. As he straightened his clothes, he walked out of the grove. He had just fought with Nokigao, causing his justice cape to be askew. Nokigao was in even worse shape. Oh, she was covered in dirt from earlier, making her clothes stick to her skin uncomfortably. She couldn't take them off, or she would have nothing else to wear. "You two little ones, after watching such a spectacle for so long, come out." With his observation, Haki, Lin Qi quickly spotted the 2 little ones. "So impressive, how did you find us?" Name and Nokigao jumped out boldly. "You must be Name and Nokigao, you're so cute." Lin Qi smiled as he patted the heads of the 2 girls. "What should we call you?" Name blinked her watery eye. "Call me Daddy." Truly a father. The 2 little ones were left in utter shock. "Dad." Just as Name hesitated whether to call out, a fist suddenly swung in from the side. Bastard, don't corrupt the kids. Beyermeyer said angrily, don't listen to his nonsense. Oh, just call him brother. Ha, don't be so scary, it was just a joke. Lin Qi squatted down and rubbed Namai's little face. Little Name is so cute. Brother has a gift for you. A valuable ruby brooch was pinned to Namai's chest. Wow, so beautiful. Little Namai's eyes seemed to sparkle as she hugged Lin Qi and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Actually, if you want to pursue Beyermeyer, I wouldn't mind. Idiot. Beyermeyer's forehead twitched. This girl was easily bribed with a ruby brooch. Nokigao looked enviously at Name. By the way, you two also have a share. Lin Qi handed 2 rings and a large amount of gold coins to Beyermeyer and Nokigao. Exchanging the gold coins for berries should be enough for you to eat for a few years. Buy the kids more food and clothes. Look at how thin they are. Lin Qi noticed that the living conditions of the 3 of them were not good, with their clothes patched one after another, and they were very thin. It seemed that Namai's greed for wealth in the future was likely due to her fear of poverty in childhood. He didn't want to give more. He understood the principle of having jade brings trouble. There is no wall that does not let... Thank you, brother. Upon receiving the gift, Nokigao's sweet voice rang out. Thank you, I won't be polite. This money would greatly help Beyermeyer, who felt guilty for not providing Name and Nokigao with a good living environment. Suddenly, he found that the man before him wasn't so detestable. All right, we shall meet again by fate, little Name. Lin Qi fiercely rubbed Namai's little face. I must say little Name was too adorable when she was young. I almost turned into a human trafficker. Before leaving, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, if you meet a merman named Alone in the future, just say you are under the protection of the Night Hawk. Oh, okay. Beyermeyer was puzzled by what this man was saying, but she still memorized his words. In her eyes, Lin Qi was quite mysterious. When leaving, the warship departed with a full load of oranges. Can you eat so many oranges? Smoker said, biting into a sand sugar orange. It's fine, I've got money, eat one and throw away 2. Smoker. The mission to the East Sea was basically completed. Next, he just needed to meet 2 more people and return Tina home before he could go back. The gift that Carp gave to Luffy could simply be delivered by a subordinate of Smoker. I want to be a Marine Admiral. It's a miracle if Luffy can read this book. The entire army stood on high alert, sensing that a formidable foe was approaching. Not long after departing from Kiki West Village, Lin Qi's observation, Haki detected 2 powerful auras rapidly closing in. I've found you. A rather handsome punk man held a flaming sword, looking down at Lin Qi and the others from a high vantage point. Little brother, stop wasting time with them and kill them quickly. Oh, we still need to find dessert for mom. Another woman with striking pink hair stood atop a floating clump of butter, impatiently urging them while holding a glass of red wine. Well, sister, we have been drifting at sea for a month and a half, so we should at least kill a few of them to break even. Boss, they are among the officers of the Grandma pirate crew, Liaison and Jalete. Report from the subordinates. Every elite navy must remember the information about the 4 Emperor's pirate crew. Charlotte Lingling's people. Hearing their dialogue, Lin Qi frowned, wondering why he couldn't recall offending them anywhere. However, since they had already come to his doorstep, there was naturally no reason to let them go. Smoker, I can sense that there is a pirate ship following them. When the battle starts, the pirate ship will be yours, and the 2 officers will be mine. All right. Smoker drew his weapon. What about me? I want to join the fight too. Tina volunteered herself. You stay back to protect the soldiers on the ship. The 2 in the air undoubtedly possessed the strength of a vice admiral. Any soldier on the ship would be doomed upon encountering them. Fine, let's go with your plan. Unable to refuse her brother's request, the family-loving Jia Lete allowed it. With her sister's permission, Liaison jokingly unleashed a flying slash towards the warship. Fire Dragon King. The slash transformed into a giant dragon, roaring as it lunged toward the warship. Attack! Lin Qi bellowed, leading the charge while Smoker stealthily slipped away according to plan. Lin Qi disregarded the so-called attack because he trusted Tina. All things in the universe. Sure enough, countless chains emerged from the void as Tina waved her hands tightly, binding the dragon's body and swallowing it whole. So fast. Lin Qi appeared before Liaison in the blink of an eye, leaving him no time to react as he threw a punch. Boom. In the next moment, Liaison transformed into a shooting star, crashing straight into the depths of the sea. Puffed. A mouthful of fresh blood spewed forth as Liaison's pupils violently trembled, and he soon rolled his eyes back and fainted. Wait, this can't be right. Oh, I couldn't have misjudged. Is a rear admiral's strength really this weak? Lin Qi suddenly realized that he was no longer the same person he was when he first set sail. Back then it was uncertain whether he could handle a captain. But now he estimated that he had already reached the threshold of an admiral. The disparity in strength was vast, and no wonder he could eliminate the enemy with a single punch. Brother, Jia Lete shouted in concern, spilling red wine everywhere. She could no longer maintain her elegant demeanor and took a combat stance. The man before her was overwhelmingly powerful, having defeated Liaison with a single punch. Today they feared they had kicked a steel plate. Lady, you seem to have exposed yourself. Lin Qi was momentarily blinded by the sight of her ample bosom and kindly reminded her. Unexpectedly, he was met with a barrage of butter. Butter-throwing spear. Dozens of spears made of solidified butter were hurled towards him by the woman. Paramecia-type butterfruit. Lin Qi faced the butter spears, grabbing the woman's neck with one hand and sneering, "Are you trying to tickle me?" Butter-throwing spear. Dozens of spears made of solidified butter were hurled towards him by the woman. Paramecia-type butterfruit. "Would you prefer to die now, or should I keep you alive to exchange for military merits?" Lin Qi gradually tightened his grip, seemingly in hesitation. Suddenly, the severed head transformed into butter, writhing as it flew back to the body and reshaped into human form. Jia Leite's alluring face turned to Suddenly, the severed head transformed into butter, writhing as it flew back to the body and reshaped into human form. Jia Leite's alluring face turned a shade of purple as she coughed incessantly. A paramecia type similar to a logia. Lin Qi, who had initially prepared to assist Smoker, turned around with a strong interest. Butter heat wave. A large quantity of steaming butter was splashed at Lin Qi by the woman, and then she herself transformed into a mass of butter wrapping around Lin Qi's body. "Damn, I just complimented you. What is this?" In contrast to the logia-type elementalization, it comes with clothes. The woman, who looked like a vixen, surprisingly shed her clothes after turning into butter. Lin Qi watched as her scant clothing fell into the sea. He then looked at the woman coiled around his waist like a seductive snake, and for a moment, he couldn't tell whether she wanted to kill him or seduce him. "Are you done playing around?" With a loud slap, Lin Qi struck the woman's shapely rear in releasing an overwhelming chill. Ah, crack, crack, crack. Under the terrifying cold, the woman was frozen into a block of ice, plummeting into the sea. For a devil fruit user, falling into the sea was akin to a death sentence. Deep beneath the sea, Lion, who had swallowed several mouthfuls of seawater, suddenly jolted awake. He sliced through the ocean's surface and jumped out. Cough, cough, cough. My illustrious life almost led me to drown. Rubbing his aching chest, Lion couldn't believe that he had just been knocked out by a single punch. That must be, sister. Without a moment to rest, he hurried to catch Jia Leite, who was falling, and looked at his sister frozen in ice, his eyes filled with rage. "I will kill you." Lion howled to the heavens, carefully placing his sister on a rock before drawing his sword and charging forward. "It seems you still haven't learned your lesson." 30 seconds later, Lion and Jia Leite lay neatly in a row, tossed onto the warship by Lin Qi. He even thoughtfully transformed the ice that had frozen Jia Leite into an opaque form so she wouldn't be exposed. Thus, two individuals with Rear Admiral-level combat capability were captured without even breaching Lin Qi's defenses. Impressive. Tina clapped her hands, her mouth agape. The soldiers on the ship looked at the two lying on the deck and whispered among themselves. "Did you see that? That guy could slice the ocean surface with a single sword, yet he was easily defeated by Colonel Lin Qi. Colonel Lin Qi is mighty. Colonel Lin Qi, should we imprison them?" "Wait a moment, why hasn't Smoker..." Lin Qi frowned. "Smoker, a Logia user, shouldn't take this long to deal with a bunch of small fries. Did something happen?" The ominous sign was soon verified. A tall man with a red hedgehog hairstyle and a towel wrapped around his mouth flew over, dragging the bruised Smoker along. This man was employing the moonwalk technique from the Navy's 6 forms. "Charlotte Katakuri." Lynch slowly uttered the 7 words, gazing solemnly at the other party. If the later Katakuri was a man standing at the pinnacle of the Vice Admiral, the current Katakuri was not that seasoned yet. In the pirate forums of the future, many boasted that Katakuri's combat power was on par with that of the Admirals. Lynch was uncertain about this. However, judging by the aura emanating from him, the 37-year-old Katakuri's strength was certainly not at the Admiral level, but he was definitely above the elite tier, not someone who couldn't even face an Admiral. Lynch was sizing up Katakuri, and Katakuri was sizing up Lynch as well. The young man looked to be no more than 20 years old, yet it seemed as if he concealed a demon within. A powerful observation. Haki was continuously reminding Katakuri that this man was not to be trifled with. After much consideration, Katakuri abandoned the idea of taking decisive action. "Let go of my younger siblings, and in exchange I will return this man to you." Katakuri lifted the unconscious Smoker. "All right." Lynch agreed. Smoker could not die yet. If Katakuri exerted any force, Smoker's head... Katakuri narrowed his eyes, surprised by how accommodating the Navy was. "You wake them up first, and after they leave I will keep my promise and release him." "All right." With a wave of his hand, Lynch thawed the person and kindly dressed him in an ice coat to prevent... Jarrett and Ryzen woke up with splitting headaches, groggily seeing Katakuri. "It's big brother Katakuri." "That's great, brother. Hurry up and take revenge for us, kill them." Ryzen shouted. "Shut up." Katakuri scolded his 2 foolish relatives. "Hurry and leave here, don't say..." Jarrett touched her sore backside, glaring angrily at Lynch, her red lips hesitating to speak. In the end, it was her brother's authority that made her refrain from acting rashly. She limped away, clutching her sore rear, taking Ryzen with her. Once the two had gone far, Katakuri honored his promise and threw Smoker down, chasing after his younger siblings. Smoker, are you alright? A group of military doctors rushed over, performing resuscitation and pinching his acupoints, and after much effort, they finally woke Smoker. Smoker opened his eyes and looked calmly at everyone. Did I lose? He could no longer recall the scenes. All he remembered was that he had just eliminated a ship full of pirates when something that looked like a white, glutinous substance came crashing in from all directions. I'm sorry for dragging you down. Smoker rubbed his back, silently leaving. The soldiers around him were indeed astonished. Oh my God, Smoker actually apologized. Looks like this time it hit him hard. Should we go comfort him? Never mind, comforting him might make it worse. Given Smoker's mental state, Lynch took him to Logtown first. Speaking of which, Smoker was in a pretty dire situation, being demoted and beaten up. Before leaving, Lynch handed Smoker a letter from Garp addressed to Luffy, asking him to find someone to deliver it. Don't worry, I won't forget what you asked. Smoker stood at the dock saying goodbye to Lynch. As the ship sailed away, he suddenly shouted, just you wait. Next time we meet, I will definitely surpass you. Sure, I'll be waiting. Lynch laughed heartily as he departed. After a half-month journey at sea, the warship arrived at Tina's hometown, the Morost Kingdom. It is a small to medium-sized country, quite ordinary in every aspect. The monarch is neither wise nor foolish, and the common people live neither too hard nor too easy. However, Tina's family is one of the 3 most powerful families in the Morost Kingdom. Her father's ability to obtain a devil fruit in this small place in the East Sea is telling. Tina's grandfather was even appointed as the captain of the National Defense Force, commanding all land troops. He allowed the soldiers to change into civilian clothes and enjoy leisure. Lynch strolled down the bustling street with Tina and Tomcat. After a long absence from her hometown, Tina was exceptionally happy today, holding Lynch's hand as they walked and ate. Like a couple in love. Suddenly, an uncertain voice called out from behind, "Miss, is that you?" Tina turned back in response, "Uncle Sam." She joyfully pulled Lynch's hand and walked over. "Let me introduce you. This is Uncle Sam, the butler, who watched me grow up. This is Lynch, my boyfriend." When saying boyfriend, Tina cautiously stole a glance at Lynch, hoping he wouldn't mind her calling him that. "Hello, I'm very pleased to meet Tina's family." Lynch smiled and shook hands with the butler. "Hello." The butler's expression was somewhat stiff. Wasn't the young lady supposed to join the Navy? Why did she bring back a boyfriend? I hope the master doesn't have a heart attack upon seeing his precious daughter being courted. By the way, how are my father and grandfather? Tina asked. Well, I'm afraid it's not very good. The butler sighed. I should take you back. The master will be very happy to see you. Yes, let's go home. Tina wrapped her arms around Lynch's and followed the butler. Family residence. Tina's father sat in the main seat while the butler stood behind. Lynch and Tina sat on either side. After Tina chatted with her father, the room fell into an eerie silence. A pair of eyes continuously scrutinized Lynch. Lynch unconsciously sat up straight. On the first meeting, he at least didn't want to leave the impression of a reckless youth. Judging by that gaze, he feared a single command would summon numerous blades. Father, I heard from Uncle Sam that something happened in the family recently. Can I help? Tina spoke up to relieve. Returning to the main topic, Kelly sighed. To be honest, a group of robbers claiming to be revolutionaries has appeared in the kingdom recently. Every midnight, they organize themselves to raid, yet they leave no trace at all, disappearing without a trace. The king entrusted our family with the task of eliminating the robbers half a month ago, yet we have no leads. If we can't find them, the king's trust in us will greatly diminish. Leave it to you. No way, our family's men are not all dead yet. Kelly shook his head, vigorously worried about his precious daughter taking. Leave it to you. No way, our family's men are not all dead yet. Kelly shook his head, vigorously worried about his precious daughter taking risks. In his heart, Tina would always be a little girl. Not just Tina, but me too. Lynch also stood up. Don't worry, uncle. I will help Tina overcome her difficulties. You. Kelly looked Lynch up and down. The young man was quite handsome, but he didn't seem very capable. Father, don't be fooled by his delicate appearance. This guy is actually a naval captain, you know, Tina said. So young. Kelly looked at Lin Qi with suspicion, wondering why he hadn't heard of such a young captain in the Navy, thinking if his daughter had been deceived. Seeing this, Lin Qi had no choice but to show off a little. I beg your pardon, uncle. Gunpoint. He suddenly jabbed his finger into a nearby solid stone pillar. When he withdrew his finger, the solid granite had been pierced, creating a 10 centimeters deep pit. Hiss! Kelly gasped in surprise, grabbing Lin Qi's hand to examine it. Are you all right, young man? He had never seen someone so strong as to poke a stone with their finger. Can that hand be harder than stone? After seeing that Lin Qi's finger was unscathed, Kelly gasped again. Impressive, I believe you are a naval captain now. The maid's eyes lit up. What powerful fingers. His attitude instantly made a complete turnaround, excitedly shaking Lin Qi's hand. Then the matter of the bandits will be entrusted to you. Our family will certainly reward you handsomely. No need for a heavy reward, uncle. I am doing this for Tina's sake. Kelly's smile stiffened, his gaze darting back and forth between the two. These two? Surely they haven't. What? His precious daughter has been taken advantage of. Tina's little face turned crimson as she poked Kelly hard. Stop it, why are you looking at Tina like that? It was night. Lin Qi stood at the highest point of the country, surveying the surroundings with fierce eyes. The candlelight fruit enhanced his vision to the extent that he could rival a sniper without the need for a scope. With his decent observation Haki, as long as the thieves dared to appear tonight, he would certainly be able to catch them all. They're coming. In the dead of night, this group of rats couldn't help but make a move, quietly sneaking into a mansion. At the moment they acted, Lin Qi spotted them. Iron block, steel fist. A three-turtle brute along with his weapon was smashed to pieces by Lin Qi. Miss, were you scared? At the critical moment, Lin Qi saved the daughter of the wealthy family from the hands of the thieves. Thank you, thank you. The girl was clearly in shock, utterly at a loss. It was the household maid who pulled her away. Who are you? Daring to oppose our revolutionary army, do you not wish to live anymore? Seeing their comrade turned to dust by a single punch from the newcomer, the others were taken aback. But they still mustered their courage, hoping to scare the opponent off by invoking the name of the Revolutionary Army. Revolutionary Army. Lin Qi sneered. If Dragon knew of your actions, he would probably come personally to deal with you. You're right. Crack, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. In the corner of the room, a man cloaked in a cape had appeared at some unknown time. He pulled back his cloak, revealing a face riddled with sandalwood prints. The most notorious criminal in history. Monkey D. Dragon. Dragon. Seeing the man, Lin Qi was quite surprised. Do you know me? Dragon looked at Lin Qi in confusion. I know your father. Old man. Dragon raised his hand to touch his aching cheek. At this moment, the bandits, seeing Dragon's arrival, were already frightened out of their wits. They had been flaunting the Revolutionary Army's banner all day long, not expecting that one day they would be confronted by the real deal. Dragon turned around, a whirlwind appearing in his hand. You have tarnished the name of the Revolutionary Army, so you shall pay with your lives. I'm sorry, we were wrong. We won't dare to commit crimes under the Revolutionary Army's name again. Some knelt in pleading for mercy while others turned and ran. What a joke! Who would dare to attack the legendary dragon? The few who tried to flee were instantly torn to shreds by the whirlwind in Dragon's hand. As the whirlwind reappeared in Dragon's hand, Lin Qi suddenly spoke. Make sure to leave the bodies intact. It would be best to leave one alive. Why have use for it? Why should I listen to you? Dragon's stern face showed no emotion. I am not negotiating with you, Dragon. Lin Qi's right hand transformed into a dragon claw, flames igniting on it. Mythical beast type. Dragon fell silent for 2 seconds. Alright, I agree. 5 seconds later, more than 30 bandits were killed, leaving only one person who fainted. Dragon didn't look back, turning into a breeze and leaving. They say you are cold-blooded. Having seen it today, I believe it. Dragon's coldness was terrifying. A person like him would only consider gains and losses when doing things, never swayed by emotions. No wonder Luffy, even at 18, still doesn't know he has a father. He probably thinks he popped out from a crack. Lin Qi picked up the unconscious bandit and returned to the family residence. As for the corpses on the ground, they would likely be hung on the city wall tomorrow. No need for him to worry. At the family residence, Kelly looked at the bandit Lin Qi brought back and laughed heartily. Son-in-law Tina has told me about your matters. Ooh, I fully support you. This made Kelly happy enough to call him son-in-law. Lin Qi twitched at the corner of his mouth. This old man can change his face so quickly. He didn't know who had looked at him with a murderous intent during the day. I lived up to expectations. Kelly looked at the bandit on the ground, looking increasingly pleased. This bandit issue that had troubled him for many days was finally over. It's getting late, son-in-law, you've worked hard. All right, uncle. Under the guidance of the butler, Lin Qi returned to his guest room. He took off his clothes and shoes, lifted the quilt, and lay down, instantly widening his eyes. Warm jade in his embrace. Tina, in a daze, rubbed her sleepy eyes. Lin Qi, you're back. Tina, what are you doing here? Lin Qi lowered his voice. If discovered, wouldn't his father-in-law chop him to bits? Tina, just didn't want you to sleep alone and be scared. Tina suddenly hugged Lin Qi tightly. At Tina's house, Tina must show hospitality. Stop it. Lin Qi felt the softness in his hands, his heart racing. By the way, how good is the soundproofing of your walls? What are you thinking, bad guy? Tina playfully punched Lin Qi's chest. Only allowed to hold Tina while sleeping, not allowed to think of bad things. Then can I touch a little? Lin Qi tried to negotiate for some benefits. Then all right. Tina hesitated symbolically for a second before decisively agreeing. She had long wanted to sleep with Lin Qi. In Tina's heart, she was destined to be Lin Qi's person sooner or later. Touching was nothing. But soon Tina would take responsibility for her actions. It's a bit cold outside, can I touch you inside? Come in. Tina proactively lifted her nightgown. Not long after. Don't you think your clothes are uncomfortable? Why not take them off? What are you thinking, bad guy? All right, Tina will take them off herself. After a while. I'm just rubbing, not going in. Not long after the maid heard sounds from inside the room and blushed. Until the sun was high in the sky, he tightly embraced Tina and fell into a deep sleep, continuing to stay in his hometown with Tina for a few days. A few days later, his newly promoted father-in-law, brimming with warmth, personally saw off everyone at the port, calling him worthy son-in-law with every breath. Worthy son-in-law, do come back to play with Tina when you have time. After spending a few days together, Kelly realized that this young man possessed both strength and potential. Most importantly, he treated his daughter well, making him the best candidate for a son-in-law. Understood, uncle, you should head back now. Next, there remains one final goal for the journey to the East China Sea, and it is the most important destination. Half a month later. Is this Frost Moon Village? Lin Qi looked at the unremarkable little village, which bore no resemblance to a place where a master could be hidden. Yes, boss, the map indicates this is the place, Joseph confirmed. Let's go to the Isin Dojo. Lin Qi, dressed in casual clothes with two long swords at his waist, headed towards the Isin Dojo along with Tina and Joseph. Clap, clap, clap. Even before pushing open the large door, the continuous sound of bamboo, swords striking, could be heard from inside. This place laid a solid foundation for Solin's path of swordsmanship. Creak. As the wooden door opened, the sound of wooden swords came to a sudden halt. A group of boys, the youngest no older than 6 or 7 and the oldest in their teens, turned to look curiously at this outsider. They seem to be from outside. There isn't anyone like that in the nearby villages. While their clothes look really nice. Puff little kids, that big sister is the prettiest, okay? A group of children chattered, and a little girl stepped forward. She bowed in front of Lin Qi and said, "Hello, I am Gu Yana, the daughter of the owner of this swordsmanship dojo. May I ask who you are looking for? Could you please inform my father?" Lin Qi tried to pat the girl's head, but she dodged away. He had always liked this unyielding girl, but unfortunately fate was unkind. "All right, please wait a moment." Jeff served the guest some tea. Gu Yana acted like a little adult, notifying while also remembering to attend to the guest. "Thank you." Lin Qi accepted the tea from the boy and began to drink. Creak, creak. The sound of wooden sandals on the floor echoed as a slanted-eyed man with a smile appeared at the dojo. He first dismissed the others, then turned to Lin Qi with caution and said, "Your strength is extraordinary. Oh, what brings you here?" "To be honest, I would like to ask to follow you to learn swordsmanship, true swordsmanship." Lin Qi spoke earnestly. It is said that those with slanted eyes are all monsters. Gungshiro was just like that. Do not be fooled by his seemingly harmless appearance, for he is a middle-ranking elite general, even brushing against the threshold of a great general alongside other sword masters. Why dare to say this? Simply because he is called Frost Moon Gungshiro. The Frost Moon family resides in Wano country. Today, Wano is ruled by Kaido, closed off from the world, making it as hard to leave as reaching the sky. Yet such a man managed to carry the still infant Gu Yana across the New World and the Grand Line to arrive at the East China Sea. Such strength is truly terrifying. Moreover, Gungshiro's father and grandfather are not ordinary people. How could he be? His father Gung Samlang forged the famous sword Dado Ikamanji and the great sword Yamamoto. His grandfather even forged an unparalleled great sword. Neither Karp nor Zifa can wield swordsmanship. If he wants to achieve rapid success in swordsmanship, he must have guidance from a renowned master, otherwise how can he compare with those who have practiced swordsmanship for decades? Gungshiro chuckled awkwardly. "You jest, sir. I am merely an ordinary sword master from the East China Sea. How could I teach you?" He traveled thousands of miles to the East China Sea precisely because he was weary of conflict. Teaching this man would be tantamount to exposing his strength. He would never do that. "Sir, you wouldn't want the swordsmanship of the Frostmoon family to be buried, would you?" Gungshiro paused, pouring tea, not expecting the other party to have already investigated his identity. Lin Qi's words struck at Gung-shiro's inner vulnerability. He was an extremely rigid person, always believing that girls could not inherit the family's swordsmanship, that they were always inferior to men. Otherwise, the later tragedy would not have occurred. What Frostmoon? I don't understand what you mean. Sir, why deceive yourself? Saying this, Lin Qi drew out Long Yuan, adopting a rogue's posture. Guyana, who had been eavesdropping behind a pillar, looked panicked. Was her father about to fight someone? Seeing that Gungshiro remained unmoved, Lin Qi unleashed a burst of sword energy. He had thought Gungshiro would reveal his strength to block it. Who would have thought he would watch helplessly as the house he had lived in for years was sliced in half by a sword energy measuring over 10 meters long? Little Guyana was excited. Can this also be done with swordsmanship? Gungshiro sighed and simply closed his eyes, choosing not to speak. Hey, are you really a master? I find that hard to believe. Joseph couldn't hold back any longer. If he were a real master, he would be far too patient. More patient than an old turtle. I told you I'm just an ordinary person. If you want to learn swordsmanship, you've come to the wrong person. Lin Qi, left with no choice, had to use a big move, pulling out the eavesdropping Guyana from behind the pillar. Let me tell you, you should call her Frostmoon Guyana, the so-called Frostmoon family. Gung Shiro's eye. Enough. I will teach you. Willing to teach now. Lin Qi cooperated by not continuing. Little Guyana looked like she had eaten something bitter. One must finish speaking, leaving it halfway is very tantalizing. I can see that you are not a bad person. I hope you do not disgrace the swordsmanship of the Frostmoon family. Since he had decided to teach Gung, Shiro no longer hid his intentions. Come for class tomorrow. Thank you. I will have someone repair the house for you. With his objective achieved, Lin Qi left in high spirits. Leaving Guyana in deep thought. Father, what is the Frostmoon family? No more questions. When the time is right, I will tell you. Go practice your swordsmanship. Starting the next day, Lin Qi and Tina began to learn swordsmanship from Gung Shiro. It was also from this day that a little tale followed Lin Qi everywhere. Guyana always asked him questions about the Frostmoon family. Lin Qi had promised Gung Shiro not to speak of it, leaving Guyana as anxious as a cat on a hot tin roof. Hey, if we can't talk about the Frostmoon family, can we discuss something else? You tell me, are there any female great sword masters in this world? Where are you from? Are there many masters there? You bad guy, why won't you accept my challenge? So painful. Stop hitting my head, you'll get stupid. Days passed in Guyana's chatter. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Girls grow quickly. Compared to half a year ago, Guyana was a whole head taller. On this day, Lin Qi and Gung Shiro sat on tatami mats sipping tea. Your talent is very high. Ooh, I have nothing. In the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. Girls grow quickly. Compared to half a year ago, Guyana was a whole head taller. On this day, indeed, Guyana is a promising talent, stronger than most men, Lin Qi suddenly said. The conversation in the room fell into silence. In the future, I can let Guyana come to the Navy to find me. Oh, I will help her fulfill her dreams. That depends on her own will. The room returned to stillness once more. The dialogue between the two was not pleasant. Gung Siling stubbornly believed that women could not walk far on the path of swordsmanship, even if that person is his daughter. Father, do you need more tea? Hearing Guyana's voice, the two tacitly stopped discussing this issue. It's Guyana, come in. Guyana, dressed in a kimono, looked adorable as she knelt by the table, adding water to the teapot. Guyana, I am leaving today, Lin Qi said. Off. Guyana's hand trembled, almost dropping the teapot. She looked pitiful, on the verge of tears. So soon? Can't you stay a few more days? Silly girl, you've already stayed for half a year. Is it really too soon? Don't you want me to leave? Who doesn't want you to leave, you fool? Guyana's little face flushed red. I just worry that there will be no one to chat with in the future. Huh. Guyana is so strong. Ooh, I guess so too. By the way, I haven't given you any gifts yet. Ew, I have a gift for you before I leave. He pulled out a devil fruit and placed it on the table. This is the animal type peacock fruit, a type of devil fruit. Eating it will grant you incredible power. Guyana, haven't you always wanted to surpass the boys? Eating this will help you achieve that. This devil fruit was purchased during a system shopper fresh. Such ordinary animal type fruits are inexpensive. He didn't believe that Guyana would die from eating an animal type devil fruit. Father, is what Lin Qi said true? Guyana looked expectantly at Gung Siling. How she wished to hear her father say that she could surpass men. However, all she received was Gung Siling's silence. Gung Siling only hoped that his daughter could live a safe life, or perhaps eating the devil fruit was also a good choice. With that thought, Gung Siling nodded. This brought great encouragement to Guyana, who took a big bite of the devil fruit. Thank you, brother Lin Qi. Ugh, it tastes terrible. Guyana almost spat it out, but thought about surpassing the boys and gaining her father's approval, so she forced herself to swallow the fruit. It was so disgusting that tears came out. All right, I'm leaving, goodbye. Thank you for your guidance over the past 6 months. Little Guyana, I look forward to the day we meet at sea. Seeing Guyana eat the fruit in person, Lin Qi did not linger. Upon returning to the ship, he immediately instructed others to send 10 boxes of treasure to Gung Siling. Wouldn't it be more sincere for you to deliver it yourself? Tina asked in confusion. He wouldn't accept it if I delivered it myself. At the very moment before the warship set sail, Guyana ran over panting and shouted from the dock, Brother Lin Qi, I'm here to see you off. Lin Qi smiled. Guyana, I believe you will definitely become a great female swordsman. Upon hearing this, Guyana couldn't help but shed tears. Thank you. It's a promise. Oh, I will definitely become a great swordsman to show you. Good. Watching the warship sail away, Guyana wiped her tears and smiled as she headed straight for the training ground. In the year 1508 of the Sea Circle calendar, Lin Qi returned to the Grand Line and dialed the Marine headquarters. Yes, I'm back. I encountered a dragon in the East Sea. Shall we first send the prisoners to the deep sea prison? All right. Lin Qi hung up the transponder snail. During the more than a year at sea, over 100 ability users had been detained in the ship's cabin. No one else would trust anyone else to escort these ability users to Marine headquarters. Except for Lin Qi. The deep sea prison formed a triangular stronghold with the Marine headquarters and Judiciary Island. The world government had a dedicated passage between the three. Except for official members, no one else could pass through. Through the gate of justice, Lin Qi and his group arrived at the deep sea prison. The Deputy Warden Magellan came out to greet them. "Hello, Colonel Lin Qi. I represent the Deep Sea Prison and welcome your arrival." Magellan shook hands with Lin Qi wearing thick gloves. "Hello, it's an honor to meet the renowned Warden Magellan." Lin Qi exchanged pleasantries with Magellan as his subordinates escorted the prisoners into the Deep Sea Prison. Magellan looked at the prisoners all in Sea Prism stone handcuffs and curiously asked, "You haven't captured only ability users, have you?" "Yes. So many. There must be over 100. Magellan exclaimed in shock. It's impressive when someone captures 1 or 2 ability users during a voyage. Yet Lin Qi managed to bring back over 100 ability users. He really treats ability users like cabbages. Those who knew Lin Qi recognized him as a colonel, those who didn't might think he was a general. "I was at sea for a bit longer and accidentally captured these." Hearing Lin Qi's nonchalant words, Magellan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Casually capturing so many ability users, it was impressive no matter how one looked at it. With so many military achievements, Magellan envied him for 10 years. "Reports are all prisoners have been escorted." A soldier reported. "Good. In that case, Brother Magellan, and goodbye." Magellan watched the group leave. A few days later, Lin Qi returned to the Marine headquarters. After more than a year away, he felt a bit nostalgic the moment he set foot on land. System check attributes. Host Lin Qi. Combat ability Moon Step Peak, Shave Advanced Storm Foot, Advanced Gunpoint Peak, Iron Block, Advanced Life, Return, Advanced Paper Drawing Beginner. Note all skills with limits are represented by proficiency. Life skills, navigation, intermediate, culinary skills, beginner, lowly, development, intermediate. Basic attributes: physique level 5, physique, king swordsmanship, level 5, great swordsman, fruit development, level 3, fruit user, gun skills, level 3, experience, sniper observation, Haki level 3, armament, Haki level 4, conquerors, Haki level 5, conquerors, Haki king. Note there are no limits. Attributes that can be continuously improved will be represented by basic attributes. This is Lin Qi's harvest after a year at sea. Both physique and swordsmanship have reached level 5, which is a qualitative leap. The others need not be mentioned, they have all been improved. However, what the hell is this lowly development? Lin Qi protested. Why did the system label him with such a strange skill? All he did was help Empress Kilanami no Jiko and Guyana. Alright, he accepted the lowly development. Welcome back, Colonel Lin Qi. On both sides of the dock stood numerous Navy soldiers in bright uniforms. Upon seeing Lin Qi's warship dock, they enthusiastically shouted, "What's going on?" Lin Qi was confused. The welcome ceremony for a colonel seemed more grand than that for a general. He jumped off the warship and was about to ask what was happening when Carp walked over laughing heartily. "Ha ha, young Lin Qi, I heard you encountered a dragon in the East Sea. Did it give you any trouble?" "So that's what happened." "No, the elder dragon was quite easy to talk to." That's good. "Hurry up, Sengoku is waiting for you." In the marshal's office, Carp, Sengoku, and Zifa formed a circle listening to Lin Qi recount the events of his year-long voyage. Cough, cough. Cough, cough. As he listened, Sengoku's pupils gradually widened, suddenly choking on the senbei in his mouth. Carp glanced sideways as if to say, "When will you mature like me?" "You said you accidentally ate a mythical Zoan fruit while eating fruit." Sengoku was shocked. That's a mythical Zoan fruit. Only he owned one in the entire Navy, understanding its immense value. He nearly died for the Buddha fruit back, then yet this kid got one for free. This stroke of luck made Sengoku envious. Lin Qi, don't mind, Sengoku, continue. Zifa urged. He was thoroughly enjoying the story. "After that I accidentally obtained an ultimate great blade, and then..." Wait. Lin Qi was once again interrupted by Sengoku. He accidentally tugged off a whisker, exclaiming, "You said you obtained an ultimate great blade in that little place in the East Sea." Sengoku was completely taken aback. An ultimate great blade. The entire Navy doesn't even have one. Yet this kid casually obtained one. And in that small, insignificant place in the East Sea. Is there a problem, Marshal? Is there a problem indeed? Sengoku still pretended to maintain a mature and composed demeanor. "No problem, please continue." "Alright, afterward, I discovered an elite rear admiral level swordsman in the East Sea. I tried to recruit him into the Navy, but unfortunately it failed. But it wasn't without gains. He taught me his swordsmanship." "So what level is your strength at now?" Zifa looked at Lin Qi seriously. The progress of this disciple was too rapid. In just over a year at sea, he first obtained the mythical Zoan fruit, then the ultimate great blade, and now he had a great swordsman guiding him. They didn't doubt the origins of these items, because no one would willingly give away such treasures from the sea to others. Lin Qi scratched his head, uncertainly humbling himself. "I haven't pushed my limits, but I guess I could hold my own against a general." His physique and swordsmanship were both at level 5. Although he hadn't developed his fruit abilities and Haki as thoroughly as the older generations, he should still be able to contend against a general. There might even be a chance of victory against a mediocre general like Green Bull. Hearing this, the three of them gasped in shock. If what Lin Qi said was true, a general at just 20 years old would be terrifying. "How about I arrange for you to spar with Kizaru?" Sengoku proposed. Lin Qi understood this was to test his strength and readily agreed sure. Half an hour later in training ground no. 7. Kizaru was lazily trimming his nails with a nail clipper while yawning. You woke me up from my nap just to fight, Kizaru said helplessly. Kizaru, don't underestimate him, or you might find yourself at a disadvantage. Sengoku kindly reminded. Kizaru still didn't take it seriously. He was 44 years old, treating a young man in his 20s more seriously. It would be easier to just crash into a block of tofu and die. If he weren't worried about losing his year-end bonus, he wouldn't even want to show up. Sengoku was ridiculous for asking him to play with a child. Hey, I'm about to move. With the intention of finishing quickly to get off work sooner, Kizaru took the initiative to attack. He transformed into a streak of light, instantly appearing in front of Lin Qi, delivering a kick in midair. Bang! He actually blocked it. Sengoku watched in surprise as Lin Qi stood still, merely using one arm to block Kizaru's kick. Although Kizaru wasn't taking it seriously, it was still quite impressive. Oh! Kizaru looked at Lin Qi with interest, gradually increasing the force in his leg. Lin Qi remained unmoved. Senior Kizaru, as a Logia user, you shouldn't compare strength with me. Lin Qi grinned, using his arms to push Kizaru away. Kizaru landed steadily, pulling back some of his laziness. He realized that this young man was quite extraordinary. No wonder Sengoku had called him out. Kizaru landed steadily, pulling back some of his laziness. He realized that this young man was quite extraordinary. No wonder Here I come. Lin Qi drew long Yuan, the blade igniting with flames, and clashed fiercely with Kizaru. Kizaru was increasingly astonished. This young man's swordsmanship was surprisingly not inferior to his own. In terms of swordsmanship, Kizaru found it hard to overpower Lin Qi for a long time. Zifa nodded in appreciation. Although Kizaru isn't a professional swordsman, he is stronger than most great swordsmen due to his speed advantage. Lin Qi's swordsmanship has progressed so much in just a year, it seems he speaks the truth. Every move Lin Qi made exuded an air of elegance, clearly showing signs of having been trained by a master. What they didn't know was how much effort Lin Qi had put into his swordsmanship. He had spent half a year training with a scroll that tripled his swordsmanship. Waking up earlier than a donkey and sleeping later than a dog. He would rise before dawn and practice until late at night. Unable to gain the upper hand with swordsmanship, Kizaru decided to change tactics. He knew he was called to test Lin Qi, and since the swordsmanship was at a stalemate, there was no need to continue. I'm going to use my fruit abilities now. You won't be able to withstand it, so give up quickly and don't push it. Just a friendly reminder. Kizaru transformed into a streak of light and flew into the air, spreading his arms wide. Yada no Kagami. Hundreds of thousands of light bullets rained down like a torrential storm, delivering devastating blows. Boom. The ground was pockmarked and dust flew everywhere. Zifa looked worriedly towards the direction of the smoke. Don't worry, that kid hasn't even used his fruit abilities yet. Carp comforted him. Roar. A furious roar echoed, followed by a terrifying figure bursting out from the smoke. It was a monster standing at least 7 meters tall. Its hands and vital parts were covered in dragon scales, with 2 long twisting deer horns protruding from its forehead. Sharp barbs jutted out at the joints, and a black halo of flames floated behind it. By the way, what type of mythical Zoan did that kid have? Looking at Lin Qi's appearance, Sengoku and the others fell into deep contemplation. The characteristics of ordinary mythical Zoan fruits were usually very obvious, and one could tell what kind of fruit it was without saying. For example, the phoenix fruit or the Buddha fruit. However, Lin Qi could not discern the true nature of this phantom beast fruit. It somewhat resembled Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Thunder Fist. Lin Qi soared into the air, his fist enveloped in electric light, delivering a powerful punch that sent the yellow ape flying. Unfortunately, the dragon abyss was too short. It once transformed into a giant, it ceased to serve as a weapon, leaving him to fight barehanded. Something feels off. Did he elementalize early? Oh, what a terrifying monster. The yellow ape landed and transformed into human form, raising a finger as several beams of laser shot towards Lin Qi. Boom! The laser struck Lin Qi, causing a sudden explosion. However, Lin Qi emerged unscathed, his skin rapidly healing from the laser's impact. Lin Qi landed heavily like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, causing the ground to tremble as if an earthquake had occurred. He threw a straight punch at the yellow ape, who once again evaded by elementalizing. As both being of the natural type, Lin Qi struck Smoker with pinpoint accuracy, yet he could never hit the yellow ape solely due to the latter's heightened observation Haki. This is why I dislike fighting Phantom Beast users, they are so resilient. The yellow ape murmured, spreading his arms in midair as dozens of laser arrows homed in on Lin Qi. Fire Fist. Lin Qi swung his fist, sending a towering pillar of fire skyward, intercepting the incoming arrows. Thus it is said that the flame fruit is not even worth a dog's attention. He manipulated electromagnetic force to draw a piece of meteorite from deep within the earth, charging it with electrical energy at his fingertips. Super electromagnetic cannon. Boom. The dense electric light propelled the meteorite slicing through the sky and striking the yellow ape's head, which subsequently exploded in the air. It resembled a nuclear explosion blooming into a mushroom cloud. In an instant, the attention of the entire Navy base was drawn to the scene. The yellow ape's severed head transformed back into yellow particles, and he turned to glance at the explosion, behind him a bead of cold sweat trickling down his temple. In an instant, the attention of the entire Navy base was drawn to the scene. The yellow ape's severed head transformed back into yellow particles, and he turned to glance at the explosion, behind him a bead. You brat. Fine, perhaps I should treat you as a peer. The yellow ape's words were akin to acknowledging Lin Qi. However, it would be quite embarrassing to lose to a junior. If Akiji and Akainu found out, they would definitely laugh at him for half a month. Looks like I need to bring out my trump card. Senior yellow ape, don't be modest. You didn't even use armament Haki. How did you get over here? Lin Qi was surprised to discover that one moment the yellow ape was far away engaging in playful banter with him, and the next he appeared right in front of him without warning. In the past, the yellow ape was fast, but this time he had directly teleported. Sengoku silently removed his glasses, chuckling as he scolded that yellow ape, using my lens to refract light for instant movement. Eternal frozen hell. Lin Qi naturally would not miss the opportunity to engage the yellow ape in close combat, exhaling a wave of frigid air. The cold quickly spread, frosting the air and freezing the ground. The effect of this move was no less than Akiji's ice fruit. Gamma ray. A thick beam of black light coalesced at the yellow ape's fingertip. Unlike the usual yellow light, Lin Qi sensed a taste of death from this one. Enough. Galaxy impact. At the critical moment, Carp suddenly interrupted their attacks with a powerful punch. That hurt. Mr. Carp, your fists are still as powerful as ever. Carp's unexpected punch sent both of them flying, and the yellow ape didn't even have time to elementalize. Not knowing how he managed it, Lin Qi felt pain coursing through him. When the two finally got to their feet, one of them had a large bump on his head, grimacing in agony. Senior yellow ape, I admit defeat. Lin Qi said humbly. Without Carp's intervention, he couldn't be certain how he would have fared after taking that hit from the yellow ape. On the contrary, his own attack would only have made the yellow ape look foolish. You are formidable. Oh, at such a young age you already possess the strength of a vice admiral. The yellow ape rubbed his aching waist, casting a resentful glance at Sengoku. Admiral, next time there's such a good opportunity, please go find Akainu. Thank you. I apologize for the trouble, yellow ape. Sengoku said apologetically. Everyone witnessed the duel between the two. Undeniably, Lin Qi truly possessed the strength of an admiral. Among them, the most shocked was Zephyr. He had personally witnessed Lin Qi's growth. In just over 2 years, he had transformed from an unknown rookie to someone with strength rivaling that of an admiral. Terrifying indeed. All right, Admiral, I'll take my leave first. Remember to transfer my overtime pay to my account. The yellow ape waved his hand, returning to his lazy demeanor as he transformed into golden light and vanished. Colonel Lin Qi, in light of your outstanding achievements, I hereby officially promote you to the rank of Rear Admiral. You may collect the relevant items later from the supply department. Sengoku spoke in an official tone. Yes, Admiral. Lin Qi, congratulations on your promotion. Zephyr offered his congratulations. From Colonel to Commodore, and then to Rear Admiral, he had risen 2 ranks. Thank you, Teacher Zephyr. You brat, in just 2 years you've gone from an ordinary naval soldier to a Rear Admiral. That speed makes me envious. It took me a long time to reach Vice Admiral. Mr. Carp, don't joke around. Everyone knows you didn't want to be promoted to Admiral. Ha ha ha, did I? Alright, let's not disturb Lin Qi any further. He had been at sea for over a year. It was time for him to have a good rest. He'll give you a half-month vacation. I take a good rest. Sengoku said kindly. With some free time, Lin Qi hurriedly went to look for Peach Rabbit. Unfortunately, the housekeeper informed him that Sister Peach Rabbit had set sail and had not yet returned. He had no choice but to head to the commercial street alone to fill his stomach. That crazy girl Tina had vanished since her return. She was probably off catching up with her friends. After eating and drinking to his fill, Lin Qi thought about how he had brought nothing for Sister Peach Rabbit this time, and began to select a gift on the commercial street. I remember Peach Rabbit likes cats. Should I buy her a cat? No, Peach Rabbit said that ever since she met Tom, other cats seemed too dull. Peach Rabbit was not the kind of woman who was enamored with vanity, as she disliked what ordinary women loved. Just as he was deep in thought, it suddenly occurred to him that Sister Peach Rabbit seemed to have many perfumes and hairpins at home. However, he had no knowledge of perfumes. Thus, Lin Qi set his sights on the hairpins. He passed by numerous shops, finding many beautiful ones, but none were particularly stunning. Just as Lin Qi was about to give up, a vendor's calling voice rang out not far away. Come and see, come and see. Special hairpins from Alabasta made entirely of white jade inlaid with 18 unique Alabasta gemstones. Today, only a great deal. Not 100 million berries, not 90,000 berries, but only 999,000 berries. That's right, you heard correctly. Come and grab it. I want it. I bought it. 2 voices echoed in unison as Lin Qi's hand collided with another's. Lin Qi looked up to see a girl with golden hair. Before he could say anything, the girl smiled sweetly and said, Hey. Brother, you wouldn't compete with me for this, would you? The girl appeared to be no more than 15, and without a military uniform it could be roughly inferred that she was a Navy dependent. However, Lin Qi sensed an aura of dominance emanating from the girl. Yet people in this world matured early. She looked 15, but no one knew her true age. Having such dominance at a young age made her a true little genius. Right, brother? You wouldn't want to compete with a little girl for something, would you? Seeing Lin Qi remain silent, the girl repeated. Of course. With that, Lin Qi had no choice but to give the item to her. Thank you, brother, goodbye. After receiving the hairpin, the girl happily paid and left swinging her long hair. Triggering a life choice. Task option 1, the black hand. Steal the hairpin in secret and make the girl cry. Reward a lesson from Vice Admiral Crane. Task option 2, take the black stockings from the peacock and keep them as a treasure. Reward world transfer scroll. Task option 3, take the peacock to a small room to watch Brother Jie perform. Reward title Lowly Slayer 5 damage to Little Lolis. System You're becoming more perverse. Lin Qi felt powerless to comment on his system, but the codename Peacock sounds familiar. He suddenly remembered, isn't that Vice Admiral Crane's granddaughter? The World Transfer Scroll of Option 2 is divided into 2 parts. Holding one half allows instant travel to the location of the other half. Such a valuable item resembling a teleportation portal wouldn't be available in the system store for less than 50,000 points. And for such a good item, the requirement to obtain it was merely to get the girl's stockings. But I'm a gentleman, Eddie, you think I would do something so depraved for a portal? Lin Qi looked disdainfully at the idea. 5 minutes later, Lin Qi intercepted the peacock in a secluded alley. Hey little girl, you're blocking my way. Due to Lin Qi's prior life return, he became unrecognizable, and thus the girl did not recognize him. It's like this. Lin Qi presented 2 unopened bags of black stockings, explaining, I'm a representative from the black stockings manufacturer. We are currently conducting a market research activity, and if you give me the black stockings on your legs, you will receive 2 new pairs. What do you need my stockings for? The peacock asked in confusion, tilting her little head innocently. We need to test your worn stockings to improve our product. The girl fell silent for a moment before suddenly scolding, pervert. Big pervert. You wouldn't be planning to use my stockings to clean a gun, would you? That's disgusting. The peacock looked at Lin Qi with disdain. Clean a gun? What the hell is cleaning a gun? Lin Qi could not believe those words came from a little girl. Hurry up and get out of the way, pervert. I want to go home. The peacock pushed Lin Qi aside and ran towards the alley exit. Swift. Lin Qi instantly moved and knocked the girl out with a chop. Sorry, since you're unwilling to take them off yourself, I have to be rude. Lin Qi swiftly removed the black stockings inch by inch from the girl's slender legs. A waft of fragrance emanated from the stockings. Lin Qi, with a serious expression, tossed the girl's original flavor stockings into his storage ring. He wasn't really a pervert. How could he smell them? If he were to smell them, it would have to be in a place where no one was around. 1 for 2, you're not losing out. Placing the prepared stockings beside the girl, Lin Qi lit a cigarette and pinched it between the peacock's fingers. Once the cigarette burned out, she would wake up from the heat. Perfect. Lin Qi ensured no traces were left behind and quietly departed. System claimed the reward. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. The World Transfer Scroll is being issued. A radiant flash appeared, and a divided scroll appeared in Lin Qi's hand. As long as he held one half, he could instantly teleport to the other half's location. Next, Lin Qi hurriedly found the bounty hunter at the Navy headquarters to collect his reward. He spent 500,000 berries to have them deliver the items to the West Sea. Such safe and harmless escort tasks were warmly welcomed by bounty hunters. After going back and forth twice, it was already nighttime. He returned home dragging his weary body, only to find the inside was pitch black. That silly cat Tom doesn't even know to turn on the lights at home. The moment he pushed the door open, the room, suddenly, he heard 2 loud bangs as colorful ribbons floated down from above. Surprise. Congratulations on your promotion to Rear Admiral. A large crowd poured out from the corners. Among them were the Navy he had taken out to sea for a year, fellow trainees, and even Tina and Peach Rabbit. That's strange, this world has many animals that can talk like deer and crabs. Tom breathed a sigh of relief and wrote in his notebook, that's good. By the way, now that you can talk, you shouldn't use the notebook anymore, but it's much better to just speak directly. Tom shook his head and wrote, I can talk, but it hurts. Tom doesn't like to speak. All right, then let's not talk. Next, I have a task for you. Clean the room, and it'll reward you with a box of fish snacks. Tom's spirit surged, and he instantly transformed into 6 hands. 2 swept the floor, 2 mopped, and the last 2 held cloths, quickly cleaning the space. This scene, originally only seen in anime, appeared in reality. Lin Qi carefully pushed open the door to Peach Rabbit's room. Compared to the living room, it was much cleaner here, almost indistinguishable from usual. Peach Rabbit's sleeping posture is quite alluring. Lin Qi gazed longingly at Peach Rabbit's raised hips and her long fair legs. He quietly closed the door and went to check on Tina, only leaving the room after confirming that both were fine. In the naval canteen, Lin Qi said, "Ma'am, 3 breakfasts to go, please." "Sure, young man, just a moment." As Lin Qi stood waiting for his meal, a small hand suddenly patted his shoulder. Turning around, it was the peacock. "Excuse me, is there something?" Just yesterday, he had knocked her out and stripped her of her black stockings. Seeing the peacock now, Lin Qi felt a bit flustered. Could he have been found out? Impossible. He had used life return to alter his appearance and voice yesterday. The peacock was silent, staring intently at Lin Qi. "Oh no, I went too far yesterday and knocked the girl silly." Lin Qi felt a pang of guilt. After a long silence, the peacock slowly spoke. "I think we need to talk." "What could we possibly talk about? If there's something, just say it here." Lin Qi thought to himself that this was bad. Could he really have been discovered? "Are you sure?" The peacock blinked her cute big eyes. According to military law, attacking a naval family member is punishable by a prison sentence of 1 year to 10 years. "Big brother, do you want to go to jail? You were like that with me yesterday." "That's enough." Lin Qi covered the chattering peacock's mouth, cold sweat pouring down his back. He was now certain that this girl had really uncovered the truth. "Wow, big brother, why did you do that to me? Even though you treated me like that, I won't make you take responsibility." The peacock wriggled free from Lin Qi's grasp, whispering insistently. Around them, pairs of serious and stern eyes turned to look. The canteen lady quietly set down the serving spoon. Enough. Lin Qi could not bear the gazes of those around him, nor the peacock's relentless words, and dragged her out of the canteen. After the two left, whispers filled the canteen. "That little beauty just now must be General Crane's granddaughter, right? That guy seems to be the recently prominent Major Lin Qi." Hiss, this gossip is explosive. What I'm more curious about is whether General Crane knows. Lin Qi dragged the peacock to a corner of the forest, feeling a headache as he asked, "How did you discover me?" "Hee, big brother, life return is of no use to me." The peacock stood on tiptoe, leaning forward, proudly pointing to her nose. "According to research, my sense of smell is 15 times that of a human, and I remember your scent. Like a dog's nose. You're the one with a dog nose." The peacock retorted playfully. "Now tell me your intentions." Today it was the peacock looking for him, not General Crane, which proved she hadn't reported him. In that case, she must have a bigger request. However, if she tried to threaten Lin Qi with this, that would be purely wishful thinking. Lin Qi would make this little girl understand what regret truly meant. Has big brother already guessed it? The peacock's smile suddenly turned from sweet to sickly, with 2 hearts appearing in her eyes. "It's simple, only if big brother is willing to play with me." Devil fruit parametio whip fruit user. He almost forgot that the peacock and the little sooty in Impel Down were both pathological types. "You don't want to use your devil fruit ability to attack me, do you?" Lin Qi's eyelid twitched. "Yes, you wouldn't refuse, right?" The hearts in the peacock's eyes turned pink. Lin Qi reached out to press down on the peacock's little head. "Little sister, you need to understand, I only took your stockings and returned you 2 pairs. Even if you shout outside, it won't cause me any punishment. Alright, I'll just go tell Grandma Crane." The peacock put away the weapon transformed from the whip devil fruit and turned to leave. "Wait." Lin Qi grabbed the peacock, realizing that if General Crane found out, it would be disastrous. If Crane got angry, he would probably face the combined wrath of Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr. He did not want to be hung on a washing line by Crane's wash fruit for several days. Smack. The peacock was caught and suddenly came to her senses, using the ability of the whip fruit to strike Lin Qi's arm. The force was considerable, and his clothes instantly ripped, but Lin Qi's body didn't even blush. "Big brother, your body is so sturdy. Is this what they call stipe?" Lin Qi felt a bit overwhelmed by this first encounter with stipe. If she weren't General Crane's granddaughter, he probably would have pinned her down and given her a good beating. Just as Lin Qi was pondering what to do, the peacock again used her devil fruit ability. Lin Qi held onto the peacock with one hand, which resulted in him taking another hit. It didn't hurt much, even less than a mosquito bite. But his clothes were completely ruined. What a tough body. The peacock looked at Lin Qi with affectionate eyes, making it seem as if she had fallen for him. Seeing her like this, Lin Qi was afraid she might faint from excitement. Thinking of General Crane's illustrious reputation, how could he have such an odd granddaughter? Another attack came, and this time Lin Qi caught it with one hand. "You bully me, I'm going to tell Grandma Crane." The peacock's chest heaved violently, looking at Lin Qi with unmet desires. Lin Qi chuckled coldly. "Now it seems we both have something on each other. If you dare to report me, you'll tell General Crane about today. I don't believe she'd let you off this easily." The peacock's expression froze. "Please, big brother." Realizing that being tough wouldn't work, she immediately switched tactics and began to plead adorably. "No way. Hurry up and go back. I don't have time to play these boring tricks with you." "Alright then." The peacock pretended to give up, harboring malicious intent as she swung her weapon when Lin Qi turned his back. Lin Qi swiftly grasped the whip and pulled the peacock towards him with force, sneering, "This is all you're doing. What do you want to do?" For some reason, the bound peacock felt a bit panicked. It seemed as though something bad was about to happen. "What are you— Oh, it hurts." 5 minutes later, the peacock cried, her tears flowing, her face a mess. "Say it, apologize, and swear— Oh, it hurts." 5 minutes later, the peacock cried, her tears flowing, her face a mess. Say it, apologize, and swear you won't hit others again, and I will let you go. Lin Qi said. I won't. Even if you beat me to death, I won't yield to you, the big bad guy. The peacock cried as she stubbornly spoke. Truly stubborn and unyielding. Clearly in great pain, yet she pretended to be tough. All right, you said it. Half an hour later. Woo, I was wrong, I apologize, please don't hit me anymore. Now you're begging for mercy. Weren't you so tough before? Oh, it hurts, I've apologized, what more do you want? Bad guy. The peacock was on the verge of despair. Had she known it would end up like this, she wouldn't have provoked. What kind of person is this, not only unafraid of her grandmother, but also showing no mercy? He truly goes hard on her. She could hardly feel her lower body anymore. Say you won't use others for your amusement anymore. I won't. You might as well just kill me. Mentioning her hobbies, the peacock became defiant again. All right. Lin Qi was amused by her defiance today. He was determined to correct the peacock's bad habits. Half an hour passed. The peacock rolled her eyes and fainted. Lin Qi was at a loss. What kind of person is this? She would rather be knocked out than feign giving up on her hobby. Such deep affection, isn't it? If this continues, she might get seriously hurt. The peacock's ridiculous hobby was something he couldn't change. Better let General Crane deal with it. What should we do now? The peacock was in no condition to move, and he couldn't take her back himself, or else Carp would surely beat him to death. Boom. Lin Qi stomped heavily on the ground, creating a loud noise, and quickly left. Shortly after he left, a squad of Navy officers rushed over following the sound. Hurry, there's a fainted girl over there. This seems to be General Crane's granddaughter. Quick, go notify General Crane. Lin Qi, hiding at a distance, felt relieved and went home with his breakfast. In the stark white hospital room, the peacock lay face down on the bed, wrapped in bandages, wanting to cry, but having no tears. The peacock, coming out of her excitement, was still quite normal. There was no choice. Her rear hurt terribly at the slightest touch, so she had to lie like this. What made her even more despairing was the death glare coming from her grandmother. Grandpa Carp was grinning beside her, and if it weren't for Grandpa Sengoku holding him back, he would probably burst out laughing. The peacock had never experienced such a social death and wanted to find a hole to hide in. Honestly, how did you? General Crane said sternly. I've already told you, Grandma, I fell by myself. The peacock still remembered Lin Qi's threat in her mind. If she dared to complain, he would also complain, exposing her for hitting him. Of all things, you fell on your rear. Do you think your grandmother is senile? General Crane's face was grim. No one was pleased to see their granddaughter in this state. I heard people say that something happened between you and Lin Qi in the cafeteria. It wouldn't be related to him, would it? No, it has nothing to do with him. The peacock hurriedly denied it. General Crane narrowed her eyes and chose not to press further. As the Chief of Staff of the Navy, she had already gleaned the answer from her granddaughter's tone. Go see how long it will take for Haynard to arrive. Tell him to use the devil fruit to heal the peacock. Carp, please call Lin Qi here. Grandma, the peacock acted spoiled. It's not related to him. Why are you calling him here? Normally the peacock's spoiled act would work, but now General Crane was in a foul mood. Carp didn't dare to provoke her and obediently went to call him. An hour later, with the help of the devil fruit, the peacock stood up limping. Aside from her awkward walking posture, everything seemed quite normal. The swelling on her rear was also gone. However, Lin Qi felt increasingly awkward watching this scene. General Crane's death glare is not something anyone can withstand. You old fellows go out for now. General Crane ordered, and Carp and Zephyr obediently left, while Sengoku went ahead to handle official business. Thus, only the peacock, Lin Qi, and General Crane remained in the room. Speak, tell the whole truth. Grandma, the peacock still tried to struggle, but Lin Qi's side stood up and recounted the events from start to finish. Of course, he made it sound more favorable. He certainly couldn't mention the part about stealing someone's granddaughter's black stockings. He also left the peacock some dignity, so she wouldn't dare expose him. After hearing it, General Crane remained silent for a moment. It seemed she needed to digest the content given her extensive experience. After a while, General Crane opened her eyes. Lin Qi, you did well. Huh. Lin Qi, who had closed his eyes waiting for his doom, was surprised. Where did this praise come from? Could it be sarcasm? Grandma, what are you talking about? The peacock was also confused. Why was her grandmother praising the one who hurt her? However, General Crane shifted her tone. My praise does not mean I forgive you. You must admit that you were also at fault in this matter. This child, the peacock's hobby, I can't change it. So I want to entrust the peacock to you. Perhaps a fierce remedy is necessary for the stubborn ailment. The symptoms of the peacock's masochism left Crane perplexed. Throughout the years, Crane thought his granddaughter's symptoms had improved, but who would have known? This incident made Crane realize that without taking firm measures, the peacock's life would be ruined. What man would dare to take on such a masochistic character? After all, his granddaughter had already been spanked by Lin Qi, so another spanking wouldn't matter, as long as the masochism can be cured. Ah, Grandma, you must be mistaken. I'm not a doctor. How can I treat her? Besides, I can't just hit her again. Lin Qi hurriedly declined. Exactly, Grandma. How could you send me to this bad person? The peacock protested as well. You're right. If the peacock misbehaves, just punish her until she corrects her behavior. However, you can only spank her backside, other areas are off limits. The backside won't break, so feel free to hit. Lin Qi noticed the elderly woman's determination as if refusal was not an option. Grandma, what are you saying? The peacock's face turned crimson. All right, it's settled. You have a half-month break, right? From now on, I'll send someone to bring the peacock to your house every day until she corrects her bad habits. Grandma Crane made the final decision. Thus, Lin Qi was assigned the task of correcting the wayward girl every day. As for the peacock, her little backside would suffer. Back at home, Lin Qi recounted the day's events, and Tao Tu stood up for him. How could Sister Crane do this? I'm going to confront her right now. Tao Tu angrily stood up from the sofa. Forget it, Sister Ji Yuan, Lin Qi said, grabbing her hand. Let her come, she's just a little girl, I can handle it easily. Fine. But if it becomes too much for you, remember to tell me. You finally have a half-month break. Tao Tu complained. All right. It's getting late, I'm going to cook. Sister Tina should be back soon. At night, the three sat at the table for dinner, and Lin Qi found it quite unbelievable. How were these two able to get along so harmoniously? He thought he would have to mediate between them, but to his surprise, they acted like true sisters. Tina was understandable coming from a noble family with several stepmothers influencing her since childhood. But Ji Yuan was a mystery to him. What are you thinking, silly? Hurry and eat. Tao Tu picked up a large piece of meat and placed it in Lin Qi's bowl. I see you want Tina to feed you. Tina scooped up steaming soup with a spoon, puffing her cheeks as she blew on it. Open your mouth. Lin Qi's expression darkened. Was she treating him like a child? Tonight he had to make sure that this little girl Tina faced consequences. Notably ever since that day in the East Sea when Tina crawled into his bed. Since then they had almost always slept together. Sometimes Tina would shyly act bashful, but in reality, she still shyly complied. Since that day she understood that what men said about just rubbing and not going in was utter nonsense. As night fell, Lin Qi quietly pushed open Tina's bedroom door. Don't. Ji Yuan is back tonight. You should sleep alone. The walls at home aren't good, so don't think about anything inappropriate. Confused, Lin Qi was pushed out by Tina in less than 3 seconds. Damn you, little girl, don't regret it. Lin Qi gloomily returned to his room and buried his head under the covers. In the dead of night, Lin Qi suddenly woke up feeling a soft body crawl onto his bed. He grinned and reached out towards the ample curves of the newcomer. Little girl, you couldn't resist, could you? The woman in the blankets suddenly cried out when pinched. Wait, that voice isn't Tina's. Lin Qi instantly retracted his hand, realizing the dreadful possibility, cold sweat pouring down. He lifted the blanket and was left speechless. Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan. Tao Tu blushed, covering her snowy mound, and shot Lin Qi a fierce glare. Do you usually treat Sister Tina like this? Shoo. Ji Yuan gestured for silence, her delicate fingers placed on Lin Qi's lips. Don't speak, it's late, go to sleep. Shoo. Ji Yuan gestured for silence, her delicate fingers placed on Lin Qi's lips. Don't speak, it's late, go to sleep. Ji Yuan blushed as she nestled closer to Lin Qi, closing her beautiful eyes. Lin Qi embraced her voluptuous body, feeling himself hardening. He wasn't shameless enough to let Tina hear him watching an adult film while sleeping. Damn it, he had to find a soundproof house next time. This night was destined to be another sleepless one. The next day, I slept so well. Tao Tu yawned, her sleepy face waking up from bed. Ji Yuan, if you're awake, could you please move your legs? They're about to go numb on me. At that moment, a weak voice rang out. Lin Qi admitted that although he felt great being pressed by Ji Yuan's long legs, she was too restless in her sleep, often revealing her spring benefits that left him at a loss. You didn't sleep all night, did you? Seeing Lin Qi sporting dark circles under his eyes, Tao Tu laughed. He hadn't noticed it yesterday when it got dark, but now Ji Yuan was completely barefaced. Without purple eyeshadow or any other makeup. She was completely barefaced. It was precisely this Ji Yuan that was so beautiful. Ji Yuan, are you out? Hearing Tina's voice, Ji Yuan exchanged a glance with Lin Qi and hurriedly tidied her clothes before walking. At that moment, Tina happened to come out of Tao Tu's room. Seeing Tao Tu walking out of Lin Qi's room, Tina was stunned, and then quickly asked, Ji Yuan, your face is so red, you aren't sick, are you? No. I'm fine, I'm going to wash my face. Watching Ji Yuan flee in a panic, Tina suspiciously entered Lin Qi's room. You didn't secretly do anything bad to Ji Yuan, did you? I didn't do anything. Lin Qi replied, feeling. Hearing this, Tina looked at him like he was hopeless. Oh, you fool, even I can see that Ji Yuan is interested in you. With such a good opportunity, why don't you seize it? Lin Qi sighed internally, not wanting to hurt your feelings. He was not the type to forget the old love after finding a new one. Although he aspired to provide a home for all girls in the world, each one deserved his true love. Tina's feelings were already his, he had to consider her thoughts. Men who only act on lust without considering everything else were beneath his contempt. Moreover was the development of this plot off. How could his own woman urge her boyfriend to find another? At a critical moment, the peacock's arrival saved him. All right, I understand, Grandma. I will behave. The peacock nodded repeatedly at the door. Once the door closed, she collapsed on the sofa. A girl should stand and sit with grace. How can you act so unruly? Ji Yuan frowned as she walked out of the washroom. No, Sister Ji Yuan, you must have misheard. The peacock buried her head into her chest. I hope so. Ji Yuan wiped her wet hair and returned to the room. Peacock, you're here. Lin Qi gazed at the girl on the sofa, lost in thought. Since he had promised Grandma, he might as well try to correct her behavior. Are you willing to give up your peculiar hobby now? He asked, and suddenly the peacock shook her head like a rattle. No. Lin Qi's face darkened as he sat on the sofa and patted his thigh, saying, lie down here and rest your head on my lap. What are you doing? Ouch. The peacock instinctively took a half step back, her expression alarmed. Did your grandma say that I can discipline you if you don't behave? Remembering what General He had said, the peacock shivered in fear and quickly changed her words. I'll change, is that okay? Please don't hit me, it's hard for me to walk now. Really can change. I can. The peacock quickly nodded her little head. Puff. Tao Tu, who was leaning against the door watching the show, laughed. Lin Qi, don't listen to this girl. She's the best at lying. Let me help you instead. Sister Ji Yuan, seeing her little scheme exposed, the peacock felt flustered. In front of Ji Yuan, all her little thoughts would be seen through. How do you plan to help? Lin Qi asked curiously. It's simple, just let her sincerely admit her mistakes. Ji Yuan spread her hands, and a puff of pink mist emerged from her palms. I've consumed a superhuman-type fruit of fragrance which can create various perfumes. This is the truth serum. If one's willpower is not at a general level, they can only speak the truth once affected. Sister Ji Yuan, that's impressive. Lin Qi praised her, surprised that the fruit of fragrance could be developed this way. No, Sister Ji Yuan. The peacock felt a wave of despair as she watched Ji Yuan approach. Soon the peacock was pinned on Lin Qi's lap like a child who had made a mistake as Ji Yuan released a puff of pink gas that enveloped her. I'll ask you once more, are you willing to give up your bad hobby? I'm not willing. As soon as the words left her mouth, the peacock immediately covered her mouth. What happened? She clearly wanted to say she was willing, but the words changed as they reached her lips. If it seems just as Ji Yuan said, you're not obedient at all. Lin Qi's expression was grim. After some time, the peacock sat in a corner with tear-filled eyes, sobbing. Thus Lin Qi's holiday passed day by day. The daily routine: eat, sleep, and discipline the peacock. Meals were shared among the four of them, since the peacock only returned at night. In the blink of an eye, 12 days had passed. On this day, the peacock hummed a cheerful tune as she bounced into the room. Upon entering, she obediently climbed onto Lin Qi's lap. She impatiently said, I'm ready now. Lin Qi twitched his lips. I haven't even asked yet, what are you? Then hurry up and ask Big Brother. The peacock said nonchalantly. Lin Qi called Ji Yuan over, and the pink gas controlled the peacock. I ask you, are you willing to give up your hobby? I am willing. Lin Qi and Ji Yuan nodded. It seemed this girl had, looking at the peacock lying on his lap with an anxious expression, unwilling to get up. Lin Qi had a sudden idea and asked, what's this? Please feel free, Big Brother. The peacock's big eyes were filled with anticipation. Oh no. Lin Qi slapped his forehead. How am I going to explain this to General He? I wonder if this counts as a successful treatment and how to report it to General He. Congratulations, your granddaughter's hobby has changed. Ji Yuan also sensed something was off. Lin Qi, you can't discipline the peacock anymore. I think so too. Lin Qi pushed the peacock away, but she immediately jumped back. Big Brother Lin Qi. For the rest of the day, the peacock followed Lin Qi like a little shadow. The peacock refused to leave even late at night. He had never seen such outrageous demands. A pretty girl, how could she? Major Lin Qi, General Sengoku requests your presence. A naval soldier rushed over. Understood, you may go back. Yes. An emergency situation, it probably won't be simple. Lin Qi first explained the reason to Ji Yuan Tina. Just as he was about to leave, another naval soldier came running over. General Ji Yuan, we've found you. General Sengoku requests your presence. In the conference room. By the time Lin Qi and Ji Yuan arrived, 5 vice admirals and 7 or 8 rear admirals had already gathered. Those who haven't arrived will not be waited for. Everyone listen to me. Sengoku said with a serious face. The world government has issued an order for us to launch a demon-slaying order against the Morniping Island. The reason harboring the demon child Robin and attempting to investigate the legendary history of 100 years. Moreover, there is ample evidence that they are researching ancient scripts. As soon as he finished speaking, the weasel immediately questioned. There is a country living on Morniping Island. Is it too much to destroy a country just for harboring a demon child? The weasel's words echoed the thoughts of many. Before Sengoku could respond, another vice admiral with a defiant expression reprimanded. Weasel, are you questioning the orders of the world government? They have not only harbored Robin, but also attempted to research ancient scripts. Have you forgotten the O'Hara incident? Rudolph, a vice admiral loyal to the world government, was also a planted agent in the Navy. Ji Yuan showed no mercy to Rudolph, coldly saying, "The weasel is asking the marshal, not you." Sengoku halted the bickering. 10 warships are already docked at the port. Hurry up and head over. This operation will be led by the weasel. The scale of the demon-slaying order includes 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, thousands of elite navy troops, and the 10 most advanced warships. Its power is enough to easily destroy a country. Lin Qi wore a thoughtful expression. The navy has gone through 3 generations. The evolution of the navy from Steelbones Kong to Sengoku and later Akainu can be summarized as the dog that obeys the world government, the dog that is dissatisfied with the world government, the dog that talks back to the world government. Ultimately, the navy is just a dog of the world government. The military funding is entirely provided by the world government. If they cut funding a little due to dissatisfaction, you will be forced to lay off staff the following year. As long as the world government cuts off funding, it won't be long before the navy will perish by itself. The navy is not like pirates. They cannot commit acts of arson, murder, and plunder. With conflicting hearts among them are people from the world government representing multiple factions. Without formal military funding channels, survival becomes a daunting challenge. As for wanting to do business independently, that is purely wishful thinking. Do you think the world government would allow that? Lin Qi has also come to understand the struggles faced by generations of marshals. If the navy wishes to become completely independent, it must face 3 critical conditions. 1. The issue of funding, which is the largest concern. 2. Elimination of dissent. For the navy to gain independence, it must remove certain rogue elements. At that time, the navy's conservative faction would be weakened by at least a third. 3. Confronting 3 dangerous fronts. Once the navy becomes independent, the Revolutionary Army, pirates, and the world government will all become enemies. Forget it, I'm not even a general right now. Why should I worry about this? What makes Lin Qi somewhat relieved is that Sengoku is clearly on his side. Appointing the flying squirrel instead of Rudolph indirectly proves his dissatisfaction with the world government. Upon arriving on the warship, the atmosphere is terrifyingly tense. With an army of over 10,000, there is not a single sound to be heard. Truly, they are worthy of being the navy's most elite force. The flying squirrel silently ordered the warship to set sail. Morniping Island is far from the naval headquarters, and under the cover of night, they would arrive by morning. It is likely that the people on Morniping Island have no idea that when they awaken, they will be met with death. That night, Shizuka found Lin Qi alone. The two stood on the deck, gazing at the stars, falling into a deep silence. I once went to Morniping Island to capture pirates. The people there are very nice and have simple customs. Shizuka said bitterly. Are you feeling confused about your sense of justice? Lin Qi asked. Yes, those people are merely unarmed civilians, and just because they took in a little girl, they face the risk of death. Isn't that laughable? Even if we find the culprit, it should not involve the innocent. The common people are blameless. Shizuka said dejectedly. The world government has done this not just once or twice. You don't want to consider what kind of people the high-ranking officials of the world government, who hail from the celestial dragon lineage, truly are. Lin Qi took Shizuka's slender waist gently. We cannot decide the path of our predecessors, but our path lies beneath our feet. You and I are only majors now. Who knows what the future of the Navy holds? If one day you and I become generals, or even marshals, then we can try to turn our ideas into In this world, strength is the fundamental determinant of everything. The thoughts of the weak will not be valued by anyone. Do you understand what I'm saying? Shizuka's beautiful eyes gradually brightened, as if she had found a goal, her previous despondency fading away. For our future, for the future of the people, let's work hard. Shizuka extended her fist, bumping it against Lin Qi's. Let's go. The next day, Morniping Island, as dawn broke, a thick fog hovered over the sea. Some diligent farmers had even finished plowing 2 acres of land. Look, is there something approaching on the sea? Residents fetching water squinted to gaze at the sea. 10 massive warships loomed like colossal monsters, slowly drawing closer. Quick! Notify His Majesty we are being invaded. The population on Morniping Island is not large, only about 1 million. They lack any formidable military strength. There are very few capable individuals in the entire nation. Using the demon slaughter order against such a low-level nation amounts to unilateral slaughter. Fire! Boom! 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 The people need not even land on the island. The most terrifying aspect of the demon slaughter order is its overwhelming artillery fire. At the command of the flying squirrel, 500 cannons simultaneously launched a carpet bombardment towards Morniping Island. The people need not even land on the island. The most terrifying aspect of the demon slaughter order is its overwhelming artillery fire. At the command of the flying squirrel, as the demon slaughter order bombards an area, once the bombardment is over, not a single living soul will remain on the entire island. It is precisely because of the orderly bombardment that it afforded some of the kingdom's people a chance to escape. The old king vowed to share the fate of the kingdom, granting the opportunity of life to others. A group of civilians and officials boarded 5 rescue boats, gradually drifting away across the sea. The flying squirrel kept his eyes tightly shut, seemingly indifferent to the fleeing rescue boats. Bastard, what are you doing? You let those sinners go. If something happens, can you take responsibility? I suspect you harbor ill intentions. Oh, I will report this matter to the world government. Rudolph forcefully snatched the communication snail from the flying squirrel's hands and issued orders. Attack. Target the rescue boats with the cannons. Boom, boom, boom. After the fierce bombardment, only dust remained where the rescue boats had been. The ocean turned blood red. Thus a nation with a population of 1 million was entirely wiped out in less than an hour. This is the power of the Demon Slaughter Order. No wonder those countries fear the Demon Slaughter Order so much. The burning flames on Mornipang Island were deeply imprinted in Lin Qi's mind. Mission accomplished. Just as the 10 warships were preparing to turn back, a hearty laugh echoed from afar. Haha, look at what we encountered, the Demon Slaughter Order. What a useless thing. Haha, Captain Quinn is right. A pirate ship comparable in size to the Demon Slaughter Order warships brazenly approached. At the bow stood a chubby man holding a Gatling gun. Beast pirates. Upon seeing the flag on the pirate ship, the Navy was taken aback. How did we run into them? Quinn, one of the 3 calamities has even come. Are they here to seek death instead of staying in the new world? This is hilarious. Now even the most insignificant people dare to challenge the Demon Slaughter Order. Rudolph laughed heartily. We have 5 vice admirals, 10 rear admirals, and 10,000 elite soldiers here. Don't even mention Amir. Quinn. What if Kaido showed up? Since we have run into you here, there is no need for you to return. Go spend some time and impel down. Vice admirals, please assist us in capturing Quinn alive. He is the technical advisor of the beast pirates, knowing all of Kaido's secrets. After Rudolph passionately finished speaking, he realized no one was paying attention and his face darkened. Let's make a move. Perhaps we can use Quinn to deal with the beast pirates. It was still the flying squirrel who spoke, and only then did the vice admirals team up and rush towards Quinn's ship using moonwalk. What the hell? You Navy bastards are 5 to 1. Can't you show a bit of dignity? Seeing this, Quinn shouted furiously. Even he could not handle 5 vice admirals. Without waiting for anyone to approach, Quinn raised the Gatling gun and unleashed a barrage. The Navy soldiers were still using flintlock guns while the pirates already had Gatling guns. Lin Qi at that moment was also at a loss for words. The vice admirals easily dodged the bullets and sequentially landed on the pirate ship. The strength of the vice admirals should not be underestimated. Facing the densely packed pirates on the ship, one of them alone was capable of defeating the pirates with ease. Captain Quinn, help. Damn, I wanted to find someone to save me. Facing the siege from 4 vice admirals, Quinn was in utter despair. He could withstand a beating, but not like this. The combat strength below the admiral level is not to be taken lightly. Roar. In a moment of desperation, Quinn transformed into a brontosaurus over 10 meters tall. Animal type, ancient species, brontosaurus fruit user. With such a gigantic form, Quinn was not in a dire situation yet. At this moment, Quinn was not the Quinn of 10 years later and could not ignore the attacks from the vice admirals. Ouch, be gentle. It hurts my thigh. It'll blow you away. Quinn opened his dragon mouth and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Truly ruthless, he spared no part of his own body in his modifications. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it. Kaido, if you don't come out, I'm going to be beaten to death. Quinn cried. Not being killed at the moment is one thing, the pain is another. Oro, Quinn, you idiot, can't you even handle a few little flies? With a thunderous roar, Kaido made his grand entrance. Transforming from dragon form to human form, he stood on the deck and casually pulled out his kanabo. Thunderbogwat. Boom. Kaido swung his kanabo with tremendous force, sending 1 vice admiral crashing into the depths of the sea. Quinn, I'm here to save you. Well, Kaido, you finally sobered up. Quinn excitedly clung to Kaido's leg, crying his heart out. Get off, it's disgusting. Kaido. Rudolph's legs weakened and his back was instantly drenched in sweat. Without the admiral present, many would be mercilessly slaughtered by Kaido. Kaido, aren't you afraid of your home being attacked by the other emperors if you come to the Grand Line yourself? The weasel said coldly. La, that's not something you trash should be concerned about. After beating my beloved subordinates like this, have you thought about how you want to die, eh? Kaido slammed down his kanabo, shattering Rudolph's sword and a large portion of his face, sending him flying with no resistance. Truly one hit for each little kid. The people aboard the warship immediately called for rescue from the Navy headquarters upon seeing Kaido. But even the fastest Kizaru would take 3 hours to arrive here. Whether the exhausted Kizaru could defeat Kaido is another matter. Get out of here quickly, we will do our best to hold off Kaido. He'll command the ship without fear of death through the Den Mushi. 10,000 elite Navy personnel cannot die here. Facing the overlord with Conqueror's Haki, the demon-slaying order is nothing but a joke. 10 warships acted decisively, abandoning the commander and fleeing. The warships were massive, making escape not so easy. You want to leave? Did I give you permission? Kaido opened his mouth and spewed a pillar of fire piercing through the center of a warship. A great fire ignited on the ship. Kaido, we are your opponents. The remaining 3 vice admirals stood resolutely in front of Kaido. On board the warship, Lin Qi watched this scene and began to move. He knew that if he didn't take action, he might be able to escape. But those 3 vice admirals, 9 rear admirals, and 10,000 elite navy personnel, most importantly Sister Gion, were all going to die here. Lin Qi. Peach Rabbit looked anxiously at Lin Qi's departing back, feeling inexplicably flustered. Stepping with moonwalk, Lin Qi removed the limitations of the candlelight fruit from his body, restoring his height from 199 meters back to 6 meters. Kaido's kanabo shattered the weasel's weapon just as he was about to take the weasel's life. Lin Qi appeared. Lin Qi blocked this fatal blow for the weasel. Standing 6 meters tall in front of the 7-meter turtle Kaido, they looked like 2 giants. Where did this little brat come from? Interesting. Seeing someone actually able to block his attack, Kaido looked at the newcomer with great interest. Kaido, let them go. How about I be your opponent instead? Lin Qi stood in front of the weasel like a wall. Kaido twitched his nose, suddenly catching a whiff of something different, his eyes lighting up. Are you a mythical Zoan? As someone who dreamed of being the zoo director, Kaido suddenly developed a liking for talent. Yes, let them go, I can stay behind. Ahahaha, that's really great. Kaido laughed heartily. I can let them go and will not pursue you, but you must agree to one condition of mine. If you lose, I won't kill you, but you must join my beast pirates. Kaido laid out his condition. Aren't you afraid that I might be a spy for the Navy, leading the wolf into the house? Lin Qi said. What does that matter? As long as I treat you sincerely, even if you were a spy, there would come a day when you would want to return, right? Kaido said boldly. I must say Kaido indeed possesses a unique charm of leadership. All right, I agree to your terms. You are Lin. It was only at this moment that the weasel vaguely remembered this junior brother he had barely met. The main change was too significant, not just in height from 199 meters to 6 meters. His strength had also transformed from being a small fry to a level capable of blocking Kaido. He had become even stronger than him. No way, if I let you stay, how am I going to explain to Teacher Zifa? The weasel refused. This is not a place for you to speak, get lost. Kaido said, displeased, swinging his kanabo to send the weasel flying. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. He will be fine with my gentle strength. The considerate Kaido explained to Lin Qi. Lin Qi nodded. Vice Admirals, you should leave on your own. For the great favor, I want to say thank you. Lin Qi, you are our hero in the Navy. Lin Qi, take care. The 2 Vice Admirals clasped their fists and departed. Plop, the weasel fell onto the warship, clenching his fists as he thought of Lin Qi's sacrifice. I can't let Lin Qi's sacrifice be in vain. I retreat the entire army. He ordered through the den mushi. What did you say? What happened to Lin Qi? Peach Rabbit rushed over anxiously to inquire. Looking at the agitated Gion, the weasel seemed to understand something. With a glance, a rear admiral knocked Gion unconscious from behind. Take her to rest well. After she wakes up, make sure she doesn't get too agitated. Admiral Kazuru is already on his way and will definitely be able to save Lin Qi. If Peach Rabbit wakes up and wants to blame someone, let it be me. The 2 vice admirals dragged Rudolph and another rear admiral whose life or death was uncertain back to the warship. The warship slowly turned and disappeared from the surface of the sea. Kaido's crushing was just like their crushing of the Mornipong Island. Kid, everyone has already run far away. Are you at ease now? Kaido finally spoke once the warship completely vanished from sight. Come on, Kaido, let me see the power of the strongest creature across land, sea, and air. Without needing to shield the numerous vice admirals, Lin Qi shrank his form down to 2 meters. Otherwise, the 2 swords Long Yuan and Shindu would feel like toys in his hands. Hey, is this also the ability of your devil fruit, Thunderclap Bagua? In the previous moment, Kaido, who was still amiable, suddenly erupted, swinging a club mixed with lightning. Bang! Lin Qi raised the 2 long swords to block against the spiked club, causing sparks to fly. Ha, well blocked. Kaido exclaimed joyfully. Queen, take a good look. This is what a man's romance looks like. Learn a thing or 2 from it. Queen, with his chubby face scrunched up, thought to himself, Kaido, you think anyone can match your strength. You know how monstrous your power is. After an unknown period, Kaido hadn't encountered anyone capable of receiving his greeting gift. Thus, feeling eager, he switched to wielding the spiked club, with both hands vigorously pursuing his attack. Greed, anger, breakthrough star. Such immense strength. Kaido's power was something Lin Qi had never seen before, not even comparable to Kazuru. With veins bulging on his arms, Kaido exerted force with both arms simultaneously. Lin Qi could no longer hold on and was sent flying. Puff, the overwhelming force transmitted through the weapon, causing Lin Qi to spit out a mouthful of blood, but he healed in an instant. He stepped in midair, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, gravely observing Kaido's figure below. The 4 Emperor Kaido truly lived up to his name. Kid, are you too scared to come down after being hit? Should I come up to find you? Kaido taunted while hoisting the spiked club. It's rude not to return a greeting. I received your gift, so now taste my greeting. Buzzed the two long swords Long Yuan, and Shindu visibly transformed into a black hue enveloped in a heavy layer of Haki. The two long swords overlapped in front of Lin Qi, igniting azured flames on his body. Behind him several ghostly figures appeared. They too held the illusory Long Yuan and Shindu in their hands. Cycle of life and death, all things turn. Azura has feelings. Crossing a decade of time perceiving the boundless Brahman light. Yama is not my intention, I originally aimed for the mortal realm. With each word Lin Qi uttered, the demonic energy on the blade thickened. As his voice fell, the black dragon on the hilt of Long Yuan seemed to come to life, its eyes glowing red. Kik. The heartless laughter emanating from Shindu sent chills down people's spines. The ghosts behind Lin Qi simultaneously raised their long swords. Demonic energy path of humanity. As Lin Qi swung his sword down, the air seemed to freeze. The pirates on the ship felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave, rooted in place, unable to move. It felt like moving would lead to death. The more powerful individuals could sense Lin Qi's overwhelming strength at this moment. Help! We're being slaughtered. Kaido, save me. Queen with his bulky legs sprinted and hid behind Kaido. Boom. The blade's aura thousands of meters long fell, cleaving the sea's surface like a gaping abyss. The howling wind seemed to want to slice through all obstructing enemies. Queen, hold on tight. Kaido could no longer smile, transforming into his dragon form and grasping Queen, soaring into the air. This was on the surface of the sea. He didn't want to be knocked into the water. Boom. Kaido saved Queen from danger, but the speed of the blade's aura was too fast, inevitably affecting Kaido's massive dragon form. A copious amount of blood splattered from the sky, like it was free. Kaido, you're injured. Queen exclaimed in shock. He couldn't remember the last time he saw Kaido injured. Shut up, this little injury means nothing. Sure enough, within seconds the wound on Kaido's tail had already healed. This was the terror that came from the top-tier Zoan-type mythical beast. Back in the day, the Navy had to battle the Red Count for a month straight to defeat him. If the opponent possessed a mythical beast, this time would have at least been extended several times. Months without eating, drinking, or sleeping, continuously battling apart from mythical beasts. No one else could accomplish this. Ah! Help! Lord Kaido. Boom. However, the pirates on the ship were not so lucky. Both the ship and the crew were simultaneously shattered by the dazzling blade light. Over 1,000 elite pirates perished under this single move. Even the weapons they held could not be spared. Everything was obliterated, turned into black ash. Demonic energy, the power Lin Qi had recently comprehended. It could layer with Haki and swordsmanship, unleashing incredible might. In his first attempt, he was quite satisfied with the current power. Damn brat, my subordinates. Kaido bellowed in rage, looking up at the sky. If you don't want to die, follow me, or I will immediately chase down and kill that group of Marines. Kaido threw down the threat, disregarding Lin Qi as he grabbed Queen and flew off into the distance. Breaking your word, doesn't this damage your reputation as an emperor? What nonsense are you spouting? I'm a pirate. Hurry up and follow me. Lin Qi's face darkened. For Sister Jiuan and the safety of 10,000 Marines, he had no choice but to follow. In truth, it was mainly for Sister Jiuan. The lives of the 10,000 Marines had little to do with him. Lin Qi was a pure-hearted lover devoted to each of his women, just like a certain man named Duan Zhongshan. Both individuals were willing to risk their lives for each other, a kind of love that many pursue throughout their lives. Sister Tao Rabbit had treated her well. How could he abandon her? Kaido and Lin Qi descended onto a small island to serve as the battlefield. This time Queen had learned his lesson, understanding that when gods fight, mortals suffer. He hid far away, secretly observing with a telescope. Remembering his fallen subordinates, Kaido, feeling gloomy, pulled out his drinking vessel and drank heavily. Gurgle, pirates are easy to find, but such a large ship is quite rare for pirates. After several drinks, Kaido unexpectedly began to cry, large tears falling to the ground. It seemed a bit pitiful. Lin Qi's forehead creased deeper. What was Kaido doing? A dignified emperor shouldn't be crying, right? In the distance, Queen stomped his foot. It's over, Captain. Kaido is going to get drunk again. Queen knew well that when Kaido was in a good mood, he could drink endlessly. When he was in a bad mood, one cup was too much. A drunken Kaido was the most terrifying. When he got ruthless, he could even kill himself. Isn't that frightening? Jumping down from the Sky Island to commit suicide. I'm going to kill you. Kaido transformed into his hybrid form, his height increasing significantly. Not only that, but his strength, speed, and physical attributes also surged. Thunderclap Bagua. A spiked club smashed Lin Qi deep into the ground. Kid, are you dead yet? Kaido shouted down the hole. Even if you die, I won't die. Lin Qi, now also transformed into his half-beast form, surged to 7 meters tall and jumped out of the deep pit. However, although his physical attributes could contend with Kaido to some extent, he could no longer wield the two long swords. Fortunately, Lin Qi manipulated electromagnetic force to gather iron sand from the depths of the island. He squeezed it together to form a low-quality spiked club that somewhat resembled Kaido's. Though it was shoddy in appearance, its quality was undeniable. Lin Qi used lightning to refine it, achieving a hardness comparable to tempered steel. Quinn instinctively rubbed his eyes, staring blankly at the battlefield with his small green bean-like eyes. How did two Kaido show up? No one of them is that naval officer named Lin Qi. What kind of mythical beast is he? He looks too much like Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Lin Qi and Kaido, both with dragon horns on their heads and equally robust physiques. They both have dragon scale patterns on their bodies. The difference is that Lin Qi has more spikes on his knees and elbows along with a black halo always hovering behind him. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Thunderous 8 trigrams. Two wolf fawn clubs entwined with electric light collided, producing a deafening sound. The small island shook violently, with the coconut trees being uprooted and fissures appearing in the ground. So strong. Quinn grabbed a large rock to barely avoid being blown away by the fierce wind. Are these two emperors actually fighting? You little brat, you dare to imitate my moves. Kaido opened his massive mouth, revealing sharp and terrifying teeth. What do you mean by my moves? If I learn them, they become mine. Good little brat, let's see how you handle this move. Kaido was quite displeased with someone forcefully learning without paying copyright fees. Descend to the 3 realms, induce hell. Boom. Kaido swung down a club, sending a terrifying shockwave radiating outwards. The ground cracked under the overflowing lightning. Thunder. Forget it, frozen hell. This move was clearly a more advanced version of Thunderous 8 trigrams, and even using Thunderous 8 trigrams could not block it. Lin Qi exhaled a breath of cold air, freezing the world. The ice spread upward from Kaido's feet. Kaido paused his swing, and Lin Qi retreated to avoid this fatal blow. It's Aokai's ability. Kaido pulled his foot out of the ice, clicking his tongue in amazement. From the start of the battle until now, you've used ice, fire, and lightning. What mythical beast fruit did you eat? Win against me first, then we'll talk. All right, military dragon's great army. Kaido, using some unknown method, suddenly enlarged his wolf fawn club to over 100 meters, accompanied by a terrifying shockwave, nearly causing Lin Qi to spit blood. He used moonwalk to leap into the sky. He intended to sneakily learn Kaido's descend to the 3 realms, induce hell, but Kaido had mastered it and used it again. Demonic energy, Thunderous 8 trigrams. The iron club ignited with demonic energy as Lin Qi struck down towards Kaido from above with immense force. Although he couldn't use his swordsmanship, the combination of demonic energy and Kaido's Thunderous 8 trigrams was enough to unleash terrifying power. Great power, Thunderous 8 trigrams. While pouring liquor into his mouth, Kaido unleashed the advanced version of Thunderous 8 trigrams. Boom. At the moment of collision, Lin Qi used electromagnetic force to shatter the iron club. Damn, the quality of my own weapon is just not good enough. He urgently covered his head with armament Haki, yet still felt dizzy from the blow of the wolf fawn club. After 2 or 3 seconds, Lin Qi shook his body violently and suddenly jumped up. You actually didn't take the opportunity to attack. Lin Qi looked at Kaido, who was gulping down liquor in surprise. If I never do sneak attacks, Kaido disdainfully remarked. Surprisingly, he had a sense of martial ethics, Lin Qi thought. At this moment, in both his human and half-beast forms, he was no match for Kaido. In the end, he could only try his beast form. Roar. With a mighty roar, Lin Qi's body surged in size. In the blink of an eye, a 35-meter-tall candlelight appeared on the scene. So big, Quinn was astonished, realizing that his own dinosaur form looked like a child in front of this giant beast. Roar. Kaido gazed at it with enthusiasm, his heart even more fond of it. He vowed to bring this rare beast into the Beast's Pirates. Kaido transformed into his dragon form and fought alongside Lin Qi. Roar. Lin Qi opened his mouth and unleashed a lightning beam over 10 meters long. Heat wave. A similarly sized fire beam erupted from Kaido's mouth. The two beams collided in midair. The sky split open. Watching the battle between the two giant beasts in the sky, Quinn's heart raced. I can't handle this, I can't handle this. After a fierce battle, overwhelming binding, flowing cherry blossom, great power, Thunderous 8 trigrams. In midair, Kaido suddenly transformed from dragon form to half-dragon man, smashing his wolf fawn club onto the giant candlelight's massive head. Boom. Lin Qi crashed down onto the small island like a meteor, violently spitting out a mouthful of blood, reverting back to his human form and fainting. The energy he had stored was completely exhausted. Without energy, even the recovery effects of the mythical beast would be greatly diminished. Boom. Lin Qi's fall was like a nuclear bomb exploding on the small island. The already overburdened small island erupted, disappearing from the map, sinking into the sea. Kaido, save me, glub glub. Quinn, who was accidentally injured, was blown far into the sea by the explosion. Given Quinn's weight, it wouldn't be long before he sank to the depths of over 10,000 meters. Kaido's gaze shifted back and forth between Lin Qi and Quinn, ultimately choosing to save Quinn. He flew over to rescue Quinn. Sorry, boss. Quinn sat on Kaido's Azure Dragon's back, self-reproachfully lowering his head. He knew it was his fault that Kaido couldn't catch Lin Qi. I hope that kid didn't die. Kaido shook his head, regretfully recalling that last strike, where he had used all his strength and even wrapped it with Conqueror's Haki. The chances of Lin Qi surviving were indeed slim. Unless Lin Qi had the bloodline of a fisherman, otherwise a devil fruit user, falling into the sea was a sure death. Kaido gazed at the calm sea surface, feeling depressed as he carried Quinn back. This time he suffered a huge loss. Not only did he lose over 10,000 pirates, but he also lost a mythical beast. Deep beneath the sea, Lin Qi's internal organs were shattered under Kaido's strike. Sea water flooded into his chest and blood flowed from his mouth, attracting a swarm of sea kings. Before long, even if Lin Qi didn't die from his injuries, he would drown and be eaten by the sea kings. Suddenly behind him, that black-red halo which had never moved before actually activated on its own. Regarding the function of the halo, Lin Qi had never understood it. The halo slowly formed a seamless circle, isolating the surrounding seawater, gradually carrying Lin Qi to the surface. Whenever a sea king approached, the next moment, it would turn into a roasted fish. The sun rose and set again. No one knew how long had passed. Lin Qi forcefully opened his eyes, feeling weaker than ever. The energy within him had been drained, and having not eaten for a long time, his injuries had not healed during his unconsciousness. Now even the slightest movement was excruciating. He licked his dry, parched lips, surveying his surroundings. This was a beach lined with coconut trees. Damn, who tied me to a coconut tree? Lin Qi finally realized something was off. No wonder he woke up in a standing position. The person who tied me is quite considerate, even remembering to put pants on me. Due to his transformation into a 35-meter-tall candlelight, Lin Qi's clothes were all torn. He didn't know who had made the banana leaf skirt he was wearing now. The craftsmanship was quite good. However, Lin Qi had no strength even to lift his hands, let alone break free from the ropes. Ah, you're awake. A girl with black hair approached, holding 2 coconuts. Upon seeing Lin Qi awaken, she dropped the coconuts and ran over. I've never seen anyone like you who could remain alive after being in a coma for a whole month without food. If it weren't for your breathing, I would have thought you were dead. Even stranded on a deserted island, the girl's exquisite face could not be concealed. Wait, did you say I was in a coma for a month? What day is it today? The girl thought for a moment and said, if I remember correctly, it should be mid-August. Mid-August. Lin Qi calculated he had only gone to sea in early June. Doesn't that mean he has drifted at sea for a month and a half, and then been in a coma on land for another month? How did he survive? Lin Qi found it hard to believe. First, drink some water. You look extremely dehydrated. The girl thought Lin Qi might remember some sad memory and opened a coconut, bringing it to his lips. Thank you. Lin Qi drank deeply, the coconut water flowing into his stomach. Delicious. Can I have a few more? Sure, this deserted island has plenty of coconuts. Saying this, the girl opened a few more coconuts for Lin Qi. With his thirst quenched, he felt warmth return to his body as he slowly began to recover. I'm safe, thank you so much. May I ask your name? Roti. You can call me Roti, the girl replied. Lin Qi nodded. I'm Lin Qi. You mentioned this is a deserted island. How did you end up here? Roti pointed to a small pile of broken wood on the reef nearby and said, of course I had a shipwreck. My boat is gone. Well then, lady who suffered a shipwreck, may I ask one last thing? Why did you tie me up? Because. Roti was halfway through her sentence when suddenly a 5-meter turtle tiger emerged from the forest. Roti quickly climbed to the top of a coconut tree. Blue and white stripes. Lin Qi murmured as he looked up. The tiger strolled over leisurely, clearly accustomed to this behavior. It suddenly opened its massive mouth and bit Lin Qi's leg, starting to gnaw. Get off me, I'm not a chew toy. Lin Qi kicked it away. Woo woo woo. The tiger's teeth shattered and it left with its tail between its legs. After that, a lion, a wild boar, and a leopard also emerged from the forest. They couldn't bite Lin Qi, so they simply used him to grind their teeth while tasting his flesh. So you were afraid I would be taken away by the wild beasts? Thanks for that. Lin Qi exerted strength in his arms, breaking free from his restraints, and punched a wild boar dead in front of him. Seeing his fierce bravery, the wild beast scattered. Come down and eat meat, stop daydreaming. Lin Qi called to the girl in the tree. Oh. The girl slid down the trunk and praised. You're amazing, you killed a 6 or 7 meter long wild boar with one punch. This is nothing, ooh, I've taken down even bigger ones. Don't just stand there, come help me. We're going to have roasted meat. Roasted meat. The girl perked up at this. In a wild, deserted island, a lone man and a woman worked together. An hour later, the two finally enjoyed delicious roasted pork. The girl ate elegantly, but not slowly, chunks of wild boar meat disappearing from her hands, her mouth dripping with oil. Woo woo woo, so delicious. To be honest, I've been eating coconuts for a month now. Seeing coconuts makes me want to vomit. The girl was about to cry from the deliciousness. Eat more, don't hold back. You're such a good person. The girl nodded vigorously while Lin Qi ate heartily, replenishing his energy as his injuries healed at a visible rate. The girl opened her mouth wide. Wow, that's impressive. Haha, I am a Zoan-type devil fruit user. It's quite normal. Devil fruit. The girl seemed to have heard of it and did not ask further. Lin Qi looked at the leaf skirt she wore and suddenly said, "This skirt was given to me by you, right? You've gone through a lot. You idiot." "Don't say such things," the girl replied shyly. Lin Qi's reminder brought back a memory of something ugly that she had almost forgotten. "Did you not think about leaving during this month?" Lin Qi asked. "I thought about it, but this place is too remote. Not a single ship has passed by in a month. Moreover, what would you do if I left?" The girl suddenly choked, her small fists pounding on her full chest. Lin Qi averted his gaze. "How about I take you away? Don't boast. I admit you're strong, but you can't build a..." The girl said skeptically. "No need for a boat. I can fly. Just wait for me to finish eating." The entire 7-meter-long wild boar was consumed by Lin Qi and his injuries began to heal. As long as a phantom beast has enough energy, recovery is instantaneous. "Come lie on my back, I'll take you away." The girl's big watery eyes looked at Lin Qi as if asking, "Are you serious? What are you thinking? Hurry up." The girl hesitated for a moment before slowly lying on Lin Qi's back. So soft. Lin Qi felt as if he were carrying a warm, soft jade with 2 large mounds pressing against his back. The girl's face flushed red, and she covered her chest with her hands. "Hold on tight with your hands. If you fall off later, I won't take responsibility." Okay. The girl removed her hands from her chest. Suddenly, a black halo burning with flames appeared behind Lin. He carried Roti and floated up as if defying gravity. This was also the moment Lin Qi awoke and discovered something different about the halo. "That is flying. Wow, you can really fly. That's amazing." Roti looked in astonishment at the ground, getting further away, suddenly feeling a bit scared and tightly clinging to Lin Qi. So big, so soft. Lin Qi thought to himself. He hadn't realized that the girl had hidden depths. 2 days later, on the vast ocean, Lin Qi and the girl encountered a small town. "It seems we are lucky." Lin Qi jostled the girl on his back. Without a directional pointer, finding human habitation in the vast ocean is exceedingly difficult. If one is unlucky, they might not encounter anything for months. Thank you for your hard work these past few days." Perhaps because the girl had been sleeping on Lin Qi's back for 2 days, it was her first time feeling protected. Her attitude towards Lin Qi was much more affectionate than before. To avoid alarming the townspeople, the two descended from a distance and walked into the town. Fortunately, there were spare clothes in the storage ring to prevent them from running around naked. "All right, Roti, I'll take you to a safe place, and we'll be even." Roti anxiously grasped Lin Qi's hand. "Are you going to abandon me too?" Lin Qi looked at the beautiful girl, wondering if he was being clinged to. The girl understood that to avoid being abandoned, she needed to show her usefulness. Suddenly, she seemed to make a decision and pulled Lin Qi in a direction, saying, "Follow me." The hotel. Lin Qi was pulled onto the bed by the girl. "Listen to me, there's no need for this. It's dangerous to stay by my side. You are the best choice for yourself." The girl bit her lip, placing her hands on her chest as she stepped closer to Lin Qi. 100-wheel flower. With her hands clasped, numerous snowy white palms emerged from all corners of the room. "I am also a devil fruit user and won't drag you down, so please don't leave me behind." Seeing the power of the devil fruit, Lin Qi was utterly bewildered. "Isn't this Robin's ability?" "Roti? Robin? It turns out this girl before him is Robin. As long as you let me stay, I am willing to do anything." Robin spoke again. "Okay, you can stay. But I must warn you, it's quite dangerous around me." Robin's ability to understand ancient texts is something Lin Qi desperately needs. "It's fine, I'm not afraid of danger." Hearing that she could stay, Robin smiled like a blooming flower. That night, Lin Qi and Robin had a good rest in the hotel. Early the next morning, Lin Qi woke up early only to find that Robin had risen even earlier. She had bought a table full of fragrant breakfast. Actually, having Robin as a secretary is quite nice. Lin Qi ate breakfast heartily while contemplating his next moves. It had been 2.5 months since he last saw anyone. The Navy must think he is missing. Since nearly 3 months have passed, there is no rush for these few days. During this time, he must quickly complete the task of becoming king. With the 3-year deadline approaching, failure to finish would mean defeat. The other half of the world transfer scroll had already been delivered to the West Sea by bounty hunters. Everything was ready, just waiting for the money. The next task is to make money and buy a kingdom. Next, I have to go out for a while. You stay home and don't wander around. Okay, I understand. Robin tidied up the dishes, giving Lin Qi a sweet smile. Upon arriving in town, Lin Qi first wrote a letter to inform Tina and Sister Chiyuan that he was fine. After thinking for a moment, he also wrote a letter to Smoker. He had asked Smoker to search for 100 tricks for over a year, and it was unknown whether he had found anything. If he had located them, Smoker, as a natural type user, could easily handle it. Then he asked the shopkeeper for a newspaper from 2.5 months ago. According to reason, actions such as his own sacrificing himself to save others would definitely be widely publicized by the Navy to display their justice. As expected, Lin Qi found his name on the front page of one of the newspapers. Major General Lin Qi single-handedly fought Kaido, covering for troops to escape. Under such a headline, the story was written to be as touching as possible, moving readers to tears. Lin Qi was bewildered. Why did he not know that he had been stabbed twice while saving soldiers? That old man Sengoku is not honest. He silently criticized Sengoku's dishonesty. At the end of the newspaper, it was written, Major General Lin Qi is presumed dead. In recognition of his achievements, he is posthumously promoted to Vice Admiral. Finally, there was some good news. He was promoted. In the new world, as long as one has skills, opportunities abound. After receiving several bounty missions from the Navy, Lin Qi began his hunting activities. In half a month, he killed over a dozen notorious pirates, thus raising 2.8 billion berries. I plan to go to the West Sea. Would you like to come along? That day, Lin Qi explained the function of the World Transfer Scroll to Robin, who was immensely surprised. That's amazing, such a thing exists. Of course I am willing. Don't think about leaving me behind. All right, hold my hand. Lin Qi had already exchanged the 2.8 billion berries for cash and put it in a suitcase. After marking their location, he held Robin's hand and used the teleportation. Both felt a sudden dizziness. When they regained their senses, they were already in the West Sea. Lin Qi carefully placed the other half of the scroll in a safe spot. The instantaneous transition from the Grand Line to the West Sea left Robin greatly shocked. Let me see, we are now within the territory of the Bandit Kingdom. Lin Qi took out the scroll he had prepared in advance to identify their location. The bounty hunters had kept their word and brought them to the right place. Let's go, we need to find out where the palace is first. The reason Lin Qi chose the Bandit Kingdom is that this nation does not live in dire straits yet. The king is eager to sell the kingdom not just because of his own indulgence, but because he is truly unfit to govern the kingdom. More importantly, this king finds his position quite stifling. Inside the kingdom, there is a town called Paradise of Sin filled with criminals. The young king is constantly threatened with death letters demanding extortion. His mental state has collapsed. The previous old king had tried to send troops to eradicate the Paradise of Sin, but ended up dead. The king awakened from his slumber, opened his eyes to see a knife at his throat, and instantly felt terrified. No, let's talk this over. How much do you want? After investigating the kingdom's location, Lin Qi and Robin infiltrated it at midnight. A few incompetent guards were easily dealt with by Robin. The king awakened from his slumber, opened his eyes to see a knife at his throat, and instantly felt terrified. No, let's talk this over. How much do you want? Don't kill me, the gold bars are under my pillow. You can take them, just spare my life, and you can come back for more next. Lin Qi exchanged glances with Robin, almost bursting into laughter. Such familiarity with this situation suggests he has been robbed before. Truly, this is the most chaotic West Sea. The scenery is different. Calm down, Lin Qi said, lightly tapping the king's head with the back of his knife. I only used the knife to create a pleasant environment for our upcoming conversation. Please speak plainly, great hero. The king was not used to encountering such civilized robbers for the first time. All right, I will speak plainly then. I heard you want to sell your position as king. What's the price? Upon hearing that they were there to buy the throne, the king immediately changed his demeanor. No, 100 billion, that's the lowest I can go. The king gritted his teeth and named a price far below the value of his kingdom, desperate to escape from hell. Lin Qi, uninterested in haggling, stabbed Long Yuan into the ground. I won't negotiate with you. You know well why you want to sell the kingdom. In the entire West Sea, apart from me, no one would dare to take over your kingdom. One price, 20 billion berries. With this money, you can live as a wealthy man for the rest of your life. The king hesitated. On one hand, Lin Qi's offer was too low. On the other, he felt what was said was true, fearing he would be stuck there forever. Seeing the king's inner turmoil, Lin Qi added fuel to the fire. Seeing you pitiful, I'll give you 25 billion berries. All right, deal. The young king, fearing Lin Qi would change his mind, hurriedly grabbed his hand. Such a big grievance is rare to find. He never wanted to see those criminals from the Paradise of Sin again. Robin looked at Lin Qi with admiration as she knew Lin Qi's strength, and it was as if he had picked up a kingdom for free. All right, you have 3 days to spread the news. After 3 days, the ceremony will be held for me to ascend the throne. I will take the crown. The young king felt no reluctance, but rather a sense of relief, as if shedding a burden he had carried for years. I will send someone to convey the message to the citizens tomorrow. Hey, race the money I promised you. Lin Qi opened the suitcase and tossed the remaining 2.5 billion directly into the king's hands. Aren't you afraid I might change my mind after receiving the money? The king was taken aback. The money was given rather easily. Lin Qi drew his long knife and sheathed it, saying, Then you will regret coming to this world. The king shivered. When the blink of an eye, the person had vanished, leaving him quite scared. Could those two be ghosts? No, this money is real. The king fell silent for a moment, then called his father-in-law, who was also the finance minister, to discuss what to do for fun afterwards. 3 days later, hundreds of thousands of residents had received the news in advance, filling the venue for the coronation with layers of people inside and out. At a glance, the crowd was dense, bustling with excitement. What kind of person do you think our new king is? Has anyone seen him? I don't know. I hope he will be a strong king. Yes, the previous king lived rather oppressed. I actually have a little insider news. It's from the husband of my brother's sister's son's father's cousin, who works in the palace. The previous king's life had left the people feeling frustrated. They didn't wish for much, just hoping the new king could protect them from being robbed again. Was intensely focused on this coronation ceremony. The previous king's life had left the people feeling frustrated. They didn't wish for much, just hoping the new king could protect them from being robbed again. The auspicious time has arrived. Please welcome the new and old monarchs to the stage. With the announcement, the sound of drums and gongs filled the air, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a festive one. The young king had already been waiting on the 15-meter-high platform. Lin Qi, adorned in splendid attire, held a jeweled scepter, symbolizing royal power, stepping onto the red carpet, making his way toward the high platform. Robin acted as a handmaiden, lightly supporting Lin Qi's left arm. With every step, they paused briefly as numerous photographers surrounded Lin Qi, capturing the moment. I say, does it have to be this troublesome? This outfit is not comfortable at all, Lin Qi complained to Robin in a corner invisible to the crowd. Robin stifled a laugh. Endure it. After all, this is a tradition of the country since ancient times. Look, the new king is coming out. The crowd cheered. He looks so handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. A girl gushed. How do you think a king would know? He looks quite majestic, much stronger than the previous king. Walking down the red carpet took Lin Qi a full 20 minutes. The king stood beside the throne on the high platform, holding the crown, greeting Lin Qi with a glance. Please, new lord, take your seat on the throne. Please, old king, crown the new lord. Hero, the nation will depend on you from now on. The young king, with a complex expression, placed the crown on Lin Qi's head. It would be impossible to say he had no feelings for this country. Rest assured, with me here, anyone who dares to cause trouble will be dealt with, Lin Qi whispered. The king nodded and descended the high platform from behind the throne, boarding the prepared carriage. He was going to enjoy a happy and blissful life with his father-in-law's family. Long live the king. Long live. Long live. Hundreds of thousands of citizens below cried out excitedly. Boom. At that moment, a massive explosion occurred in the center of the crowd, instantly killing dozens of citizens. Several armed extremists shouted loudly, "We heard there's a new king ascending the throne. We came to congratulate you." Congratulations, congratulations. Now that we've congratulated you, isn't it time to pay the protection fee? Not much. Each of us just needs 3 million, a total of 12 million. Just give us the money and we can still be good friends. Otherwise, we'll start a massacre. The boss is right. The extremists echoed each other, making it sound entirely reasonable. Lin Qi. Robin looked at Lin Qi with concern, not expecting the criminals from hell to be even more arrogant than she imagined. Just 4 individuals dared to bring bombs to disrupt the coronation ceremony. A few flies looking for death. Lin Qi frowned. Before he could find trouble with these guys, they had come knocking on. His good mood was shattered as a lightning spear appeared in his hand. Go. He threw the lightning spear, and with a bang, the 4 extremists were reduced to ashes, incinerated by the lightning. From today on, any who offend our citizens will be executed without mercy, Lin Qi declared loudly. So strong. Witnessing the new king eliminate 4 robbers with a single move, the citizens were extremely excited. With the system activation, a series of prompts echoed in Lin Qi's mind. Faith points 1. Faith. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task of becoming a monarch within 3 years. Emperor Faith system activating. Activation successful. With the system activation, a series of prompts echoed in Lin Qi's mind. Faith points 1. Faith points 1. Faith points 1. System, what are these faith points? Ding. In response to the host, faith points are determined by the citizens. The more citizens there are, and the more loyal and devoted they are to the host, the faster the accumulation of faith points will be. Thus, the host's actions will greatly influence the accumulation of faith points. For instance, the host's display of power just now will significantly increase the faith points gained in the upcoming period. Faith points can be used for lottery draws. Currently, the Emperor Faith system has only opened 2 prize pools: Bronze Lottery Pool, costing 100 faith points per draw. Naruto Lottery Pool, 1000 points per draw. Subsequent lottery pools will unlock after accumulating a certain number of draws. Bronze Lottery Pool. Naruto Lottery Pool. The first one was acceptable, but the latter made Lin Qi's heart race. It couldn't possibly be the Naruto he was thinking of, could it? He opened the information for the 2 lottery pools. Bronze Lottery Pool, a trial lottery pool. Due to its low cost, the drop rate is very low. The host shouldn't have too high hopes, as any item from any world can appear. Naruto lottery pool, randomly receive an item from the Naruto world. Awesome. After reading the description, Lin Qi was left with only 2 words in his heart. Faith points 1, faith points 1, faith points 1. The sound of accumulating faith points echoed continuously in his mind, and after hearing it so many times, Lin Qi found it somewhat annoying. System, can you help me disable the notification sound? Yes, host. In the next moment, the sound of increasing belief value no longer echoed in Lin Qi's mind. After completing the registration ceremony, Lin Qi returned to the palace. He instructed Robin to organize people to throw away everything inside and replace it all with new items. He cannot use things that others have used. Then Lin Qi opened the kingdom intelligence sent by Robin. Population 365,000. Treasury 0. Army 3000. Weapons 300 flintlock rifles, 5000 long swords. Special products iron, copper, timber, aquatic products. Unexpectedly, the treasury had been robbed year after year, and the little that remained was taken away by the previous king. Sadly, this country possesses rich copper and iron resources, yet it has become this impoverished. What a peculiar situation. The malignant tumor, known as the paradise of sin, must be eradicated as soon as possible. As long as the criminals inside are not eliminated, the citizens will remain anxious and fearful. The miners dare not work, and the merchants dare not trade. Thus, the task of reviving the kingdom remains a distant dream. The more Lin Qi read this report, the deeper his frown grew. With nearly 4 million residents, the army only has 3,000 men and a mere 300 guns. It seems this country has truly been terrified by the criminals. He immediately called for Robin, who was busy like a spinning top. There was no choice. Currently, Robin was the only one among his subordinates he could trust and who had sufficient ability. She had to handle everything. Is there something you need? Robin, having just finished directing the rearrangement of furniture in the palace, rushed over, soaked in sweat, outlining her graceful curves. Upon hearing Lin Qi call for her, she hurried over without stopping. Please take my documents to recruit soldiers. I still have some money here. Increase the number of the kingdom's standing guard army to 10,000 and use the remaining money to find some blacksmiths in the kingdom to forge steel swords. Although making flintlock rifles was simple, not everyone could do it. They could only be purchased through the black market. Robin wiped away a bead of sweat. It's not hard. Your business is my business. Robin, like a perfect secretary, took the task and immediately set out to execute it. As for other matters, Lin Qi couldn't address them now due to a lack of manpower. Recruiting soldiers and weapons would probably keep Robin busy for several days. After a good night's sleep, he discovered that the speed of belief value growth had slowed down. The current belief value is 11200. That's over 10,000. Without delay, Lin Qi immediately prepared to conduct a lottery. Back in the day, he was quite lucky when playing lottery games. He opened the system interface, which had 2 lottery pools. Bronze lottery pool, 100 points per draw. Hokage lottery pool, 1000 points per draw. System, 10 consecutive draws from the bronze pool. Looking at all his points, Lin Qi decided to try his luck with a bronze 10 consecutive draws first. Ding. 100 belief points lottery draw in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Bunny Girl costume. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, a box of bare chocolate cookies. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Desert Eagle pistol 1 bullets 100. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Happy Fat Water 10. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Banana Flavored Condoms 10 boxes. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Gold Coins 5. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Small Firecrackers. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Chinese Cigarettes 1 pack. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Small Firecrackers. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Chinese Cigarettes 1 pack. Lin Qi flipped his hand, and a pure silver Desert Eagle appeared in his grasp, looking very attractive. He finally got rid of that flintlock rifle, which required reloading after every shot. As for the bunny girl costume, he wondered what Robin would look like wearing it. He would let Robin try it out once they became familiar. Although nothing particularly valuable came out this time, Lin Qi felt this might be considered as exhausting his bad luck, and he immediately opened the Hokage lottery pool. He wished for nothing more than to summon Tsunade. Why? Of course it wasn't just because of her fierce temper. Those who understand will understand it is because of her formidable prowess. System, 10 consecutive draws from the Hokage pool. Ding. 1000 points lottery draw in progress. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Shuriken 10. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Ichiraku Ramen. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Yaoshido Youth. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Hinata's Chongsam. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Class Ninjutsu Great Fireball. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item, Sakura's Bra. Note the characters summoned by the host will be 100 loyal to the host. Unfortunately, this time, he didn't summon the large-chested Tsunade that Lin Qi had longed for. But Lin Qi was not upset. Yaoshiro, a representative of genius in Naruto. He was one of the two geniuses in Naruto who overcame his lineage through sheer effort aside from Guy. He was not in a hurry to summon Yaoshiro, but instead first received the training method for the Great Fireball. If he remembered correctly, using ninjutsu in the Naruto world required a substance known as chakra. Chakra is a special energy extracted through specific means from the mind and body. Lin Qi tried a bit, but whether it was due to his lack of chakra, he was unable to learn the Great Fireball. Perhaps it was due to the differences in the two world systems. In the end, Lin Qi couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Sakura's bra, does she even have breasts? The scene shifts. In the world of Naruto, in Konoha village, the young Yaoshiro was ordered by Orochimaru to repeatedly infiltrate Konoha during the Chunin exams, selecting potential ninjas for Orochimaru. That day, Yaoshiro was performing his task as usual. Suddenly, those around him began to scream. Yaoshiro turned to see that his body was slowly becoming transparent. When Yaoshiro opened his eyes again, he was in a mysterious space. At the same time, a large amount of information flooded into his mind. The most important among them was a person named Lin Qi. Extract Yaoshiro. With Lin Qi's extraction, Yaoshiro appeared in the pirate world. Lord Lin Qi. Yaoshiro knelt on one knee, bowing respectfully. Do you know me? It's something called the system that told me everything. I know it was you who summoned me to this world. Yaoshiro adjusted his glasses and exclaimed, I never expected that there are so many worlds in this world. My previous perspective was too narrow. That's good to know, saves me from explaining to you. Lin Qi nodded. He could confidently assign some tasks to Yaoshiro since those summoned were 100 loyal to him. Pharmacist Do, I want you to gather the people to mine for ores. Some will be kept to forge weapons while the rest, from today onwards, you are the Minister of Finance for the kingdom. It is imperative that we quickly fill the royal treasury. To achieve great things for the nation, funding is indispensable. Yes. Pharmacist Do bowed and carefully retreated. Someone informed the citizens that this afternoon I will be exterminating the den of evil. Those brave enough may come to witness it. After Pharmacist Do left, Lin Qi issued commands. To rapidly increase the faith value, he needed to enhance his influence in the hearts of the people. Having people witness his power was undoubtedly the best choice. In the afternoon, Lin Qi stepped out of the palace with citizens quietly following behind him. As he moved forward, more and more residents trailed behind him. By the time they arrived at the town where the den of evil was located, thousands of citizens had gathered behind Lin Qi. Is this really a gathering place for the country's bandits? Lin Qi gazed at the polluted land before him, slowly raising his palm. A thunderball began to coalesce in his palm. The thunderball grew larger until it blotted out the sun. Go! Sensing it was about ready, Lin Qi hurled the 100-meter-high thunderball into the center of the town. Boom! Lightning danced wildly as a mushroom cloud erupted. The deafening explosion reverberated in everyone's ears, causing them to cover their ears in pain, staring in astonishment toward the town. With just a single strike, the entire town was obliterated. Truly, His Majesty is a deity. The crowd was in shock. Are the criminals in the den of evil gone just like that? People found it hard to believe. The criminals who had oppressed them for years vanished before they even had a chance to show themselves. In an instant, their hatred for the criminals transformed into gratitude towards Lin Qi. After the smoke cleared, the town disappeared without a trace, leaving only a deep pit. For a moment, Shin Mo stood in silence before the scene erupted into overwhelming cheers. Long live His Majesty! Long live His Majesty! Rest assured, with me here, this kingdom will be safer than any other place in the world. Listening to the continuous sound of increasing faith value in his ears, Lin Qi returned to his room. Ding! The system has issued a quest. As soon as he returned, the system chimed with a long-awaited task. Life Choice 1. Allow the kingdom to have 3 Devil Fruit users. Reward 1. Opportunity to evolve the World Transfer Scroll. Life Choice 2. Successfully expand to an army of 10,000 and equip them all with weapons. Reward 1. Random Devil Fruit. Life Choice 3. The king must have his own consorts. Conduct a national selection ceremony for consorts. Reward a complete revitalization pill. Faced with the 3 options, Lin Qi chose the first without hesitation. Now, to teleport, he needed someone to take half of the scroll over first while he used the other half to teleport. If there were 3 copies of the scroll, he could leave one in each place, while keeping the last one to travel freely between the 2 locations. He calculated. Currently, there were already 2 fruit users in the kingdom, himself and Robin. This meant he only needed 1 more fruit user. He happened to have an animal-type horse fruit in its great foot horse form. This was something he had snatched from the Holy Land Mariawa. Thinking it over, Lin Qi decided not to call Pharmacist Do. He felt it would be a waste of his talent to have Pharmacist Do consume such a low-grade fruit. In the end, Lin Qi tossed the devil fruit to Robin, asking her to find someone capable to consume it. What Lin Qi regarded as a worthless, ordinary animal fruit was seen as an invaluable treasure by the people of the West Sea. The one who obtained it would surely be grateful. So soon, In the afternoon, the system notification rang out indicating completion. The world transfer scroll was upgraded from 2 halves to 3. After waiting 3 more days, the story of exterminating the den of evil spread throughout the kingdom. The faith value skyrocketed to just over 20,000 points. Enough to draw 20 times from the Naruto lottery pool. System, let me go all in on the Naruto lottery pool. A fool with money is still a fool. Lin Qi chose to draw completely. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the item. 1 AK-47 production line. To his surprise, the first item that appeared gave Lin Qi quite a shock. What? There's an AK-47 in the Naruto world. Upon reflection, there indeed existed firearms in the Naruto world as seen in the plot where Kakashi fought Zabuza. Thinking further, even a planet-destroying cannon was invented in Naruto. Having an AK-47 isn't too surprising. But placing the AK-47 in the pirate world would mean overwhelming dominance. Lin Qi was excited. Just imagine while others are still loading their flintlocks after the first shot, you would have already unleashed a full magazine. How could they even compete? In terms of both power and range, an AK-47 is far beyond what a flintlock can compare to. Lin Qi first found an empty factory and set up the 200-meter-long AK-47 production line there, then dispatched soldiers to guard it strictly. He also informed Robin to gather materials and begin production. Still feeling uneasy, he brought pharmacist Do, who was busy mining, to act as a bodyguard. This was his treasure, it must not be damaged. All my manpower is still too limited. When the time comes, one realizes how few hands are available. With only Robin and pharmacist Do, they were overwhelmed trying to handle the kingdom's vital tasks. After finishing all this, he returned to check the other lottery results. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, 10 military rations. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, a bowl of Ichiraku ramen. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, 1 ton of gold sand. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, dog food. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received the reward, young Shikamaru. My. Upon seeing this, Lin Qi paused. Shikamaru would be great. Shikamaru was known as the intellectual backbone in Naruto. He needed such talent. Summon Shikamaru. In a flash of golden light, young Shikamaru appeared on the spot. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, the frog wallet of Naruto. As the items became Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, the frog wallet of Naruto. As the items became increasingly absurd, Lin Qi could no longer hold back. What the hell are these things? Only one reward remains. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have received a reward, the ninja training system from the Naruto world. Ding. From now on, the host can practice the ninjutsu obtained from the Naruto world. What? Lin Qi received the news and immediately opened the small fireball technique he had acquired. There was one good news and one bad news. The good news was that he could now release the great fireball. The chakra required for the release was substituted by his spiritual energy and physical strength. The bad news was that the released great fireball was less powerful than his sneeze. To form the hand seals, his hand almost cramped. Lin Qi concluded that this ninjutsu was not something humans could learn. After all, ninjas had been practicing hand seals since childhood, training for 10 to 20 years. Only then could they compress the speed of hand seals to mere seconds. By the time Lin Qi finished the seals slowly, the enemy would have long escaped. If he had time to practice hand seals, he might as well train in Conqueror's Haki. It was estimated that 99% of the ninjutsu cast on him would feel like a tickle. Learning it was of little use. In the end, he came to a conclusion. Unless he could do it like Hashirama, clapping his hands and summoning whatever he wanted, otherwise it was better to give up. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Seeing that things in the kingdom were on the right track, Lin Qi felt relieved. It was time to leave. He wondered how Tina's sister Tao and Tom were doing. He also needed to return to handle matters at the Navy headquarters. While I'm away, I leave the kingdom in your hands. The young pharmacist needs extra care from you too. Before leaving, Lin Qi called Shikamaru and Robin and instructed them. What? Are you leaving? Robin looked at Lin Qi reluctantly. Fool, I'm not gone for good. Lin Qi patted Robin's head. Be good and stay at home, wait for my return. You must come back early. After finishing his instructions, early the next morning, Lin Qi set out to sea alone. Transforming into a towering candlelight, he flew toward the new world. With the astonishing speed of the candlelight, he reached the Navy headquarters from the West Sea in less than half a month. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Qi returned to his human form and knocked on the gate. With the astonishing speed of the candlelight, he reached the Navy headquarters from the West Sea in less than half a month. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Qi returned to his human form and knocked on. Why does this person look so familiar? Are you Vice Admiral Lin Qi? It's me. The guard's hand trembled uncontrollably. Ghost, he suddenly shouted and turned to run. It was somewhat horrifying for someone who had been declared dead by the Navy for several months to suddenly appear before him. Lin Qi's expression darkened as he reached out to pull the fleeing guard back, saying impatiently, Take a good look. Am I a ghost or a human? The guard rubbed his eyes and realized the figure had a shadow and should not be a ghost, cautiously replying, "You're not dead." "Of course not. Hurry up and inform them." "Yes, yes." The guard quickly ran inside. Half an hour in the conference room. Carp laughed heartily, patting Sengoku's thigh. See, I told you this kid is like a cockroach, impossible to kill." "Damn, Carp, my leg is going numb from your slapping." Sengoku yelled at Carp, redirecting his attention back to Lin Qi. "It's truly a miracle. How did you survive in that situation?" Kizaru said, "Even the island where you fought was destroyed." "It's quite fortunate. I drifted to a small island and managed to survive. The ensuing days were spent recuperating. By the way, Marshal, my being alive doesn't mean I'm not a vice admiral, right?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Sengoku's expression became serious. "We won't forget the merits you've established. Don't mention just one vice admiral, we'll give you two." "All right, but you can't go back on your word. Help me promote Sister Chiyuan to vice admiral as well." Lin Qi seized the opportunity to say, "The power of a vice admiral is much greater than that of a rear admiral." "Deal." Seeing Sengoku gritting his teeth in agreement, Carp was gleeful. "Serves you right for talking to." Hearing that, Lin Qi did not forget to seek benefits for Chiyuan. Vice Admiral Tsuru looked at Lin Qi with a more favorable gaze. "This young man is not bad. So, can I go back now?" Lin Qi was a bit impatient as Tina and Sister Chiyuan were still waiting. Get lost, get lost. It's the middle of the night, and you're disturbing us old men." Sengoku waved his hand. Back at home, Lin Qi quietly opened the door. In the dark, a creature suddenly pounced on him, licking Lin Qi's face with its tongue. All right, Tom, you're licking my face until it's about to be licked off." Lin Qi held Tom down and tickled him, causing Tom to flip over in laughter. Tom got up, grinning widely, unable to stop smiling as he circled around Lin Qi. All right, I'm back alive. Go to sleep now. I'll go check on Tina and the others." Patting Tom's little head, Lin Qi quietly entered Tina's room. In the dark, he crawled into Tina's bed. Chiyuan, you're here again." Tina let out a few seductive sounds and turned to hug him. "Who are you?" The moment she hugged him, Tina instantly realized something was off and threw a heavy punch. "Is this how you welcome your man home?" Lin Qi chuckled as he caught Tina's wrist. Luckily, he was in good shape. Otherwise, anyone else would have been crippled by Tina's punch. "Lin Qi." Tina paused, suddenly burying her face in Lin Qi's embrace, tears streaming down. "Woo, it's so good that you finally came back. Where have you been these days?" Lin Qi gently stroked Tina's back, holding her tightly. "Be good, don't cry. I see I'm back alive, right?" Tina stopped crying as she sniffled, her watery big eyes looking at Lin Qi. "You won't suddenly disappear again, right? I was really worried about you." "I swear I won't disappear again. Look at you, you've cried into a little cat. If you keep crying, you won't be pretty anymore." "Tom, meow, meow, meow." Lin Qi coaxed and joked until Tina turned her tears into laughter. "You should go check on Chiyuan. She must be worried about you too." Although Tina was reluctant to part with Lin Qi, she did not forget her good sister. "All right, wait a moment, and he'll come back to keep you company." With a gentle kiss on Tina's forehead, Lin Qi quietly slipped into the room of the Peach Bunny. The Peach Bunny turned around, pressing Lin Qi's head against her ample bosom, smiling, as she said, "My observation, Haki, had already detected you when you just walked in." "Wow, Ji Yuan Jia, I can't breathe." Finally pulling his head out from the abyss, Lin Qi was met with a pair of red lips, kissing him, causing his body to shudder. Under the onslaught of the Peach Bunny's long legs, he ultimately failed to return to Tina's room. The next morning, Lin Qi emerged from the washroom with his face covered in lipstick marks. As he stepped out of the washroom, Ji Yuan lay on the sofa, dressed provocatively, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin. Ji Yuan, Jia, don't move, let me rub you a little." Tina was playfully wrestling with the Peach Bunny. The scene was exceptionally alluring. Lin Qi touched his nose, feeling quite stimulated so early in the morning, regardless of whether he could handle it. "Hey girl, stop messing around. It's almost noon, and you still haven't cooked." Lin Qi walked over and playfully slapped Tina on her bottom. "Ow." Tina suddenly turned around, covering her little bottom, and pounced on Lin Qi like a hungry tiger. "You hit me now, I'm going to eat you a woo, ha ha, be careful." Lin Qi laughed heartily, reaching out to tickle Tina's belly button. He rarely saw her in such a good mood. She seemed to have become livelier. After a round of playful fighting, Tina, disheveled, lay panting on the sofa. "By the way, I forgot to tell you, someone is bringing lunch we don't need to cook." "Who?" Lin Qi asked curiously. It couldn't possibly be that lazy cat Tom, could it? Who else could it be? At that moment, the Peach Bunny chimed in. "Little Peacock heard you were back and insisted on coming over." The Peach Bunny rolled her eyes at Lin Qi. "I really don't know what charm you have that attracts so many people." Lin Qi knew the Peach Bunny was feeling jealous, so he gently embraced her sweetly, saying, "Don't worry, my love will always be only for you and Tina." "Why are you saying this to me?" The Peach Bunny huffed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she turned her head away. At noon, the Peacock arrived, bringing takeout with 5 dishes and a soup. They all enjoyed a delightful meal together. At the table, Lin Qi looked at the gentle Peacock, thinking she might have finally changed for the better. However, who would have thought the more things change, the more they stay the same? When the peacock was alone with Lin Qi in a room, her true nature was immediately revealed. Big brother, I missed you so much. The peacock jumped onto Lin Qi, clinging to him like a little octopus. Get down, how can a girl behave like this? The peacock held on too tightly. Lin Qi couldn't pry her off, and pulling harder would ruin her clothes. Do you know? I was so sad when I heard you died, and this is how you treat me. Grandma Crane said you didn't die, and I always believed you were fine. The peacock chattered in Lin Qi's ear, causing him to let go of his prepared strength. Forget it, if she wants to cling on, let her cling on. Just think of it as playing with a child. Half an hour later. Big brother, I dreamed about you last night, and you were so rough. Watching the peacock's increasingly absurd words, Lin Qi wished he could find something to cover her mouth. This made Major General Crane want to slap him dead. Stop. Get down right now. Lin Qi threatened, if you don't get down, I'll spank you. Really? Hearing this, the peacock's eyes lit up, and she became excited. Lin Qi felt a headache coming on. It seemed this girl had been waiting for him all along. He really shouldn't have always spanked her before now. She seemed to have developed an addiction to it. Of course, it's a joke. Taking advantage of the peacock's distraction, Lin Qi grabbed her by the nape of her neck and pulled her down, walking to the window and opening it. Hey, what are you doing? Let me down. The peacock struggled vigorously. Out you go. Lin Qi kicked the peacock's little bottom hard, and she transformed into a streak of light flying out. He used just the right amount of force to ensure the peacock wouldn't be harmed. You jerk, I'll remember this, you big pervert. The peacock, flying in the air, was shocked out of her wits. After a few moments of confusion, she found herself in front of her own house. I'm so mad. Stinky man. She stomped her foot in a huff and walked inside her home. Ever since Lin Qi had come back to life, perhaps the Warring States had finally developed a conscience and couldn't bear to exploit him anymore. This time Lin Qi was finally able to enjoy a long break. On this day, in his own backyard, after being promoted to Major General with a doubled salary, Lin Qi moved into a bigger and more luxurious house. Not only was it a 3-story building, but it also had a spacious backyard. Giggling Ji Yuan Jie, the ball is here. In the center of the backyard, a large net was set up, and the 3 girls wearing swimsuits were playing volleyball. The peacock and Tina were on one team, while the peach bunny was on her own. Even so, Ji Yuan was still merciful towards the two of them. Nice shot. Ji Yuan leaped 3 meters high, executing a powerful spike on the volleyball. Due to the swimsuits they wore, a wave of excitement surged. Lin Qi lay on a beach chair watching the 7 volleyballs, nodding repeatedly, nice shot, nice shot. Oh no, it's coming too fast. Seeing that she couldn't receive the peach bunny's spike, the peacock's expression changed, and suddenly a whip appeared in her hand, narrowly returning the volleyball. Wow. Lin Qi whistled. Peacock fouled. No, using fruit abilities, Ji Yuan wins. Alright, a bet. Tina patted the peacock's little head, reaching into her deep cleavage to pull out a coin, tossing it to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan caught it and casually stuffed it into Lin Qi's embrace, lying beside him on the beach chair, dripping with sweat. Lin Qi, who had seen this scene many times before, was no longer surprised. He had once witnessed Ji Yuan take out a bottle of cola from her cleavage. Truly a pocket dimension. Tina patted the peacock's little head, reaching into her deep cleavage to pull out a coin, tossing it to Ji Yuan. Ji Yuan caught it. One could say that none of the covering parts were covered at all, giving Lin Qi a feast for the eyes. If anyone was to benefit the most today, it would undoubtedly be Lin Qi. This kind of life was far more enjoyable than being a general. Really, Ji Yuan Jie is too impressive. I've never won even once. The peacock lay down, complaining. Then next time you can team up with Ji Yuan Jie. Tina smiled lightly, as the peacock still had a childlike mindset, caring about winning and losing. No way, I wouldn't abandon Sister Tina. We'll lose together. The peacock pouted, hugging Tina's arm. Tom, are the drinks ready? Lin Qi called out towards the kitchen. Meow. Tom transformed into a cat chef, holding a tray with 2 drinks on it, walking over slowly. Thank you, Tom. Ji Yuan patted the cat's head and took a cup of blue fizzy drink with ice. Thank you. The peacock and Tina each took a cup of pink drink with lime. Ha ha, Tom, smile for us. Look at that belly of yours, you should be doing some work. Lin Qi patted Tom's chubby belly and took the last cup of iced cola. Having completed his task, Tom slumped onto the ground side and took out a box of cat food to start eating. Life is tough and cats must sell their talents. After the entertainment, the peacock was pulled by Ji Yuan to practice swordsmanship together. Tina went to practice fruit development. Lin Qi then began his daily body strengthening routine. Let's start with 20,000 push-ups to warm up. Lin Qi thought as his push-ups began to leave trails of shadows. Every standard Marine soldier must do 2,000 push-ups every day. Lin Qi doing 100 times that was. Next, it's 100 laps around the Marine headquarters, then punch through 3 mountains. Time passed swiftly like a fleeting horse. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. The year was now 1510 in the Sea Circle calendar. During this year, Lin Qi took advantage of the Marines' missions to go to the Little Garden, where he learned the giant clan's ultimate technique, Conqueror's Haki, from 2 giants. Aside from that, the year had been exceptionally peaceful. Nothing special occurred. Lin Qi's life followed a mission, rest, mission, rest. Occasionally, he would use teleportation scrolls to check on the development. During this year, Lin Qi's relationship with Qi Yuan and Tina rapidly blossomed, reaching the stage of discussing marriage. As for the peacock, Lin Qi regarded her merely as a naive little neighbor without any deeper feelings. His strength was also steadily improving. Just yesterday, he had gone out to capture a group of pirates, and today Lin Qi was resting on his couch at home. Flipping open the newspaper delivered today, he became engrossed. A large headline appeared on the front page. Moria challenges the Yonko. Kaido suffers defeat. All but the captain perish. So Moria was defeated by Kaido at this time, and from then on fell into decline, ultimately becoming a shuten. Lin Qi pondered. The incident involving Moria and Kaido seemed to remind Lin Qi that the wheels of the world had begun to turn. The coming seas would become increasingly perilous. Time waits for no one. Lin Qi knew that some of his plans needed to be put into action. This issue of the newspaper has quite a few explosive stories. He continued to read downwards. Alabastus, new hero, the messenger of justice, Sand Crocodile. Old Sand, your appearance came later than I expected. He hadn't heard of Old Sand for years and thought it was his butterfly effect that led to his disappearance. Lin Qi quite liked this infamous pirate known for his 50-50 chances. The Sun Pirates announced dissolution. Fisher Tiger is dead. After several years of living and hiding, the Sun Pirates were finally captured by the world government in an unfortunate incident after a fierce battle. Upon seeing the news of Tiger's death, Lin Qi felt puzzled. That shouldn't be. I even gave him a Zoan-type devil fruit. He should be able to escape into the deep sea. He shouldn't have died. Putting down the newspaper, he requested a month's leave from Sengoku. After a year, Lin Qi set out to sea alone once more. This time the destination was Sky Island. To be precise, it was Enel. The Rumble fruit is known as the strongest Logia-type fruit. Although it has an embarrassing record of being unable to defeat rubber, this doesn't deny its power. Enel is a bona fide genius who, even in a remote corner, could comprehend observation Haki by himself and develop the mind link move alongside his fruit. This is something even the main character group cannot achieve. With the Rumble fruit, given some guidance, Enel could become an Admiral-level powerhouse. Lin Qi wanted to recruit Enel under his command to prepare for future plans. The trip to Sky Island was a must. Having read the original work, Lin Qi, after flying for over half a month, easily found the small town beneath Sky Island. Boss money is not an issue, you just serve the best. Lin Qi plopped down in a chair and called to the tavern owner. After half a month without food, he planned to eat until he was full before heading to Sky Island. After all, there might be a fierce battle on Sky Island. Sure thing, just a moment please. The tavern owner looked as if he had seen the god of wealth, his eyes turning into the shape of berries. Before long, roasted pig pasta, cherry pie, and other dishes filled the table. Among them, there was also a full glass of beer. Thank you, please serve 10 more portions of this size. Lin Qi ordered. Are you sure? The owner was bewildered, wondering if one person could eat that much. Just need to fill in the gaps. As he spoke, Lin Qi tore off a pig leg and devoured it in a few bites. What are you afraid I won't pay? With a slap, a bag of berries was tossed onto the table. No, I'll go get it right now. Lin Qi was consuming more and more food. Gradually, the plates around him piled up to a height of 2 meters. More and more onlookers gathered to watch. The owner looked on in fear, worried someone might choke to death here. Hey young man, you don't look like a local. What brings you? Suddenly someone struck up a conversation with Lin Qi. I'm going to Sky Island. Lin Qi casually responded. The person was taken aback and then laughed. You're quite the joker. Everyone knows Sky Island is a myth. Bang. Suddenly the door was kicked open and a group of fierce-looking men barged in. The once lively tavern became silent in an instant. I just heard someone say they were going to Sky Island. Who is it? The largest one shouted. I am. What's the matter? Lin Qi replied. Ha, you fool. Everyone knows Sky Island doesn't exist. The big man and his lackeys walked up to Lin Qi, and the people in the tavern stopped eating. Dude, eating so much. The big man slapped the high stack of plates on the table, shattering them all, and kicked over a chair. Kid, since you're new here, pay the protection fee. Lin Qi sighed, stood up, looked at the big man, and lamented, isn't it good to live well? Why come to provoke me? Knife, hand over the money if you don't want to die. Lin Qi sighed, stood up, looked at the big man, and lamented, isn't it good to live well? Why come to provoke me? Thunderstrike. A bolt of lightning suddenly fell from the sky, piercing through the roof, and turning the burly man into charred remains. Lin Qi cast a casual glance at the remaining few, paralyzed with fear, and said, aren't you leaving? Do you want me to send you off? We're going. Several small-time thugs shivered in fear, hurriedly bowing multiple times before fleeing through the door. The tavern owner looked at the shattered roof, his heart quaking. No wonder he can eat so much, truly impressive. So, no brother, are you really going to the Sky Island? Yes, brother. Does the Sky Island really exist? The same words spoken by people of different strengths instantly took on a different flavor. If Lin Qi had said he was going to the Sky Island before, they would have thought he was joking, but now they no longer held that belief. As for the bully who usually acted tyrannically, Lin Qi's killing of him would only bring joy to the masses. Brother, let me buy you a beer and tell us some stories. The notoriously stingy owner surprisingly brought over a glass of beer. Lin Qi lifted the glass and drank it all in one go. The icy beer refreshed his soul, delivering an exhilarating message. The Sky Island certainly exists, inhabited by a group of winged beings along with the presence of a god. The money for the meal and for fixing the roof is all here. He stood up, casually tossing a bag of gold coins before walking out of the tavern. After he left, loud cheers erupted in the tavern. The Sky Island, a wondrous place. Drawing upon memories from anime, a red-black halo appeared behind Lin Qi, floating upward with ease. Flying is great. Unlike Luffy and the others, he didn't have to risk his life to reach the Sky Island. Passing through layers of clouds, Lin Qi successfully ascended to the largest area of the Sky Island. In reality, the Sky Island is not just one, but forms a trapezoidal shape, rising from low to high. Those who know can easily reach the highest part without danger. Only Luffy, that fool, would dare to be so reckless. Entry fee 100 million IUN. In front of the gate to the Sky Island, a short old woman said with a smile that didn't reach her eyes. Can't you tell him from Qinghai? Don't mention IUN, just say Bailey. Lin Qi frowned. This old woman had been a gatekeeper for decades, so it was impossible for her not to know this. She was clearly trying to annoy him. In fact, 100 million IUN is equivalent to 10,000 Bailey. In the original plot, Luffy, that fool, was scared and entered without paying, leading to the bounty on him and subsequent tragic events. This old woman's trick was purely malicious. Entry fee 10,000 Bailey. Seeing she couldn't cheat him, the old woman no longer bothered to maintain the fake smile on her face. Such a person is purely rotten to the core. What do you mean, 10,000 Bailey? Didn't I just give you 100,000 Bailey? You should be giving me back 90,000 Bailey. Lin Qi said with a smile. His favorite thing was to use evil against evil. What? The old woman's face darkened. Qinghai person, you need to understand whose territory this is. How dare you try that here? Hurry up, you owe 2,000 Bailey now. Oh, if you don't pay, get lost. Since you won't pay your debt, I'll just have to take it myself. Lin Qi instantly appeared behind the old woman and lifted her up. What are you doing? Qinghai person, do you want to die? The old woman struggled fiercely. I'm not doing anything. I don't blame you for owing money, but being arrogant is unacceptable. Lin Qi carried the old woman to the edge of the Sky Island and threw her down. Hearing the old woman's screams, Lin Qi nodded and sighed. I send you to Qinghai for a vacation for owing me money. There aren't many good people like me. After doing all this, Lin Qi swaggered through the gate. The Sky Island is located 10,000 meters above sea level. The oxygen deficiency that could be fatal to others was nothing but a minor inconvenience for Lin Qi. Angel Island. Angel Island is the largest area of the Sky Island and the only one open to outsiders. It is home to a group of winged humans. Who came up with such a ridiculous name? Lin Qi walked through Cute Avenue and arrived at the most bustling place, Cute Street. Along the way, wherever he went, he couldn't escape being stared at as if he were a giant panda. Here, those without wings were the true oddities. Hey there, young man, you must be from Qinghai. It's been a while since we've seen a guest from Qinghai. Oh, would you like to try my grilled skewers? All right, give me 2 skewers. Lin Qi paid and took the 2 skewers, eating while asking, excuse me, I heard there's a god here. Where does he reside? The barbecue vendor suddenly stopped, looking around nervously, and said in a panicked tone, "Show, you want to get yourself killed. The god is everywhere. Be careful of divine retribution." What god? Isn't it just a big-eared guy who ate a devil fruit? The barbecue vendor refused to answer and shouted, "Who knows where your god lives? I want to see him." People looked at Lin Qi in terror, afraid of being caught in the crossfire. They ran as fast as they could, shop owners abandoning their stores. The bustling Cute Street emptied in a matter of seconds. Pat, pat, pat. A squad of soldiers quickly ran over, guns pointed at Lin Qi. Qinghai person, you have offended the god's dignity. We must throw you into the god's trial. The trial of the god is guarded by 4 priests under Enel. There's no need to make it so complicated. Oh, let them come find me instead. Lin Qi had achieved his goal, thinking that as long as he dealt with the 4 priests, Enel would come out on his own. Presumptuous. Daring to provoke the guard team, execute him on the spot. Bang, bang, bang. A series of gunshots rang out. Lin Qi's body shook and his conqueror's haki swept over in all directions. The guards rolled their eyes and fainted. Quick, go notify the priests. The onlookers watched this scene, and if the god learns of this, he might think they are accomplices of the Qinghai person, and everyone would be doomed. After a year, Lin Qi's attributes are Host Lin Qi, Combat Ability, Moon Step Peak, Shave Peak, Gale Foot Peak, Gunpoint Peak, Iron Block, Advanced Life, Return, Advanced Paper Drawing, Beginner, Ghost Qi, Advanced, Conqueror, Advanced. Note, any skills with limits will be represented by proficiency. Life skills: Navigation, Intermediate, Cooking, Beginner, Lowly, Cultivation, Intermediate, Mature, Woman's Nemesis, Intermediate, Young Woman Slayer. Entry Basic attributes: Physique level 5, Physique King Swordsmanship, level 5, Great Swordsman Fruit Development level 4, Senior Fruit Developer Gunplay, level 3, Experienced Sniper Observation Haki level 4, Armament Haki level 4, Conqueror's Haki level 5, Conqueror's King. Note: skills without limits can continue to improve and will be represented by basic attributes. Where did these people from Qinghai come from daring to cause trouble here? Are they tired of living? The 4 divine officials, having received the news, rushed over swiftly. Roar! No matter where they came from, let's kill them first and talk later. The majesty of the gods cannot be offended. Lin Qi chuckled softly at the sight of the 4 clowns, 1 fat and 3 thin. Before knowing the enemy's strength, provoking them for no reason will only bring misfortune upon oneself. Thunderstrike. For lightning bolts shot from his raised hand, striking the 4 divine officials. Zizia, you, how can you also release electricity? The 4 divine officials trembled uncontrollably from the shock, and suddenly, with a loud explosion, they turned black and fell stiffly to the ground. The residents of the empty island looked at Lin Qi with uncertainty. What shocked them more than the instant defeat of the 4 divine officials was Lin Qi's ability to unleash lightning. That was a power only a god possessed. Could it be that this person from Qinghai is also a god? Boom! At that moment, a pillar of lightning suddenly descended from the sky, enveloping Lin Qi. The residents on both sides of the street crouched down with their heads covered, their faces pale. It is the great god descending divine punishment. That person is doomed. In the midst of the thunder, Lin Qi strolled out leisurely, looking up at the sky with a smile at the corner of his mouth. What I'm afraid of is that you keep hiding away. Since you've made a move, I can follow your aura to find you. A black halo burning with flames appeared behind Lin Qi as he soared into the sky, flying towards Enel's location. Great God, we have offended you greatly. We hope you can forgive us. If the 2 great gods were to fight, we hope it wouldn't bring disaster upon us. Watching Lin Qi's departing figure, the residents of the empty island knelt down to pray. Through his observation Haki, Lin Qi saw Enelu with drooping ears and a broad chest in front of a temple on the empty island. Fortunately, the pirate world has no Buddhism. Otherwise, with those ears, he would definitely be considered a reincarnation of the Buddha. Bare-chested and carrying a thunder drum on his back, he looked remarkably like the thunder god from mythology. Mortal, I sense a familiar aura from you. Could it be that you are also a god? Enelu, seated cross-legged in midair, spoke cryptically. Lin Qi twitched the corner of his mouth. This kid talks about being a god every day, and it seems like he has really convinced himself. That's called observation Haki. Where in the world are there any gods? Indeed, I am the only true god in this world. Enelu revealed a look of realization. Foolish mortal, how dare you offend a god and injure my divine servant? Are you ready to face the punishment of the gods? Enelu suddenly opened his eyes, and a violent current crackled menacingly. So what? Lin Qi blinked, looking at this strange person who talks tough, but doesn't take action. He realized that Enelu seemed to be a bit unhinged. Mortal, I will let you strike first. After you feel deep despair, I will personally kill you, Enelu proclaimed from his high pedestal. Lin Qi. He understood that Enelu purely wanted to put on an act. Because there was no presence of Haki on the empty island, Enelu, who had consumed a Logia-type devil fruit, had not been hit by anyone in over a decade. Thus, this guy formed a delusion of invincibility, thinking no one could defeat him. Alright, I'm going to make my move. Come on, mortal, it seems you're eager to die. Enelu smirked. Thunder 8 trigrams. Lin Qi, holding an iron rod, infused it with profound Haki. In the moment he swung it, also activating his hybrid form. Puff! Enelu spat out a mouthful of blood, his eyes nearly popping out, his body dented, and he flew back like a missile, not knowing how many bones broke. What was even more amusing was the incredulous expression on Enelu's face. No way did he faint just like that. He's too easy to knock out. Calling me immortal every second, I thought he was quite fierce. Lin Qi flew over, cleared the collapsed house, and found Enelu, who had fainted while maintaining an incredulous look. A basin of cold water was splashed on Enelu's face. He instantly woke up, looking around in confusion, disoriented from the shock, thinking he had just been dreaming. That scared me. What really was a dream, right? I thought, how could anyone hit the great god? Are you looking for me? Lin Qi's face appeared from behind, and Enelu's body trembled, transforming into a streak of lightning appearing in the distance. That was actually real. You can hit me, eh? Enelu exclaimed in surprise. This is a power called Haki. How about it? Do you want to? I want to learn, then good, I'll teach you. This tiny place of the empty island isn't suitable for you. Come with me. Your goal should be the stars and the sea. You bastard. I haven't settled the score for what happened earlier. You still want me to be your little brother? Enelu reacted. If I beat you, I won't kill you, and you can be my little brother. It won't be a loss for you. Bastard, beat me first. Enelu felt like he had been angrier in this one day than in an entire year. Just seeing this man's face made him furious. Why don't you stand there and let me hit you? Lin Qi teased with a smile. I will kill you. Enel's face turned red. He knew he couldn't be hit again, transforming into a streak of lightning appearing in midair. Raijin. His wrist transformed into thunder, overshadowing Lin Qi from above. Roar. Lin Qi transformed into a colossal candlelight divine beast, swallowing up the lightning. After charging up, a larger bolt of thunder was expelled towards Enelu. ZZ. As an emission fruit user, Enelu was struck by this lightning, but not only was he unharmed, he even regained some strength. It seems I can't use thunder against a sound thunderfruit user. Lin Qi reverted to human form, stroking his chin in contemplation. Are you a man, a god, or a ghost? Recalling the terrifying beast Lin Qi had just transformed into, Enelu felt a deep sense of doubt about this world. Is this world still the one he knew? And why can you also use lightning? You clearly aren't a god. Lin Qi looked at Enelu as if he were an idiot. What are you asking so many questions for? The reason is simple. Think about how you acquired the ability to use lightning. Are you saying? Enelu's pupils constricted sharply. That's right, I also consumed something called a devil fruit. This world is vast. There are countless people of your level on the Qinghai Sea. If you want to recognize yourself, then come with me. Lin Qi took the opportunity to persuade. Enelu's pupils trembled violently, revealing his inner turmoil. Lin Qi's words reminded him of the past. He recalled when he was very small. At that time, he was still very young. In the world of the Sky Island, everyone had wings and families except for him. Thus, Enelu's childhood was filled with suffering. At first, in order to survive, he could only resort to begging, stealing, and robbing. However, because he lacked wings, he often became a target of bullying by other children. Gradually, what began as throwing stones at him evolved into severe beatings. Every time Enelu was seen by them, he would end up battered and bruised. Left with no choice, Enelu had to move alone into the desolate forest. He feared that if this continued one day, he might be beaten to death. When hungry, he would find wild fruits to fill his stomach. When tired, he would sleep in an abandoned temple. When his clothes were gone, he made garments from grass. He lived a life that was neither human nor ghostly for a whole 6 years. Until one day, while searching for fruits, Enelu discovered a strange fruit. After eating it, he gained the power of lightning. He believed this to be a blessing from the gods. From that day on, Enelu vowed to make the people of the Sky Island who had caused him so much suffering pay the price. One day, when he grew tired of playing, he would unleash a thunderstorm to obliterate this place. No, I am a god. The only god. Enelu roared, stretching out his hand towards the distance where a mass of golden liquid gold condensed into a golden trident in his grasp. 30 million volts Thunderbird. Enelu struck the right thunder drum with his trident, releasing the accumulated lightning, which formed a phoenix-shaped Thunderbird in midair, diving towards Lin Qi. Not done, yet Enelu continued to strike the left thunder drum with his golden trident, drawing out the lightning within. A wolf-shaped thunder beast leaped out, accompanying the Thunderbird as it charged at Lin Qi. 30 million volts Thunder Beast. What a show! Lin Qi transformed into a half-beast form towering at 9 meters tall, with deer antlers and dragon scale patterns appearing on his body. With arms raised to the sky and feet planted on the ground, a halo of flames floated behind him, standing tall like a deity. Bang! With just one punch, the 10-meter-high Thunder Beast was scattered like a toy. With a tug, the phoenix-shaped bird was torn in half. Roar! With a furious roar, he sent a crimson pillar of flame flying towards Enelu. Seeing his proud creation explode from a single punch, Enelu was momentarily stunned. Before he could recover from his shock, the attack suddenly arrived before him, and Enelu hurriedly defended himself. Lightning flash. Enelu released lightning from his body and converted it into thermal energy, forming an invisible wall that successfully defended against the attack. You seem to be happy. Lin Qi appeared above Enelu. This time, Enelu had no time to naturalize, and Lin Qi slammed a punch down onto his head. The impact caused his head to explode, sending Enelu's tongue and eyes flying away. His body crashed heavily to the ground. If Enelu weren't of the nature type, he would have died 100 times over. The flying tongue and nose transformed into lightning and returned to his body. Enelu staggered to his feet, looking up to the sky in impotent rage. 60 million volts Thunder Dragon. As he struck both drums simultaneously, a Thunder Dragon appeared, several times larger than the Thunder Beast. Just hovering there, its powerful aura sent chills down one's spine. The raging lightning could be seen from 10 kilometers away, its might extremely terrifying. Go kill him for me. Enelu brandished the trident, and the Thunder Dragon roared as it charged forward. Thunder Roar 8 trigrams. A cold voice echoed as a large, thick stick fell down. The confident Thunder Dragon was once again scattered by a single blow, causing Enelu's eyelids to twitch uncontrollably on the verge of collapse. Lin Qi landed on the ground. The more he used it, the more he found that the Thunder Roar 8 trigrams learned from teacher Kaido was effective. Don't come any closer. Seeing Lin Qi approach closer, Enelu shouted in terror. 200 million volts, Thunder God. Driven to desperation, Enelu unleashed his strongest move ever. He released all the lightning he had accumulated at once. Wrapped in this lightning, Enelu's body swelled several times, surrounded by a massive amount of lightning resembling a true thunder god. Every movement unleashed immense power. This is more like it. Lin Qi nodded in satisfaction, finally feeling a hint of threat from this state. For Enelu, who couldn't even use Haki to make him feel a threat, even if it was just a hint, was worth taking pride in. Thunder Control Gold Poison Dragon Call. Enelu swung a golden trident that had grown several times larger. As he danced it, a massive amount of lightning wrapped around the scalding liquid gold like a sticky plaster heading towards Lin Qi. Once wrapped up, the gold would quickly solidify. If an ordinary person encountered this move, even if they weren't burned by the molten gold or electrocuted, they would ultimately suffocate from being encased in gold. Unfortunately, while Enelu could use lightning to melt gold, so could Lin Qi. When it came to lightning, the candle fruit was of ancestral level, making it equally unafraid of endless electricity. It could be said that his restraint against Enelu was even stronger than the rubber fruit. Enelu meeting him was akin to a thief encountering a police officer, a meeting with his nemesis. Lin Qi burst out from the lightning, pressing Enelu's head down hard against the ground. While slamming him down, he asked, "Do you submit or not?" Ah! The psychological warfare was killing him. Enelu was nearly driven crazy with anger. How could he, a high and mighty god, ever endure such treatment? "He'll fight you to the end." Lightning explosion. Enelu could no longer endure being pressed down and beaten into the ground, feeling as if he were dying. With a determined heart, he self-destructed. The terrifying lightning instantly destroyed more than half of the island where Enelu lived. As the lightning dissipated, Enelu, missing limbs, gathered in the air, not seeing Lin Qi, suddenly bursting into laughter. "Ha ha ha, finally dead, finally dead. Who are you talking about?" Hearing the voice, Enelu abruptly looked up, seeing the detestable blue sea person floating in the air. Enelu stepped back in terror. "Ah, don't slap my face." After several hours of friendly exchanges, Enelu lay on the ground. Enelu stepped back in terror. "Ah, don't slap my face." After several hours of friendly exchanges, Enelu lay on the ground like a dead dog. "Do you submit?" "I submit to your grandpa. It hurts like hell." Bang, bang, bang. Without saying another word, Lin Qi pressed Enelu to the ground and started a round of beating. "Do you submit?" "I don't submit." Bang, bang, bang. Repeating this, Lin Qi beat Enelu a full 15 times. The stubborn duck's mouth should have softened by now. "Stop. Don't hit me anymore. I have something to say." Enelu mumbled, looking like a pig's head. "Speak. There are many like me in Qinghai. You might not even rank among the strong." Lin Qi replied, as evidenced by the Ark of Prophecy built by Enelu. In truth, Enelu had always yearned for the outside world. Given Enelu's character of cherishing his life, recruiting him wouldn't be too difficult after Lin Qi defeated him. The challenge lies in the fact that this child had been deceived for years on the Sky Island, so to recruit him, one must first break his pride. "All right, I can surrender." Enelu gritted his teeth, "but I have two conditions." "Speak." "First, you cannot restrict my personal freedom. Although I surrender to you, I am not a slave. You can at most consider yourself my boss." "Agreed. What's the other one?" "Second, you have to provide meals." Enelu sat up, speaking very seriously. "Ha ha ha, of course." Lin Qi laughed heartily, while patting Enelu's shoulder, causing him to grimace in pain due to his injuries. "You couldn't have taken it easier when you were fighting me." "How could that be? If I didn't use more strength, how could I wake you up?" Lin Qi had basically assessed Enelu's strength. His physical skills were average, which was understandable since no one on the Sky Island could hit Enelu. Physical skills would be useless. Observation Haki, a top genius. Armament Haki, none. Conqueror's Haki, none. Fruit ability, top tier. Overall, Enelu's current strength should be at the level of an elite commander. If he were to perfect his armament Haki and physical skills, his strength could reach the level of a vice admiral, surpassing all commanders. This is not belittling Enelu. If this allows Enelu to catch up, then the three admirals would be two out of the picture. "Since you have surrendered, I will stay on the Sky Island for a week to teach you the three types." If this allows Enelu to catch up, then the three admirals would be two out of the picture. "Since you have surrendered, I will stay on the Sky Island for a week to teach you the three types of Haki." By the way, your ability, called Heartnet, is actually an advanced form of observation Haki. A week later, Lin Qi left Enelu to guard the Sky Island while he built the Ark of Prophecy. And it was two ships. The Ark of Prophecy was powered by electricity for flight. Enelu could pilot it, and so could Lin Qi. Come on, a flying ship is really cool. At that time, with one ship for Enelu and one for himself, they would scare their enemies to death. The Sky Island had suddenly become Lin Qi's private garden. Meanwhile, on the other side, on a small island in the East Sea at the Isin Dojo, Zoro appeared anxious and hurriedly pushed open the dojo's large door. "Not good, not good." Kuina fell down the stairs and is unconscious. "What?" Gung Shiro sprang to his feet. "Take me there quickly." Upon arriving at the back warehouse and after a thorough examination, Gung Shiro breathed a sigh of relief while feeling an unusual sense of eeriness. It turned out she had just fainted and was not seriously injured. But what kind of stairs could knock out Kuina, who had eaten the peacock fruit? Don't even mention ordinary wooden stairs. Even if Kuina were thrown from the 5th floor and hit her head on the stones, it shouldn't be this severe. Such stairs shouldn't be able to kill an untrained ordinary person. Suddenly Gung Shiro remembered something and broke out in a cold sweat. If Kuina, who ate a Zoan-type devil fruit, could be knocked out like this, what if she hadn't eaten it? He recalled the scene when Lin Qi gave Kuina the devil fruit. Gung Shiro felt a strange sensation, as if Lin Qi had already known this would happen. Was it just his illusion? In any case, Lin Qi saved Kuina's life, so he would have to make sure Kuina properly thanks him in the future. Looking back at the strange stairs where Kuina fell, Gung Shiro issued a stern command: burn it down. Thus, due to Lin Qi's butterfly effect, another person in this world had their tragic fate changed. The gears of destiny had begun to shift. Meanwhile, Lin Qi had just gained such a powerful ally in Inalu and immediately set off for Water 7. He was determined to acquire the legendary shipwright Tom. In the past, he didn't take action for 2 reasons. First, he knew the blueprints were right there and couldn't escape. Second, he wasn't strong enough to acquire the blueprints without facing disaster. Now he felt it was time to take the blueprints of the legendary ship. A few days later at Water 7, under the cover of night, Lin Qi found the fisherman Tom, who had been sentenced to death and was under strict surveillance by the world government. Good evening, Mr. Tom. Lin Qi, having altered his appearance, appeared like a ghost behind Tom. Fishman Tom paused his work and slowly turned around, saying leisurely, "What do you want? As long as I am willing, dozens of members of the world government could rush in here at any moment." "Is that so? Are you not afraid I will kill Frankie and Iceberg?" Lin Qi teased. Seeing that the visitor had done his homework, Fishman Tom clenched his fists and suddenly threw a punch. Fishman Karate. 3,000 watt straight punch. Fishman Tom's attack was blocked by Lin Qi with a single finger. "Mr. Tom, your movements are too big. It could attract the world government, which is bad for both of us. What do you want?" Seeing his attack was easily dismissed, Fishman Tom realized that the visitor was not an ordinary person and simply gave up resisting. Very simple: hand over the blueprints for the legendary ship, and he'll leave without causing any disturbance. What legendary ship blueprints are you talking about? Fishman Tom's pupils suddenly constricted. "I don't know what you're talking about. Don't play dumb. The fact that I came to ask for it means I've already investigated everything." Lin Qi said indifferently. Tom might be a good person, but compassion doesn't command soldiers and righteousness doesn't control wealth. Lin Qi was not just a navy, he was a king, and every word and action determined the fate of countless people. He would inevitably have to confront the world government and the celestial dragons in the future. If he failed, all those close to him, including his citizens, would die. For those who believed in him and trusted him, Lin Qi didn't mind becoming a villain and killing a few good people. "I really don't know what you're talking about. Oh, I think you might have the wrong person." After Fishman Tom said this, he ignored Lin Qi. "I can't be bothered to waste words with you." Lin Qi threatened, "Either hand over the blueprints now, or I will go kill Frankie and Iceberg. I'll choose one." Lin Qi knew that no amount of torture would lead to Fishman Tom revealing the location of the blueprints. Unless he could threaten Tom with someone close to him. That was his only weakness. "You asked me to produce something that I do not possess. There is nothing I can do." The merman Tom did not look back, shrouding himself in shadows. "Since you wish to kill, then go ahead and kill." "All right, this is what you said. I do not regret it." Lin Qi snorted coldly and vanished into the night. Once he confirmed that the visitor had left, merman Tom suddenly slumped to the ground, as if drained of all strength, with large tears streaming down from the corners of his eyes. "I'm sorry, Fran. I'm sorry, Ice Mountain. I hope you can forgive me." On the other side, Lin Qi, who had left, did not give up on obtaining the blueprint of the Underworld King. With his observation Haki activated, he quickly locked onto Fran's position, the abandoned shipyard. Lin Qi appeared behind Fran without any warning and knocked him out before he could react. The next day, merman Tom heard about Fran's disappearance from Ice Mountain, and his heart ached like it was being cut by a knife. He did not tell Ice Mountain about any of this, but buried it deep within his heart. That person's strength was far too formidable. Not telling Ice Mountain was the best choice for him. Otherwise, if Ice Mountain sought revenge, it would only lead to his own demise. That night, Lin Qi found Mr. Tom once again, but this time he was holding a gift. "Mr. Tom, do you still like the gift I brought?" "Fran." Tom quickly walked over, sighing in relief when he saw that Fran was merely unconscious and not seriously harmed. "What do you want to do?" "It's simple. You said you don't care about Fran's life or death. I just want to see if you truly don't care." Lin Qi grasped Fran's head and gradually applied pressure. "Bastard. What are you doing? Stop it now." Merman Tom's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward to punch and kick Lin Qi. However, Lin Qi remained unmoved. Crack. As Lin Qi's hand continued to exert force, a sound of bones cracking suddenly echoed, and a stream of blood trickled down Fran's temple. "Stop. Please stop. I'm begging you to stop." Merman Tom's tears flowed freely. He had never felt so powerless as he did today. In truth, this was the real world. Cruelty far outweighed beauty. Enough. What will it take for you to let friend go? Looking at Fran's tragic state, Merman Tom's inner defenses were instantly breached. Lin Qi's hand suddenly stopped. It's simple. Oh, as long as you hand over the blueprint for the Underworld King, I will leave immediately, and I will not harm you. Seeing the hesitation in Merman Tom's eyes, Lin Qi tightened his grip. Otherwise tonight you can only say goodbye to Fran. He'll hand it over. He'll hand it over. It just don't hurt him anymore. Merman Tom practically shouted in a low voice. If he weren't afraid of being discovered by the outside world government, he would have already roared. Very well, it would have been better if you had said so earlier. Lin Qi released his grip, allowing Fran to fall to the ground. I'll give you 5 minutes. Do not overestimate my patience. Merman Tom walked to a corner of the room, repeatedly striking the ground with his hands. After an unknown operation, something resembling a safe rose from the underground. Tom entered the password for the safe. After a series of complex operations, a heavy roll of blueprints appeared in his hands. Here, quickly release Fran. Ha, good. Lin Qi took the Underworld King's blueprint, and keeping his promise released Fran. What the hell is this strange drawing? Lin Qi looked down at the blueprints, which had such a complex structure that it made him dizzy. No wonder the world government couldn't create the Underworld King without the blueprints. Having these blueprints doesn't necessarily mean it can be built right. If I find out you're deceiving me, I will come back and take Fran's life. Lin Qi was not an engineer. He was worried that Tom had tampered with the blueprints. You can rest assured once I give them to you, I won't play tricks. Merman Tom shook his head and resealed the safe into the ground. I doubt you would dare. Lin Qi carefully stored the blueprints and disappeared into the night. Fran, wake up quickly. After Lin Qi left, Merman Tom hurriedly knelt down to save Fran. Cough, cough. Teacher Tom, why am I here? After spitting out a few mouthfuls of blood, Fran gradually regained consciousness, looking around in confusion. He clearly remembered that just a moment ago, he was still at the abandoned shipyard. How did he end up here in the blink of an eye? You don't need to worry about this. I have something more important to tell you. As a qualified teacher, Tom did not pass on the hatred to the next generation. What happened today would be buried deep along with him. Tom walked to another corner of the room, repeated his earlier actions, and took out another copy of the Underworld King's blueprint. Friend, I cannot escape anymore. This is my copied ancient relic, the blueprint of the Underworld King. Today I am entrusting it to you. You must protect it as if it were your own life. Merman Tom stuffed the second Underworld King blueprint into Fran's arms. Quickly leave. Never come back. Looking at the Underworld King blueprint in his arms, Fran's heart was shaken, stirring up turbulent waves. Teacher Tom, I will never abandon you. Bastard, do you want me to die with my eyes closed? Merman Tom glared fiercely at Fran. Having obtained the Underworld King blueprint as planned, Lin Qi quickly made his escape. Those weaklings sent by the world government would be dreaming if they thought they could find him. After obtaining the blueprints, he first returned to Sky Island. There were many shipbuilding experts in Sky Island, though otherwise they wouldn't have been able to construct Enel's golden ship. So are the blueprints real or not? Seeing a group of gray-haired old scholars gathered together studying for a long time, without any movement, Lin Qi couldn't help but ask, well, these blueprints are absolutely real. I have lived for 82 years and have never seen such an extraordinary battleship. Ingenious, truly ingenious. The person who designed this battleship is truly a genius. Several old scholars were captivated. But can you make it? Hearing that the blueprints were real, Lin Qi felt reassured and hurriedly asked the most critical question. The Whitebeard elder in charge took off his glasses. To speak frankly, we cannot build it. There are 2 main difficulties. What 2 difficulties? Lin Qi asked. He wasn't afraid of difficulties, he was only afraid of not finding them. Since he had found solutions, that was good. The first point is the material problem of the ship. It is said that the reason the pirate King Roger's ship could dominate the seas is that its keel was made from the atom tree. I have carefully studied this battleship called the Underworld King. Whether it is the weapons equipped on it, or its intricate design, it is at least 1,000 years ahead of this world. To craft such a battleship, one must use atom wood as the material to succeed. Otherwise, before the enemy can attack, the weapon on the Dark King will fire, and the inadequate hull will likely be destroyed first. What did you say? Lin Qi nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. He understood that the hull must be sturdy, given that a single cannon could obliterate an island. The recoil would be extraordinary. But using only atom wood is too extravagant. To be clear, the tiny amount Luffy bought back then cost 2 billion. The most crucial point is that this material is simply invaluable. You can't even buy it if you want to. Of course, it doesn't have to be entirely atom wood. I was merely making a comparison. In fact, having around 30% of atom wood would suffice. The rest of the components can be made with other woods and metals of equal value, which would yield better results than using only atom wood. Alright, you can stop there. Lin Qi understood that the so-called Dark King was not something that could be built by mere mortals. Even if the Navy were to exhaust their resources, they wouldn't be able to construct one. In the entire world, only the world government has that kind of power. But there's still a way. Lin Qi already had two solutions in mind. One, acquire a piece of Atom wood first, then wait for a ninja skilled in wood release to be summoned through a lottery. By continuously nurturing and maturing through a wooden shield, he could obtain an endless supply of Atom wood. Two, find a few top-tier scientists to artificially create similar items to construct the Dark King. This is a bit difficult as all the top scientists are controlled by those major powers. Unless Lin Qi could summon Orochimaru, there might be hope. However, Orochimaru specializes in biology. Who knows if he can do it? As for the second point, we lack the technology. Even with materials, we cannot build it. Forcing the construction will only lead to problems. The old man spoke frankly. Lin Qi, this old man really knows how to dampen one's spirits. Does it mean he has to wait for Orochimaru to be summoned again? Suddenly, the old man changed his tone. However, we can still construct a simplified version of the Dark King battleship by abandoning the overly complex and transcendent parts and simplifying the rest. I can guarantee that with the most ordinary materials, we can build a battleship that outclasses all others in the world. Wow, this old man, could he not always be so dramatic? You should have mentioned this good news earlier. Lin Qi's mood instantly brightened. According to your standards, how long would it take to create a simplified version of the Dark King? The old man stroked his beard and smiled. That depends on how many people participate in the construction. If I have everyone from Sky Island join in, how many can be built in a month? In that case, I am confident we could produce 10 within a month. Good. Lin Qi earnestly requested. Then I will leave it to you, old man. In the following days, Lin Qi planned to stay on Sky Island for a month. By the way, he wanted to develop techniques like Flame Cloud. If Kaido could develop a flame cloud strong enough to lift an island, he thought he could develop similar techniques. Unfortunately, plans often change. After just 2 days on Sky Island, the system store brought him a great surprise. In recent months, Lin Qi had been checking the system store daily, but there was never anything good. Until today. Navy 6 Styles Training Manual price, 3,000 points. 3 Sword Style Swordsman Insight for 1 year price, 7,000 points. Panda Brand Leather Jacket price, 30 points. Lifespan Fruit increases lifespan by 1 year when eaten. Price, 10,000 points. Animal System Mythical Beast Type Fish Fruit Poison Dragon Form price, 2555555 points. The focus is on the last one. Every time Lin Qi returned to his original form or transformed into a half-beast form, the originally suitable dual swords instantly felt like toys. Not only did they not fit well, but they also caused him to lose his weapons. This caused great inconvenience in his battles. Lin Qi had always thought about how to solve this issue and finally came up with an answer. That is to feed the weapons devil fruits. To grant the weapons the ability to grow larger or smaller, most natural and animal types can achieve this, and a few paramecia types can do so as well. However, considering his Long Yuan is an unparalleled great sword, feeding it in ordinary devil fruit would be a waste. So Lin Qi temporarily suppressed the thought. Until today, when the poison dragon fruit appeared in the store. This is a mythical beast-type poison dragon fruit on par with Kaido's azure dragon fruit. Perfect for giving to his Long Yuan. In this world, perhaps only Lin Qi would think it's perfect. Others who knew about his actions would surely scold him for wasting it. Feeding it to someone else could also lead to them becoming a general or even an emperor, given time, especially with Kaido as an example. System, you must be doing this on purpose. This poison dragon fruit is way too expensive. It costs a whopping 250000 points. Lin Qi felt a twinge of pain. He had been capturing pirates every day for tasks this year, and the points he saved were just enough to make the purchase. After buying it, he found himself back to square one. I bought it. In the end, Lin Qi gritted his teeth and made ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the mythical beast-type poison dragon fruit. With the expenditure of points, a bizarre green devil fruit appeared in Lin Qi's hand. Another devil fruit not listed in the fruit catalog. This is very good. He wouldn't have to worry about being recognized. With the fruit in hand, he hurried towards the naval base. Feeding a weapon devil fruit is a technique currently only mastered by the world government. Thus, he found the Yellow Ape who was responsible for protecting the scientific team. Huang urged you. Admiral Yellow Ape, could you help me feed this devil fruit to my weapon? Give it to me, it'll take you to the experimental base. Only those scientific madmen would handle it. Without hesitation, Huang said. In the Navy, everyone knew that Lin Qi was a rising star. Given time, not to mention a general, even the lofty position of marshal could be within reach. Can I witness the weapon eating the fruit? Hearing that Huang wanted to take Long Yuan and the poison dragon fruit away, Lin Qi was a million times unwilling. Both were his lifelines. If he lost them, he would regret it terribly. Besides, the poison dragon fruit is no ordinary fruit. If it were fed to the unparalleled great sword and something went wrong, what would he do if he wasn't there and the scientific research department refused to give it back? I need to consult with the higher-ups about this matter. To bring someone into the core area, a notification is required. All right, then he'll trouble General Huang Yuan. In no time, a command token appeared in Huang Yuan's hand. Let's go. Passing through layers of strict guards with fingerprint scans and password inputs, they finally managed to get inside after going through several large iron gates. Clearly, the world government regards this place with utmost caution. If it weren't for Lin Qi being a vice admiral, entering here would require violent means, and even then success is not guaranteed. In just a minute, several general-level forces could arrive. Why is the world government capturing rare races worldwide? What are they trying to achieve? Along the way, Lin Qi witnessed various intriguing phenomena. What caught his attention the most were the rare races tied up for blood extraction. Giant race, fur race, small people race, fishman race. He couldn't shake the feeling that the so-called calamity of the 100 Beasts pirates might have escaped from the world government's laboratory in his youth. I don't know either. This matter involves the highest secrets of the world government, Huang Yuan said lazily. We've arrived. In a room, two scientists received the Long Yuan and poison dragon fruits from Lin Qi. One of them placed the Long Yuan into a black coffin. The other scientist first placed the devil fruit into a juicer and then placed the juicer along with the devil fruit into the coffin. They closed the coffin. Lin Qi noticed that the coffin was made of sea prism stone. Actually, the method to feed items with the devil fruit is quite simple. Huang Yuan explained, you just need to place them together in a sealed sea prism stone box and then destroy the fruit, and it should work. Despite Huang Yuan's casual tone, it is well known that sea prism stone is much harder than steel. Only the world's top swordsman can cut through it, indicating the difficulty of processing it, let alone such a large piece. The precision is even more critical. If there is even the slightest gap in the stone box, the energy of the devil fruit will escape through the gap, leading to failure. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The scientist remotely activated the juicer, crushing the poison dragon fruit, after which the juicer self-dissolved. Having lost its vessel, the energy from the devil fruit drifted in the air, desperately seeking a new vessel. After several attempts, it couldn't break free from the coffin made of sea prism stone. The energy of the fruit had no choice but to set its sights on Long Yuan, unwillingly drilling inside. Roar! Upon hearing a sound from within the coffin, everyone knew it was successful. As the coffin opened, a small dark green dragon quickly flew to Lin Qi's side, circling around him. So cute, so cute. Lin Qi rubbed the little dragon's head. In the next moment, the flying dragon coiled around Lin Qi's waist like a belt. Vice Admiral Lin Qi, you didn't just feed a weapon a mythical beast fruit, did you? Seeing this scene, Huang Yuan's mouth twitched wildly. He had never seen such a prodigal. So extravagant. Haha, General Huang Yuan, once I become a marshal, I will give you a raise. Lin Qi, unable to wait to try out the newly born Long Yuan, disappeared in a flash without giving Huang Yuan a chance to question. Sword come. Lin Qi extended his arm, and the little dark green dragon flew into his hand, transforming into a long sword shape. As he returned to his original form, his figure rapidly grew larger. At the same time, Long Yuan followed Lin Qi, scaling in size until it became a 5-meter-long sword. Did you say you have other abilities? Gripping the hilt, Lin Qi and Long Yuan shared a deep connection. He twirled the sword, and the dark green venom flowed down the blade. As the venom dripped onto the ground, a massive boulder over 3 meters high and weighing dozens of tons was corroded clean in seconds. Hiss! Lin Qi gasped in astonishment at the potent toxin. With this, he would never lack a suitable. After completing all of this, Lin Qi returned to Sky Island and began a new round of research life. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The money for the meal and for fixing the roof is all here. He stood up, casually tossing a bag of gold coins before walking out. I finally developed a technique similar to Kaido's flame clouds. Realizing that their master had emerged, little Long Yuan and Tom quickly flew over. Lin Qi's expression was one of excitement. While Kaido can create clouds, he cannot, so he attempted to take a different approach. Hard work pays off. He could use electromagnetic forces to create a biological field composed of an electromagnetic net, allowing objects to float. The transportation issue of the Hades battleship was resolved. Lin Qi took Tom and Long Yuan to the shipyard, dragging along 10 simplified Hades battleships heading towards the West Sea. Lord God, long live. The residents of the shipyard Sky Island regarded Lin Qi as a true deity upon witnessing this spectacle. This was the kind of extraordinary power only a god could possess. With 10 warships, he could not use the teleportation scroll. Lin Qi floated through the sky for over a month before finally arriving at his kingdom. With a loud bang, he threw the 10 simplified Hades battleships into the national inner harbor. The inner harbor is much safer and more discreet compared to the outer harbor. Greetings, my lord. The apothecary Do, sensing the master would arrive soon, had been waiting here early. Upon seeing Lin Qi's arrival, he hurriedly stepped forward to bow respectfully. Although it's been a year, and you've grown quite robust. Lin Qi encouraged him with a few words, making the apothecary Do blush with excitement. Yes, Lord Lin Qi, it's all thanks to you. Where are Shikamaru and Robin now? After a year of getting to know each other, one day Robin had proactively revealed her true identity to Lin Qi. A year is a brief moment, merely a little over 300 days. Yet under Lin Qi's leadership, the kingdom has undergone earth-shattering changes. Among them, Secretary Robin played an indispensable role. Shikamaru and Yakushi Kabuto worked tirelessly day by day, earning the glorious results we see today. In the past, the treasury was so impoverished that it echoed with emptiness, unable to produce even a single berry. A year later, the treasury now overflows with wealth enough to buy the heads of 3 pirate kings. This was all thanks to the kingdom's vigorous development of the mining industry, which played an essential role. The resources of copper and iron in the kingdom have exceeded initial expectations. If he were willing to sell the AK-47, the treasury would multiply several times over. However, Lin Qi was not that foolish. He merely had ordinary weapons and flintlock guns sold from the warehouse. The AK-47, a military secret, would be a fool's errand to sell. The army has expanded from 3,000 to 30,000. That's a tenfold increase. Shikamaru often leads these 30,000 soldiers out to sea in batches to hunt pirates for experience. Thus, these 30,000 soldiers are no mere decoration. They have seen battle and tasted blood. When engaged in combat, they are absolutely formidable. In terms of weaponry, they have upgraded from bird guns to cannons. The long swords they wield are exquisite, of exceptional quality. As for firearms, that would be the AK-47, a volley that leaves the enemy disoriented. The cannons are somewhat ordinary, but that cannot be helped. Better cannons are unavailable. A year ago, this kingdom didn't even possess a single ordinary warship. Now we can see a massive fleet capable of forming a small navy. The reason for having so many ships is that the pirates of the West Sea were nearly wiped clean in the past year. If the kingdom's people were to see them, not only would their lives be forfeit, but their ships would also be seized, a truly dire fate. Thus, the number of pirates at sea has mysteriously decreased. Even the public order has improved a bit. It is worth noting that this is the notoriously chaotic West Sea. The reason for having so many ships is that the pirates of the West Sea were nearly wiped clean in the past year. If the kingdom's people were to see them, not only would their lives be forfeit. Lin Qi tiptoed over and suddenly hugged Robin from behind, lowering his voice. Guess who I am? Be gentle, you might drop me. A small hand appeared on the ground, suddenly gripping Lin Qi's lower body. At this moment, Robin slowly turned around, rolling her eyes at Lin Qi, her beautiful eyes sparkling with emotion. You're a king, can you be a bit more serious? Hey, I'm right in front of you. Lin Qi's smile grew increasingly shameless. You used the devil fruit to grab me, isn't it? Because you yourself can feel it. No wonder you caught me so accurately. You're a smooth talker. Robin shot him another glare, yet the flush on her cheeks betrayed her true thoughts. It's been so long, how about a kiss? Lin Qi leaned down, bringing his face closer. Without hesitation, Robin lifted her fair neck and kissed Lin. This time I should be able to stay for a few more days, right? Yes, I'll stay a bit longer. I have important matters to attend to. I'll tell you about it later. I have something else to deal with now. After planting a kiss on Robin's rosy lips, Lin Qi eagerly dashed into the room. His faith value had accumulated over more than a year, with only one withdrawal in between, and it had been steadily growing. Now it had reached a terrifying amount of over 102,000, enough to draw from the Hokage lottery pool over 100 times. This was a remarkable result from a year of personal growth. During this past year, he had almost stayed at the naval base, and the citizens' knowledge of him had been spread through word. The growth of faith value was slow. If he had stayed in the kingdom to manifest his power daily, let alone 100,000, a million was entirely possible. System, let's do 10 consecutive draws from the Hokage lottery pool. Ding. Faith value deducted successfully. The draw begins. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item. Sealing scroll. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item. A rank ninjutsu. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item. Might Guy's jumpsuit. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained a character. Sasuke Uchiha with a single tomo. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have obtained an item. Makoto Uchiha. My. Lin Qi looked at the drawn items with surprise and astonishment. He had drawn the secondary male character from the Naruto world. This could be considered a great fortune. Even if this Sasuke only had a single tomo. If a single tomo has appeared, how far can the Sharingan be from awakening? This Makoto Uchiha, isn't she Sasuke's mother? Lin Qi's gaze lingered on the last prize. With a thought, Makoto Uchiha appeared before him. Sir. Makoto Uchiha gracefully bowed respectfully. Looking at the beautiful lady in a kimono before him, one would hardly guess that she had already given birth unless they were well acquainted. Madam, I also drew Sasuke. Do you want to see him? Sasuke? Really, sir? Makoto's expression lit up with excitement. In Mikoto Uchiha's memory, Sasuke was still a little child just learning to walk. However, madam, I have a condition. Lin Qi suddenly stepped forward, pressing Mikoto Uchiha against the wall, and spoke in a deep voice. Madam, you wouldn't want your child to suffer, would you? What condition? I will agree to anything. Mikoto Uchiha dared not look at Lin Qi, gently biting her lower lip, her delicate hand resting on her collar. For the sake of her child, she would agree to any unreasonable condition proposed by the sir. Even if. Mikoto secretly glanced at Lin Qi, thinking that if she could find a father figure for Sasuke in this world, her life with her child would be much better. Very well. Lin Qi said solemnly, promise me to educate him well, so he doesn't act pretentious in front of me. After all, the title of pretentious King Sasuke was renowned. If he were indeed that pretentious boy from his memories, Lin Qi could hardly bear it. I will educate him well, sir. Realizing her own thoughts had wandered, Mikoto's delicate cheeks flushed, and she sweetly agreed. System summoned Sasuke. With a flash of light, Sasuke appeared on the scene. He crossed his arms, and upon seeing Lin Qi scoffed, so you're the one who summoned me. Lin Qi's lips twitched. Indeed, he was the pretentious king. Slap. Just as Sasuke finished speaking, he received a smack from Mikoto on his head, reprimanding him. You must show respect when speaking to the sir. Mother. Is that you, mother? Sasuke was about to lose his temper, but froze upon seeing Mikoto Uchiha. He rubbed his eyes, fearing he was seeing an illusion, and cautiously called out again. Who else could it be but me, silly child? Though the Sasuke before her looked different from her memories, Mikoto Uchiha could instantly tell this was the grown-up Sasuke. At the same time, Mikoto also felt guilty. She did not know how she would teach her children in the future, as this was quite impolite. Sasuke suddenly lunged into Uchiha Mikoto's embrace, all the grievances of the past years erupting in an instant, and his eyes turned red with emotion. Mother, do you know? Uchiha Itachi, he killed you and father. You have suffered all these years, Sasuke. Mikoto was shocked by her son's words. However, she understood her eldest son and believed that he had his reasons for acting that way. She gently stroked Sasuke's head, unable to believe how much this child had endured. I will take Sasuke downstairs now. With Lin Qi's permission, Uchiha Mikoto led the sobbing Sasuke out. With Mikoto's guidance, this child should behave better. Lin Qi watched the two women leave, shaking his head as he continued along the path of the lottery. The last lottery was a huge success, and he believed the next one would be just as good. System, I remember you said that after a certain number of draws a new lottery pool will open. How many more do I need? Ding. Detected that 40 draws are needed to reach the new prize pool. Great, draw 40 times from the Hokage lottery pool for me. Ding. Faith value deducted successfully, rewards being extracted. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the item, assembled pistol. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the item, military food pill 10. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the item, exploding tag 10. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the character, Sanin Tsunade. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the character, Adult Shikamaru. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the character, Adult Ino. Ding. Congratulations, the host has obtained the character, Adult Choji. After drawing 40 times, although he did not draw Orochimaru, he got Tsunade, whom he had long coveted. It was the younger version of Tsunade. If he remembered correctly, Tsunade during the Sannin era was only in her 20s, right? Tsunade's popularity in the Naruto series was incredibly high. As for why she was so popular, it was certainly not because of her age, bad temper, or her love for gambling and drugs, but because she possessed a pair of legendary breasts. System summoned Tsunade. As this was happening in the world of Naruto. Hanzo the salamander, give it up. Unless we are dead, you shall not take a step forward. Heavy rain poured down amidst a sea of corpses. Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Orochimaru stood united against Hanzo, who was known as a demigod. Around them lay countless corpses. Tsunade, why is your body disappearing? Orochimaru suddenly noticed something amiss. Damn it. Hanzo, what have you done to Tsunade? Tsunade looked at her quickly vanishing body, wanting to say something, but ultimately could not speak, completely disappearing from the Naruto world. Meanwhile, Lin Qi looked at the pair of legendary breasts before him and was convinced. This was undoubtedly Tsunade herself. Bastard, dare to look at me lecherously, you must be Hanzo's companion. Tsunade's anger surged, and she suddenly threw a punch. Under the influence of the system, her body was already 100% loyal to Lin Qi, but her mind had yet to catch up. Tsunade's tremendous strength was well known. Even with the system, her attack would stop just before Lin Qi, but the residual energy could likely demolish the entire palace. Lin Qi took a step forward and firmly grasped Tsunade's iron fist. Calm down, there should be information about me in your mind, I think carefully. Tsunade was astonished that this ordinary-looking man could catch her punch. Hearing his words, she discovered some strange knowledge surfacing in her mind. She furrowed her brows and asked suspiciously, did you summon me here? Yes. Can you summon people from any timeline in our world? Very clever. Great, quickly summon my great-grandfather's second grandfather and my younger brother. Tsunade's expression was filled with anticipation. These three were her most important relatives. The last one was a shadow she could never escape. Sorry, although I can summon them, I cannot guarantee when. So you mean I can summon them in the future? Tsunade asked again. Lin Qi nodded. All right then, kid. Tsunade boldly patted her chest, causing waves to surge. From now on, big sister will take care of you. Hurry up and summon my great-grandfather and the others. By the way, do you have a tavern here? She hadn't had a drink in months on the battlefield, and now that she thought about it, a strong craving for alcohol surged. Ask the guards when you go out. Lin Qi was still quite tolerant towards this big sister in every sense. With Tsunade around, it was like having a second chance at life. Her medical skills could be described as miraculous. After Tsunade left, Lin Qi summoned Ino and Choji. Until today, the legendary trio of Ino Shikacho had been fully assembled. However, when summoning adult Shikamaru, an issue arose. Ding. Detected that the host already possesses one Shikamaru, currently facing two options. Option 1, take one Shikamaru as the main body and fuse with another Shikamaru. After fusion, strength will greatly increase. Option 2, simultaneously possess two Shikamarus. Lin Qi pondered and called Shikamaru over, preparing to ask for his opinion. Sir, to better assist you, please let me fuse, and my current strength is too weak and is exhausting me. All right, let's do as you say. Using the current Shikamaru as the main body, Lin Qi chose to fuse. Before his eyes, Shikamaru rapidly grew larger at a visible speed. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a figure in his 20s. Sir. Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji all knelt on one knee simultaneously, respectfully. I believe you three have a lot to say. Go and catch up properly. Yes, sir. Just as the trio of Ino Shikacho was about to leave, the door was pushed open. It was Sasuke who ran in. Sasuke, do not disturb Lord Lin Qi, come back here quickly. Uchiha Makoto chased after Sasuke, but the little rascal ran so fast that she could not catch up. Lin Qi summoned Itachi as well. Oh, I have something to ask him. Clearly, after Makoto's guidance, Sasuke had come to some realizations. You are Sasuke? Ino let out a soft gasp. Only then did Sasuke notice that three other people were standing nearby, looking strangely familiar. He strained to recognize them, incredulously saying, Are you Shikamaru, Ino, and Choji? You've all grown. Ha ha ha, it really is Sasuke. I never knew Sasuke was so adorable when he was little. Ino's girlish heart was overflowing. Ha ha ha, little Sasuke is much cuter than when he grows up. Choji took out chips, eating while laughing heartily. Bastard. Sasuke is just Sasuke, no need to add a little. And you, Ino, you've become more annoying than when you were younger. The trio of Ino Shikacho exchanged glances and smiled helplessly. Sasuke seemed to have always looked the same from childhood to adulthood. However, the grown-up Sasuke was even more insufferable. Your brother will summon me in the future. Lin Qi affectionately ruffled Zueji's head. I'm sorry, my lord, it's all my fault for not keeping a close watch on Zueji. Uchiha Makoto pulled Zueji back, bending down with an apologetic expression. Ahem. No need for such formalities, madam. Please rise quickly. Lin Qi was momentarily blinded by the dazzling whiteness. After sending everyone off, he was left alone in the room, and the system's voice sounded. Ding. Detected that the host has drawn a certain number of times. Please draw from the next lottery pool. A huge spinning wheel appeared in Lin Qi's mind. As he clicked to start, the massive wheel began to spin at high speed, too fast to see clearly. Each small segment on it represented a different world. Stop. The giant wheel gradually slowed down, finally landing on the segment labeled Attack on Titan. Attack on Titan. Lin Qi recalled the terror of being dominated by giants that day. In the world of Attack on Titan, there are many good things, with the most famous being the powers of the 9 titans. Once used, one can transform into a colossal titan, ranging from 10 to 80 meters tall. Even ordinary people can immediately gain strength comparable to a vice admiral. However, the drawbacks of the world of Attack on Titan are quite apparent. The upper limit of combat power is not very high. The 9 most famous titans are merely at the level of a vice admiral. To contend with an admiral would be a fool's dream. Fortunately, one can effortlessly obtain 9 experts comparable to vice admirals. Damn, it's really unfair. How dare you compare yourself to the world of Hokage? Drawing once from the Titan World Lottery pool surprisingly costs 1,000 points, which made Lin Qi curse the system for being unscrupulous. Ding. Host, please don't curse. The drop rate of good items in the Titan world is higher than that of the Hokage world, which justifies the price. Hearing the system's explanation, Lin Qi nodded. That's more like it. Looking at the remaining faith points, he could draw 50 more times, so he decided to use them all. System: 50 consecutive draws from the Titan World Lottery pool. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item, apple pie. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item, grilled pork chop. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item, steamed sweet potato. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item, the power of the founding titan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item, the power of the colossal titan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item, The power of the armored titan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item. The power of the female titan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item. The power of the jaw titan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item. The power of the beast titan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item. The power of the warhammer titan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item. The power of the cart titan. Ding. Congratulations, host, you've obtained an item. The power of attack titan. Ding. Detected that the host has gathered all 9 titan powers. The lottery pool for the world of Attack on Titan is officially closed. They said the chances of winning are high, but this is too high. Lin Qi wished he could hug the system and give it a kiss. 50 draws yielded 9 Vice Admiral level combat powers. What a bargain. Vice Admiral level strength is formidable no matter where it is placed. What a pity the faith points are used up. Ooh, I wonder what the next lottery pool will be. Lin Qi opened the introduction to the 9 titan powers. 9 titan powers, even if a fly obtains them, it will instantly gain the full strength of a titan, but that strength will also be permanently fixed. Note, not everyone can withstand the power of a titan. Facing the introduction, the benefits far outweigh the drawbacks. Gaining 9 Vice Admirals for free, what more could one ask for? This is a power that countless people spend their entire lives trying to reach. If he could continue to grow stronger, Lin Qi would even consider using it on himself. System: what happens if one can't withstand the power of a titan? Exploding to death. Lin Qi understood. It seems that wanting to gain strength comparable to a Vice Admiral comes with considerable risks. Not long after, he called Shikamaru, who had just left. I have a task for you. Select death warriors from across. In addition to being absolutely loyal, inform them of the consequences of success and failure honestly, allowing them to voluntarily choose whether to participate. Oh, and let them know that if they succeed, they will be incorporated into a special operations team. Although they won't have command authority, their rank will be equivalent to that of a naval major general. Not only will they receive money and housing, but the country will also provide wives for free. Lin Qi began to imitate the Navy and establish a similar military rank system. Among them, of course, he as the king held the highest authority. Unfortunately, Lin Qi's ambitions have always been too grand, and he holds himself to the Navy's standards. This has led to the fact that until now his kingdom has not even had a single Vice Admiral. There is only one visible Major General. Now it's better. This time, after the lottery, the kingdom's strength surged. He calculated. The strength below the level of Major General doesn't count. 3 individuals possess the strength of a Vice Admiral. They are Adult Shikamaru, Adult Ino, and Adult Choji. These 3 also have a combined technique, and together they are enough to deal with a Vice Admiral. Additionally, there is Uchiha Makoto. The Vice Admiral level strength includes the 9 Titans and Tsunade. Now Tsunade is still young. With some effort, she might reach the strength of an elite Vice Admiral, though there remains a gap compared to an Admiral. A violent healer with Vice Admiral strength is already satisfactory to Lin Qi. As for Admiral level strength, only he possesses it. As for Robin Little's Waji and Yakushi Kabuto, these individuals still have a way to go before reaching Admiral level. It doesn't matter much. Robin and Yakushi Kabuto provide him with greater assistance in terms of internal affairs and do not need to fight. I understand, my lord. Shikamaru is very trustworthy in work mode. After bowing, he went to start acting. 3 days later, in a vast square, Shikamaru stood waiting with 1,000 citizens who volunteered to participate. Despite the number exceeding 1,000, the scene was surprisingly quiet. Not a sound was heard. You all know the consequences of failure, right? Lin Qi descended from the sky, landing in front of everyone. We know, my lord. We are all here voluntarily to participate. Please start, my lord. All right, 9 people per team. Follow me to that building over there. To avoid unnecessary panic, Lin Qi led those accepting the Titan power to another location. Prepare yourselves. I'm about to begin. Inside the room, Lin Qi waved his hand to release the power of the 9 Titans. As their muscles suddenly began to swell, their skin ripped and shattered, revealing the crimson flesh beneath. They screamed in agony, as if enduring immense pain. Bang! 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 After a few loud sounds, no one among the 9 escaped. Unable to withstand the Titan power, they were blown into pieces. Lin Qi, already mentally prepared, waved his hand for the bodies to be dragged away and buried. Notify the next group to come in. Finally, by the time of the 126th person, 1 individual succeeded. Roar! The man let out a low growl, his body instantly swelling as crimson muscles broke through his skin. A terrifying giant over 80 meters tall appeared before everyone's eyes. Compared to the giant clan known for their enormous size, he seemed more like a child. Sir, here is his background report. Shikamaru handed Lin Qi a document. Name Eder, age 29. Experience: lost his father in childhood, raised by his mother, has a younger sister. His mother passed away 2 years ago due to illness, and a week ago his sister was assaulted by a group of delinquents and hanged herself the next day. Reading this report reminded him of a saying: a hemp rope always breaks at the weakest point, and misfortune always seeks the unfortunate. Quite tragic. Lin Qi frowned. Haven't those delinquents been caught yet? Shikamaru shook his head. It was dark that day, and there were no witnesses. A editor is not cooperating with the investigation, so the perpetrator remains at large to this day. He is not cooperating with the investigation. As the brother of the girl, his refusal to cooperate indicates that the man likely has greater plans. For a crime of rape at most, he would face 10 to 20 years in prison. The man might feel that such a punishment is too light, hence his concealment, wanting to take revenge personally. Lin Qi quickly pieced together the situation. The giant was evidently startled by his own transformation. After a moment of panic, he gradually controlled his body to shrink back down. Lin Qi tossed him a piece of clothing. Very well, from today on you are a distinguished major of our nation. Additionally, from this day forward you will bid farewell to your past self and no longer need the name editor. You belong to a special forces unit, and in the army you shall be known as Number 1. You will lead this special combat unit. He inherits the might of the strongest primordial giant. It is only natural for him to be the captain. Understood, Your Majesty. After being transformed by the power of the primordial giant, Number 1's loyalty to Lin Qi is now 100%. He looked up at Lin Qi with admiration, kneeling on one knee, picking up the clothing beside him to put on. Your Majesty, before formally joining the army, may I do something? His expression was pleading. Go ahead, but do not cause panic. Lin Qi knew what he intended to do. It is only natural for a brother to seek revenge for his sister. He also felt that the punishment for those delinquents was too light. Moving forward, rapists and human traffickers in his country should face the death penalty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Number 1 bowed twice to Lin Qi before turning to leave. I understand now. To inherit the powers of the 9 great giants, spiritual strength is even more important than physical prowess. Number 1 persisted because of his resolve to avenge his sister. Just moments ago, his massive form as a giant was witnessed by everyone outside. Their eyes were fervent, eagerly anticipating this power. The selection continued. In the end, after a day spent at the cost of 972 lives, the 9 great giants were successfully born. As the sun set, these 9 individuals knelt before Lin Qi in utmost loyalty. Number 1, Number 2, Number 3. Number 9, we pledge to serve you, Your Majesty, to expand our territory, willing to die 100 deaths. Good. Lin Qi helped them up. From now on, the nation will rely on you all. A further half, the Navy's King of Hell battleships trained under the guidance of Yakushi Kabuto were now complete. Each King of Hell battleship could accommodate 1,000 soldiers, totaling 10,000 Navy personnel across 10 ships. One King of Hell could rival several ships of the same class. Such military power stationed in the West Sea was virtually invincible. On this day, Lin Qi unprecedentedly called all the top officials for a meeting. After a year of recuperation, our amassed power is sufficient. Next, I want you to lead the army to swiftly conquer neighboring countries. Remember, it must be quick. The world government would not be pleased to see a single power dominate the West Sea. We must strike as many kingdoms as possible before they issue any warnings. The 4 seas are the backyard of the world government. They may overlook things under normal circumstances, but once any sea shows signs of unification, they would be unable to sleep. For this expedition, Tsunade will be the chief commander and Shikamaru will serve as the strategist. Having grown up in warfare, Tsunade's grasp of the situation is naturally beyond words. With Shikamaru, a highly intelligent individual, placed in the strategist position, he could confidently take a back seat. With Ino, Tsunade, the 9 great giants, and 10,000 Navy personnel, this is the army for this expedition. With 10 individuals at the major general level who in the West Sea could rival them. So what reason should we use to declare war on the surrounding countries? Coming from the world of Hokage, Ino emphasized the importance of having a just cause, thus she asked, Fool, we are in the most chaotic West Sea, what reason do we need? Let's do this. If anyone asks, just say our soldiers got lost on their territory. Ino's expression twisted. This could work. After that, the days passed, and the kingdom expanded at a rapid. In naval battles, other kingdoms' armies faced the 10 King of Hell battleships only to be crushed. They either suffered total annihilation or heavy casualties. Once the battlefield shifted from the sea to land, they would experience the terror of the giants. The Kingdom of Columbia was one of the closest kingdoms to Lin Qi. Not long ago, their king's forces suffered a devastating blow at sea. Their army was reduced to nearly nothing, and the old king died on the spot. The grief-stricken crown prince, unable to mourn, was forced to ascend to the throne to stabilize the current situation. No, it's bad, Your Highness. 9 monsters are approaching the royal city. What a... The crown prince took the telescope handed to him by a subordinate and climbed the city wall to observe the distance. He saw 9 giants, skinless and towering dozens of meters high, landing from the coastline, rapidly charging this way. Clatter. The telescope fell from his hands, and the crown prince collapsed to the ground. A month passed by in just a month 7 countries were absorbed into the kingdom's territory. The number of kingdoms under Lin Qi's command increased from 1 to 8. Until this day, while his army attacked the 8th kingdom, the world government sent emissaries to warn him. They warned him not to send troops to other countries for any reason. Lin Qi had long anticipated this. He had foreseen this day. It was just right. Swallowing 7 countries was already the limit for the current kingdom, requiring a long time to digest. If he attempted to take more, it might be more harmful than beneficial. Thus, under Lin Qi's leadership, the next kingdom gradually grew stronger. Holding the 8 great kingdoms in his grasp, currently 1/7 of the territory of the West Sea has fallen into Lin Qi's hands. The terrifying speed of expansion has caused the world government to feel apprehensive. Fortunately, Lin Qi has decided to amass wealth quietly, without further expansion, focusing on digesting what he has acquired. Seeing Lin Qi's discretion, the world government has also relaxed. 1/7 of the West Sea is not entirely unacceptable. After all, Germa 66 once ruled the entire North Sea for a duration of 66 days, repeatedly ignoring the warnings from the world government, ultimately leading to their downfall. If it weren't for the world government not harboring malicious intent, that weak force would have long since vanished. After swallowing the 7 kingdoms, the population under Lin Qi has reached an astonishing 39 million. Faced with a sudden increase in territory nearly 20 times, he found himself in a predicament of manpower shortage. Reluctantly, Lin Qi could only ask Robin to select some trustworthy individuals to take on important positions in the kingdom. As for the rest, it must be done step by step. The appetite of this kingdom is too large. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it is like a snake swallowing an elephant. This nearly 20-fold territory should keep the kingdom occupied for a while. The issues of military handover, citizen management, and dealing with the previous regime are numerous and overwhelming. Fortunately, Robin and Shinobu can handle the trivial matters within, otherwise Lin Qi would be utterly frustrated. Time unwittingly arrived at the year 1511 of the Sea-round calendar. During this period, the world government spies have thoroughly investigated Lin Qi, the fierce war king. If he weren't from another world, they might even have traced back to his ancestors. Meanwhile, a special report was delivered to Sengoku. Sengoku slammed the table in anger and stood up. This rascal, missing for so long, turns out he has become a king. Does being a king really have more prospects than being a Navy officer? Vice Admiral Crane, hearing this, lit a lattice cigarette, took a deep puff, and elegantly exhaled. He's a king. An entire country must listen to him, which is certainly more enjoyable than your position as a marshal. Moreover, I must correct you, he is not just a king of 1 country, but of 8, which indeed has greater prospects than a general. Recalling the relationship between Peach Rabbit and Lin Qi, Vice Admiral Crane appeared somewhat satisfied, like a mother-in-law watching her son-in-law. Sengoku moved his lips, momentarily speechless, his face turning red with anger. Lin Qi is a candidate for the next naval marshal in Sengoku's mind, yet he has abandoned that path. Among the middle-aged Navy personnel, there are still Kizuru Akiji and Akainu who can shoulder the banner. However, looking across the Navy under 30, only Lin Qi is capable of assuming the position of marshal in the future. The lack of successors is something Sengoku cannot deny. This does not refer to the inadequacy of mid-level combat power, but rather to the absence of leaders who can guide a generation. With the ability to use mythical beasts, conquerors Haki, and being a great swordsman, he could stand toe-to-toe with admirals a year ago. All these dazzling qualities are gathered in one person. Who else among the younger generation possesses such strength? After much contemplation, it seems only he can bear such responsibilities. This is why Sengoku is so angry. Bastard, why haven't you sent someone to bring him back? Seeing Sengoku furious, the aged shrank his neck and hurried off to summon him. Days later, Lin Qi finally returned, albeit late. As soon as he stepped through the door, he sensed something was off. There's a killing intent. Lin Qi looked in the direction of the killing intent and saw Sengoku, who was feeding sheep with his head down. At the same time, he received a subtle signal from Vice Admiral Crane. Lin Qi understood almost instantly. Haha, Marshal, you seem even younger after a few days apart. He placed 2 boxes of gifts on the table. These are local specialties I brought for you from the kingdom. You must accept them. Sengoku straightened up, not even glancing at the gifts on the table, his face stern as he said, I've heard you've been living quite well lately, even startling the world government. No, where did you hear such rumors? There's absolutely no such situation. Joking aside, although everyone knew what was happening, admitting it would be a grave mistake. Is that so? Sengoku narrowed his eyes. Absolutely, Lin Qi said with sincerity. Well then, since you have been idle lately, I just happen to have 2 matters for you to handle. Upon hearing this, Lin Qi looked at Sengoku with a smile and realized he had been tricked. What 2 matters? The first matter is that the world government has established a new organization called the 7 Warlords to maintain balance on the seas. The general idea is to use evil to counter evil, balancing pirates with pirates. We will select the 7 most powerful pirates to fill the ranks of the 7 warlords, allowing them to legally plunder in exchange for their loyalty. After explaining, Sengoku leaned on the table, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Qi. What are your thoughts on the 7 warlord system? It's like seeking the tiger's skin while feeding it, letting the tiger devour the wolf, and killing the donkey after it has carried the load. Lin Qi used 3 idioms to express his views on the 7 warlord system. Sengoku, after listening, slapped the table in delight. Good, good, good. You're indeed not a blindly righteous person. We need talents like you in the Navy. Many of our naval leaders resist the 7 warlord system. Your understanding brings me comfort. Entrusting this task to you was indeed a wise decision. You are tasked with inviting Moonlight Moria to join the 7 warlords. Here is the locating pointer. Understood. Taking the pointer, Lin Qi bid farewell to Sengoku and left the naval base. After Lin Qi departed, Vice Admiral Crane said softly, "Isn't it a bit dangerous to send Lin Qi to invite Moria?" Vice Admiral Crane's concerns were not without reason. At this time, Moria had only been defeated by Kaido for a year and a half. He had not yet degenerated into the lazy Moria who would do nothing and leave nothing behind. Currently, Moria still possessed profound and unfathomable Haki, and his fruit abilities should not be underestimated. Having managed to escape with a sliver of health after challenging the peak warrior Kaido, such brilliant achievements are rare across the seas. Enough to boast about for a lifetime. Don't worry, Moria won't be in danger. Lin Qi knows what he's doing. Sengoku had a sly look. If Moria dares to refuse the Navy's invitation, it'll make him understand why the flowers are so red. It turns out Moria had no intention of joining the 7 warlords, and even killed the messenger pigeon that came to deliver the invitation. Sengoku, who held a grudge, would not let him off. A typical case of either you join or I'll make you join. Vice Admiral Crane looked at this old comrade with disdain. You misunderstand me. I'm worried about Lin Qi's safety. Sengoku laughed heartily as if he had heard the funniest joke. You're overthinking it. That kid's strength has reached a point where even I cannot see through it. The heart of General, he was profoundly shocked. As the supreme commander of the Navy during the Warring States period, if even he could not see through the situation, then what terrifying level of power had Lin Qi truly reached? Quick look. What is that? Heavens! Even the Sea Kings can fly now. A wave of exclamations erupted from outside the naval base. To save time, Lin Qi transformed into a giant candlelight divine beast and soared into the sky. An old veteran recognized this scene and began to educate the nearby Navy personnel. Lin Qi. I think I've heard that name before. Fool, if you don't even know Lin Qi, don't hang out with me anymore. This officer looked on with admiration, saying he is a legendary figure who was promoted to Vice Admiral in just 5 short years. Not only does he possess Conqueror's Haki, but he also consumed a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. He is the hope of the Navy. So the 7 warlord system was established at this time. Lin Qi pondered in midair. Does this not mean that renowned figures from the original story like Hawkeye, Crocodile, Doflamingo, the Empress, and Bartholomew Kuma are about to officially appear on the historical stage? The intricate relationships they represent behind the scenes are not to be underestimated. Doflamingo stands behind Kaido. Hawkeye and red-haired Shanks are friends. Bartholomew Kuma is a spy for the Revolutionary Army. The Empress has Rayleigh behind her. Crocodile's relationship with Whitebeard is unpredictable, and Jean Bei is associated with Princess Odoheim and the ancient weapon Sea King. Considering all this, it seems that all the members of the 7 warlords are traitors. Poor Moria is the only honest man. Later, he would turn into a couch potato, suffer a brutal beating from the pirate rookie Luffy, and then be betrayed by the world government. Struggling to survive and save his crewmates, he would be stabbed in the back by a subordinate. What a tragic life. Lin Qi felt pity for him. Honest people never have a good ending. If only Moria had some background, he wouldn't suffer so badly. A few days later, Lin Qi appeared in the foggy sea. As the name suggests, this sea area is filled with thick fog with visibility not exceeding 10 meters. Every year, a large number of ships mistakenly enter here, never to return, forever lost. Having wandered here for 50 years without finding a way out, Brooks' experience shows how terrifying it is. However, none of this posed a problem for Lin Qi. With his special compass, he smoothly landed on Moria's horrifying ship, the Terror 3 Phantom ship, which was as vast as a small country. Once he landed, finding Moria became an issue. The Terror 3 Phantom ship was filled with a terrifying aura, with even the trees growing in grotesque shapes and graveyards standing tall. Oh ho ho ho, a terrifying moan echoed from below. A withered bony hand slowly broke through the ground. 1, 2. Countless arms pierced through the soft soil and horrifyingly stitched zombies crawled out from the graves. So ugly. Lin Qi frowned. They were even uglier than he had imagined. Humans, fresh human. I want his arm. I want his bones. My bones have been missing for too long. A large group of zombies slowly approached Lin Qi, resembling a scene from a horror movie. However, just as they were about to reach Lin Qi, they suddenly stopped. Are you not afraid to see us? In the past, anyone who stumbled into the Terror 3 Phantom ship would be scared out of their wits. Yet this person not only did not run away but appeared completely unafraid. This was simply an insult to their zombies. You should be the ones who are afraid. Lin Qi casually threw a punch, creating a sonic boom. The graves from which the zombies had just emerged were instantly plowed through as if by an ancient wild bull. Tombstone's shattered coffins were obliterated, leaving only a deep trough. In his memory, this group of zombies was notoriously timid. Seeing the power of this punch, the entire horde of zombies was petrified. If it hit them, wouldn't they all perish? They exchanged glances, choosing to follow their instincts, and with a thud they knelt on the ground with their hands raised high. Big brother, we surrender. Hee, take me to find Moria. Yes, please follow us. The zombies led the way, guiding Lin Qi to a boss. Help! There are intruders. As soon as they entered the castle, the zombies screamed and then scattered in all directions. Lin Qi paid no mind to the fleeing zombies. His goal had already been achieved. Moria should be at the top. Upon reaching the second floor, Lin Qi suddenly extended his hand and grabbed something in the transparent air, slamming it hard onto the ground. Puff! Absalom spewed blood, emerging from his invisible state, his expression one of horror. No, it's impossible. I'm a transparent person who has eaten the transparent fruit. How could you see me? I can't see you, but I can smell the stench on you from far away. Lin Qi added a kick, knocking the ugly creature unconscious. Had it not been for the need to invite Moria to join the 7 warlords, he might have taken this person back to boost his performance. The scent of caramel cake. On the 3rd floor of the castle, Lin Qi twitched his nose and walked in a... No, please don't see me. A little girl with pink twin tails was curled up under the bed, holding a freshly baked cake, trembling in fear. She had heard the screams of the zombies. Perona dispatched her negative ghost to attempt a sneak attack, but saw Absalom being killed in an instant. Terrified, she abandoned the idea of a sneak attack and hid in her room. Of course, even then she couldn't bear to leave her beloved dessert behind. Creak, hearing the sound of the door being pushed open, Perona's body trembled. Could it be that man has come in? No, it can't be. It must be the zombie maid. Perona clutched her small cake, curled up under the bed, and dared not breathe. However, the next moment a big hand suddenly grasped her arm, followed by a languid voice. Got you. Perona screamed in fright, using her little feet to push against the foot of the bed to resist the man's strength. Unfortunately, compared to the man, her little strength was like that of a kitten, easily pulled out by Lin Qi. Well, please don't kill me. Perona was held in midair by Lin Qi, with one hand, her little face turning pale with fear, almost bursting into tears. Cake for you, don't kill me. In a moment of desperation, Perona offered her cherished cake. She valued her life more than the cake. Who wants your cake? Lin Qi's face darkened. Did he look like someone who would rob a little girl's cake? So, do you want me? Perona was taken aback and cautiously said, No, I am not an adult yet. Shut up. Lin Qi took a deep breath, suppressing his rising blood pressure. This girl seemed to know quite a lot at such a young age. He specifically came to capture Perona not for any other reason, but because her devil fruit was too troublesome. The negativity ghost ability could be considered a bug-level power. No matter how powerful the enemy once hit, they would give up resistance and become lambs to the slaughter. Although with the speed of the negativity ghost, hitting Lin Qi was purely a pipe dream. However, Lin Qi preferred to eliminate all dangers. He slightly raised a finger, releasing a hint of Conqueror's Haki. Overwhelming killing intent enveloped Perona. If you dare to sneak attack me, don't blame me for killing you. Perona was struck by the killing intent, and in her already frightened state, she immediately fainted, her body going limp in Lin Qi's hands. The little cake also fell to the ground. You really can't handle a scare. You scared yourself into fainting. Lin Qi shook his head, threw the now 14-year-old Perona onto the bed, and turned to leave. Upon reaching the top of the ancient castle, Moria had already been waiting here in advance. Intruder. The nearly 7-maternal Moria gave an extremely strong sense of oppression. Among all the 7 warlords, Moria was the tallest. Chunks of muscle were distributed across his body, a stark contrast to the image of a fat Moria that Lin Qi had in mind. Die? Without waiting for Lin Qi to speak, Moria switched places with a shadow he had set up in advance, instantly appearing behind Lin Qi, his giant scissors cutting towards Lin Qi's shadow. If the shadow were cut off, Lin Qi would instantly find himself in danger. A raging fire ignited around Lin Qi, and suddenly Lin Qi's shadow disappeared without a trace. Not all situations would have shadows. For instance, in too dark or too bright places, or if one is the source of light. Knowing Moria's shadow fruit ability in advance, Lin Qi had a countermeasure. Moria was burned by the candlelight flames, and after a few leaps, dirted and disheveled, distanced himself from Lin Qi. This Moria is quite cunning. From the very beginning, speaking to lower one's guard to suddenly attacking from behind with shadows. A normal person would surely be bewildered by this series of changes, leading them to fall into a trap. Who would pay attention to their own shadow? With a continuous chain of moves, if Luffy were to face this Moria, he would likely be ruthlessly defeated. Moria spat out the remnants of ashes from his mouth, finally facing the man before him. I'm Moria, never kill nameless individuals, so tell me your name quickly. Moria, I am here representing the Navy to invite you to join the 7 warlords. I hope you do not refuse this opportunity. Lin Qi said calmly. The 7 warlords. Sorry, I won't join. So you are a dog of the Navy? No wonder I felt a sense of déjà vu. Upon hearing that it was the Navy, Moria immediately chose to attack. Shadow box, shadow house. The shadow beneath Moria spread rapidly like ink. In the blink of an eye, the entire room was enveloped by shadows sealed tight, with no sunlight visible. Moria, I advise you not to court death. With a loud bang, flames ignited beneath Lin Qi's feet, illuminating the space. Don't joke around. Moria can do whatever the hell he wants, that's none of your business. Shadow bat. Moria seemed to merge with the surrounding environment, and a unique sharp voice echoed from all directions. Hundreds of menacing black shadow bats surged towards Lin Qi. Damn it, you still don't have a shadow. Moria's plan to have the bats devour Lin Qi's shadow fell through as he commanded the bats to attack, while switching places with a shadow bat instantly appearing in midair. What is your relationship with Kaido? Seeing the shadow bats repeatedly collide with Lin Qi, yet causing no harm, Moria thought of Kaido. In his time traversing the seas, only when facing Kaido would the shadow bats be unable to consume flesh. Just thinking of Kaido, Moria's eyes suddenly turned red. What's wrong? Have you been cast into shadow by Kaido? Lin Qi scoffed. Damn it. I will slaughter you. Shadow sorcerer. Shadow blade. A shadow exactly like Moria emerged, and both Moria's hands simultaneously wielded 10-meter-long blades. Moria, your shadow fruit is a good fruit, but unfortunately you are too useless. The shadow fruit is not inferior to Fujitora's gravity fruit, yet Moria has developed it into this state. If developed, well, even if he could not defeat Kaido, he wouldn't be in such a miserable state. Why is the shadow fruit considered a top-tier paramecia? Simply put, the shadow sorcerers summoned by Moria possess invincible traits. No matter how powerful an attack they endure, the shadow sorcerers would not suffer any damage. Invincible. Besides the shadow fruit, what other fruit can achieve this? With Moria's ability to switch places with shadows to achieve teleportation, it is truly difficult to die. Even Kaido cannot forcibly detain him. In terms of saving one's life, it is likely that no devil fruit surpasses this. Knowing the ins and outs of the shadow fruit, Lin Qi disregarded the shadow sorcerer and punched towards Moria. Do you want to make me laugh to death by hitting me with your fists? Moria, covered in armament Haki, almost laughed out loud. However, the next moment, he couldn't laugh anymore. He saw the dark, purplish hue of Lin Qi's armament Haki, which was definitely stronger than his. Swap. In a moment of crisis, Moria exchanged places with the shadow sorcerer. What a strange feeling. Lin Qi felt that hitting the shadow sorcerer felt like striking something and being struck at the same time. To defeat Moria, it must be done unexpectedly. The ability to switch places with shadows also made it difficult to hit Moria's real body. Noticing the sealed environment around him, Lin Qi suddenly had an idea. This is what you asked for. Thunder. Dense and interwoven lightning spread from Lin Qi, covering every corner of the room. Since Moria could dodge, he would attack all places at once and see where he would hide. What the hell? What kind of devil fruit are you eating? Both fire and thunder. Moria thought of 1,000 curses. Having been struck by lightning several times, Moria couldn't take it anymore. His hair was frizzed out like an explosion, and there was a smell of meat. Shadow gathering. To withstand the relentless onslaught of lightning, Moria waved his hand and summoned a multitude of shadows into himself. The more shadows he absorbed, the greater Moria's size, strength, and defense became. It was only when the lightning struck him without causing any pain that he ceased his actions. At that moment, he transformed into a slightly portly giant standing 13 meters tall, resembling a future version of a hefty Moria. He strike me at will. If you have the capability, kill me. The shadow gathering is Moria's most powerful technique. Having reached its peak, he instantly forgot the earlier beating and was as arrogant as he could be. Let me tell you, kid, in this state, I once shattered an island with a single palm. Becoming my subordinate and seeking revenge against Kaido together is your only path to survival now. Idiot. Lin Qi glanced at him and slowly drew out his longsword Long Yuan. You're seeking death. Shadow warrior split sky palm. Moria's inflated body moved swiftly, arriving in front of Lin Qi and striking down. Lin Qi's long knife had also been unleashed. 3,000 Azura Purgatory flowing Sakura dominance. Shadows of demons floated behind Lin Qi, while cherry blossoms scattered in the air. An indescribable wind blade enveloped the surface of Long Yuan. This strike was close to Lin Qi's peak power, roughly at 70%. It infused demon energy, flowing Sakura armed color, and the giant clan's ultimate technique, merging the three into one. He had once used this move to cleave a sea king 1,000 meters long in two. No. In that moment, Moria felt as if he was once again struck down by Kaido. His intuition warned him that if struck heated, he would surely die. Lacking any courage to resist, he decisively gave up the offensive and swapped places with the Shadow Mage. I knew you would do this. Lin Qi twisted his blade, his arm suddenly extending, creating several afterimages in the air. What was meant to slash at the Shadow Mage's arm instead slashed towards Moria. Life returns. Well-informed Moria recognized Lin Qi's technique and hurriedly swapped places with the Shadow Mage once more. At that moment, the blade that had previously turned towards Moria gradually became transparent. One of the afterimages suddenly solidified. It turned out that Lin Qi's target had never changed. The Long Yuan Moria saw the second time was merely the afterimage of the blade. The intention was to trick Moria into swapping places back with the Shadow Mage. Hitting Moria's true form was not easy, and attacking the mind was undoubtedly the best choice. Didn't expect it, did you? I predicted your prediction of my prediction. The long sword sliced through the air, blood gushed forth, and a gash several meters long was opened in front of Moria, rendering the armed color useless. Severely wounded, the shadows Moria had swallowed could no longer be controlled, spilling out in a black mass from his injury. It was a true, devastating blow, deep enough to see bone. What was even more dire was that Long Yuan, which had taken a disliking to Moria, seized the opportunity to spit out a mouthful of poison, causing Moria to sweat profusely in agony, feeling as if he were on the brink of death. Oh, it hurt so much. Moria rolled on the ground in pain, while using shadows to stitch up his... While stitching, the wound spewed blood like a fountain, leaving Lin Qi dumbfounded. No wonder this guy had survived multiple backstabbings. His blood was indeed thick. The fact that this guy wasn't half dead from being slashed was something he hadn't anticipated. So that's how it is. Lin Qi noticed that an unexpected deep gash had appeared on the Shadow Mage, who had never shown any injuries. In an instant, he figured everything out. The reason Moria could still wail here was that he had transferred his injuries onto the shadows. However, it seemed this transferred injury also had a limit. Gulyalu, just as Moria finished stitching his wound, the potent poison exerted by Long Yuan took effect. Moria's face turned greener than grass, continuously spitting out white foam. Help! Save me! You must hold on and don't die. I've barely managed to control my strength. Kicking Moria, whose eyes had turned green, Lin Qi kicked Long Yuan again. Look at the mess you've caused. Hurry up and see. Woo-woo in dragon form, the little Long Yuan cried out pitifully, flying above Moria and spitting a few mouthfuls of saliva at him. Unfortunately, the poison was too fierce. Moria, with his resilient physique, took a while to recover after receiving the antidote. Just now I felt as if I saw my great-grandmother waving at me. Moria gazed vacantly at the ceiling, feeling that death was so close. You don't need to ask. I will join the 7 warlords. This time Moria was thoroughly beaten down, crushed in both strength and intellect. But he still couldn't die. He still needed to seek revenge against Kaido for the fallen crewmates. Once upon a time, Moria was also a passionate youth, a gifted child, a local tyrant. Until that day, when facing Kaido, everything changed. He watched helplessly as his crewmates, who had followed him for over a decade and were like family, died one by one before his eyes. In the end, he could only flee like a coward. Since that day, Moria hated Kaido and himself, thinking of revenge while indulging in gluttony to escape his inner pain, sinking into self-destruction. What? You're still thinking of seeking revenge on Kaido? Lin Qi stepped on Moria's belly, mocking him mercilessly. A glutton who only eats and sleeps, willingly wallowing in self-destruction, dares to seek revenge on Kaido. I advise you to wash up and sleep. Everything exists in your dreams. You. Moria suddenly opened his eyes wide, glaring at Lin Qi in anger. You defeated me. If you want to kill me, go ahead, but don't question my determination to kill Kaido. Is that so? Then look at yourself now. How much have you regressed compared to a year ago when you lost to Kaido? You are constantly regressing while Kaido is constantly progressing. Do you think you can take revenge? Lin Qi brought a large mirror from the room and placed it in front of Moria, allowing him to scrutinize himself in the mirror. Moria stared at the disheveled figure in the reflection, entranced. Hee. Moria suddenly let out a long laugh, blood and tears streaming down his face. He raised his bloodied hand and grasped Lin Qi's ankle, resolutely stating, "What must I do to kill Kaido? As long as you can kill Kaido, I am willing to pay any price." Looking into Moria's determined eyes, Lin Qi finally bent down and handed him a permanent pointer. Go here, find someone named Enel. He will help you. Moria tightly gripped the permanent pointer, forcing his heavily injured body to stand once more with trembling legs. His wound was torn open again, and a large amount of blood dyed Moria into a blood-soaked figure. In contrast to his pale face was Moria's bright gaze. On this day, Moria regained his lost soul. Kiki, drink up, there's plenty of wine. At the banquet, Moria raised his bandaged body and drank. At the banquet, Moria's 3 major subordinates all appeared. Absalom, who had been knocked out by Lin Qi, Perona, who scared herself faint, and the strange Dr. Hogback. A large group of zombie maids danced gracefully in the hall, their bodies stitched together. Lin Qi raised his wine glass and took a sip. He was experiencing a unique pirate banquet culture firsthand. It is said that in a pirate's life, only 3 things are most important: women, fighting, and holding banquets. Pirates who float on the sea all day long have no other entertainment, and banquets fill that void, becoming their favorite pastime. They hold banquets for all sorts of reasons. When a fight, hold a banquet. A lose a fight, hold a banquet. It's raining today, hold a banquet. It's sunny today, hold a banquet. Among them, the one who loves holding banquets the most is the red-haired Shanks. For a time, they were holding banquets 6.5 days out of 7, with half a day spent on the way to a banquet. Boss, thank you for sparing my life. I toast to you. Absalom, with his thick bandages wrapped around his neck, cautiously approached with a cup. Cheers. The cups clinked lightly. Lin Qi only took a symbolic sip, while Absalom, as if honored, gulped down it. Being able to toast with the boss made this life worthwhile. Bad person. Perona sulked, drinking juice, feeling bullied by this bad person. The little cake was also gone. She wouldn't admit that she had scared herself so badly. Lin Qi watched this scene with amusement. He certainly wouldn't throw a tantrum with a young girl. Gleela, dear naval officer, do you like zombies too? Would you like me to send you a few zombie maids? They're very useful. Hogback leaned over cheekily, but was scared back by Lin Qi's glare. He preferred to keep his distance from this disgusting, greasy old man. Did he seem like the kind of man who needed zombie figurines? He also had a wife, you know. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Qi remembered something. Moria, don't you have the corpse of a dragon horse? Moria was startled. No way, I just dug him out. How did you know? Is the Navy's intelligence network that impressive? Moria's wide eyes revealed a hint of fear. Don't get me wrong, it has nothing to do with the Navy. Oh, I have some special means. Moria sighed in relief. Yes, I do have the corpse of a dragon horse, but unfortunately, I don't have a shadow to match it. Otherwise, he would have made a decent subordinate. How about you give me his sword? No problem, we don't use swords anyway. Keeping it here would be a waste. Moria boldly said. They'll have someone get it for you now. Generous. Come, let's have a drink. Only Moria would send a big knife, so readily. Cheers. After a night of revelry the next day, Lin Qi left the terrifying 3-sail ship with the famous sword. Bang! Moria's petition was thrown onto the Admiral's desk by Lin Qi. Quickly approve it. Moria is requesting to join the 7 warlords. Ha ha ha, good. Sending you was indeed the right choice. Not long ago, Moria had refused to join the 7 warlords, and now he actively requested to join. There's a huge difference between inviting someone to join the 7 warlords and requesting to join. This could be seen as restoring the Navy's lost face. In an emotional outburst, Sengoku repeatedly exclaimed, good. Major Lin Qi, you did exceptionally well. The Navy will remember your contributions. Sengoku stood up, encouragingly patting Lin Qi on the shoulder. Keep it up, Major Lin Qi. I expect that before long, I'll be calling you Admiral Lin Qi. Lin Qi rolled his eyes. After a few days apart, when did Sengoku learn to flatter? What kind of expression is that on your face? Sengoku's expression turned unfriendly. Nothing. Thanks to the organization, thanks to the Admiral's cultivation. Lin Qi replied formally. Very good. I have high hopes for your future. Do not disappoint me. By the way, you returned just in time. I just came to report, and you returned. Sengoku smiled as he patted the documents on the table. Lin Qi's face twitched uncontrollably. Did he believe what he was saying? It was clearly premeditated. Today, Lin Qi learned something. To become an admiral, one must first have thick skin. With this, I have fulfilled the 2 promises I made to you. You better not find another chance to exploit me. Little brat, what kind of talk is that? Sengoku grumbled. You are a Navy major, yet you are hardly ever around. All you do is run around. Am I asking too much of you by asking for help with 2 matters? If I don't let you do some work, everyone in the Navy might think you're a freeloader. Sengoku's words made Lin Qi feel a little embarrassed. Ordinary Navy personnel only get 1 month of vacation a year. He really does seem a bit excessive for being away for half a year, or even a year. If you also know how excessive you are. I promise you, as long as you complete this task, I will let you rest for a few months. All right, deal. Lin Qi picked up the information on the table and walked towards the door. After Lin Qi left, Sengoku revealed a smile like that of an old fox. Young people are easy to manipulate. This is what experience brings. Outside the room, Lin Qi opened the envelope and was stunned. The Big Mom Pirates and the Whitebeard Pirates are fighting for the ownership of Fishman Island. King Neptune requests the Navy to intervene and protect the royal family members. There was a line of small print below. Celestial Dragon Masquerade intervened, demanding that the Navy at least dispatch a general-level force to protect Princess Otoheim. Wait. The information here is quite substantial. He was aware that Princess Otoheim had survived due to his butterfly effect. As for that Masquerade, he seemed to be the celestial dragon who had been saved by Princess Otoheim and later changed. If he remembered correctly, in the original work, the Whitebeard Pirates eventually won this battle for Fishman Island. However, Big Mom had always been eyeing Fishman Island, fixated on the delicacies above. After Whitebeard's death, she returned to set her sights on Fishman Island again. But if it weren't for him, it would have led to Princess Odoheim's demise. Once a powerful navy intervenes, the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates are likely to join forces to eliminate the navy's influence first. As for why the navy does not occupy Fishman Island directly, that is simply because they do not have the energy for it. The matters concerning Fishman Island are far too complicated enough that even the navy cannot interfere. Closing the intelligence report, Lin Qi immediately set off for Fishman Island. Fishman Island is located below the Sieg archipelago, very close to the navy base. Lin Qi hardly spent much time before arriving at the Sieg archipelago. Task Choice 1. Say to the seemingly ordinary old man in front of you, are you strong? What use is strength when mixing in this world? 1 needs to have a background. Reward 5. Affection from Rayleigh. Task Choice 2. Old man, just by looking at you, you can't fight. Come over and give me a coating and I'll reward you handsomely. Reward. There is a risk of being knocked out by Rayleigh when walking at night. Task Choice 3. Old man, seeing your age, can you manage? If you can help me with a coating. Reward 10. Affection from Rayleigh. Lin Qi's eyes brightened. Unexpectedly, as soon as he arrived at the Sieg archipelago, he encountered the local specialty, the Dark King Rayleigh. He is not only the teacher of the future pirate King Luffy, but also the mentor of countless traversers. So he walked over confidently. Rayleigh was lying by the shore basking in the sun when he suddenly felt someone lift the straw hat blocking the sunlight. The glaring sunlight poured down and Rayleigh squinted his eyes, seeing a young man so handsome that it was almost dazzling. Rayleigh was not exaggerating. He had never seen such a handsome young man. Old man, you must be the coating master, right? Looking at your age, your beard is white. Can you manage? Seeing you so pitiful, if you can help me with a coating. Wait a moment. Lin Qi leapt onto a pirate ship on the sea. Robbery. What did you say? Ha ha ha, you made me laugh. In this day and age, someone dares to rob a pirate ship, and it's just one person. Kid, I am a pirate. A group of pirates on the deck laughed heartily, but a few armed with steel knives walked over. However, in the next moment, they could no longer laugh. Thunder Fist. With just one punch, Lin Qi unleashed a storm of lightning that knocked all the pirates on the ship unconscious. He carried both the ship and the people to Rayleigh's side. This young man is impressive. Such strength, Rayleigh murmured, his pupils contracting. Uncle, there should be a few pirates on board with bounties. They'll leave them to you. You can claim the bounty from the navy. Isn't this just walking into a trap? Rayleigh shook his head and began to focus on coating the ship. Half a day later, a pirate ship was successfully coated. Little brother, I am not bragging, but my coating technique in the Sieg archipelago is unmatched. After a long period without activity, Rayleigh felt like having a drink again. It's 3000 berries. Here it's a real bargain. A coating that usually takes 2 to 3 days for an ordinary person can be done in just half a day by Rayleigh. Economical and practical. As the pirate ship was about to sink completely into the sea, Lin Qi shouted, Kuroka's asked me to bring you a message. What did you say? Do you want barbecue tonight? Rayleigh smiled as he watched Lin Qi sink into the depths of the sea. Looking around, he found that no one had heard Lin Qi's words before turning to leave. He descended to the depths of Fishman Island, which is 10,000 meters underwater. Here sunlight cannot penetrate, and light is transmitted through a tree called Eve. Inside, the mermaid sisters are incredibly attractive. Their hot and enchanting figures, along with their alluring tails, make them irresistible. Excuse me, beautiful miss, how do mermaids without a lower body go to the bathroom or give birth? On the street, Lin Qi stopped a mermaid girl asking the question he had been holding in for 2 lifetimes. Oh, pervert. The mermaid girl quickly swam away, covering her blushing face. Why are you so... Lin Qi shook his head and continued walking toward the palace. Additionally, Lin Qi noticed that the atmosphere on Fishman Island was quite off. Most shops had tightly closed doors and windows, and aside from the few mermaids who came out to buy food, there were hardly any people. Strangely, there were many pirates. In the alleys under the eaves lay many fierce-looking pirates. They were resting and gathering strength, preparing for the upcoming battle. Upon seeing Lin Qi, they merely glanced at him without paying him any mind. As long as he was not from the Whitebeard pirates, they would not take action. Big Mom had ordered them not to harm the innocent residents of the island, as they needed them to make desserts. So the mermaids were safe and sound. That night, Lin Qi received a warm welcome in the central palace of Fishman Island. Neptune, Princess Odoheim, and their 3 sons all attended the banquet to show respect to the guest. Looking at the 12-meter-tall Neptune, and then at the slightly over 2-meter-tall Odoheim, Lin Qi's mind seemed to crash. So a size difference of 6 times is equivalent to a man who is 1.8 meters marrying a wife who is only 30 centimeters tall. How did they give birth to 3 sons and 1 daughter? Can it fit? Ha ha ha, esteemed guest from afar, please come and taste our unique wines from Fishman Island. Neptune's deep voice echoed in the banquet hall, and a mermaid girl poured Lin Qi a glass of wine. Thank you, your majesty. Lin Qi picked up the wine glass and took a sip. Giggling, I didn't expect young brother Lin Qi to be so young, yet possess such remarkable strength. Truly heroes emerge from youth. Princess Odoheim covered her lips with her long sleeves and laughed softly. Your Highness is overpraising me. I am merely an ordinary Navy officer. Lin Qi replied humbly. TCH, you clearly look to be about our age, but what skills can you have? This is obviously just a casual Navy officer sent here to appease us. The three princes looked at Lin Qi, who was not much older than themselves, with expressions of disbelief. Clearly they did not think they needed protection. You rascals, do not be rude to the guest. Neptune reprimanded sternly. Are we not speaking the truth? Father, you are merely giving face to the world government. What use is it to us to pay the world government heavenly gold every year? When something truly happens, you send such a young person to placate us. The three princes smashed their chopsticks in anger and turned to leave the banquet. Rascals! These three brats are infuriating. Neptune clutched his heart in agony, collapsing onto his seat. Quick, go get the medicine for His Majesty. The attendants hurriedly scrambled to administer the medicine to Neptune. Cough, cough, cough. Neptune coughed violently, only recovering as the effects of the medicine took hold. I apologize for my rudeness. A caring mermaid approached and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Please forgive the offense caused by Mr. Lin Qi and the others, who I apologize on their behalf. Princess Eg bent down to express her apologies. She was well aware of the current predicament of Fishman Island. They could not afford to offend the Navy. If this young man had a magnanimous character, it would be fine, but if he were petty, it would be disastrous. Princess, please do not concern yourself. It's merely a trivial matter. His furrowed brow remained tight. Lin Qi clearly remembered that in the original story Neptune was known as the Great Knight of the Sea, in excellent health. Now, however, he appeared like a ghost afflicted by tuberculosis. Princess, do you remember when the king first started showing this ailment? Princess Eg lowered her eyes and thought. Probably about 3 months ago. It's strange to say, but before that Neptune was clearly in good health, and then it suddenly changed. Have you consulted a doctor? Yes, I have. The doctor said there was no issue, perhaps just overwork requiring more rest. Princess, if you trust me, find someone reliable to investigate the king's close attendance. The sun illuminates, knowing the balance of yin and yang, understanding change. In his view, Neptune's kidneys appeared dim and lifeless. The kidneys in the 5 elements represent water. It was clear that the water Neptune was drinking was problematic, leading to kidney failure. Only the numerous guards who had daily access to Neptune's drinking water could be responsible. Are you suggesting? Princess Yiji's expression changed as if she had realized something. Indeed, I suspect someone has poisoned him. This matter must not be made public, Princess. We need to find someone trustworthy to investigate secretly, just in case. Seeing Lin Qi speak with such confidence, Princess Eg was convinced. She too had been suspecting the oddity of Neptune's illness, but regrettably no matter how many doctors she called, the results were the same. I have someone I trust absolutely. He even saved my life during an assassination attempt. Shortly after Princess Eg finished speaking, Lin Qi saw the long-lost Fishman Tiger. This guy really didn't die? Fishman Tiger did not recognize the current Lin Qi. He only remembered the masked Night Hawk from the past. Seeing Lin Qi staring at him, Tiger thought his identity as a wanted criminal had been discovered and almost made a move. Luckily, Princess Eg mediated between them. I see you have a sense of justice. I hope you won't disclose anything about Tiger. Princess Eg, noticing Lin Qi's reminder, did not hesitate to let Tiger come forth. Moreover, Princess Eg possessed a very special observation Haki. She could hear the hearts of all things to some extent. For those whose observation Haki exceeded hers, she could sense their goodness or evil. The observation Haki told Princess Eg that Lin Qi harbored no malice in his heart. However, it seemed this man had quite an interest in her daughter, Little White Star. I will, Princess. Lin Qi smiled and nodded at Tiger. This guy, haven't I seen him somewhere before? Quietly mumbling to himself, Tiger went down to carry out his task. The life of Fishman Tiger could only be described as legendary. Born in the most chaotic slums, barely getting enough to eat each day, yet he became the fishman now treated with respect by the royal family. Over the decades, he had been the boss of the slums, formed a pirate crew, and roamed the seas far and wide. He fought the navy, battled other pirates, clashed with the world government, and even set foot on Mariewa. He became the first hero to rescue slaves from Mariewa. He had encountered every kind of villain and benevolent person, and his life experience was exceptionally rich. Under Tiger's skilled interrogation, the poisoner was uncovered within a short time. I was wrong. I shouldn't have poisoned the king. Please spare me. I won't dare again. It was all Hody Jonas doing. He forced me to do it. My family is in their hands. I couldn't disobey. Forgive me, Your Majesty. Neptune looked at this servant who had served him for over a decade and sighed deeply. That bastard Hody Jones. Tiger's face trembled with anger. They were unaware that the assassination attempt on Princess Eg had also been orchestrated by Hody Jones. However, they knew this guy harbored an extreme hatred for humans, having betrayed Fishman Island and become a traitor. The large weapon occasionally inserted into the unique entrance of Little White Star was indeed the handiwork of Hody Jonas' companion Vander Decken, 9, using the target fruit. Tiger, do not be angry. Let him finish speaking. Princess Eg gently calmed the emotions of those present, saying, I know you are also a victim in this matter. As long as you speak the truth, I will plead with Neptune for leniency. Thank you, Your Highness. The fishman bowed vigorously several times before revealing the truth of the matter. It turned out that ever since Hody Jonas' last assassination attempt on Princess Eg failed, he had been planning how to rekindle Fishman Island's hatred towards humans. During a fortunate black market transaction, he obtained a strange drug similar to a murderous medicine. Unlike the murderous medicine that damaged one's lifespan in exchange for temporary power, this drug was colorless and tasteless, having no effect on other races, but posing a lethal threat to fishmen. Most importantly, doctors would not be able to detect it. If anyone could incite human hatred apart from Princess Eg, it would definitely be Neptune. Thus, Hody Jones devised a meticulous plan. When Neptune was on the brink of death, Hody Jones would step forward with the antidote, gaining the trust of the royal family, while casting blame on humans. With this experience of saving the king, Hody Jonas' reputation would soar in Fishman Island, and at that point, even if Neptune faced another incident, no one would suspect him. Since the fishman was merely a subordinate, he only knew so much. However, it was not difficult for others to guess what would follow. Having gained trust, it would certainly be similar to the attack on Princess Eg, hiring a group of pirates to kill Neptune. With Hody Jones as an insider, this would be quite easy. At that time, not only could he incite Fishman Island's hatred towards humans, but he could also become the new king of Fishman Island by marrying Little White Star. Hody Jonas' impression to outsiders was merely that of an extreme fishman dissatisfied with humans. Compared to saving Neptune's life, the preceding events paled in comparison. Damn it, that scoundrel, I will kill him sooner or later. Tiger was furious. Fortunately, we encountered this naval young man. Princess Eg looked at Lin Qi with an expression of fear. If Hody Jones were to enter the palace, it would be nothing short of a disaster. Unfortunately, Hody Jones overlooked one thing: Princess Eg could see through people's hearts. Moreover, this incident also revealed an even more serious matter. The mastermind behind the assassination of Princess Eg was actually Hody Jones. Neptune, the great knight of the sea, was utterly enraged. He immediately issued an order to place Hody Jones as the #1 wanted criminal on Fishman Island. As for you, Neptune glanced at the kneeling fishman, hesitating. After all, he had served him for over 10 years, and despite the grave mistake, Neptune felt a bit reluctant to kill him. At this moment, Princess Eg gently tugged at Neptune. Why not let him atone for his sins? We can keep playing along with him. After the decisive battle between the Big Mom pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, we can lure Hody Jones out and ask Jinbei and Tiger to secretly assassinate him. Neptune's eyes brightened. Madam is right, this plan is indeed feasible. He leaned down to the fishman on the ground. I ask you, are you willing to atone for your sins? I am willing, the fishman replied eagerly. Neptune signaled with his eyes and Tiger took him. Now that the murderer was found, as long as he stopped taking the poison and adjusted his body, the toxins lingering in his system would slowly be expelled. Lieutenant Lin Qi, from this day on, you are my benefactor, Neptune. Neptune raised his glass and toasted. If it weren't for Lin Qi, he would still be drinking poison every day, and who knows when he would be gone. Just thinking about it was terrifying. In the future, if you need anything, my wife and I will never refuse. Princess Eg said alongside her husband. You two are too polite. Lin Qi raised his glass as well, noticing that the vigilance in their eyes had significantly diminished, replaced by warmth. Gaining the trust of Fishman Island is not easy. It was clear that this couple had been wary of Lin Qi from the start, but had only just begun to let their guard down. Considering the current tense relationship between fishmen and humans, it was understandable. The banquet concluded perfectly in a harmonious atmosphere. At night, Lin Qi lay on the water bed in the palace, lost in thought. The order given to him by Sengoku was to refrain from interfering in battles and simply protect the royal family. But so many pirates were like points waiting to be earned. Faced with these walking treasures, he wondered if he could restrain. Creak. Just then the door was suddenly pushed open from the outside. Who was coming so late? In the pure white moonlight, Lin Qi saw a fishwoman wrapped in a blanket. Off. The fishwoman lowered her head shyly, her voice as soft as a whisper. The higher-ups sent me to accompany you, sir. What a generous arrangement, even providing special services. Lin Qi silently praised Neptune in his heart. It was worth saving this old fellow's life. He patted the bed beside him. What are you waiting for? Come over. He had always been curious about how many holes a fishwoman had. It seemed today was the day to fulfill that wish. Yes, sir. The fishwoman swam over with a flushed face. Clap, clap. That night, there were particularly many mosquitoes in Dragon Palace. In Lin Qi's room, the sound of swatting mosquitoes echoed. The next day, Lin Qi woke up to find the fishwoman had already left. Recalling the academic discussion he had with the fishwoman yesterday, he felt somewhat unsatisfied. So it turns out it's normal for a fishwoman to have only one hole for her mouth. Mr. Lin Qi, it seems the war outside is about to begin. Do you want to come out and take a look? Princess Yiji's voice sounded from outside the door. The Big Mom pirates were here for the sweets of Fishman Island, and Whitebeard was a friend. Neither side would harm the residents of Fishman Island, though otherwise occupying it would be meaningless. Calling a naval officer was just a precaution. Hence Princess Yiji was not worried about any incidents in the palace. Let's go. Lin Qi and Princess Yiji walked out together. At the edge of the palace, the guards were lined up neatly. Neptune, accompanied by his 3 sons, stood high up, gazing into the distance. Princess Yiji led Lin Qi up the long staircase. Hey, I heard you saved my father yesterday, so today you better stay in the city and not go out to seek death. Although the eldest prince's tone was not very pleasant, he had already regarded Lin Qi as one of their own. You clearly look younger than us, yet you act like a master. The second prince mumbled and turned his gaze to the distance. Neptune was wholeheartedly focused on the battlefield ahead, completely oblivious to what his sons were saying. Oh, there are quite a few familiar faces. Upon reaching the high ground, Lin Qi noticed many acquaintances among the Big Mom pirates below. The 33rd son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Risen. The 18th daughter of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Garrett. In addition, there were several others whom he had never met but could recognize at a glance based on their appearances. The eldest son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Perispero. The 3rd son of the Charlotte family, Charlotte Owen. The 19th son of the Charlotte family, Mondor. The 14th daughter of the Charlotte family, Smoogie. They dispatched 6 executives at once. Among them were also the eldest son Perispero and Smoogie, one of the Suite 4 generals. It was evident that the Big Mom pirates were determined to take Fishman Island. Garrett, Smoogie. Lin Qi's attention was primarily focused on these 2 women. Mainly because they were surrounded by a bunch of odd-looking individuals, it was hard not to attract attention with 2 beauties among them. Smoogie's long legs were truly long. One couldn't help but wonder how Big Mom gave birth to such children, all of whom were almost unseeable. If it were just a genetic issue, there were still a few who were exceptionally beautiful, such as Garrett and Carrot. Besides them, there were thousands of pirates, a massive crowd occupying advantageous terrain. Cannons, flintlock guns, all sorts of weapons were present. Here, this is a telescope, or it will help you see better. The 3rd prince handed Lin Qi a telescope. Thank you. Upon receiving the telescope, his vision instantly transformed from HD to Blu-ray 1086p. Get ready, the Whitebeard pirates are coming. Perispero reminded loudly. Within the Big Mom pirates, Perispero had always played the role of a strategist. His exceptional command ability in warfare stood out. They're coming from the sky. As soon as he finished speaking, a pirate ship flying the Whitebeard flag pierced through the outer membrane of Fishman Island and crashed down from the sky. With a loud bang, the Whitebeard pirates officially made their appearance. Just before landing, the special coating on the ship shattered, and one ship after another landed steadily. Ha, we're here. Marco was always the first to jump off the ship. Following closely were the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Sachi. The captain of the 5th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Vista. The captain of the 7th Division, Cleroy. The captain of the 9th Division, Brunheim. Marco, didn't Whitebeard come in person? Perispero said coldly. Why bother calling Dad? I can handle you all by myself. Marco looked around and retorted, well, you all are at a disadvantage since Katakuri didn't come. You are no match for me. Let's see about that. Kill them. With these words, the air thickened with the scent of gunpowder. At Perispero's command, the deafening roar of cannons erupted as thousands of lower-level pirates charged forward, wielding their long swords. Kill! Kill! Brothers, don't disgrace Dad. Marco shouted, rallying the pirates brought by Whitebeard to charge fearlessly. After the clash of blades, both sides suffered injuries. Tisk, the royal crew is indeed different. The strength and cohesion of their lower-level crew cannot be compared to that of small-time pirates. On the high platform, Lin Qi watched with great interest. If pirates came to battle like this every day, it would make things much easier for their navy. Pineapple Head, I've wanted to beat you up for a long time. Prepare to meet your end. You're the one who's the Pineapple Head. It was a clash of soldiers against soldiers. As Perispero was about to rush up to teach Marco a lesson, he was pulled back mid-flight by a hand. Smokey, what are you doing? You deal with the others, leave Pineapple Head to me. Smokey coolly stated, not waiting for Perispero's response, and stepping in to face little Marco. Am I being rejected? Perispero chuckled, helplessly wondering if all sisters start to dislike their brothers as they grow up. His sister was clearly worried that he wouldn't be able to handle Pineapple Head. He wasn't that weak. You're the one who's Pineapple Head. I won't allow anyone else to call me that. The sibling banter infuriated Marco. He swore he would make them pay. As he charged forward, Smokey continuously plunged his long sword into the bodies of pirates. In just a few seconds, Smokey's 3-meter-long sword was already speared with pirates like candy on a stick. The pirates, pierced by the sword, screamed visibly, turning into dry corpses at an alarming rate, and the sword began to glow with an eerie light. As a user of the juice fruit, Smokey could extract the essence from a human body to enhance his own power. The more people he extracted from, the stronger the boost he received. Though she loved to slack off, she didn't hold back when it was time to exert herself. Should I use that move? Lin Qi squinted his eyes from the stands. Although Smokey was humorously dubbed with a bounty of 900 million for her 800 million legs in the Big Mom Pirates, her strength ranked just below Big Mom and Katakuri. She was one of the top sweet commanders. Zinniai. Smokey swung her sword from a distance, unleashing a massive sword aura with a diameter of hundreds of meters, cutting down countless pirates and traversing most of the battlefield, heading straight for Marco. Any pirate that came into contact with the sword light was utterly obliterated. This crazy woman even attacks her own people. Marco halted his dive, instantly transforming into his phoenix form. Any pirate that came into contact with the sword light was utterly obliterated. This crazy woman even attacks her own people. Marco halted his dive, instantly Neptune felt a sharp pain in his heart. How much would this reconstruction cost? Marco, are you? Several cadres from the Whitebeard crew looked on with concern. The next moment, a brilliant azure flame burst through the rubble, and Marco, half his body enveloped in azure flames, smiled faintly, saying, "If you want to kill me, you're 100 years too early." In an instant, the White crew's spirits were lifted, and they all shouted the name Phoenix. Tisk Marco, your weakness has been revealed. Perispero secretly flicked a syrupy strand that solidified upon contact with Marco's ankle, suddenly yanking him down. As a user of the lick fruit, the syrup he solidified was harder than steel. Good job, brother. Smokey leaped into the air, reaching for Marco, intending to turn Pineapple Head into juice. Bang! The 100-meter-long syrup chain connecting to Marco's ankle was suddenly shattered by a robust figure. Perispero, your opponent is me. The 4th Division Captain Sachi stood in front of Perispero. Who do you think you're, candy virgin? A candy giant like a mountain rose from the ground. Marco, Smokey, Perispero, and Sachi were caught in an intense battle. This Sachi is quite strong. He might end up getting killed by Blackbeard someday, but it would likely be due to an ambush. Lin Qi watched with great interest. Pineapple Head was slightly stronger than Smokey, while Perispero was stronger than Sachi. For a moment, the four were evenly matched. What a pity. While the Phoenix Fruit is at least a mythical Zoan, unfortunately all its talents are invested in defense and recovery. If the battle could drag on for a few days with Marco's endurance, he would surely win, but in the short term it was hard to say. If they could defeat Sachi under Marco's protection without prolonging the fight too long, it would be the Smokey siblings who would win. In a weaker versus stronger scenario, the Phoenix Fruit would frustrate the opponent to the point of questioning their existence. You would find that even though you are stronger than your opponent, you cannot kill them and will be entangled tightly. Conversely, battling those who are only slightly weaker than you will also lead to an inability to quickly end the fight. While the four fought fiercely, the other cadres were not idle. Owen faced off against Flower Sword Vista. Mondor clashed with the 9th Division Captain Blenheim. Lazon and the siblings Jareth went up against the 7th Division Captain Clario. Vista, I am the nemesis of all swordsmen. You better be ready for your sword to melt. Owen's hands turned bright red and steam from the high temperature shot into the sky. As a user of the heat fruit, Owen could melt large swords made of 21 steel. Oh really? Let's see whose hand is quicker, yours or my swords. Deep Haki enveloped the sword, and he twirled his two long swords into indistinct shadows. A big man can just swing his sword. Oh, why all these flowers? Lin Qi watched a burly man with thick chest hair, noting that every time he exerted himself, flowers would inexplicably float around, feeling utterly disgusted. Father, will we be as strong as them in the future? Yes, father. The three princes had their eyes open today. Before today, they had never intuitively felt the strength of humanity like this. They looked at Neptune with immense anticipation. Ha ha, of course you can. Neptune lovingly stroked their heads. Jinbei and Tiger are no weaker than them. You just don't realize the masters around you. The prince's eyes sparkled. Then we must properly consult Mr. Tiger in the future and become top master. The eldest Prince Shark Star had already envisioned himself returning after learning, stepping onto the pinnacle of such a level hardly qualifies as a top master. They are merely barely able to step onto the stage of history. Hearing the conversation of a few people, Lin Qi shook his head and chuckled. What did you say? The second prince turned around, chuckling lowly. What a joke. They are an officer of the 4 Emperor pirate crew, and you say that's just barely qualified. The third prince was infuriated. This human strength was not impressive, yet he could boast. Sharkstar couldn't help but scoff. So you must be very strong yourself. He wanted to put aside his prejudice against Lin Qi for saving his father, but he didn't expect this guy to be so arrogant. I can't say I'm very strong, but taking care of these guys is relatively easy. Lin Qi said modestly. I'm arrogant. The second prince was choked with anger and simply ignored Lin Qi. Sharkstar rolled his eyes in silence. If you were really that capable, why are you still standing here? Why not just go down and drive them all away? The third prince made an even bolder remark. If you were half as strong as them, I would eat shit right here. Ignoring the third prince's attempts to mooch, Lin Qi laughed heartily. I want to go out too, but unfortunately, I still have to protect you guys. Cut it out boasting. Don't be rude to your benefactor. Neptune withdrew his gaze and slapped one of his sons, scaring the others into silence. It doesn't look good. Oh, I clearly remember that Fishman Island was taken by the Whitebeard pirates in the end. Did I remember it wrong? Lin Qi looked suspiciously at the distant battlefield. Flame butter, blazing slash. While others remained in a stalemate, Lazon and the sister-brother duo swiftly defeated the captain of the White Crew's 7th squad. These two are much stronger than when I last encountered them. Lin Qi recalled the scene from when he met the siblings in the West Sea last time. If it weren't for Ka-Air's timely arrival, these two would probably still be stuck in the underwater prison. Since their defeat at Lin Qi's hands that day, the siblings had often undergone brutal training led by their doting family member Ka-Air. Looking back now, they still felt a lingering fear. However, this misfortune brought them unexpected fortune, resulting in a significant increase in strength. Once the battlefield had a clear victor, the balance was immediately shattered. After winning, the siblings immediately went to help others, and the victorious team rapidly grew like a rolling snowball, defeating the remaining members of the White Crew with lightning speed. In the end, only Marco was left struggling. Lick lick. Pineapple Head can't hold on anymore, right? Parasparrow gleefully taunted. Damn it. Marco gritted his teeth in frustration. Marco, don't get caught up in the fight, retreat first. Sachi had already led the defeated pirates back to the ship, ready to ignite the explosives at the ship's tail and break out of Fishman Island. Wait for me, I'll remember today's grudge. Marco knew it wasn't the time to linger in battle and left a few harsh words as he boarded the ship. Smokey and the others watched the Whitebeard pirates leave, not pursuing them. Mama's mission was to seize Fishman Island. Forcibly killing the other party's officers would provoke a full-scale war between the White Crew and the Big Mom pirates. This was the last thing they wanted to see. Meanwhile, Neptune's family put down their binoculars. It seems the Big Mom pirates have won. Let's prepare to build a lot of desert workshops on Fishman Island. To survive long in this perilous era of great pirates, Neptune had his own way of dealing with the world. Whitebeard and Jinbei were friends. He hoped that in the end the ones who would win would be the White Crew. However, if he could simply exchange some desserts for the protection of the Big Mom pirates, that wouldn't be out of the question. After all, any random mermaid could fetch over 100 million berries in the black market. The mermaids would prefer to work hard rather than be captured. Without powerful military deterrence, those slave traders wouldn't care if you were a member of the world government. Logically speaking, Lin Qi should be happy that he completed the mission assigned by Sengoku, but he couldn't bring himself to feel happy at all. Shouldn't the White Crew have won? Did I remember wrong? Or is there something else about to happen? Lin Qi's brows furrowed. Just then a notification sounded. Ding. New life choice triggered. Task option 1, correct history and help the White Crew obtain ownership of Fishman Island. Reward flowing cherry-colored Haki proficiency level 1. Next appearance of the Tom option doubles luck. Task option 2, defeat the pirates present with overwhelming strength. Reward Sharingan double Tomo Tom upgrade original piece. Note: first there is Tom, then there is heaven, splitting trees in the crotch like a god. Task option 3, as an LSB, how can you let go of those legs worth 800 million? Kidnap Smokey. Reward 3 stocking production factories. Lin Qi's thoughts flashed through the 3 options. Indeed, this world also has stockings. Not only black stockings, but also white fishnet leopard print and python print. The third option seemed to offer 3 stocking factories, but in reality, it was like giving a wife. However, system, you are trying to deceive a gentleman with petty schemes. You are the real LSP. Lin Qi disdainfully skipped this option. Was it that his Tina was no longer appealing, or that Sister Peach Rabbit was not good-looking, or that Robin was not intellectual enough? As for the second option, Lin Qi envisioned that lazy cat showing off its small fish jerky with a little belly. It would be unrealistic to expect this lazy cat to fight unless it was forced with a knife, otherwise it would be more believable to trust that pigs could fly. Moreover, this time, there were double Tomos. If the reward's luck doubled, wouldn't the next time bring out a kaleidoscope Tom? Referring to the last candle fruit, this doubling would definitely yield something good. System, I choose option 1. Ding. Task accepted successfully. Sengoku, it's not that I want to take action, it's just that this reward is too tempting. Silently apologizing to Sengoku in his heart, he called out to the family that was about to leave the high platform. King Neptune, judging by your appearance, you must want the Whitebeard pirates to gain ownership of Fishman Island, right? Hearing Lin Qi say this, Neptune knew the other party was definitely not speaking aimlessly. Could it be that the Navy was willing to intervene? Oh, do you have a way? Although I am not talented, I am still a major in the military. and regard those mere tens of thousands of pirates down there as insignificant. If your majesty the king wishes, I can help you deal with the Big Mom pirates. Neptune was instantly disappointed. Mr. Lin Qi, you must be joking. Looking at Lin Qi's serious expression, Neptune couldn't continue. This guy, he can't be serious, right? After all, he was his savior. He couldn't let the other party die here. Just as Neptune was deep in thought, trying to figure out how to politely refuse, the Shark Star brothers burst into laughter. Ha ha, this is the funniest joke I've heard this year. I mean, little brother, it's fine to brag sometimes, but making such grand claims at this moment will only harm yourself. Don't be unhappy. If you hadn't saved my father, we wouldn't care about your life at all. Seeing how young you are, you must have connections in the Navy. Otherwise, how could you possibly become a vice admiral? It's obvious you're setting sail for the first time. You don't even know the power of the Big Mom pirates. Let me tell you, even if you're just a rookie, a few seasoned vice admirals wouldn't fare any better. The Shark Star brothers chimed in one after the other. Despite the harsh words, their intentions were good. Princess Yuki apologized, saying, I apologize for their rudeness. They mean no harm, and hope you won't be upset. Princess Yuki only apologized after the brothers finished speaking, wanting Lin Qi to understand the harshness of reality and to dissuade him from self-destructive thoughts. Lin Qi smiled and shook his head. I am not a petty person. How could I bicker with three princes? He looked at the Shark Star brothers. So if I truly defeat the Big Mom pirates, what will you do? Taking on the mission is one thing. I can't miss out on the big cake, that is Fishman Island. The benefits must be maximized. Ha ha ha, if you really succeed, I would even acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. The Shark Star said, if you succeed henceforth, whenever my brothers and I see you, we will definitely call you Big Brother, said the second prince. The third prince was much simpler. I'll eat shit. The two older brothers looked at the third prince in shock. Even if they knew he could win, those who dared to say they would eat shit were truly ruthless. The three brothers spoke so quickly that when Princess Yuki wanted to stop them, they had already finished. All right, this is what you said. A man's word is his bond. I will not go back on it. Before anyone could react, Lin Qi had already dashed out. Look at what you three have done, Mr. Lin Qi is going to die, and you all owe me an apology. Neptune said angrily, slapping one of them hard. The three brothers covered their faces, looking bewildered. They thought they were just joking, certain the other party wouldn't dare to actually go through with it. But now he really went out. Meanwhile, on the other side, having defeated the Whitebeard pirates, smugglers, and a group of cadres gathered together with smiles. This time we completed Mama's mission. She will definitely reward us when we return. That's right, we have achieved great merit this time. Haha, I'd say the Whitebeard pirates are nothing special. Lick, that pineapple head is just a first-team captain. He's far inferior to the second brother. Lick, something seems to be approaching from the sky. Parasparrow, the most alert, was the first to spot Lin Qi's figure. Not good. Quickly dodge, that thing is going to crash down. Parasparrow's expression changed drastically as he transformed sugar syrup into springs, launching all the brothers and sisters around him away. In the next moment, with a loud bang, a beast nearly 10 meters tall crashed down. The surroundings trembled as if an earthquake had occurred. Once the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw the terrifying beast inside. What a horrifying existence it was. Its exposed skin was covered in dragon scale-like tattoos, with vital areas protected by sparse dragon scales. The twisting long horns on its head seemed ready to pierce the heavens, and the backward-facing spikes at the joints looked chilling. In the distance, the Shark Star brothers, holding binoculars, were nearly scared to death. Is that Lin Qi? So terrifying, he's so powerful. He wouldn't hold a grudge, would he? Shark Star felt that the aura emanating from him was more terrifying than any sea king he had ever encountered. The other party could probably crush him into a pulp with a single punch. Mr. Lin Qi is not that petty, Princess Yuki reassured the three. Of course, that's if you keep your promise. Princess Yuki intended to take this opportunity to let her sons learn a lesson, to understand that one should not judge people by their appearance and not underestimate anyone. Remembering the words they had just said, the three princes looked worse than crying. Especially the third prince, who had said he would eat shit. But facing that monster, the third prince shivered. Suddenly, he felt that eating shit didn't seem so bad after all. What a Lin Qi, he almost tricked even me. Neptune's eyes sparkled as he approached the edge of the platform, his hope reigniting. Could it be that this young man truly possessed the strength to rival the Big Mom pirates? Cough, cough, cough. Parasparrow waved away the smoke in front of him, finally seeing the figure descending from the sky. Kaido. Kaido. Faced with that imposing figure, Parasparrow's expression turned fearful as he retreated several steps. Look closely, long-tongued monster. Kaido is nothing like this general. Lin Qi was quite displeased that he was always mistaken for Kaido during his half-beast transformation. By lineage, the Azure Dragon fruit was from the same generation as the Candlelight fruit. If anyone resembled anyone, it was Kaido, resembling him all right. With a sharp sound, the 5-meter-long Long Yuan was unsheathed, its unique brilliance tearing through the earth. Damn, when did such a monster appear on the sea again? Parasparrow looked alarmed. Every strong person has their own aura. Facing these strong individuals, it is not easy for an ordinary person to muster the courage to challenge them. In the presence of this individual, Parasparrow felt a sensation akin to facing his mother during a hunger crisis. Do you know who we are? We are the big MOM pirates. He raised his hand to stop his eager younger siblings. His instincts told Parasparrow that it would be best not to engage with this person. Otherwise they would die. Withdraw from Fishman Island obediently, and I can spare you for the sake of Lin Lin. Although fighting against the four emperors would be inevitable, it was not the right time. If Lin Qi were to take all these individuals down, what awaited him would be a relentless pursuit by the entire emperor's faction. A crazed Big Mom pirates posed an immeasurable threat. At that point, his country, his people, and even himself would encounter the wrath of the entire underworld and the Big Mom pirates. Even now, the Navy and the world government dared not act recklessly, fearing to disrupt the balance of the sea and provoke retaliation. Sorry, Fishman Island is a command from Mama. We cannot retreat without a fight. Parasparrow drew his staff ready for a fight to the death. You are Lin Qi. The Navy. Suddenly someone in the crowd recognized Lin Qi. Garrett fixed his gaze on Lin Qi, having seen this figure in his nightmares countless times. If not for the half-beast transformation, he would have recognized him immediately. Sister, you must be mistaken. The same Raisin who had suffered a beating from Lin Qi in the East Blue looked at his sister in disbelief. Since that day of the beating, they had investigated the Navy's information through the underground world. At that time, Lin Qi wasn't even a major. The thought of being beaten by a mere junior Navy officer was humiliating. That's right, I would recognize him, even if he turned to ashes. Garrett's beautiful face tightened her silver teeth. She would never forget the humiliation Lin Qi brought her that day. Was it you who bullied my sister last time? Si Muji stepped forward with her long legs. This time, there was no way to avoid a fight. She would not let go of anyone who had harmed her family. Everyone be careful, Katakuri said. This guy is quite powerful. Katakuri rarely gave such high praise to anyone. His words likely hinted at something he foresaw using his observation Haki. Everyone heightened their vigilance, ready for battle. There were 6 of them, and their opponent was alone. They didn't believe they couldn't defeat him. Parasparrow signaled, and the surrounding pirates surged forward like a swarm. Don't move yet to let the underlings test his abilities first. Using the weak to wear down the enemy's stamina was a common tactic of Parasparrow. Even if the opponent was strong, after killing the 8 or 9,000 pirates present, he would surely be exhausted. By then it wouldn't be too late for him to reap the rewards of victory. Kill. Lord Parasparrow said those who kill the enemy will be richly rewarded. A charge. The bloodthirsty pirates treated Lin Qi like a prized catch, scrambling with weapons to attack. Bang! Bang! In the distance, cannons roared with hundreds of cannonballs falling from the sky. Truly a talented bunch. Lin Qi raised Long Yuan with one arm, lightly swinging it, and a colossal slash instantly cleared the hundreds of pirates in front of him. Even the cannonballs in the air turned to dust. Points 3,278. The long-lost system notification sounded, and Lin Qi squinted his eyes, dismissing the thought of using Conqueror's Haki to clear the battlefield. Simply knocking them out wouldn't yield points. He needed to continue fighting. The other pirates had already been frightened into a stupor. They never imagined their opponent could be so formidable. With just one move, he had dispatched hundreds of pirates. That was hundreds of living lives. It seemed so effortless, as if he were merely taking a leisurely stroll. Such an opponent was simply stronger than any enemy they had encountered before. Don't be afraid, he's just one person. With so many of us, he's doomed. Yes, we have the numbers. All together, he's finished. The pirates steeled themselves and charged at him once more. Lin Qi sneered, swinging Long Yuan. Where the sword light passed, blood splattered, and dozens of pirates fell screaming. Lin Qi showed no mercy, striking down repeatedly. He employed no skills, merely repeating the slash of his blade time and again. In just 5 minutes, 3,000 to 4,000 pirates had perished at his hands. The points notification in his mind kept ringing. Points 5. Points 26. Points 16,705. So tough. Even my weapon coated with Haki can't break his skin. Just as a pirate charged in, his head was crushed by a giant hand. This is bad. The power of this enemy cannot be compensated by numbers. Run. After losing several thousand companions, the pirates finally grasped the severity of the situation and turned to flee. But it was already too late. Lin Qi dashed forward like a tempest, instantly catching up to a few fleeing pirates, grabbing their shoulders and tossing them. A few figures flew into the air, crashing hard against the wall. The sounds of bones cracking and screams echoed. Lin Qi did not relent, pursuing another pirate and delivering a lethal blow. With a sharp sound, blood sprayed. The pirate's head soared high, turning into a rain of blood in the air. What kind of monster is this? The remaining pirates were terrified by the scenes unfolding before them. This guy was too brutal. How could they possibly fight him? Bastards. Don't let them escape. Get back here. Parasparrow shouted angrily. Forget him, run. While there are still others to take the fall, we need to run quickly. If they fled now, even if they would be punished later, they still had a chance to survive. Staying behind meant certain death. The remaining pirates fled forward while glancing back in terror. They were horrified to find that all the pirates behind them had been killed. Lin Qi was still right behind them, having caught up in the blink of an eye. He floated behind the pirates like a ghost. With every shift in position, he took the lives of a group of them. I surrender. I beg you to spare me. The remaining pirates could no longer withstand the pressure and knelt down, pleading for mercy. I refuse. Lin Qi expressionlessly lifted Long Yuan and swept it across, sending flesh and blood flying. The remaining pirates all let out a final scream and fell to the ground. His figure moved like a phantom, flickering back and forth in the scene. With the last pirate falling beneath his sword, only 6 officers from the Big Mom pirates remained alive. They all stared, wide-eyed shock etched on their faces as they gazed at this terrifying man. Perospero had intended to use the weak to wear down the opponent's stamina, but to have killed 8 or 9,000 in less than 15 minutes was simply too exaggerated. Next, it's your turn. The bloodied Long Yuan was pointed at Perospero and the others. Perospero's face darkened. He never imagined they had kicked a steel plate this time. The man's strength was far greater than he had imagined. He had originally thought that his numerical advantage would give him a better chance of winning. Who would have thought that all of his men were mere cannon fodder? A group of useless fools without any combat ability. A bunch of idiots who couldn't even wear down the man's stamina. Looking at Lin Qi, who showed no signs of fatigue, one could hardly believe he had just killed 8 or 9,000 people. In the distance on the high platform, Nipton Princess Otoheim and the Shark Star brothers witnessed Lin Qi's one-sided massacre. One man slaughtered tens of thousands of pirates. Just how strong was this man? Nipton was utterly shocked. How had he never heard of such a navy before? So powerful. If only I had such a formidable fishman, why would I need protection from others? Shark Star muttered in disbelief, his eyes filled with shock and fear. At that moment, he suddenly realized he had made a mistake, a very foolish mistake. Had he known the opponent was so strong, he should have knelt down to pay his respects the first time they met. Even learning just one hint of his abilities would have been worthwhile. Now, reflecting on his previous behavior, Shark Star wished he could slap himself twice. The second prince's small eyes were filled with shock. The bloody scene brought him immense shock, with thousands of corpses lying haphazardly on the ground, resembling a purgatory of carnage. He was now incredibly grateful that Lin Qi had a good temper and hadn't killed him for his earlier insolence. The second prince pondered deeply about how he could attach himself to such a powerful figure. The third prince stuttered, "Let him be my brother-in-law. I don't want to put in any more effort." "Stop your rambling. We are the pirate crew standing atop the pinnacle of the sea. We have no fear of you." Perospero waved his hands and layers of syrup crashed towards them like ocean waves. At the same time, he stomped his left foot heavily on the ground, causing a crystalline shield to rise from the earth, trapping Lin Qi inside layer upon layer. Here it comes, Perospero's candy heat wave and candy wall. The hardness of the candy wall is even greater than steel. Once the syrup is infused, the person inside will suffocate to death within 3 minutes. Owen explained. Lick lick, prepare to become amber candy. Faced with ordinary people, Perospero unleashed a layer of To deal with Lin Qi, he used 100 times more syrup than usual this time. In the original story, he used this move to eliminate 2 of Luffy's companions. Harder than steel. Lin Qi drew his long sword Long Yuan, and with a light slash, the shield formed from candy shattered like paper. He then leaped high into the air, dodging the subsequent candy heat wave. Nanny. Perospero was taken aback. The syrup that had bound the pineapple head last time was broken because there was too little of it. This time he had clearly provided enough syrup, yet it still broke. This was absurd. How powerful could his opponent be to cut through a meter-thick layer of syrup? Brother, I'm coming. Smuggy drew his sword to attack Lin Qi, but was stopped by Perospero. Don't go in. Be careful not to hurt yourself. Rain of destruction. He crafted a bow from candy and conjured several arrows from his hands, releasing a rain of arrows into the sky. The dense barrage sought to turn Lin Qi into a pincushion. A mere trick. He waved Long Yuan lightly, stirring up a raging wind that swept all the arrows off to the side. Now it's my turn to attack. The long sword suddenly stood upright, cloaked in a pitch-black armed color, a murderous aura quietly enveloping Perospero. Demon Chi Azura triple, hell blazing tiger. With a roar as the sword descended, a black tiger entangled in demon energy burst forth from the blade, roaring as it pounced on Perospero. Lick lick, candy virgin. Perospero raised his cane, forming a wall of candy shaped like a dog's head in front of him for defense. Puff. The defense formed by Perospero shattered under the strike like tofu, and he was sent flying, spitting blood and losing consciousness, not knowing how many bones he had broken. Brother. Scorching butter. Swift fire slash. Garrett and Rizan were filled with rage, unleashing their strongest attacks towards Lin Qi. You two take a nap, first Thunder 8 trigrams. The iron element took the form of a wolf fawn club in Lin Qi's hands, and with one swing he knocked the two of them out cold, making them roll their eyes and fall from the air. Owen and Smuggy hurriedly caught the fallen duo. Do you all in the pirate crew want to continue fighting? Lin Qi looked down at Smuggy and the others. We're leaving. Smuggy bit his lip in reluctance, giving the order to retreat. Owen wanted to persist, but seeing his unconscious comrades, he knew they had no choice but to retreat. The Whitebeard pirates were still watching from afar. With the presence of this demon king, Fishman Island was destined to have no connection with them. The few of them supported their unconscious comrades escaping in a disheveled state. Remembering their arrival with thousands of men so grand, they now felt like lost dogs after being beaten. Neptune's expression changed drastically as he looked in shock towards Lin Qi. With the strength of a single person, he slaughtered nearly 10,000 pirates and forcibly repelled 6 cadres of the Big Mom pirates. Such strength is comparable to that of an admiral. Achieving admiral-level power at such a young age, his future is boundless. Neptune was determined to respect this lifesaver even more from now on, ensuring to strengthen the relationship between him and Fishman Island. Having a friend like him within the Navy is extremely important. It's a pity that Shirahoshi is still young, otherwise marrying her to Lin Qi would be a splendid choice. Daughters always need to marry. If she marries someone else, Neptune worries about whether that person can protect Shirahoshi. If her partner is Lin Qi, there would be no problem. The Sharkstar brothers were utterly impressed by the strength Lin Qi displayed. From today onward, Lin Qi would be their true big brother. Whatever he says goes. Princess Odoheim looked at Lin Qi with a gaze full of thoughts, unsure of what she was thinking. Pineapple Head, come here. Lin Qi's voice rang sharply across the battlefield, reaching Marco's ears. Marco, he's calling you over. Do you know him? What the hell? Marco had witnessed Lin Qi's earlier battle, hesitating whether to approach. What if the other side turned hostile? He couldn't handle that. Marco, aren't you angry he called you Pineapple Head? Hee, I'm not stupid. Marco forced a smile. Angry. He would have to be able to fight back, otherwise it would just be futile rage. Seeing Marco hesitate to come over, Lin Qi simply jumped onto their ship. Seeing the tense expressions of everyone, Lin Qi patted Marco on the shoulder. Pineapple Head, tell them not to be nervous. Looking up at Lin Qi's imposing figure, Marco's eyes twitched. He thought to himself that he looked like a child standing before Lin Qi. If they were nervous, he was even more so. Pineapple Head, regarding the ownership of Fishman Island, I think it's better for your Whitebeard pirates to handle it. Neither the Navy nor he could take control of Fishman Island due to political reasons. It would be better to use it to accomplish their mission. Huh? What did you say? Marco doubted his hearing. Did the other party work so hard to drive away the Big Mom pirates just to hand over Fishman Island to them? You heard me right. Hang up Whitebeard's flag on Fishman Island as soon as possible. If any mermaids are captured by slave traders, I'll hold you accountable. Thank you. Marco felt as if he were dreaming. He was at home, yet unexpectedly received an entire Fishman Island. If it were really like this, regardless of being called Pineapple Head, even if they slapped his face, he would willingly offer his face. The other members of the Whitebeard pirates were also stunned by Lin Qi's words. Sachi was completely dazed. All right, you all quickly take over Fishman Island. Ooh, I have matters to attend to, so I won't accompany you. Lin Qi departed. Ding. Congratulations on completing the mission. Your mastery level of flowing cherry color domineering has increased by 1. The luck value of the upcoming Tom option will double. After a fierce battle, his points had once again returned to 6 digits. Returning to the Fishman Royal Palace, the 3 princes rushed over, eagerly gazing at Lin Qi, as if he were an idol. Brother Lin Qi, you're back. Yes, I'm back. The rapid changes in the 3 of them made Lin Qi feel a bit unaccustomed. He wanted to say, I still prefer the way you used to be, unruly and wild. Brother Lin Qi, are you tired? I'll have someone come to give you a massage. Brother Lin Qi, are you hungry? I have delicious food. Brother Lin Qi, do you need a wife? As long as you say the word, I'll send a few mermaid girls to you right away. Brother Lin Qi, from now on you are our true elder brother. Can I really refuse to eat shit? After witnessing Lin Qi's strength, the 3 princes underwent a complete change in attitude. They used to look down on Lin Qi, but after witnessing his terrifying power, they all transformed into his little fans. The fishmen since ancient times have been a race that reveres strength and wildness. Please wait, princes. I have something to discuss with King Neptune. Lin Qi walked past the princes to stand beside Neptune, saying, I have fulfilled the promise I made to the king. Thank you, you are our eternal friend of Fishman Island, and I offer you my highest respect. Neptune, the dignified ruler of a nation, willingly bowed to Lin Qi, looking at him with a complex expression. That is the notorious Big Mom pirates, one of the 4 emperors, yet they were truly defeated by a single person. Initially, he thought the young man was just brash, exchanging boasts with his sons. Who would have thought that such a young Navy officer about the same age as his children would possess such terrifying strength? Neptune couldn't help but sigh. Truly the sea is teeming with talents. You even let people stand here. At that moment, Princess Odoheim walked over, playfully scolding him. Due to Lin Qi's slaughter of over 10,000 pirates, his body was splattered with blood. Yes, I see I was negligent. Neptune called for his subordinates with annoyance. Come take Mr. Lin Qi to wash up and rest. Tonight, I will hold a banquet in the palace to specifically thank Mr. Lin Qi. Inform the civil and military officials, they all must come. Yes, Your Majesty. The guards looked at Lin Qi with awe. Please follow me, sir. Rest well, you are a benefactor of our Fishman Island. Princess Odoheim smiled. Comforting in the natural hot spring, a soft mist quietly rose as Lin Qi soaked in it, comfortably exhaling a deep sigh. Sir, is this strength sufficient? Several mermaid maidens, their faces flushed, knelt in the pool, using their delicate fingers to provide Lin Qi with a massage. Sir, is this strength sufficient? Several mermaid maidens, their faces flushed, knelt in the pool, using their delicate fingers to provide Lin Qi with the shark stars. Lin Qi took the towel offered by the maid and wrapped it around his waist lazily, saying, let them in. Yes. The three shark brothers swam in with smiles on their faces. Brother Lin Qi, is your soak still comfortable? Speak, what do you want from me? Lin Qi wiped his face with the towel handed by the mermaid. Without needing to ask, he could tell from their eager expressions that they certainly had something to request. One couldn't help but wonder how these three princes were acting like lapdogs. Since Brother Lin Qi has asked, well, just say it directly. The third prince rubbed his hands together. He'll speak, you go aside. The eldest prince playfully swatted his younger brother away, grinning as he knelt on the ground before Lin Qi with a thud. The nearby mermaid maidens were stunned. Is this still that arrogant eldest prince? Brother Lin Qi, please teach us your skills. Teach you? Actually, Tiger is quite strong, why seek me? Shark Star shook his head. Though our strength is weak, we can see that Tiger's strength is absolutely inferior to yours. Looking at the three in front of him, Lin Qi fell into deep thought. In fact, the talents of these three are not bad after all. They have Princess Odoheim as their mother and a sister who is a sea king. Though the three brothers in the future may not be weak compared to their mother's talent and their sister's extraordinary abilities, they fall significantly short. They could definitely be stronger. The main reasons are their arrogance and the fact that they have not been guided by renowned masters like Zephyr and Rayleigh. If you want me to teach you, the prerequisite is to let Charlie come with me to leave Fishman Island. The mermaid Charlie is an 18-year-old diviner. Her divination abilities are unmatched in the world. When she says 2, no one dares to say 1. Her predictions are 100 accurate, and she successfully predicted the coming of the Great Pirate Era when she was only 3 years old. Moreover, like Robin, she will grow into a charming and alluring woman. Having such an extraordinary being at your side would surely save a lot of trouble. Besides, she is also the half-sister of the fishman Arlong. Unlike Arlong, she has been very interested in humans since she was young. The Shark Star brothers exchanged glances, falling into hesitation. Don't be fooled by Charlie being only 18 years old. Even their father would have to show her some respect. Charlie's status on Fishman Island has reached its peak after successfully predicting various significant events over the years. We are willing to give it a try, Shark Star said with determination. No matter how difficult it is, they want to learn. All right, I will await your good news. Lin Qi closed his eyes and lay back in the hot spring as the three princes resolutely left. Brother Tiger, since you are here, come out now. After the three brothers left, Lin Qi suddenly opened his eyes. Your observation, Haki, is truly remarkable. I can't compare. Tiger flipped over and emerged from behind a screen. You all can leave now. Tiger waved his hand at the mermaid. Yes, Lord Tiger. The mermaid maidens filed out. What do you need from me? I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Is it possible we've met? Tiger voiced a question that had been hidden in his heart. Brother Tiger has a good memory. Lin Qi did not conceal his identity in front of Tiger. One, because Tiger, like Jinbei, is quite righteous and belongs to the kind who would never betray their benefactor. 2, Tiger is still a fugitive hiding on Fishman Island, unable to go anywhere. The world government would not believe a fugitive's words. 3, he wanted to tell Tiger to raise his favorability while staying on Fishman Island. Having such a fishman around daily would surely increase Fishman Island's favorability towards him. You ate the Zoan-type devil fruit I gave you, right? It's you, Brother Nighthawk. Tiger suddenly realized everything. No wonder he felt an inexplicable familiarity in his mind. He has the Zoan-type devil fruit, and besides Arlong and Jinbei, only Nighthawk knew about it. Thanks to you I managed to survive. Seeing his savior, Tiger could not contain his excitement, saying, come tonight, we won't stop drinking until we drop. You truly have foresight. I initially wondered how someone would want to give a fishman a devil fruit. Later, it truly is delightful. That night, Neptune held a grand banquet in the palace to entertain Lin Qi. All the civil and military ministers were present along with Marco, who had not yet departed. Dozens of people were seated around a long table as mermaid maidens continuously brought forth exquisite dishes and fine wines. Neptune raised his glass to Lin Qi, saying, you are the benefactor of our Fishman Island. I drink to you. To the hero, The ministers raised their glasses in unison and downed their drinks. Marco, rarely serious, lifted his glass and said thank you this time. Our Whitebeard pirates owe you a favor. It was just a small effort, you are all being polite. Lin Qi smiled and emptied his cup. After a day and night of feasting, Lin Qi was escorted to his guest room to rest. In a half-asleep state, Lin Qi seemed to see several partially concealed mermaid maidens entering. Instantly awake, his interest was piqued. Good Neptune is considerate, knowing I love to study knowledge. Please show mercy, my lord. The partially concealed garments slipped down their shoulders as several mermaid maidens shyly climbed onto the large bed. Just as Lin Qi was discussing philosophy with the mermaid maidens, the three factions learned about the situation on Fishman Island through the Den Mushi. Their reactions varied. What? You say that kid slaughtered over 10,000 pirates on Fishman Island and single-handedly defeated 6 cadres of the Big Mom pirates? Sengoku listened to the news coming from the Den Mushi, doubting whether his ears were malfunctioning. Haha, what happened, Sengoku? I can hear your commotion even from outside. Kapu, holding a rice cracker, kicked open the door with a bang and swaggered in. That kid Lin Qi, I sent him to protect the royal family of Fishman Island, and guess what he did? Sengoku's voice unconsciously rose a few notches. That kid nearly wiped out the Big Mom pirates sent over. Haha, I think that's no problem. Solving the issue at its root, don't you see the royal family members are safe now? Sengoku's expression darkened. That rascal Kapu had already thought up an excuse for that scoundrel. What worries me is whether that madwoman Lin will go to war with the Navy. This time the Navy had offended Big Mom quite severely. Since entering the era of great pirates, piracy had become more rampant. Currently, the Navy was not in a position to engage in war with an Emperor's faction, fearing to provoke the nerves of other Emperor factions. TCH Sengoku, when did you become so timid? Back when you were a general, you weren't like this. Don't worry, Lin isn't foolish, if she won't act rashly. Fortunately, Lin Qi didn't kill the cadres as well, otherwise I would have already prepared for war. Sengoku's tone suddenly changed. Speaking of which, annihilating over 10,000 elite pirates at once is a rare feat, even in large-scale battles. He has indeed achieved great merit this time. I just calculated the merits this kid has accumulated. Aside from being somewhat inexperienced, he is already qualified for a promotion to Admiral in terms of strength and military accomplishments. You want to promote Lin Qi to Admiral out of turn? Kapu paused his snacking on rice crackers, his brow furrowed. While pirates have been too rampant in recent years and Kizaru has to shoulder the guard duties for the scientific corps, we are severely short on manpower. I think the Navy should have a 4th admiral now. Will the world government agree? Kapu asked. The quota of 3 admirals was a specification set by the world government for the Navy. To expand, they also needed to seek the world government's approval first. They'll give it a try. They lost quite a few celestial dragons in recent years, so I think they will agree. The matter at Navy headquarters came to a close. On Cake Island, damn brat, I will kill him. Big Mom, upon learning the news, fell into a complete rage, raising her hand to snatch away the souls of over 100 pirates. In a bloodthirsty frenzy, Big Mom wanted to continue her slaughter, her fierce expression scaring the surrounding pirates to flee in all directions. Just then, Chiffon and Katakuri arrived with a cart full of rare desserts, slightly calming Big Mom's fury. Katakuri was the kind of person who would appear at the first moment when his family was in need. Mother, that Lin Qi is a Navy person. Given his strength, it is indeed not easy for us to kill him. We have other 4 emperors as our enemies. Oh, why not try a different approach? I have a plan. Katakuri, what plan? Big Mom asked, squinting her eyes while eating the desserts. Even though Katakuri was her son, she would not easily let him off if he displeased her. I have investigated this person. Besides being a Navy officer, he is also a king. Why don't we? Mama, good idea. I want to infuriate that bunch of bastards. Hearing Katakuri's suggestion, Big Mom laughed heartily, her mood instantly lifting. Once Galette returns, you take her along for a visit. Yes, mother. On the Moby Dick, Gulalala Lin Qi, what an interesting little fellow. I wonder if he would be willing to be my son. Whitebeard gulped down a bottle of liquor, laughing heartily. The pirates on the ship twitched their mouths. Dad still likes to take those he likes as sons. This time it was even more outrageous. The other party was a Navy officer. Oh, and a vice admiral comparable to an admiral. The scene returned to Fishman Island. As dawn broke, Lin Qi put on his pants and stepped down from the large bed. On the bed lay the bodies of mermaid maidens scattered in various positions. They were all exhausted from last night, leading to their continued slumber. Lord Lin Qi, the king requests your presence. Got it. Following the attendant, he arrived inside the palace. Upon seeing Lin Qi, King Neptune wore a knowing expression, teasingly saying, Mr. Lin Qi, did you enjoy ahem? It was quite nice with a unique flavor. Lin Qi's face reddened as he noticed that aside from Tiger, Jinbei was also present, yet he had to pretend he didn't know him. Who is this? I am Jinbei. I have long admired your name, Lord Lin Qi. Thank you for your help to Fishman Island. Jinbei stood up to shake hands, not looking down on Lin Qi due to his youth. Hello. The 3 sat down, and Neptune stated his request. Everyone knows about Hody Jones and Vander Decken 9. I would like to ask the three to eliminate them. Killing the two of them is easy. The difficult part is that they come and go without a trace. How can we draw them out? Jinbei said with a serious expression. If it weren't for necessity, he truly did not wish to have the blood of comrades on his hands. But those two had gone too far, inciting enmity between Fishman Island and humans, reaching a level of madness. If they are not eliminated in a day, they will remain a disaster. The air suddenly fell silent. The two of them, like frightened mice, did not know which corner to hide in, and there was no good way to coax them out. I do have a method, though I'm not sure if it will work. Lin Qi intended to give a heads up to the others in advance, as long as we can resolve the major threat from Fishman Island, we are willing to try any means. Neptune harbored an intense hatred for Jones and Dakin 9. It's simple. As far as I know, both of them have a deep obsession with Princess Bai Xing. As long as we use Princess Bai Xing as bait, I believe it won't be a problem to lure them out. Since the year Bai Xing turned 6, Dakin 9 had fallen deeply in love with her after being summoned by her cries, and he was never able to extricate himself. He possessed an extremely strong sense of possessiveness and jealousy, forbidding any other males from coming into contact with Bai Xing. Lin Qi also knew that this guy hadn't washed his right hand for a full decade since he held Bai Xing's hand just once. Having witnessed Bai Xing's powers, Jones would not miss any opportunity to eliminate her. Damn it, a perverted, lowly lover, Lin Qi internally complained. No way. Neptune immediately rejected without hesitation. What kind of joke is this? Bai Xing is my most beloved daughter. I won't take risks with her. Bang! The door was suddenly pushed open, and little Bai Xing, who had been hiding behind it, rushed in regardless of her brother's attempts to stop her. The 7-year-old Bai Xing mustered her courage and said in a baby voice, "Father, I can do it. Let me be the bait." Nonsense. How did you get out? It's so dangerous outside. I came out on my own. Bai Xing looked flustered. She wouldn't betray her 3 elder brothers. Her 3 brothers had said that a human hero had recently appeared on Fishman Island, which piqued her curiosity. Thus, the innocent little Bai Xing was tricked out of the hard-shell tower by her 3 unscrupulous brothers. The Shark Stars had good intentions, believing that their sister shouldn't be cooped up in the hard-shell tower all day, as her personality had been growing weaker lately. With Lin Qi around, they did not think their sister would be in any danger after coming out. Seeing the 3 brothers sneak in from behind, Neptune instantly guessed the truth. You brats take your sister back right now. Seeing their father get angry, Shark Star shrank his neck in fear and grabbed Bai Xing to return her. No. Bai Xing suddenly broke free of her brother's grip, rushing in front of Neptune, her tears falling. Father, I have been cared for by everyone for these years, and I don't want to be a burden to everyone anymore. Seeing his daughter cry, Neptune's heartstrings were painfully tugged. Tiger also stepped forward to assure, I guarantee that unless I die, no one can harm Princess Bai Xing. Everyone present was touched by this kind-hearted little girl. Me too, Jinbei said. I will protect little Bai Xing well. Lin Qi looked up at the formidable tall Bai Xing and thought, is she really only 7? He silently adjusted his height back to 6 meters. Bai Xing, filled with curiosity, secretly observed Lin Qi. This was the great hero her brothers spoke of. All right, I agree to your terms. Neptune gritted his teeth. Mister Lin Qi, you decide what to do, and we will. It's simple. Dakin 9 wants to marry Bai Xing, so we find someone to pretend to marry her. I don't believe he can resist that. Mary. Bai Xing blushed, suddenly not knowing what she was thinking. It's just pretending. Neptune smiled to comfort his little daughter, thinking this idea was not bad. So who will play the groom? Everyone's gaze turned to Lin Qi. Hey, why are you looking at me? You can't be thinking of making me the groom, right? I'm too old. Dakin 9 definitely won't. Tiger said. I'm ugly and not worthy of Princess Bai Xing, Jinbei added innocently. Ahem, I think whoever came up with the idea should be responsible for it. Don't you all agree? Neptune said. Right. Everyone nodded frantically. Good, so it's all on me, huh? Lin Qi, you shouldn't back down. You're the strongest here, and only you can protect my sister closely. I can rest easy with you around. Oh, now that I look closely, I see how handsome you are, big brother. You and my sister are simply a match made in heaven. The second prince flattered, regardless of how red Bai Xing's face was getting. All right, I'll do it, Lin Qi said, patting Bai Xing on the head. Stay by my side. Big brother will ensure your... Bai Xing softly replied, her voice barely above a whisper. Thank you, Mr. Lin Qi. Feeling the warmth of the hand on her head, Bai Xing's face grew hotter, and a faint wisp of white smoke floated from her head as she nearly fainted from shyness. Ding. Detected that the host is capturing the heart of the 8th little lowly. Reward title: Lowly Killer. Little Lolas will unconsciously feel fondness for you. A question mark slowly floated above Lin Qi's head. System come out. Oh, I promise not to kill you. Ding. Detected that a new life option has appeared. Choice 1: Fully pursue Bai Xing. Reward: Tom Cat 3 Tomo Sharingan template. Choice 2: Complete marriage with Bai Xing and eliminate anyone who disrupts the wedding. Reward: Tom Cat Swordmaster template. Choice 3: Kidnap little Bai Xing a wife should be cultivated from a young age. Reward Tom Cat Astronaut Template. System Are you even human? Upon seeing the first option, Lin Qi no longer wanted to criticize his shame. The other two options intrigued him. He wondered how the Sword Master Tom would fare against Hawkeye. For some reason, a bizarre video suddenly flashed in Lin Qi's mind. The three admirals of the Navy: Tom, Jerry, Spike. I choose option 2. In the following days, arrangements would be made for Fishman Island, inviting guests and spreading news. Though it was all pretend, the process had to be similar to an actual wedding, or they wouldn't be able to fool the enemy. To make it convincing, Bai Xing spent a lot of time with Lin Qi over the next few days to get familiar with him. Little Bai Xing really liked this big brother who gave her candy. When the citizens of Fishman Island learned that the little princess was going to marry, they were utterly shocked. Though it was all pretend, the process had to be similar to an actual wedding, or they wouldn't be able to fool the enemy. To make it convincing, Bai Xing spent a lot of time with Lin Qi over the next. Marrying someone who could protect the little princess was quite good. Marrying a man who had both looks and strength was the dream of every fishman. In the blink of an eye, 3 days for the wedding preparations had passed. On this day, a grand wedding was held as scheduled. Red silk fluttered in the air while flowers adorned the entire hall. The guests filled the seats, creating a lively atmosphere. Lin Qi held Bai Xing's small hand, and under the guidance of the officiant, the wedding proceeded in an orderly manner. Lin Qi exchanged a reassuring glance with Jean Ping in the audience. Mr. Lin Qi, do you vow to adhere to the marriage vows from this day forward, in poverty or wealth and sickness, or health and beauty, or decay and success, or failure, to love her, comfort her, respect her, and protect her? And do you pledge to remain forever loyal to her throughout your lives? The officiant spoke with a sacred expression, hosting the solemn wedding. I do. Lin Qi nodded. Princess Bai Xing, do you wish to marry Lin Qi as your husband and live together in this sacred union? In sickness or health and poverty, or wealth and beauty, or decay and success, or failure, do you vow to love him, comfort him, respect him, and protect him? And do you pledge to remain forever loyal to him throughout your lives? I do. Little Bai Xing, blushing, grasped Lin Qi's big hand under the officiant's guidance. In the audience, Princess Eg secretly wiped her tears. Although she knew it wasn't real, seeing her daughter get married was every mother's dream. The Shark Star brothers whispered to each other, wishing that Lin Qi would truly become their brother-in-law. That way they wouldn't have to worry about not learning real skills. After a series of tedious rituals, the wedding ceremony concluded. In the presence of all the residents of Fishman Island, the two officially became husband and wife. Lin Qi internally complained about the delay, not wanting to continue playing house. Ah! How dare you! Vander Decken 9 suddenly sprang from an unknown corner, throwing several massive harpoons. This idiot! Hody Jones followed closely, tossing a handful of deadly drugs into his mouth, his muscles swelling dramatically. Jumping clown, I thought you could keep hiding. Gunpoint, flying gunpoint. Lin Qi raised his hand to unleash the Marine 6 styles, destroying several massive harpoons, then followed up with an attack that pierced Vander Decken IX's throat. A question mark slowly emerged above Lin Qi's head. This guy is a bit weak. Fishman Karate 7000 Tile Spinning Kick. Fishman Karate 7000 Tile Spinning Kick. Tiger and Jean Ping coordinated to unleash a combo move, its power far exceeding the simple sum of their strengths. After taking 2 kicks to the waist, Hody Jones was heavily injured and was beaten to death by 2 fishmen. The farce came to an end. Neptune stepped forward to calm the crowd and revealed the truth. So this is what, daring to assassinate the princess, these two deserved it. And attempting to poison the king, thank goodness we killed these 2 tumors. It's a fake marriage, I knew it. Princess Bai Xing is still so young, how could she possibly get married? With Neptune's task completed, Lin Qi planned to leave Fishman Island. Neptune wanted Lin Qi to stay a few more days, but Lin Qi politely declined. Until his departure, the 3 princes couldn't convince Sherry to leave with him. However, Sherry took the initiative to approach him before Lin Qi left. Mr. Lin Qi, I saw some things in the prophecy and hope you can agree to 2 requests. Sherry appeared very respectful in front of Lin Qi, even putting down the cigarette she had been holding and directly stating her intentions. Lin Qi looked at this curvaceous mermaid. If I agree, what do I gain? I can tell you the coordinates of the Golden Emperor. The Golden Emperor, a man reputed to hold 1/5 of the world. He wanders the seas all day, and there are only 3 ways to enter the ship of the ancient Quran Tezelo to find the Golden Emperor. First, by invitation from the Golden Emperor. Second, if you have friends on board with a life card. Or third, by sheer luck. Lin Qi thought for a moment and said, I need to hear your conditions first. Of course, Sherry said, pulling aside her clothing to reveal a generous portion of her snowy form, waves crashing. She rummaged inside and pulled out a bounty notice for Arlong. My first condition is that I hope Mr. Lin Qi will spare my brother Arlong when you see him in the future. Arlong, your brother. Lin Qi picked up the bounty notice, glancing at the extremely ugly fishman, then at the beautiful mermaid before him, noting the lack of resemblance. Yes, my half-brother. All right, I agree. What is the second condition? In comparison, Arlong was the lowest of the low, even worse than the average sibling. For the second condition, I hope that if Fishman Island encounters difficulties in the future, I can count on your help. Seeing Lin Qi hesitate, Sherry quickly added, it won't cause you any trouble, just help within your means. No problem. Lin Qi thought for a moment and agreed. With the Sea King Bai Xing on Fishman Island, he couldn't just stand by if trouble arose. Thank you. You will meet the Golden Emperor if you arrive at this location at this time. Sherry was surprised by how quickly Lin Qi agreed. She had worried he might refuse. A small note was handed to Lin Qi by Sherry. I can't see through you. What will your future be like? As Sherry watched Lin Qi's retreating figure, her heart was filled with swirling thoughts. Ding. Congratulations on completing the task template for Tomcat Swordmaster is being issued. Issuance successful. Would you like to promote Tom? Ding. Congratulations on completing the task template for Tomcat Swordmaster is being issued. Inside the naval base, Tom, who had been sound asleep, suddenly leaped up from the ground. Looking at his glowing body, he panicked, thinking he was on fire, his eyes bulging in fear. Tom opened his mouth wide and quickly jumped into the sea. Gullialoo bubbles surfaced as Tom was chased underwater by a shark biting at his rear. Tom's tail turned into a propeller, swimming faster than the shark. Anyone who witnessed this scene would surely, what cat can outrun a shark in the water? Ha 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 ha, this silly fish. Seeing the shark unable to catch up, Tom waited in place, making funny faces in provocation. The shark, furious, summoned dozens of sharks using their special language. Today it was determined to eat. Seeing dozens of sharks closing in, Tom couldn't smile anymore. He frantically pulled out a flintlock to shoot, only to find these sharks were also exceptionally skilled at dodging. Tom was torn to pieces by the swarm of sharks. Logically, a cat torn to pieces should be dead. However, the next moment Tom transformed into liquid flowing out from the sharks' eyes and reassembled. A group of sharks were stunned. It was the first time in their lives they encountered such a meal. At that moment, the glow around Tom also vanished. A western sword appeared out of thin air in Tom's hand, clad in a red and black coat with a cross necklace on his chest and a red and black top hat on his head. Two small whiskers appeared on Tom's face. An aura of a sword master emanated from him, somewhat reminiscent of Hawkeye. Facing the charging sharks once again, Tom gave a devilish smile. Soon after, he walked coolly away from the coast, arms crossed. In the background, the sea was stained red with blood, and dozens of shark corpses floated on the surface. Back at home, Tom pondered and took out paper and a pen to leave a message for Tina. Tom am setting sail to become the world's greatest swordsman. Tom. After leaving the message, Tom stroked his little whiskers, recalling the guy named Hawkeye at sea, and decided to challenge him first. Having done all this, Tom crafted a small boat for himself, caught 2 sharks for power, and swaggered away. When Tina returned home and saw the note Tom left, she was in disbelief. Tina also knew that Tom was no ordinary cat and thought it was worth mentioning to Lin Qi. Ha ha ha, Tom said, he wants to become the world's greatest swordsman. Let him go then. Lin Qi laughed heartily as he answered Tina's phone. After all, he was a man who aspired to be the king of the West Sea, so having a pet as the world's greatest swordsman was not unreasonable. Young man, what brings you such joy? An old man with 2 axes hanging from his waist sensed a powerful aura from afar. This aura caught his attention. Despite being young, the spirit was already extraordinary, far surpassing that of Roger at the same age. Ha ha ha, it's nothing, just my pet wanting to become the world's greatest swordsman. What? Jabba questioned, doubting his ears. A pet wants to become the world's greatest swordsman? Ridiculous. The young man must be joking with him. I'm off, old man, see you later. Lin Qi floated over Jabba's head. That direction. Jabba noticed the direction Lin Qi was leaving and pondered for a moment, then slowly walked that way. Shaki's bar. Pushing open the tavern door, it was empty inside except for a charming woman wiping a wine. Aunt Shaki, a good drink, please. Sure. Shaki responded promptly, quickly taking a few bottles of fine liquor from the back shelf and preparing a drink to serve Lin Qi. Please enjoy. Lin Qi raised the glass and drank it all in one go. Not bad. How much? A bargain, 200 berry. Only 200 berry. This isn't your usual style, Aunt Shaki. Shaki extended a finger and tapped the table helplessly, saying, Admiral, I think you misunderstood. This is just an ordinary little tavern. From the moment Lin Qi called her name upon entering, Shaki knew his purpose was not simple. As an information broker, she quickly recalled Lin Qi's information in her mind. Currently a vice admiral in the Navy, he was extremely powerful, having recently single-handedly taken down over 10,000 elite pirates and forcefully repelled 6 high-ranking cadres from the Big Mom pirates. Such combat power made Shaki wary. A little tavern? I doubt that. Lin Qi laughed and said, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. How long until Rayleigh returns? Such combat power made Shaki wary. A little tavern? I doubt that. Lin Qi laughed and said, just as Shaki finished speaking, a hearty laugh came from outside. Ha, Shaki, come out. I just sold myself again and now have money for drinks. A dashing Rayleigh pushed open the tavern door. Oh, Young Lin Qi came out from Fishman Island. Seeing the two knew each other, Shaki silently prepared 2 glasses of wine and stepped aside. As a woman, she felt it was inappropriate to meddle in matters between men. Uncle Rayleigh, this is a token of my appreciation for the drink. Let me have a spar with you. A bag of treasure was tossed onto the table. The reason Lin Qi sought Rayleigh was that upon arriving at Sabati Archipelago, he triggered an option. Task Choice 1, learn Conqueror's Haki from Rayleigh. Reward Luffy's dinner tonight. Task Choice 2, go with Rayleigh to the auction and cause a ruckus. Reward Luffy's meals for 2 days, which will make all the food in front of you disappear for 2 days. Task Choice 3, defeat Rayleigh. Reward Level 2 Conqueror's Haki. Why even choose? Lin Qi directly selected the third option. Ha 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 ha, no way, I'm too old to fight now. Rayleigh responded dismissively. He had already retired. Did he really expect to engage in his dreams? If he attracted the Navy, his retirement life would be ruined. No, today you must fight whether you like it or not, or I'll arrest you. Don't forget, I'm also in the Navy. Rayleigh's smile vanished, as if to say, so you're also a Navy man. Fine, in light of Kuroka's I can play along, but not here. Follow me. Rayleigh skillfully grabbed a bottle of fine liquor from behind the table and walked outside while drinking. As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, many wished to challenge him. Since Kuroka's had entrusted him, it meant Lin Qi was at least someone Kuroka's trusted, so Rayleigh didn't mind teaching him a thing or two. He could feel that Lin Qi was strong, but he didn't think he had reached the level to defeat him. Be careful, this Lin Qi is quite strong, but don't get into trouble. Don't worry, just prepare the drinks for when I return and use that kid's gold coins. Rayleigh took Lin Qi to a small island not far from Sabati. Alright, this seems good. The Navy shouldn't catch a whiff of it. Let's finish quickly and get back to drinking. Rayleigh tossed aside the bottle and drew his sword. At this time, Rayleigh was not yet the 76 years old. He would be 9 years later. He was only 67 years old now. Despite a decline in strength, he still possessed terrifying power akin to that of the Dark King. Not to be underestimated. You little brat, you have to be stronger than I was back in the day. Roger, do you see? The seas are still an era of heroes. With a slight buzz from the drink, Rayleigh laughed heartily. Make your move. Let me see your prowess. Alright, I apologize for this. Lin Qi drew his sword Long Yuan. Flying gun technique. Cut. Raising his hand, he fired several flying gun techniques. Taking advantage of this, Lin Qi used the technique cut to swiftly advance in front of Rayleigh, slashing down at an exceptionally tricky angle. It's the Marine 6 styles, I can use it too. Rayleigh was enveloped in Haki, and with the addition of an iron block, he allowed the flying gun techniques to strike him without harm. In fact, Rayleigh could defend himself with just Haki. Using the iron block added a touch of showiness. Clang Long Yuan's attack was also blocked by Rayleigh with the back of his blade. Roar! At that moment, Long Yuan suddenly transformed into a small green dragon, biting down on Rayleigh's thigh. Lin Qi seized the opportunity to draw his demon blade Shindao and thrust it upwards towards Rayleigh's groin. You brat! Rayleigh felt a chill in his crotch, waking him up from his drunken stupor. He was getting old, and that thing was no longer useful, but he didn't want to become a eunuch. Rayleigh decisively followed the direction of the blade, flipping backwards in midair to avoid the fate of becoming a eunuch. Upon landing, 2 clear bite marks were visible on his pants. Tearing off the damaged pant leg revealed a thigh that was dark and shiny. Rayleigh felt a lingering fear, thinking, fortunately, I had predicted the trajectory of the attack with observation Haki. Getting bitten would have been serious business. That blade of yours must be the ultimate sword imbued with the power of a mythical beast, right? Exactly. Receiving Lin Qi's affirmation, Rayleigh felt nothing but envy, thinking even if Roger became the Pirate King, he never wielded something so extravagant. If it weren't for Lin Qi knowing the ship's Dr. Rayleigh would have considered returning to his old profession. Sigh. The small dragon Long Yuan, having missed its target, sulked and coiled around Lin Qi's arm. From their brief exchange, both men gained a rough understanding of each other's strength. Very strong. Exceptionally strong. The Haki was so dark it appeared purple, something Lin Qi had only seen on Carp and Kaido. Sigh, it seems tonight my old bones are going to ache again. Rayleigh removed his loose outerwear, indicating that he was entering a serious state. A terrifying aura unique to the strong poured forth, as if to say that the former Pirate King Rayleigh had returned. Young man Xiaoyao is still waiting for me to return for a drink. How about we end this battle with one move? Whoever is at a disadvantage loses. Rayleigh loosened his shoulders and assumed a familiar starting stance. No problem. Lin Qi readily agreed, also adopting a starting stance that was very familiar to Rayleigh. The tension between them continued to build as neither made the first move. The sea around them surged violently under this pressure, transforming the once calm surface into a tumultuous expanse, seemingly foreboding impending danger. Winds whipped up from the ground as Lin Qi and Rayleigh's long hair danced wildly in the gale. Divine evasion. Finally, Rayleigh made his move. Imperial Nation. Lin Qi followed suit. 2 dazzling beams of light collided in midair, unleashing an unparalleled shockwave. The few trees on the small island were uprooted, and the surrounding sea creatures were knocked unconscious by this force surfacing to the water's surface. After the attack, Rayleigh and Lin Qi looked down from the sky at the shattered island below, which ultimately sank into the depths of the sea. How about we find an island that can take a beating? It was Lin Qi who spoke first. "Sai, would a troublesome young man come with me?" Rayleigh seemed to understand that the battle couldn't end without a victor. This time they found a strong, large island, ensuring it wouldn't be destroyed. Lin Qi and Rayleigh erupted into intense combat, once again fighting for half a day. Lin Qi absorbed Rayleigh's combat techniques like a sponge without using his devil fruit abilities. Rayleigh, increasingly alarmed, thought to himself that these young people nowadays were incredibly strong. The breakthrough came when Rayleigh noticed that this kid seemed unable to use Conqueror's Haki. Divine Evasion. This time Rayleigh unleashed a different version of Divine Evasion. The attack, clearly still some distance from Lin Qi, struck him as if it had traversed through time and space. This caused Lin Qi's prediction to falter, sending him flying. Boom! Lin Qi crashed into the mountains, kicking up a cloud of dust. "I haven't felt this exhausted since my days fighting carp." Rayleigh stretched his sore arms, exhaling a long breath. Aside from a Zoan-type user, anyone else hit by that blow should have been unable to stand. Lying in the mountain, Lin Qi did not get up immediately, but replayed Rayleigh's movements in his mind along with the sensations of being hit. Conqueror's Haki. Ding. Detected host's self-realization of Conqueror's Haki defeating Rayleigh grants an automatic level increase. Lin Qi pushed himself up, falling from the cliff. Real Sensei lives up to his name. I wonder who will dare to say he misleads the young. Using his fruit abilities, he transformed into a 9-meter-tall half-beast form, instantly recovering all injuries, with a 5-meter-long Long Yuan appearing in his hand. Few mythical beast. Rayleigh had just taken a sip of alcohol when he spat it all out. The more one fears something, the more it tends to come. After continuing the fierce battle for 3 hours, Rayleigh was defeated by Lin Qi's Imperial Nation technique. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Conqueror's Haki level increased to level 3. I'm getting old, really getting old. The world now belongs to the young. Rayleigh lay back in the pit, gazing at the azure sky, filled with endless sentiments. The era that belonged to him and Roger had ultimately passed. Uncle Rayleigh is still very strong, but don't belittle yourself. Nearby, the towering candlelight beast spoke. Ha ha ha, splendid, truly splendid. Suddenly Jabba clapped his hands and jumped down from the cliff. Rayleigh, you really have fallen. You can't even defeat a young man now. Seeing his old friend in such a sorry state, Rayleigh didn't feel embarrassed, but thought of how to get revenge, saying, "If you're so capable, why don't you take my place and avenge me?" This is what true brotherhood is among men. For instance, if you eat a very sour orange in the wild, your first reaction isn't to spit it out, but to pretend it's sweet so your buddies can have a taste too. He'll do it. Let me show you what true vigor is. Jabba drew 2 axes from his waist. Kid, that cold joke you told last time was hilarious. How about we have a match? If you're tired, I can wait for you to rest. Jabba, do not take advantage of others. No need, let's start. For a mythical beast user, the previous battle was just a drop in the bucket. Alright, here I come. Jabba charged forward with a hearty laugh, having not fought a strong opponent in a long time, feeling the adrenaline rush as a powerful aura surged forth. 2 hours later, Jabba, like Rayleigh, lay in the pit, badly beaten. "I am getting old, truly getting old." Jabba looked at Rayleigh with a hint of resentment, like a little wife, as if to say, "You only know how to set me up." "Huh, let's drink, let's drink." Lin Qi took out 2 barrels of fine wine from his storage ring and placed them on the ground. Rayleigh and Jabba grabbed big bowls and gulped them down, sighing. This must be the wine brewed by Coloccus, how nostalgic. Meanwhile, in a small town on the Grand Line, almost all the residents were gathering towards the central arena. "Hey brother, what's going on?" A merchant who had just arrived in the town, confused, grabbed a man to ask. "You don't know? A cat is set to duel with the famous Wind Swordmaster from the area. Everyone is going to watch." "Nanny, a cat?" The merchant doubted if he was still dreaming, raised his arm and bit it. It hurt. This was not a dream. "Is it a human who ate a cat fruit?" "I don't know about that, don't pull me. If we're late, there won't be any seats." On the stage, a burly man stood opposite Tom, while the crowd below was immense. "Little kitty, it's too late to surrender now. I'll prepare to be made into cat food." Suddenly challenged by a cat, Liu Qi felt insulted. Tonight's menu must feature cat meat. Tom lowered his top hat, revealing only half of his face in the shadows. He took a puff of smoke, exhaling it into the air, forming a large character. "Someone will die today? What a spectacle. Watch closely." Tom's strange behaviors had already led Liu Qi to believe he was a devil fruit user. One must not underestimate a devil fruit user. Before the referee had called for the start, Liu Qi took a swift step to launch an ambush. So despicable. The kitty is in danger. The spectators below closed their eyes, unable to bear to watch. They could already envision the scene of the kitty's blood splattering on the spot. At this moment, however, a smile crept across Tom's lips as he raised his hand to toss his top hat into the air, his sword transforming into a flash of lightning. Swish! As sword lights crossed, Tom remained unscathed while Lin Qi's head rolled away. Tom reached out to accurately catch the falling top hat, putting it back on his head, and with a flick of his cape he left without a drop of blood on him. A note fell onto Lin Qi's corpse as Tom departed. The killer swordmaster Tom. Instant kill. From today onward, the residents of the town would remember the name Tom. Lin Qi bid farewell to Rayleigh and Jabba, returning to the Navy base. What? Lin Qi stood in front of the marshal's office astonished. You want to promote me to Admiral? My qualifications might not be enough. Sengoku adjusted his glasses and smiled. Almost, but with the joint endorsement of me, Garp, and Zephyr, it's not an issue. He amiably patted Lin Qi on the shoulder, taking out an appointment letter with a smile. From today onward, you are an Admiral of the Navy. Remember to think of a code name and tell me. The Navy will announce this to the world tomorrow. Upon receiving the appointment letter, Lin Qi's first thought was to refuse. One, he didn't want to protect the foolish celestial dragons, and two, admirals are too busy. Apart from Huang Erju, who got a relatively relaxed job where he could drink tea and trim his nails in the office, Akainu was out there nearly working himself to death. But upon careful consideration, it seemed saving the celestial dragons was a good thing after all. Killing a few pirates every now and then could earn some points for free. Trusting him with top-tier life restoration, he could definitely execute a seamless plan, first posing as a pirate to kill a celestial dragon, and then returning to his true form, arriving fashionably late. No need for many, at most 2 times, and the celestial dragons wouldn't dare ask him to protect them anymore. As for work, there were just so many projects with the dirty work and heavy lifting left to Akainu and Akiji. This leisurely admiral could just slack off. Sengoku couldn't possibly create a new department just for him, could he? Lin Qi had considered this Navy issue several times before. If it weren't for the ease of earning points in the Navy and his position as a colonel making it convenient, he might have already quit the Navy to focus on developing his kingdom. Now with the status of an admiral, he had new ideas. The Navy is ultimately a dog of the world government. Wanting to bite the master is as difficult as climbing to the sky, and wanting to break free from the world government's control is the same. Even if Lin Qi ascended to the position of marshal, it would still be a challenge. There were far too many spies, traitors, and fence-sitters within the Navy. Yet these people could not be touched. Just look at Sengoku's bitter melon face on ordinary days. As soon as the Navy showed even the slightest inclination to break free from control, the world government would crush it immediately. You think the Navy's rank-and-file soldiers would side with you against the world government for their families? The decayed Navy is not the Navy he desires. Don't mention waiting for Sengoku to retire. It'll take many years, and he can't wait, and doesn't want to wait. Now it's different. As everyone knows, admirals all have their factions and subordinates. Akainu is the leader of the hawkish faction with numerous vice-admirals under him. Akiji represents the dovish faction, while Kizuru is neutral and laid back. These people all have factions. Forming a slacker faction shouldn't be a problem, right? As an admiral, he's supposed to have a roster. He could build up his strength within the Navy, and when the time is right, take his trusted subordinates away. The world government wouldn't possibly stop him from resigning, would they? Perfect, these people could join his kingdom's navy, filling the vacancies in the upper echelons. Thinking of this, Lin Qi was already eager to try. There are plenty of talents within the Navy. He even thought about, it wouldn't be impossible to keep a position for the retired Sengoku. Thank you, Marshal, I will definitely work hard to shine in the Navy. Lin Qi accepted the order with enthusiasm. Very good, I have high hopes for you. For some reason, seeing this kid so enthusiastic made Sengoku feel a bit unaccustomed. Arriving at the Admiral's exclusive office, Lin Qi plopped down into the spacious leather chair. To be honest, it was quite comfortable. An Admiral's room is indeed different. Admiral Lin Qi, here is your military uniform. The Navy respectfully placed the clothes on the table, sneaking glances at Lin Qi with their peripheral vision. Upon seeing Lin Qi's appearance, the girl was instantly captivated, her heart racing. So handsome. Thank you. Lin Qi picked up the justice cape from the table, draping it over his shoulders and walking to the mirror. The aesthetic of the Navy uniform was unquestionable. It was indeed handsome. Hey, why is your face so red? Turning around, Lin Qi noticed the girl blushing, and he placed his hand on her. You don't have a fever. No, it's nothing. Thank you, Admiral Lin Qi. The girl swiftly shrugged off Lin Qi's arm, covering her blushing face, and shyly ran away. The title of an admiral is generally associated with some kind of animal. For instance, Red Dog Fujitora Kizuru. This codename would be too easy for Lin Qi, given that he possesses the light fruit. It seems inappropriate for him not to be called Light. Turning around, facing the blank plaque on the wall, Lin Qi picked up a brush and wrote, "The Justice of My Supremacy." Oh, the Justice of My Supremacy, is it? Just entered the room, and Sengoku happened to witness this scene. You are the king. It's normal to have this kind of idea. Sengoku had a high regard for Lin Qi's principles of justice. They were far better than Akiji's lazy approach to justice. Marshal, you came at just the right time regarding the title. On the other side, EC Orange Island. You say these two are your daughters, right? That's right. Along with his gang, grinned malevolently as they surrounded Belmere, Nojiko, and Nami in the center. Belmere suffered a heavy blow, spitting out blood, yet she steadfastly shielded the two children beneath her. Indeed, you can kill me, but you must ensure that these two children are unharmed. Of course, their protection fee has already been paid. Ia Long also have principles. Just go die obediently. Help! Help! Seeing the towering fishman approach, Belmere, Nami screamed in terror. Damn it! Mr. Ajian, let him go. Mr. Ajian could no longer hold back, pulling out a flintlock to shoot, but was swiftly taken down by one of A Long's subordinates. Don't harm Belmere. In the distance, a cloud of dust rose as the villagers of Orange Village charged forward with farming tools. This is quite a murderous aura. A Long gave his subordinate a glance. Don't kill them, keep them for the protection fee. Let's use you as the first warning. Die for a boring love. The villagers were knocked down, and A Long aimed the flintlock at Belmere's forehead. Wait, I just remembered we still have money. Nami suddenly recalled that big brother Lin Qi had given her a ruby brooch which she had been afraid of losing and had hidden away for years. Unfortunately, it's too late. A Long laughed heartily as he placed his finger on the trigger. Nojiko, Nami, I love you both. In the final moment of life, memories flashed through like a revolving lantern. Had she known, she wouldn't have used that gold coin to help the starving children in the village, at least leaving a little behind. It had only been a few days of good living. In her last moments, Belmere couldn't help but recall Lin Qi, who had allowed her and her daughter to enjoy a good life. Suddenly, she remembered a phrase from Lin Qi and shouted without thinking, the one with the surname, "Yi told me to convey a message. If you don't want to die, behave. It's over, I'm doomed." Belmere closed her eyes, waiting for death. However, after a long while, she still did not hear the gunfire. She cautiously opened her eyes to see the horrified expression on A Long's face. The one with the surname, Yi, is it that guy? A Long recalled being intimidated into immobility by just a glance from him, sweating profusely. Brothers, let's go. From now on, we won't collect this family's protection fee. A Long put away the flintlock and turned around without any hesitation. Just thinking about this woman being connected to that surname, Yi gave him goosebumps. It was terrifying to think about how that man knew he would come here. A Long began to suspect that there was a traitor in the ranks. Woohoo, it's great, Belmere, you survived. Watching the evil fishmen retreat, Nami and Nojiko hugged the dazed Belmere, crying in relief. What kind of person is that guy? That guy, Belmere murmured. As an adult, she pondered even more. Why did Lin Qi know years in advance that A Long would come here one day? A Long, such a powerful fishman, was frightened into turning away upon hearing that, even refusing to collect future protection fees. Looking at her two lovely daughters, Belmere gently leaned her head against them and said softly, remember, Mr. Lin Qi is our family's benefactor. MHM. Nami nodded vigorously while crying. Night. After a series of ups and downs, Tina leaned against Lin Qi's chest and fell into a deep sleep. I wonder how that silly cat Tom is doing now. Embracing Tina's delicate body, he gazed out at the moon and recalled Guion. I wonder how long it will be before Guion returns from her mission. Once she returns, I can assign her to my team, and she can stay by my side every day. And that silly cat Tom, I wonder if he'll get hungry. Akiu on the vast sea. Tom was steering a small boat when he suddenly sneezed. He suspiciously rubbed his nose, gazing at the moon, thinking of his master and his old friend. Lowering his head, Tom's gaze became resolute as he paddled in a specific direction. Eagle Eye, it's me, Tom. Ding. Your pet Tom has killed a pirate. Points 5. Ding. Your pet Tom has killed a pirate. Points 7. Ding. Your pet Tom has killed a pirate. Points 1. Early in the morning, Lin Qi was awakened by the system's notification sound. Quite capable, Tom. How when did that girl Tina wake up? Stepping outside, he found Tina clad in a vacuum apron preparing breakfast in the kitchen. Upon seeing Lin Qi come out, she smiled brightly. You're up, breakfast will be ready soon. This little girl is only wearing an apron, not even dressed. Looking at Tina's curvaceous silhouette, Lin Qi, already irritable in the morning, couldn't help but embrace Tina from behind. Before we eat properly, let me turn you into a cream puff. Stop it, Tina is cooking. Tina's face flushed red. No hurry, let's eat while you're at it. Then. All right. After they finished, the food in the pot had long cooled down, and Tina reheated it again. After dinner, Tina draped a coat over Lin Qi and looked at him like a wife as he left. Today was the day Lin Qi officially became an admiral. Under the watchful eyes of numerous Navy personnel, Sengoku formally announced Lin Qi's promotion to admiral. Long live Admiral Lin Qi. Long live Admiral Light. The crowd of Navy personnel below shouted loudly, their eyes filled with admiration as they gazed at the figure on the platform. Lin Qi's deeds were known to all, guarding Reverse Mountain, conquering the seas with conquerors, Haki facing Kaido to rescue tens of thousands of Navy personnel. Recently, the events concerning Fishman Island have also returned and everyone felt that Admiral Lin Qi was more than capable of handling the position. Single-handedly killing over 10,000 elite pirates, overpowering the 6 commanders of the Big Mom pirates, one must ask who else can accomplish such a feat. An admiral is the lifelong dream of all Navy personnel. Long live General Lin Qi. General Lin Qi is so handsome. General Lin Qi, I want to bear your children. What strange things have slipped in among these exclamations? The admirers gazed at Lin Qi with fiery eyes. It was not that they intended to elevate him, but compared to the other generals, Lin Qi was simply handsome enough to reach the heavens instantly, becoming the epitome of beauty. Especially when compared to a certain lecherous old monkey. Yo, why do I feel like everyone's gaze on me is a bit off? Huang Yuan casually strolled away from Lin Qi with his hands in his pockets. At the same time, newspapers about Lin Qi were being sent around the world by news birds. The flourishing navy. The 4th general. The nemesis of pirates. General Zhu Zhao. Ah la la la, great, this kid didn't die. Seeing the photo beneath the headline, Kaido's expression was filled with excitement as he poured a bucket of alcohol into his mouth. Ever since he had sent Lin Qi to the seabed last time, Kaido had been reminiscing for over half a year. Even his appetite had diminished significantly. Such a rare beast could not be found a second time in the vast ocean. For Kaido, who dreamed of becoming a zoo director, not obtaining the Zhu Zhao divine beast felt worse than killing him. Boss, he's now a general. Quinn's small green bean-like eyes were filled with helplessness. If he really brought the other party over, he would have to sleep with his eyes wide open from now on. So what if he's a general? I'll just give him the position of vice captain. Isn't that better than dealing with the Navy and the world government? People had varied reactions to the news. Fishman Island. Look, sister boss Lin Qi has become a general. Since defeating Duke Dekin 9, Shirahoshi no longer had to hide in the hardshell tower. The Shark Star brothers rushed in holding newspapers. Shirahoshi took the newspaper, her face flushed as she hugged the handsome photo, saying, Lord Lin Qi. Big brother, why don't we just kidnap Shirahoshi and bring her to boss Lin Qi? The 3 princes gathered together, filled with mischief. They remembered Lin Qi had said that as long as they could get Shirahoshi to go with him, he would teach them real skills. Foolish. We are the royal family. How can we do such a thing? Sharkstar scolded his younger brother seriously, saying, I suggest we use sleeping drugs. East Sea, Orange Island. Nami looked quickly. The big brother turns out to be a Navy general. Nokigo grabbed a newspaper. Wow, the big brother is so handsome, I want to join the Navy too. Amazon Lily. The already stunning Hancock looked down at the newspaper her sister brought, showing little interest. Casually tossing the newspaper aside, Hancock stared at the sky, lost in thought. Benefactor, where are you? Back to Lin Qi's side. I want you to select a few of your preferred subordinates. Is this the list you chose? In the office, Sengoku looked down at the list in his hand, his eyelid twitching. 2 people below the rank are Fine Tina and Smoker. But looking at the Major Squirrel Peach Rabbit, that seems fine too, but what's up with the last name Carp? Didn't you tell me to choose at random? Isn't Carp also a major? Carp is not acceptable. I approve the Sengoku decisively refused, saying, I'll have someone transfer them to your command provided they agree. The list was carefully selected by Lin Qi. He had saved Squirrel's life, and they were from the same sect, so he shouldn't refuse. Wait. Just as he was about to leave, Sengoku called out to Lin Qi, do you remember the LCN department? From now on, you'll be the head of that department. The LCN department is one that does not need to report to the Navy and can freely attack any pirate except for the 4 emperors. Its purpose is to reduce the number of pirates and bring stability to the world. In the future, the deserter King Kobe and the granddaughter of Vice Admiral Through Peacock will belong to this department. Don't be in a hurry to refuse. I know you dislike trouble more than Huang Yuan. Sengoku had a look as if he saw through Lin Qi. In the future, the nature of the LCN department will change. Besides the original work, it will also target the 4 emperors' pirate crews and powerful pirates like the Golden Lion. In the next few years, we won't be attacking the 4 emperors. You can leave those small matters to your subordinates, you can rest assured. Seeing Sengoku reach this point, Lin Qi could only agree. If he remembered correctly, there were still some experts in this department. He didn't expect that after him Sengoku would become so arrogant, even wanting to take action against the 4 emperors. Days passed. It has been 2 months since Lin Qi took over the LCN department. During this time, Lin Qi sent someone to retrieve Smoker from the East Sea, fulfilling his promise from years ago. After such a long time with him as a general, the world government would surely show some face. Ha ha ha, Smoker, I said I would come to get you when I became a general. As Smoker's ship docked, Lin Qi proactively went to greet him. After a long time, Smoker's appearance had matured a lot, and he seemed more stable. Lin Qi then noticed that behind Smoker followed a little girl who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. She was rosy, and after several years returning to the Navy base, Smoker felt complicated inside. Hey, what have you been up to in the East Sea? Who's this little girl you've brought? Lin Qi then noticed that behind Smoker followed a little girl who looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. She was rosy and plump, somewhat resembling Kona. Smoker was still caught up in his emotions, only replying lightly, "The daughter of an old friend entrusted to me for care. She's my subordinate." The little girl, on the other hand, was very excited towards Lin Qi. "Hello, I am Dasky." Dasky ran over holding a knife and bowed to Lin Qi. "You are General Lin Qi, right? I've heard so much about you. So cute." Lin Qi reached out and ruffled Dasky's little head. Dasky's face turned red, her big eyes fixed on the treasured sword at Lin Qi's waist. Ding. Detected that the host is once again trying to seduce the little girl. "Please stop your inappropriate thoughts." Limitless system, go stand in the corner. Lin Qi really wanted to kick this system that occasionally popped up to assert its presence. As they followed Lin Qi into the LCN department, Smoker was taken aback. What did he see? Peach Rabbit making tea, Squirrel reading the newspaper, Tina knitting a scarf. Ridiculous. This is work with a salary. If someone didn't know, they would think it was a vacation. What does our department need to do? Smoker asked. Nothing much, just drink tea, read newspapers, and wait for the Only when engaged in battles against the 4 emperors and great pirates will we be busy. If small pirates can be left to subordinates. Anyone who can enter the LCN department is talented, and handling small pirates is more than sufficient. Smoker. 3 days later. With a cup of coffee in one hand and a cigar in the other, Smoker leaned back on the sofa, wanting to say just one thing so fragrant. Compared to this divine life now, where was it that he lived in the East Sea? Sky Island. Lord Lin Qi, today is another beautiful day. By the edge of the clouds, see a girl with golden hair, sits, her snow-white wings fluttering lightly like an angel. Coney C plays the harp alone on Angel's Coast, her delicate face always adorned with a faint smile as enchanting melodies waft around her. Ever since Lord Lin Qi arrived at Sky Island, Lord Thunder God has changed for the better. The residents of Sky Island now live abundantly, no longer burdened by fear every day. The residents of Sky Island express their gratitude for the stable life brought by Lord Lin Qi. Even the original resistance forces have vanished. Everyone is well-fed and warmly clothed, living a life they never dared to imagine before. All of this is thanks to Lord Lin Qi. The only downside is that occasionally eerie howls reminiscent of wailing ghosts echo through the skies of Sky Island, causing many to report nightmares at night. "Aunt, Enel, you electrocuted me." A scream like that of a slaughtered pig floated down from the sky. Coney's hand trembled as she heard that terrifying voice again. At a higher part of Sky Island, Moria was left charred and tender after being struck by Enel's divine punishment, resembling a piece of black charcoal. His explosive hair seemed to indicate that this was not the first time he had been electrocuted. Since that day when Lin Qi reignited Moria's lost spirit, he had come to Sky Island to spar and grow alongside Enel. "TCH, your observation, Haki, is still as poor as ever. You didn't even notice my sneak attack." After the last beating from Lin Qi, Enel no longer refers to himself as the god unless he is feeling particular. "Who do you think has observation, Haki, that can compare to a freak like you?" Moria, using his preset shadow bats, instantly appeared behind Enel, who elementalized in advance to evade the attack, countering with a thunder beast strike that crashed into Moria. As the thunder dissipated, Moria emerged unscathed. "Hee, but when it comes to armament, Haki, you still have much to learn from me." Moria was fully covered in armament, Haki proudly stating, "Look at my thick and dark armament, Haki. This is the standard of a real man." Moria's 8-pack abs were exceptionally vibrant. The once lazy Moria had vanished without a trace. With newfound rivals, Enel and Moria steadily improved their power on Sky Island. Nearby, a partially constructed Ark of Prophecy stood. At the Navy base, Sengoku casually fed a goat while saying, requesting leave. "You've only been a general for 2 months. What's there to request leave for?" "Marriage." A rare softness appeared in Lin Qi's eyes. "Tina is 23 this year. And Sister Chiyuan isn't young anymore either. They have silently followed me for years without asking for anything in return. I think it's time I give them an explanation." "Okay, I approve it, old man." Sengoku readily agreed, appreciating such a responsible man reminiscent of. Sengoku rummaged under the table and took out a stack of money. "I might not be able to attend your wedding, but here's an advance gift of 200,000 berries. I'll make sure Carp and Zifa will definitely go." "Thank you." After returning to the West Sea, Lin Qi began preparations for the wedding nationwide. There are 3 brides, Tina, Chiyuan, and Robin. Since they only have this one wedding in their lifetime, Lin Qi wants to give them the best experience. A month in advance, invitations were sent to the major palaces and nobles of the West Sea, and the famous West Sea newspaper was hired to broadcast this unprecedented grand wedding throughout the entire West Sea. Even before the wedding began, major newspapers had already started to generate buzz for it in the West Sea. The Emperor's wedding, celebrated across the West Sea. An unprecedented wedding. General Lin Qi will celebrate a national wedding in 1 month. "If you're going to marry a good man, Lord Lin Qi." Given Lin Qi's terrifying status in the West Sea, the commotion it caused was unimaginable. Within days it became widely known, even 3-year-old toddlers were aware that a significant figure was getting married. This wedding even stirred considerable excitement in the other three seas and the Grand Line. Generals are the pinnacle figures of the sea, and it's hard not to attract attention, let alone Lin Qi, who is a tyrant of the West Sea. In no time, Lin Qi's wedding became the trending topic of the month. Countless women envied the brides. Such a handsome, gentle, and powerful man is rare, truly a perfect prince in their hearts. If only they could marry Lin Qi as well. In response, the famous General Sengoku once remarked, "In this world, there are only a few good men, and he and Lin Qi account for 8 parts." In response to this, Sengoku's old friends Vice Admiral Crane and Carp commented that this old man has become shameless again. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of Lin Qi's wedding. The entire kingdom was draped in festive red satin lanterns hung high, and the nation rejoiced. Citizens sincerely congratulated the new couple, putting up large red double happiness characters on their doors. It was not easy to welcome a holy monarch. With the holy monarch's wedding, all citizens who could attend did so, and those who could not also celebrated spontaneously. For a time, the entire West Sea was filled with a festive atmosphere. Even the pirates who usually rob in the West Sea tacitly took a day off, not daring to rob passing ships. What a joke! They wouldn't dare to cause trouble on this day, even if it meant death. If the emperor were to be enraged, they would not have enough heads to be chopped off. At the wedding site, the kingdom specially built a city to serve the king's wedding. A sea of vibrant flowers floated all around, and a bright red carpet was laid from the city gate to the wedding venue, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, all decorations exuding luxury and festivity. The rare deep-sea luminous pearls were carelessly displayed as decorations here, and the tables and chairs used were all incredibly valuable. Just picking any item from here would be enough for an ordinary person to spend a lifetime. With some time before the guests arrived, 18-year-old girls in high-end attire flitted around like butterflies. There were also some who arrived early at the venue. Most were nobles from the West Sea's royal palaces, living under the shadow of the emperor, fearing that one day they would wake up to find the emperor's army at their doorstep. Thus, they preferred to arrive early and drink the northwest wind rather than let Lin Qi wait too long. Just to win a little favor from the great emperor, they were content. However, among them was one person who stood out from these royal nobles. Who was this person? They don't seem to be from the West Sea, do they? I don't know, they look quite ugly. The aristocrats murmured as they looked at a solitary figure sitting in the corner.